Feng traversed to the Xuantian Continent and activated the Invincible Wasteful System, embarking on a path of unparalleled extravagance. Chapter 1. The Invincible Wasteful System. On the Xuantian Continent, at the Star Soul Sect, Feng gazed around in bewilderment at the eccentric attire of the crowd, utterly dumbfounded. Who am I? Where am I? Wasn't I just at home, gaming all night? Boom! At that moment, a surge of unfamiliar memories flooded his mind, and a flicker of anguish crossed Feng's face. After a brief pause, a wry smile emerged as he realized he had indeed crossed over into a fantastical world where martial prowess reigned supreme. The Star Soul Sect, a newly established sect founded merely half a month ago, with the strength of its leader remaining unknown. Today marks the first recruitment day for disciples at the Star Soul Sect. Even as a nascent sect, it has attracted hundreds of young men and women, each eager to embark on their journey of cultivation. With this thought, Feng hesitated not a moment longer and turned to leave. Without even the slightest hint of a golden finger, joining a mere sect seemed futile. He would certainly need to find a place to hide for 2 years, waiting to see if any golden opportunity would arise. Boom! Yet, just then, an overwhelming and terrifying aura descended, rendering movement impossible. Under such immense pressure, even the simple act of twitching a finger became a distant luxury. Looking up, he beheld a woman in a flowing white dress and a venerable elder in a black Taoist robe, their presence materializing before the gathered crowd in an instant. I am Luo Qianxue, the leader of the Star Soul Sect. Today, we are recruiting disciples for our sect, regardless of aptitude, age, or cultivation level. Upon hearing this, the crowd below sparkled with excitement. Their greatest concern had always been these criteria. If such factors were disregarded, they felt they stood a significant chance of joining the sect, no matter how stringent the requirements might be. Moreover, it was said that the sect leader was an unparalleled beauty, cold and noble, untouched by the mundane world. Feng gazed at the ethereal Luo Qianxue above. Her figure is pristine as snow, and could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, this is a different realm. This woman surpasses the top seal. Breathes of my previous life by countless degrees, both in appearance and demeanor. It's simply a dimensional blow. To join my Star Soul Sect, there is but one requirement: the submission of 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. You have only 1 hour. If you could present 10,000 low-grade spirit stones to the sect, you may join my Star Soul Sect." Luo Qianxue, surveying the hundreds of young men and women below, stated the sole prerequisite for entry. What? Did I hear that correctly? Submit 10,000 low-grade spirit stones? What a joke. 1 low-grade spirit stone is enough to sustain my family for a month. If I had 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, I wouldn't be here testing my luck. I would have easily sought out a sect to assess my talent and verify my spiritual roots. I'm leaving. This Star Soul Sect is nothing but a fraudulent sect. What good is a beautiful sect leader if I don't possess 10,000 low-grade spirit stones? Following Luo Qianxue's declaration, a wave of indignation washed over the hundreds of young men and women below. Many displayed their anger, feeling deceived, yet they merely mumbled their grievances, too intimidated to voice their objections. After all, in the eyes of cultivators, the lives of ordinary people are as insignificant as blades of grass. One misstep could cost them their lives. What kind of sect entry requirement is this? Even the overlords of another realm are heartless merchants? Feng was taken aback by this entry requirement, which made him reflect that if it were in his previous life, it would be akin to working in a factory where one would not earn as single penny, but would have to invest 10,000 first. Who would undertake such a venture? Only a fool would. Ding! The Invincible Prodigal System has been activated. Just as Feng was about to follow the crowd away, a chilling voice suddenly echoed in his mind. He had hoped to survive for 2 years, and yet his golden finger had arrived so swiftly. However, what in the world is the Invincible Prodigal System? Feng paused, directly inquiring in his heart. System, are you there? Please explain your situation. Ding! Host, even if you perish, the system will continue to exist. Upon hearing this, a dark cloud instantly loomed over Feng's face. He felt that the emotional intelligence of this system needed improvement. Ding! Host, as the name suggests, as long as you continue to squander wealth, you will grow stronger in this world. You merely need to spend lavishly. The rest is up to the system. Name: Yi Feng. Age: 18. Realm: mortal. Physique: ordinary body. Martial skills: none. Divine abilities: none. Items: none. Prodigal points: 0. Today's prodigal product: 10,000 first grade, 9-tier Heavenly Thunder Talismans. At that moment, a luminous screen suddenly appeared before Yi Feng, clearly revealing his current status. Beep. The system will indefinitely provide various grades of spirit stones, spirit crystals, and celestial spirit crystals, which are the current circulating currency of this world. Please, host, grasp the essence of extravagance. In any endeavor, excess is foolishness, and deficiency is not true extravagance. Only the appropriate indulgence in spirit stones, spirit crystals, and the like will yield extravagance points. Otherwise, a certain number of points will be deducted. Beep. Completing the random tasks issued by the system will also grant a certain number of extravagance points. Beep. Exhausting the daily yield of extravagance will likewise result in the acquisition of extravagance points. Failure to do so will incur a corresponding deduction of points. Beep. Extravagance points can be utilized to elevate the host's realm, enhance martial skill proficiency, extract divine abilities, acquire special items, and more. Upon hearing the consecutive notifications from the system, Yi Feng fell into deep contemplation, realizing that although this system was formidable, it was not without its complexity. Ties. Particularly the first reminder evoked a famous saying from his previous life: "I am wealthy, but I am not foolish." Beep. Task issued. Join the Star Soul Sect. Successful completion will reward 100 extravagance points. Failure will result in a deduction of 100 extravagance points. This task may be declined. The sudden task announcement interrupted Yi Feng's reverie, prompting him to wonder if there was any option to refuse this task. In the high skies, an elderly man with white hair gazed at Luo Qianxue with a wry smile. "Say, miss, these children hail from impoverished families in the nearby towns and village. To speak of 10,000 low-grade spirit stones is a luxury. They might not even be able to produce a single one. It is simply impossible for them to be accepted as disciples of the sect. Master Bai, I am wholly devoted to my cultivation. However, my father insists that I venture out to gain EXP, Ariance, and establish a sect, claiming it will refine my heart and mind. Yet, I detest such trivial matters. Not only the development of a sect, but even the mere act of guiding disciples would hinder my practice. In any case, should no one choose to join the sect, it is not my fault, and even if my father were to discover this, there is little he could reproach me with." Upon finishing her words, the icy facade of Luo Qianxue finally cracked with a hint of a smile, though a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in her eyes. "The Taisu Sword Sect, Penglai Immortal Island, and Tianwu Sect wait for me. Once I transcend the tribulation and return to the upper realm, I shall ensure that my master is informed of your attempts to encircle and kill me. I, Luo Qianxue, vow not to be a mere mortal until you are annihilated." Unbeknownst to many, Luo Qianxue was not only the cherished daughter of Luo Wuming, the master of the Star Extreme Sect in the Xuantian Continent, but also a saintess hailing from the limitless sacred land of the upper realm. "Master Bai, let us depart. It is improbable that anyone would possess 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Even if they did, it is unlikely they would willingly part with such weal. For the sake of joining my newly established Star Soul Sect." As she spoke, Luo Qianxue turned to leave. "Master, the sect has just been founded and is undoubtedly short on funds. I am willing to contribute 100,000 low-grade spirit stones." Just as Luo Qianxue and Master Bai were about to depart, the unexpected voice from below caused them to widen their eyes in disbelief. They turned to look, astonished that someone truly wished to contribute, and at such an astonishing multiplier. Chapter 2. Are you sent by heaven to torment me? At this moment, the crowd below had long since dispersed, leaving only Yi Feng alone. "You claim you're willing to surrender 100,000 low-grade spirit stones?" Luo Qianxue descended gracefully from the air, observing the simply dressed Yi Feng with skepticism, unable to believe he could truly produce such a sum. With a swift motion, a spatial ring appeared in Yi Feng's hand. Without uttering a word, he presented the ring directly to her. There was no binding of divine consciousness. Luo Qianxue quickly examined the spatial ring and found it indeed contained a mountain of low-grade spirit stones, precisely 100,000. Insanity! Luo Qianxue felt as though she might lose her mind. She had never anticipated encountering such a gullible individual. Yet, she had no intention of accepting disciples. Are you certain you wish to join the sect? Our sect currently lacks even a place to reside, she said. Realizing she could not genuinely allow Yi Feng to join the sect, and reluctantly began to persuade him. Do not worry, Sect Master. I can hire craftsmen from the nearby towns to construct our sect, Yi Feng declared with an air of extravagant confidence. Worry? Why would I be worried? It is you joining the sect that causes me concern. Luo Qianxue took a deep breath and calmed herself, continuing her persuasion. Our sect is destitute. If you join, you will have no resources for cultivation, which would only hinder your progress. Sect Master, do not fret. Whatever cultivation resources we lack, as long as they can be purchased, I shall procure them for you. Yi Feng replied with an expression of indifference, though within, he could not shake the feeling that the enchanting sect master before him seemed reluctant to accept him into the fold. This should not be the case. If I do not wish for him to join the sect, why then am I recruiting disciples? Where did this madman come from? Do you expect me to purchase cultivation resources for you? Can you not comprehend that I do not desire your inclusion in the sect? Upon hearing Yi Feng's response, Luo Qianxue felt as though 1,000 divine beasts were galloping through her mind, threatening to shatter her composure. Let me make it clear. Even if you join the sect, I shall not guide you on the path of cultivation, nor shall I provide you with sect techniques or martial arts. Everything must be achieved through your own efforts. With that said, Luo Qianxue finally exhaled, believing that having articulated her stance, the other party would no longer cling to the idea of joining the sect. Do not worry, Sect Master, I do not require your guidance, nor do I need the sect's techniques or martial arts. Yi Feng at this moment felt a surge of excitement. He only needed to squander resources to grow stronger. Having someone guide him would only make him feel uncomfortable. Moreover, his intention to join the Star Soul Sect was solely to fulfill a task. The absence of oversight would grant him the freedom he cherished. Where else could one find such an excellent sect? To be candid, Yi Feng had previously worried that having promised the sect numerous benefits might lead to undue attention on him, which would indeed become a troublesome affair. Panic? I'm not panicking. Can you refrain from making me anxious? Observing Yi Feng's exhilaration, Luo Qianxue felt utterly exasperated. She had foolishly spent 100,000 low-grade spirit stones to join the sect, only to find herself unconcerned, and he was reveling in it? Are you certain that you are not a divine tormentor sent to plague me? Were it not for old Bai's presence, Luo Qianxue might have already lost her temper and sent Yi Feng flying with a slap. She did not want a disciple. She merely wished for tranquility to cultivate. Master, you can no longer persist in your excessive stance. Since this young man is willing to join our sect and has met the requirements for entry, you cannot refuse him any longer. At this moment, Elder Bai, unable to bear the situation any longer, spoke up. When someone has expressed their intent so clearly, how can you still wish to drive him away? Even if you want to turn a blind eye, you can no longer remain silent. Upon hearing Elder Bai's words, Luo Qianxue let out a sigh of relief and turned to the excited Yi Feng, saying, well, from this moment forth, you shall be a disciple of our Star Soul Sect. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You are awarded 100 squander points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for squandering 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. The amount squandered in this event is reasonable, granting you an additional 100 squander points. As Luo Qianxue's words fell, the system's notifications echoed in Yi Feng's mind. Here it comes, the arrival of my squander points with an air of arrogance. Yi Feng felt a surge of excitement, suddenly possessing 200 squander points. Although he was still uncertain of the specific uses for these points, such as how many points are needed to elevate a minor realm or to draw divine abilities, at least he was no longer destitute. System, are there any squander tasks available? Yi Feng hurriedly inquired after the initial excitement faded. Ding! Please explore the squander behaviors on your own, host. Ding! Reminder, the consumption of spirit stones, spirit crystals, etc. is not linked to squander points, as long as it is a squander behavior. You can earn a certain number of squander points. Upon hearing the system's response, Yifeng contemplated for a moment before directly addressing Luo Qianxue, inquiring, Sect Master, I must be the only disciple in the sect at present. Does that not make me your direct disciple? Not at all. My sect does not accept direct disciples. Luo Qianxue retorted, had irritation towards Feng palpable. This was due to a prior agreement with his father. Despite their earlier discussions, she was now obliged to oversee Feng's cultivation. The notion that he sought to become her direct disciple was utterly out of the question. Sect Master, name your price. For I am prepared to pay without negotiation. This time, even a usually composed elder cast Feng a peculiar glance. The idea of purchasing the status of a direct disciple was indeed intriguing. Luo Qianxue, observing Feng's earnest demeanor, could not help but chuckle. She boldly declared, very well. The sum is 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Should you possess the means, I shall make an exception and accept you as my direct disciple. Are you daft? Where has that previous confidence vanished? 100,000 high-grade spirit stones? Even a third-rate sect might struggle to amass such wealth. How could a mere mortal like you ever hope to procure it? Watching Feng stand there, momentarily stunned, Luo Qianxue finally revealed a triumphant smile. Having been outmaneuvered by Feng on multiple occasions, she had finally gained the upper hand. So inexpensive? Sect Master, here are 500,000 high-grade spirit stones, with the remaining 400,000 constituting my apprenticeship gift to you. Feng then produced a spatial ring once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your successful extravagance. The expenditure was deemed reasonable, and you were awarded 200 extravagance points. Behold, the prodigal spirit has returned. Feng felt as though he was born to squander wealth. Having already joined the sect, did it truly matter if he lacked the title of a direct disciple? Such a splendid opportunity for extravagance must be seized. As he extended his divine sense, Luo Qianxue's expression twisted in disbelief upon discovering the neatly arranged 500,000 high-grade spirit stones within the spatial ring. Gazing at Feng as though he were a creature of myth. 500,000 high-grade spirit stones, provided one was not afraid of being murdered for their wealth. Carrying such a sum to any third-rate sect would elevate them to the status of a revered ancestor in the eyes of the sect leader. Chapter 3. The system is truly a dog. This sect speaks with conviction. From this moment forth, you shall be recognized as my direct disciple. Here, take this Xuantian sword as a token of our first meeting. Although Luo Qianxue was on the verge of collapse, she was the saintess of the boundless Holy Land, and the fact that she required her disciple to present a gift was a source of great embarrassment. If word of this were to spread, how could she ever face others again? The die was cast, and Luo Qianxue could not slap her own face in self-reproach. Yet she found herself inexplicably burdened with an additional direct disciple, which weighed heavily on her heart, though she chose to remain silent about it. If Feng were privy to her thoughts, he would undoubtedly be left speechless, for he had taken 500,000 high-grade spirit stones without any expectation of return. Ding! The host accepts the Xuantian sword, deducting 20 points from the prodigal value. Ding! Reminder: the host is an indomitable prodigal tycoon. One cannot claim the possessions of others. Return the items within 1 hour to recover the deducted prodigal points. As Feng contemplated the mysterious azure sword in his hand, the system's voice suddenly resonated. Luo Qianxue, gazing at the azure sword that Feng had returned to her, found herself utterly bewildered. What is happening? This azure sword is a 7th-grade spiritual weapon, a treasure that would be revered even in third-rate sections. You return it to me? Master, I cannot accept this azure sword without merit. If you insist on bestowing it upon me, then please name your price. At this moment, Feng, looking at Luo Qianxue with righteous fervor, spoke earnestly. Am I foolishly wealthy? No. Feng merely sought to keep everything within the bounds of prodigality, as long as he could acquire prodigal points. He would pay no heed to how others perceived him, so long as the system did not label him as foolishly extravagant. All his actions would be regarded simply as acts of indulgence. Name your price. Name your price. Do you truly believe that wealth can purchase everything? This is my heartfelt intention as your master. If you do not wish for it, then I shall relent." With that, Luo Qianxue, fuming, tucked away the azure sword and soared upward, leaving Yi Feng and Elder Bai behind. "Elder Bai, has my master lost her senses? Why forego the opportunity to earn money?" Observing Luo Qianxue's angry departure, Yi Feng turned to Elder Bai, expressing his bewilderment. However, upon hearing this, Elder Bai could not suppress his laughter. His gaze toward Yi Feng filled with curiosity. How could a mere mortal possess such immense financial resources? Although perplexed, Elder Bai was exceedingly delighted to observe the transformation of his young lady's mindset within such a brief period. If her disposition had remained stagnant, her state of mind would have been akin to a still pond, devoid of any means for refinement. "Let us depart. I shall escort you back to the sect." As he spoke, a flying sword materialized beneath Elder Bai's feet, propelling Yi Feng skyward with remarkable speed, soaring towards the peak. Name: Yi Feng. Age: 18. Realm: mortal constitution, ordinary body. Martial skills: none. Divine abilities: none. Items: none. Deficient points: 400. Today's deficient items: first grade 9-tier Heavenly Thunder Talismans 10,000 system. Does this world not prioritize spiritual roots, innate talent, and divine bodies? How shall I utilize the deficient points for extraction? And how can I expend these points to augment my strength? Standing upon the flying sword, shielded by Elder Bai's released spiritual energy, Yi Feng's stylish hair remained unruffled by the fierce winds. With nothing else to occupy his mind, he began to inquire of the system. Through the amalgamation of his body's memories, Yi Feng discerned that in the Xuantian Continent, power is categorized into 9 realms: spiritual sea realm, qi motion realm, spirit fusion realm, foundation establishment realm, divine concealment realm, purple palace realm, primordial spirit realm, cave void realm, and tribulation crossing realm, each of which is further divided into 9 levels. Now endowed with deficient points, he was eager to enhance his strength. After all, possessing a system while remaining a mere mortal would be rather embarrassing. In the spiritual sea realm, each minor advancement requires the expenditure of 10 deficient points. In the qi motion realm, each minor advancement necessitates 100 deficient points. In the spirit fusion realm, each minor advancement demands 1,000 deficient points. The Lingxiao jars are priced at 100 squander points, with a probability of over 90% to specifically yield a first-grade spiritual herb, and an 80% chance for a second-grade spiritual herb. The probabilities remain unchanged regardless of one's level of mastery. The Lingquang jars, also priced at 100 squander points, offer the same probabilities for first and second-grade spiritual ores. Similarly, the Danyao jars, priced at 100 squander points, guarantee a 90% chance for a first-grade elixir and an 80% chance for a second-grade elixir, with probabilities unaffected by one's cultivation level. The Gongfa jars, Wiki jars, formation jars, and talisman jars, as well as divine abilities, physical constitutions, and spiritual roots, may also be obtained while opening these various jars. After inquiring, although no response was received from the system, a surge of unfamiliar information flooded his mind. The system's demand for squander points to elevate one's realm seems rather excessive. Merely to reach the fusion realm, one requires 1,000 squander points for each minor level, and he dares not contemplate the subsequent levels. As for other aspects, Yi Feng is quite satisfied. Without mentioning anything else, first-grade spiritual herbs are undeniably valuable commodities, and with 100 squander points, he has a 10% chance of acquiring them, which can be specifically designated. This probability is, to be honest, already quite favorable. However, he suddenly realizes a crucial point. What purpose do those top-tier first-grade spiritual herbs, spiritual ores, and elixirs serve? Ding! The special items obtained from the various jars by the host constitute a squandering behavior. The higher the level, the more squander points are accrued. Ding! Such extravagant behavior requires a unique environment. For instance, squandering a 9th-grade supreme elixir can be metaphorically trampled into dust by a 9th-grade alchemist. And this act is perceived as a successful display of extravagance. Astonishing. Upon hearing the system's response, even Yi Feng could not restrain himself from uttering an expletive. The system's absurdity was utterly unparalleled. Not only would such a reckless approach drive others to madness, but also tantalized him to engage in this gamble. Regardless, he resolved to first enhance his strength. Presently, Yi Feng's power was that of a mere mortal. To ascend to the first level of the spiritual sea realm, he required 10 points of extravagance, and to directly break through to the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm, he needed 90 points. System: expend 90 points of extravagance to elevate my power to the 9th level of the spiritual sea. Boom! As soon as Yi Feng's command was uttered, the surrounding spiritual energy surged violently, rushing into his body with fervor. This individual is opening the spiritual sea. Bai Lao, who had been soaring through the skies, came to an abrupt halt, his expression filled with astonishment as he gazed at Yi Feng. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The continuous influx of spiritual energy persisted, showing no signs of abating, but rather intensifying exponentially. How is this possible? It is merely the opening of the spiritual sea. Why would such a colossal amount of spiritual energy be necessary? Such an abundance could suffice to open several spiritual seas. Bai Lao was astounded, his mind shaken, for it was the first time he had witnessed anyone opening the spiritual sea in such a manner. Chapter 4. The Unveiling of the Spirit Sea. Minuscule yet profound, what is happening? Does the process of establishing a spirit sea truly require such an extended duration? Within, Yi Feng gazed upon the vast expanse of spirit sea that had coalesced from the gathered spiritual energy. Though it had evidently taken shape, the process seemed far from complete, leaving him utterly perplexed. At that moment, Yi Feng finally discerned an anomaly. The spiritual energy within his spirit sea had suddenly intensified. If the potency of the spiritual energy previously registered as a mere 1, it now surged to a formidable 2. How could this be possible? Not only was he in the midst of establishing the spirit sea, but he had also inexplicably ascended to the 2nd tier of the spirit sea realm. Beside him, Elder Bai sensed the eruption of a breakthrough aura emanating from Yi Feng, his eyes nearly bulging in astonishment. The establishment of a spirit sea is tantamount to laying one's foundational roots, an endeavor of utmost significance for any cultivator. It necessitates a tranquil environment, alongside supplementary medicinal elixirs, to maximize the spirit sea's development. Moreover, the successful establishment of the spirit sea demands a considerable duration for stabilization. Elder Bai had truly never witnessed a situation like Yi Feng's. To initiate the spirit sea's formation so effortlessly and with such extraordinary circumstances was unprecedented. Not only did he achieve success in establishing the spirit sea, but he also bypassed the stabilization phase, directly breaking through to the 2nd tier of the spirit sea realm. 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters. The atmospheric spiritual energy, which had previously fluctuated within a mere dozen meters, now began to stir violently across an expanse nearing 1,000 meters, surging frantically towards Yi Feng's body. What is occurring? Can anyone elucidate the nature of this phenomenon? Bai Lao sensed a profound disturbance in the spiritual energy of the surrounding heavens and earth within a kilometer radius, leaving him utterly astonished. The aura of breakthroughs surged from Yi Feng's body, first at the 3rd level of the spirit sea realm, then the 4th, and finally the 5th. As the frequency of these breakthroughs accelerated, the fluctuations of the spiritual energy began to expand once more. After 10 minutes, with Yi Feng successfully reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level of the spirit sea realm, the once tumultuous spiritual energy within a radius of several thousand meters gradually settled. 10 minutes. I am a man with a system. It took me 10 minutes to expend my points and ascend to the peak of the 9th level of the spirit sea realm. Shouldn't it have been instantaneous? Contemplating this, Yi Feng cast an awkward glance at the still dazed Bai Lao and remarked, Bai Lao, it took me 10 minutes to establish my spirit sea and break through to the pinnacle of the 9th level. If Master were to find out, will you deem me a failure? A failure? How dare you label yourself as such? If you consider yourself a failure, what does that make us? Bai Lao responded, rendered speechless by Yi Feng's words. He thought to himself, in his own youth, He had only taken 8 months to reach the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm under conditions of abundant resources. And that was with the guidance of powerful techniques and masters. With a sigh, Bai Lao looked at Yi Feng and smiled. No wonder you do not require the sect's techniques. It appears you possess formidable cultivation methods of your own. After speaking, Elder Bai was exceedingly curious about the cultivation technique of Yi Feng. What kind of extraordinary method could enable him to successfully open his spiritual sea and seamlessly advance to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm in such a brief period? What technique? I possess no technique at all. In fact, I currently lack even a spiritual root and am unable to sense the spiritual energy in the surrounding environment. However, upon hearing Elder Bai's words, Yi Feng voiced the confusion that lingered in his heart. Impossible. Upon hearing this, Elder Bai's expression changed dramatically as he placed his hand upon Yi Feng's forehead. His immense spiritual consciousness swiftly examined Yi Feng's body. Moments later, Elder Bai staggered backward several steps, gazing at Yi Feng's innocent face as if he were observing a monster, disbelief flooding his eyes. No spiritual root. He truly lacked a spiritual root. Under such circumstances, it was utterly impossible for him to perceive the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, let alone operate a technique to absorb it for cultivation. Yet in this bizarre situation, he not only succeeded in opening his spiritual sea, but also astonishingly broke through to the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm. If he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have dared to believe such a terrifying occurrence could exist in the world. Moreover, was the spiritual sea he opened truly a spiritual sea? It was, in fact, an oceanic expanse of spiritual sea. It is worth noting that Luo Qianxue's spiritual sea was already more than 20 times the size of a normal cultivator's, which had even astonished the ancestral elder at the time. Yet, Yi Feng's oceanic spiritual sea was approximately 20 times larger than Luo Qianxue's, which is an incomprehensible concept, equivalent to 400 times the size of a typical cultivator's spiritual sea. Gulp. Upon contemplating this, even the elder Bai could not suppress his urge to swallow hard. Gazing at the seemingly innocuous Yi Feng, he felt genuinely disheartened. Let us proceed. It would be prudent for your master to examine your condition personally. The elder's reasoning was straightforward. After all, this was not his disciple. Such peculiar matters were better suited to trouble his own esteemed lady. A few minutes later, Elder Bai, why are you so tardy? The irate Luo Qianxue had been waiting atop the peak for quite some time. Seeing Bai and Yi Feng finally approach, her frustration was palpable. All this time squandered could have been spent in cultivation. My lady, your precious disciple has just achieved a breakthrough below. Not only has he established a spiritual sea that surpasses yours by more than 20-fold, but he has also ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm. Moreover, he possesses no spiritual roots under normal circumstances. He would be unable to embark on the path of cultivation. After delivering this revelation, Elder Bai strode forward towards the sect, which was not devoid of significance. Housing the protective Great Formation, the main hall, the quarters for outer disciples, training grounds, and accommodations for inner disciples, all were present. Upon hearing Elder Bai's words, Luo Qianxue furrowed her brow and immediately scrutinized Yi Feng's condition. When she beheld the vast spiritual sea within him, even she could not help but gasp in astonishment. Yi Feng, how is it possible for you to cultivate a spiritual sea and break through without spiritual roots? After recovering from her shock, Luo Qianxue gazed at Yi Feng with an expression brimming with curiosity, pondering that even her master from the higher realms might struggle to provide an explanation for such an extraordinary phenomenon. The Round Moon Sect has come to pay a visit. May the esteemed master of the Star Soul Sect step forth to meet us. At that moment, a brazen voice echoed from below the peak. Soon, an elderly man clad in black robes emerged, accompanied by 3 young disciples along the path. What brings you here? Asked Luo Qianxue, her expression turning unfriendly upon seeing the newcomers. The presence of such inexplicably peculiar disciples was already a considerable nuisance. The arrival of individuals from another sect further disrupted her peace and focus on cultivation. Are you the leader of the Star Soul Sect, Luo Qianxue? The black-robed elder inquired, a hint of mockery in his tone. I have heard from those I encountered that joining your Star Soul Sect requires the surrender of 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Truly, it is an eye-opener for me. He continued, I have brought my disciples here to engage in a friendly spar with your sect's disciples. In the 5th chapter, amidst the thrumming energy of the heavenly thunder talismans, the situation grew tense as 3 9th-level Spirit Sea Realm practitioners confronted her. Do you have the confidence to face them? Luo Qianxue did not decline the challenge. Establishing a sect inevitably attracted hostility from nearby factions. It was entirely normal for them to attempt to disrupt her efforts. To back down would tarnish the reputation of her newly founded sect. However, if she had no disciples to defend her, a refusal would pose no issue. With that thought, her gaze turned towards Yi Feng, and her irritation deepened. If it were not for him, none of these troubles would have arisen. Master, may I utilize the talismans? Yi Feng inquired, recalling the extravagant items he had acquired that day. Indeed, she replied. However, you may only use the talismans currently in your possession. You cannot request any from the sect at this moment. Before Luo Qianxue could voice her thoughts, the black-robed elder interjected, seemingly unconcerned, and answered on her behalf. Upon hearing the words of the old man in the black robe, Yi Feng began to extract an endless supply of heavenly thunder talismans from the system. Within less than a minute, the talismans before him had accumulated to a height of 1 meter, numbering in the hundreds. Each talisman resonated with the aura of the 9th rank of the 1st tier, signifying that each could unleash a full-force strike equivalent to a cultivator at the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm. Heavenly thunder talismans explode for me, Yi Feng exclaimed as he seized a handful of talismans and hurled them into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of thunderbolts, as thick as an arm, cascaded from the heavens, creating deep craters in the ground beside him. Explode, explode, explode. This is incredibly fun. Yi Feng, now thoroughly engrossed, continued to toss one talisman after another into the air, each detonation rekindling the nostalgic thrill of childhood firecracker festivities. However, while Yi Feng reveled in his amusement, Luo Qianxue, the old man in the black robe, and his 3 disciples nearby were left utterly astounded. These were 9th-grade heavenly thunder talismans, each worth at least 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Even a cultivator of the same realm would typically conceal one as a trump card. Yet he was frivolously discarding them like playthings. In the time it took for them to process this, Yi Feng had already exhausted the 300 to 400 talismans he had brought forth. Then, to the astonishment of the onlookers, he inexplicably produced yet another several hundred heavenly thunder talismans. Come on, let us battle to our heart's content, Yi Feng shouted, gripping a handful of talismans in each hand as he faced the black-robed elder. Master, let us go. This kid is utterly shameless. Master, let us depart. Even if the 3 of us unite, we cannot withstand several heavenly thunder talismans. The disciples of the old man in the black robe were genuinely alarmed. Master Luo, the Moonlight Sect, apologized for the disturbance. We may never meet again. As he spoke, the old man sought to hastily retreat with his disciples. Do you think my Star Soul Sect is so easily trifled with, arriving and departing at your whim? Luo Qianxue snorted coldly, a terrifying aura erupting around her, instantly suppressing those who wished to flee. Spirit Realm, you are a Spirit Realm powerhouse. The old man gasped in disbelief, his expression shifting as he regarded Luo Qianxue with incredulity. He had spent a century in cultivation, yet his strength barely reached the 8th level of foundation establishment. This overwhelming pressure was something he had only previously sensed from a great demon. And even the leader of the Moonlight Sect was merely at the peak of the 9th level of Hidden Spirit Realm. It was no exaggeration to say that she alone could annihilate the entire Moonlight Sect. Realizing this, the old man's countenance turned pale with fear. He had never anticipated encountering such formidable resistance. If you sever an arm from each of you, I will allow your escape, Luo Qianxue said coldly, her gaze fixed on the old man and his companions. As Luo Qianxue's voice fell, the elder in the black robe showed no hesitation. swiftly severing the left arms of 3 disciples with 3 strikes. Simultaneously, his right palm, brimming with spiritual energy, struck his own left arm. Witnessing the scene, Yifeng couldn't help but gasp, glancing at the indifferent Luo Qianxue beside him, astonished. This woman is indeed formidable. All right, let us gather these thunderbolt talismans. As the elder in the black robe departed with his disciples, Luo Qianxue finally turned her gaze toward Yifeng. Master, could you assist your disciple with a task? Luo Qianxue paused at this inquiry, casually responding, what is it? Please help me throw these thunderbolt talismans. There are over 9,000 of them, and I cannot manage it alone. With that, Yifeng began to produce one handful after another of the thunderbolt talismans, feeling in that moment that being extravagant was indeed a laborious undertaking. Luo Qianxue's expression darkened, her lips twitching as she observed Yifeng continuously extracting the talismans. She wanted to express that these were valuable items and should not be squandered, yet the words remained unspoken. After all, she was the saintess of the boundless sacred land, and how could she allow her own disciple to treat such talismans with disdain? Throw with vigor. Luo Qianxue hurled one handful after another of the thunderbolt talismans into the air, while secretly contemplating how many more Yifeng could possibly produce. Boom, boom, boom. As the thunderbolts struck the ground, resonating with a tremendous sound, Elder Bai, who had already returned to rest, sensed the commotion and, puzzled, made his way back. What on earth are you two doing? Upon the return of Elder Bai, he beheld Yifeng and Luo Qianxue perched atop a heap of talismans, nonchalantly tossing the thunder talismans into the sky, which incited his ire to the point where his beard bristled in agitation. A first-tier, 9th-grade thunder talisman. Each one is worth 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Observing the multitude beneath them, which amounted to at least several thousand, and glancing at the battered ground nearby, Elder Bai felt a pang of sorrow. Even though the Star Extreme Sect is affluent, such extravagant waste is simply unthinkable. 10,000 talismans equate to 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Although the Star Extreme Sect, as a premier sect, does not lack these stones, this is nothing short of profligacy, utterly senseless. Come on, Elder Bai, join us in tossing them. My master and I are quite fatigued from the endeavor, Yifeng called out, eager to deplete these extravagant items and see how many waste points the system would grant him. This is sheer folly, Elder Bai exclaimed. My lady, how can you indulge in such foolishness? These are spirit stones. Just as Elder Bai approached to admonish them further, he was taken aback when Yifeng suddenly presented him with a spatial ring. Elder Bai, given your age, this is indeed a labor-intensive task. Consider this 100,000 high-grade spirit stones as a means to procure some tonics, Yifeng stated earnestly. I am not yet old enough to be dismissed so lightly. Elder Bai retorted, stand back and leave the remaining talismans to me. Yifeng and Luo Qianxue, stepping back in astonishment, watched as Elder Bai energetically began to toss the talismans. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully indulging in extravagance, rewarded with 100 waste points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Yifeng was initially taken aback, only to suddenly realize the potential at hand. He had not intended to squander resources. Rather, he simply wished to invest a few spirit stones to enlist the aid of Elder Bai. It appeared that extravagance would come even more easily than anticipated. Chapter 6. Another Gullible Soul? 10 minutes later, Yifeng found himself exclaiming in disbelief. Never in my life did I imagine that I would be rendered physically and mentally exhausted from merely tossing talismans. However, Elder Bai soon looked at Yifeng with a beaming smile and said, Yifeng, whenever you require assistance with such laborious tasks, do not hesitate to call upon me. I am not old yet, and I possess ample strength. Elder Bai, you are one of the 8 esteemed elders of the Star Extreme Sect, and you are willing to sell yourself for a mere 100,000 high-grade spirit stones? Beside them, Luo Qianxue could no longer contain her frustration. She felt that even a sect comprised of merely 3 individuals was on the verge of chaos. Ding! Congratulations to the host for depleting today's extravagant resources. You are rewarded with 1,000 extravagance points. At that moment, Yifeng had no time to engage with Elder Bai or Luo Qianxue. He was astounded to discover that the system had granted him 1,000 extravagance points, which would allow him to elevate his strength directly to the pinnacle of the Qi movement realm's 9th level. With his extravagance points now reaching 1,410, he understood that breaking through from the peak of the Spirit Sea realm's 9th level to the 1st level of the Qi movement realm required 100 points. Advancing from the 1st level to the 2nd level demanded another 100 points, while ascending to the peak of the 9th level necessitated 900 points. With this in mind, Feng resolved to elevate his strength first, and with the remaining 510 extravagance points, he planned to open 5 jars for a bit of amusement. Furthermore, considering Elder Bai's recent circumstances, Feng devised a plan to assist Luo Qianxue in expanding and strengthening their sect, pledging to cover all expenses. Contemplating this, Feng felt that acquiring wasteful points might not be as arduous as he initially believed. Pray tell, is today the day your esteemed sect recruits disciples? At that moment, a young man clad in a red robe emerged from the mountain path. Observing the 3 individuals before him and the surrounding terrain, which was riddled with scars, he inquired with a hint of uncertainty. Indeed, today marks the day when our Star Soul Sect admits new disciples. If you can present 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, you may join our sect. Should you offer 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, you could become a direct disciple of the sect leader. I, Feng, am the foremost disciple of the sect, and also the senior disciple of our esteemed master. Before Luo Qianxue could voice her refusal, Feng stepped forward with an air of pride, articulating the entire process with clarity. The opportunity to squander wealth had presented itself once more. Should the other party claim they possessed no spirit stones, Feng would undoubtedly cover the expenses without hesitation. Ding! A notification alerted the host that such behavior did not align with wasteful conduct unless a reasonable explanation was provided. Yet at that moment, the system's prompt resonated unexpectedly. Upon first sight, I felt as though he was my long-lost junior brother. It is only right to spend a little for a junior brother, is it not? Hearing the system's reminder, Feng swiftly concocted his rationale. Ding! The host's explanation is deemed reasonable. Please judiciously manage the quantity of spirit stones. Is that permissible? Feng had not anticipated that his intention to cover the expenses for the other party would be judged as inconsistent with reasonable wasteful behavior. To his astonishment, the absurd reasoning he fabricated was deemed entirely justifiable. Feng felt he had discovered another avenue to accumulate wasteful points. Disregarding age, qualifications, and cultivation levels, how peculiar are the admission requirements of this sect? Lung Wufeng had actually prepared to depart, for he sensed that this sect appeared increasingly unreliable. Wufeng, remain in this sect. Simply submit 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones to officially become a disciple. Once I have settled my affairs, I shall come to seek you. I feel reassured with you in this sect. At that moment, an ancient voice unexpectedly resonated within Lung Wufeng's mind. At the foot of the peak, an elder clad in a Dan robe hastily departed, while Nan Nan murmured to herself, I never imagined this sect was established by the cherished disciple of Luo Wuming. Moreover, with Bai Tianhong present here and Wufeng around, he is safe. At the summit, as I previously stated, anyone who can submit 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones within the hour may join the sect. Do not say I did not forewarn you. Time is running short. Although Luo Qianxue initially intended to reject the offer outright, she considered that Feng had already made his statement, and indeed, the time to join had not yet elapsed. She was willing to grant the other party an opportunity, though she had perceived their intention to leave. This is 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Although he was puzzled as to why his grandfather had urged him to stay, Lung Wufeng possessed one notable trait. He was obedient. Were you not just about to leave? Why the sudden urgency? Luo Qianxue gazed at the individual producing a spatial ring, nearly losing her composure. Another gullible fool? I no longer wish to take on disciples. Let me speak candidly. Even if you submit your spirit stones, once you join the sect, no cultivation resources will be provided, nor will you receive any sect techniques or martial skills. Most importantly, I shall not guide your training. Are you certain you wish to proceed with joining? Unwilling to concede defeat, Luo Qianxue clung to her last glimmer of hope and reiterated her previous words to Yi Feng, hoping to dissuade him. Rest assured, Sect Master, those disciples are unnecessary. Lung Wufeng felt that this sect was indeed rather unreliable, yet recalling his grandfather's words and considering his primary focus on alchemy, he realized he truly required nothing further. My lady, congratulations on gaining another disciple for the sect, Bai Lao remarked, unable to suppress a chuckle at the sight of the astonished Luo Qianxue. Luo Qianxue exhaled deeply and addressed Yi Feng and Lung Wufeng. Today we shall rest. Tomorrow I will formally guide your training. With that, she turned on her heel and departed without a backward glance. In a single hour, she had inexplicably acquired 2 new disciples, one of whom had become her personal apprentice. She needed solitude to reflect. You may choose between the outer disciple quarters and the inner disciple quarters. After all, the sect currently has no one else besides the 2 of you. Take this time to rest well. Bai Lao glanced at the 2 and also turned to leave with a smile. What is your name? He inquired. You shall henceforth be an inner disciple, as I have decreed. In the end, Yi Feng did not assist Lung Wufeng in becoming the personal disciple of their esteemed master. After all, wouldn't it be more delightful to enjoy the company of such a beautiful mentor himself? Greetings, senior brother. My name is Lung Wufeng. The cold wind felt that the senior brother before him was the most unreliable person, an intuition stemming from a man's sixth sense. Moments later, the 2 arrived at the residential area designated for inner disciples, each selecting a tranquil courtyard for their abode. Junior brother Wufeng, are you an alchemist? Upon entering the dwelling, Yi Feng observed cold Wufeng extracting a 1-meter-tall bronze alchemical furnace from his spatial ring, his expression betraying a hint of astonishment. According to the memories he had inherited from the original owner of this body, alchemists, artifact masters, talisman masters, and formation masters were all highly esteemed in the Xuantian Continent. Senior brother Yi Feng, indeed, I'm an alchemist and a 3rd-tier one at that. As he spoke, cold Wufeng could not help but display a sense of pride, not only for his identity as a 3rd-tier alchemist, but also for his peak cultivation at the 9th level of the spirit fusion realm, which surpassed Yi Feng by 2 significant realms. Chapter 7, Rare Spiritual Herbs for Soaking Feet. Cold Wufeng was nearly brought to tears by frustration. Oh, Yi Feng responded nonchalantly. Although he understood that Cold Wufeng, being a 3rd-tier alchemist, must possess the strength of the spirit fusion realm, it meant little to him. With sufficient resources, he could easily surpass him in no time. What? You know I'm a 3rd-tier alchemist, and all you can say is oh? However, Cold Wufeng was thoroughly disheartened by Yi Feng's indifference. After all the effort he had put into showing off, he was completely overlooked. Even with a good mindset, it was somewhat unbearable. Junior brother Wufeng, which among the 3rd-tier spiritual herbs do you consider to be particularly precious? At this moment, Yi Feng was also struck by inspiration. Rather than immediately making a breakthrough, he decided to open a few spirit herb jars and indulge in a bit of extravagance before Lung Wufeng, perhaps reaping rewards that far exceeded his expenditure. The bamboo demon grass, white soul flower, purple thunder fruit, and illusory spirit fungus. What Lung Wufeng mentioned were not merely precious among the 3rd-grade spirit herbs. They were indeed rare. It is no exaggeration to say that any one of them would make even a 9th-grade alchemist covetous. For only these rare herbs could be used to concoct some elusive elixirs, even if they were 3rd grade. The system designated 4 jars each of bamboo demon grass, white soul flower, and purple thunder fruit. The total value of these 3 specified spirit herbs amounted to 1,200 extravagance points, with a 70% probability of success for each jar. Yi Feng's anticipation grew. Ding! Consuming 1,200 extravagance points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 bamboo demon grasses, 1 white soul flower, and 3 purple thunder fruits. Yi Feng's eyes sparkled with delight. That 70% chance was indeed not an exaggeration. He received 3 purple thunder fruits and 2 bamboo demon grasses with only 1 white soul flower, a probability he was quite pleased with. Brother Yi Feng, you are not an alchemist. Even if I were to mention the names of these herbs, you likely wouldn't recognize them, and you might not even identify them if encountered in reality, Lung Wufeng said with a smile as he looked at Yi Feng. This was not a mockery, but a statement of fact. For these rare spirit herbs were such that even he had only seen their illustrations in his grandfather's secret compendium of herbs and had never encountered them in real life. Junior brother Lung Wufeng, after a long day of toil, I imagine you must be quite parched. Allow me to fetch you a cup of water, said Yi Feng, eliciting a smile from Lung Wufeng before he promptly departed from his abode. Despite the peculiar demeanor of his senior brother, he exhibited a commendable concern for others. Watching Yi Feng leave to procure water, Lung Wufeng contemplated the prospect of concocting a few supplementary elixirs for this somewhat unreliable senior brother in the future. 3 minutes later, as Yi Feng returned with a cup in hand, Lung Wufeng was left utterly dumbfounded. Inside the steaming cup, 3 rare spiritual herbs, Zhu Yao grass by Hunflower and Zi Lei fruit, were steeping, their unique energies gradually merging with the scalding water. Reacting swiftly, Lung Wufeng enveloped the herbs with his spiritual energy and extracted them. His eyes filled with dismay. Such precious and rare spiritual herbs were being used to brew water, a flagrant waste indeed. Furthermore, this was the first time in his life he had encountered these exceptional herbs. Senior brother Yi Feng, these. Before Lung Wufeng could finish his sentence, Yi Feng seized the 3 herbs from the table and hurled them to the ground, forcefully trampling them with his right foot. I've heard that steeping spiritual herbs in water is beneficial for cultivators, though it may not be as effective as an elixir, seeing how much you despise them. It must mean these herbs are worthless. My apologies, junior brother. I mistakenly believed they were treasures. No. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lung Wufeng hastily crouched down to push Yi Feng's foot away. Gazing at the utterly crushed herbs, he was overwhelmed with frustration, nearly brought to tears. What a wretched piece of trash spirit herb. Is this not one of the 3 rare spirit herbs I just mentioned? Brother Yi Feng, this is indeed one of the 3 herbs I spoke of. If you do not understand, you should have inquired. Do you realize that these 3 spirit herbs are invaluable treasures for us alchemists? Upon finishing his words, Lung Wufeng felt even more desolate. Such rare spirit herbs had never even crossed his grandfather's path, and now, right before his eyes, they had been trampled. Who could endure such a blow? Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully squandering resources, earning 1,500 squandering points. At that moment, the system notification that Yi Feng had been waiting for finally chimed in. 1,500 points. Does that mean each herb squandered earns 500 points? With a total of 6 herbs, would that not amount to 3,000 squandering points, while I have only expended 1,200? As Yi Feng reveled in the bounty of squandering points, he paid no mind to the distraught Lung Wufeng, who sat on the ground, crushed by despair. He never expected that the 3 spirit herbs were indeed the very ones he had referred to. It was all brother's fault for his ignorance. Well, since they have already been ruined, you should tidy up and rest well. I shall return to my quarters to recuperate. After offering a brief consolation to Lung Wufeng, Yi Feng departed from his dwelling. 5 minutes later, Yi Feng submerged his feet into the warm basin, and an expression of sheer enjoyment spread across his face. The remaining bamboo, spirit grass, and 2 purple thunder fruits quietly soaked in the basin, their inherent power gradually merging with the water. Yi Feng felt an exquisite tingling sensation in his feet, one that could not be attributed to mere warm water. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that his feet were slowly turning black. Outside, Cold Wufeng thought to himself, I must remind brother Yi Feng. Although each of these spiritual herbs could be used individually without issue, and even together they posed no problem, the combination of only the bamboo spirit grass and purple thunder fruits would yield a potent toxin. While not lethal, it would certainly complicate matters. Unsure if Yi Feng still possessed such rare herbs, he deemed it necessary to caution him. Suddenly, Yi Feng exclaimed, What on earth is happening? Why are my feet turning black, and I cannot feel anything? Upon arriving at Yi Feng's dwelling, Cold Wufeng heard the alarmed cries from within, his expression shifting in concern as he hurried over. With a swift kick, he burst through the door. Upon seeing Yi Feng's feet, now darkened and resting by the bed, and glancing at the basin containing the bamboo spirit grass and purple thunder fruits, he felt an overwhelming surge of anger. He had already explained to Yi Feng the rarity and value of these herbs, yet he could hardly have anticipated that Yi Feng would use them for soaking his feet. Of all things. Brother Wufeng, what is happening to me? Upon witnessing the arrival of Lung Wufeng, Yifeng hastily inquired, feeling a tinge of anxiety. What was meant to be a simple indulgence of soaking his feet in spiritual herbs had unexpectedly led to a rather dire predicament. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your successful extravagance. You have been rewarded with 1,500 extravagance points. Ding! A reminder for the host. You may expend 1,000 extravagance points to immediately eliminate the toxins from your feet. Hearing the system's notification, Yifeng felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as there was a solution, it was merely a matter of points. He could always earn more. In fact, he planned to soak his feet in 3 more spiritual herbs, deliberately keeping it from Lung Wufeng. Though this might result in fewer extravagance points. One must learn to relish life's pleasures. He was unwilling to pursue points at the expense of his own enjoyment. With a sigh, Lung Wufeng suppressed the urge to slap Yifeng and explained, Senior Brother Yifeng, I came to warn you that combining bamboo demon grass and purple thunderfruit will create a highly toxic substance. System. Expend 1,000 extravagance points to eliminate the toxins from my feet. Yifeng responded with a light chuckle, issuing his command without hesitation. How could this be? Lung Wufeng gazed in disbelief as Yifeng's once pitch-black feet gradually returned to their normal hue. It was hard to fathom. Handling such potent toxins was notoriously troublesome. With a gasp, Yifeng once again plunged his feet into the basin right before Lung Wufeng, feeling the delightful tingling sensation wash over him. Toxicity? What of it? Soaking was truly an exquisite pleasure. At worst, I shall expend another 1,000 frivolous points. Yet the exhilarating sensation I currently experience is utterly irresistible to Yifeng. System. If others fall victim to this toxin, can I utilize frivolous points to assist them in purging it? Yifeng gazed at the bewildered Lung Wufeng across from him and directly inquired of the system. Ding! Affirmative. Upon hearing the system's response, Yifeng eagerly beckoned Lung Wufeng to join him, saying, Brother Wufeng, fortunate for me that my basin is sufficiently large. If you do not mind, come and soak together. It will undoubtedly elevate your spirits to the heavens. And as for the toxin, I shall assist you afterward. Lung Wufeng's expression darkened at these words. The highly toxic water and this unreliable senior brother actually invited him to soak together. Brother Yifeng, I believe I shall pass. With that, Link Wufeng hastet filet, ye Feng's abode. Should I report this matter to the sect leader? After departing, Lung Wufeng found himself ensnared in a quandary. He was uncertain whether those spiritual herbs belonged to the sect or to Yifeng personally. Yet regardless of ownership, they were priceless spiritual herbs. Never mind. I'm not one to engage in petty backstabbing. Ultimately, Lung Wufeng chose not to accuse Yifeng and made his way back to his own courtyard. System. Expend another 1,000 frivolous points to eliminate the toxins from my feet. System. Expend 900 frivolous points to elevate my strength to the pinnacle of the Qi movement realm. 9th level. With that, Yifeng reclined on his bed to rest. In the grand hall of the sect, Elder Bai, who exactly is that Yifeng? Luo Qianxue was filled with curiosity about the enigmatic Yifeng. Though she was unclear about his nature, she believed that time would eventually unveil the essence of his character. Gradually peeling away the layers of his mystery seemed rather intriguing. Old Bai, observing Luo Qianxue, smiled and remarked that this Yifeng was indeed a delightful surprise. Since joining the sect, he had already caused her numerous fluctuations in mood. It was important to note that within the Star Extreme sect, Luo Qianxue was the epitome of an aloof goddess, entirely absorbed in her cultivation, ignoring the world around her. I feel like that scoundrel is sent by heaven to torment me, she lamented. And now there's that cold Feng, with 2 of them. I will waste considerable time on their antics. As she spoke, both of them sensed a surge of breakthrough energy emanating from the inner sect disciples' residence area. Didn't that fellow just reach the peak of the Spirit Sea realm? Is he preparing for another breakthrough? Old Bai suddenly harbored an unsettling thought. Even though only a trace of breakthrough energy was present, who could guarantee what would follow? Without any further ado, within the next 5 minutes, the breakthrough energy continued to surge, leaving both of them utterly astonished. In less than 5 minutes, He had ascended from the peak of the Spirit Sea realm directly to the peak of the Qi Motion realm, achieving a significant breakthrough in one fell swoop. No wonder he was so confident earlier. It appears he truly does not require my guidance in cultivation. Upon this realization, Luo Qianxue suddenly turned to Elder Bai and inquired, "Do you think he will surpass me as the sect leader in a few days?" "Not likely," Elder Bai responded with utmost seriousness. As one progresses in cultivation, the challenges become increasingly formidable. Not only does one require certain fortuitous encounters, but various cultivation resources and auxiliary elixirs are indispensable, particularly when reaching the foundation establishment stage, where these needs become even more pronounced. In essence, Elder Bai implied that while I may freely advance through the Spirit Sea realm, Qi movement realm, and Spirit fusion realm, upon arriving at the foundation establishment stage, I must adopt a more measured approach. Of course, this is merely Elder Bai's subjective perspective. Outside the courtyard, Lung Wufeng stood before Yi Feng's residence, his body trembling uncontrollably. What on earth had he just experienced? To break through from the Spirit Sea realm to the Qi movement realm, and then ascend directly to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Qi movement realm. Was this even achievable by a mere mortal? Had he not felt it firsthand, he would never have believed such an absurdity could exist. Was this truly the unreliable senior brother he once perceived? Lung Wufeng had always regarded himself as exceptionally gifted, whether in cultivation or alchemy, yet now he felt utterly insignificant. How intriguing. The forthcoming days in the sect would likely be anything but dull. A smile graced his lips as he turned and strode towards his own courtyard. Meanwhile, Yi Feng remained blissfully unaware of the psychological impact his breakthrough had imparted on others. At that moment, he was engrossed in a game with the 7 fairies in his dreams. The following day, dawn broke. Yi Feng rose and stretched lazily before checking his personal interface. Name: Yi Feng. Age: 18 realm, peak of Qidong realm. 9th layer constitution, ordinary body martial skills, none divine abilities, none items, none waste points, 310 today's waste products, 10,000 grade, 3 Xuantian pills, 9 patterns. What a waste. Why did I foolishly indulge in that toxic concoction yesterday, squandering 2,000 waste points? Otherwise, I would be affluent in waste points now. Seeing the meager 310 waste points left after yesterday's breakthrough, Yi Feng was filled with regret. However, what exactly is this grade 3 Xuantian pill? And what does the notation of 9 patterns signify? Not understanding, he decided to seek out his junior brother, Lung Wufeng, to quickly exhaust these pills and receive waste point rewards, then indulge in another round of fun. With that thought, Yi Feng left his dwelling and headed straight for Lung Wufeng's courtyard. Chapter 9. Is this pill really so expensive? Where is everyone? Yet, upon arriving at Lung Wufeng's courtyard, Yi Feng discovered that the house was utterly deserted. Yi Feng, are you looking for Lung Wufeng? At that moment, the voice of Elder Bai resonated from outside. Elder Bai, have you seen Lung Wufeng? Yi Feng stepped out of the house and inquired eagerly, his face bright with anticipation. Upon learning that Lung Wufeng was a grade 3 alchemist, the sect leader took him to a nearby town early this morning to procure spiritual herbs. Gulme, I shall take you to find them, Elder Bai said, stroking his long white beard with a smile as he explained. Elder Bai, have you heard of bamboo demon grass, white soul flower, and purple thunder fruit? On the flying sword, Yi Feng, feeling somewhat bored, initiated a conversation. Oh, you must have heard about these from Lung Wufeng. These 3 types of spirit herbs are exceedingly rare among the 3rd grade spirit herbs. Although they are classified as 3rd grade, they are undoubtedly invaluable to alchemists. Bai Lao remarked with a hint of astonishment as he glanced at Yi Feng. Indeed, they're truly that precious. No wonder when I soaked these spirit herbs in water and used them for foot baths, Wufeng remarked that I was wastefully squandering them. With a start, Bai Lao's flying sword wobbled slightly, and he looked at Yi Feng, disbelief etched on his face, as he inquired, You actually used these 3 rare spirit herbs for foot baths? It felt incredibly refreshing. Yi Feng replied with a grin. Bai Lao, if I get the chance in the future, I'll prepare some for you as well. However, you must never combine the bamboo demon grass and the purple thunder fruit, as they would create a lethal poison. As he spoke, Yi Feng wore a serious expression, emphasizing his warning. Who cares if those two spirit herbs produce a deadly toxin when combined? Are they meant for foot baths? Bai Lao thought, momentarily shocked, before bursting into laughter. Yi Feng, if you happen to acquire these spirit herbs again, do remember to save some for me. If Luo Qianxue were present, she would undoubtedly be in despair once more. For Bai Lao had once again been swayed. 5 hours later, a town finally emerged in the distance. Yi Feng, you should explore the town for now. I need to attend to some matters, but I will find you later, Bai Lao instructed before departing after a few words of caution. What is the Four Seas Pavilion? The Qingshan blacksmith shop undoubtedly serves as a forge for weapons. As for the Wang Chun Tower, it appears to be a delightful entertainment venue, especially with numerous enchanting women from other realms standing outside. The Tianyu auction house? After wandering for a while, Yi Feng found himself pausing before an auction house. System. You mentioned my extravagant tendencies. What should I do if danger arises? At this moment, Yi Feng finally posed an exceedingly crucial question. Ding. The system offers a luxurious bodyguard force. Should the host encounter life-threatening peril, the bodyguard unit will autonomously appear to resolve the host's crisis. But they will only address threats to the host's safety. Perfect. With assurance of my safety, it's time to indulge. With this thought, Yi Feng strode into the Tianyu auction house, realizing that if he could not inquire further from Lung Wufeng for the time being, surely there would be knowledgeable appraisers regarding elixirs within the auction house. Esteemed young master, how may I assist you? Upon his entrance, a staff member approached with a courteous demeanor. I possess several elixirs. Might it be possible to auction them at your esteemed establishment? Yi Feng directly articulated the purpose of his visit. Young master, we have a 6th-grade alchemist specifically tasked with appraising elixirs. Allow me to escort you there. Moments later, Yi Feng arrived in an appraisal room, where a middle-aged man in his 40s awaited. Young master, may I inquire as to the grade of the elixir you wish to auction? Gao Ansang, upon seeing Yi Feng brought in by the staff, directly inquired. It is this Qing Xian pill. Yi Feng did not engage in idle chatter, but rather placed a Qing Xian pill upon the table. To his astonishment, Chao Anshan, upon observing the elixir, stood up from his chair in sheer surprise. 9 patterns. It is indeed a 9-pattern Qing Xian pill. With a look of astonishment, Chao Anshan meticulously examined the pill, unable to suppress an exclamation of awe. Is this pill exceptionally potent? Yi Feng, observing Chao Anshan's astonished demeanor, inquired with great curiosity. Indeed, it possesses remarkable strength. The process of refining the Qingxian pill entails numerous meticulous considerations. Even the slightest mistake could result in an incomplete elixir. Although it is merely a 3rd-tier Qingxian pill, suitable for cultivators in the realm of spirit melding, the realm of Qi movement, and the realm of spirit sea, its 9 patterns maximize its efficacy. The highest quality I have ever encountered was an 8-pattern 1st-tier Qingxian pill. Chao Anshan, undeterred by Yi Feng's apparent ignorance, continued to elaborate. What do 8 patterns and 9 patterns signify? Yi Feng asked, perplexed and eager for clarification. My lord, regardless of the tier of the pill, each pattern signifies that the elixir possesses only 10% of the potency of a complete pill. 2 patterns represent 20% efficacy, while a fully realized elixir ideally has 10 patterns. To date, I have never heard of anyone successfully refining a 10-pattern pill, even among the most basic 1st-tier ones. However, even a 1-pattern pill is undoubtedly far more effective than consuming spirit herbs directly. The number of patterns achieved is also a vital criterion for evaluating an alchemist's skill. After listening to Chao Anshan's explanation, Yi Feng directly inquired, what price can this pill fetch? A 3rd-grade pill typically commands a price in the vicinity of several 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. However, this Qingxian Dan not only purges impurities from the body, but has also achieved 9 patterns. Thus, its exact value is difficult to ascertain. It is likely that only an auction would reveal its true worth. Chao Anshan did not wish to overstate the matter, should a suitable bidder appear at the auction. The value of this Qingxian Dan could easily multiply several times, given its unique medicinal properties. What? This mere pill is valued at hundreds of thousands of low-grade spirit stones? Yi Feng was taken aback upon hearing this price. he truly did not anticipate that such a humble pill could be worth so much. If converted to high-grade spirit stones, it would amount to several dozen of them. At this moment, Yi Feng forgot that he had spent 500,000 high-grade spirit stones to acquire a personal disciple and another 100,000 hiring by Luo to cast talismans. A mere pill? Hearing Yi Feng refer to the highly coveted 9-pattern Qing Xian Dan as a mere pill made Xuantian's lips twitch involuntarily. He suddenly felt a pang of desperation, realizing that what others deemed a worthless pill was, in his eyes, a treasure. When will your auction house hold an auction? Yi Feng asked Xuantian directly. Young master, fortuitously, there's an auction this afternoon, Xuantian promptly replied with a smile. Having concluded his business, Yi Feng placed another elixir on the table and instructed the auction house manager to include both elixirs in the afternoon auction, promising to collect the proceeds in spirit stones later. As he spoke, he rose and departed, contemplating the exorbitant price of the elixir and eager to observe how many gullible souls would bid on them. Although Yi Feng's voice was barely above a whisper, Xuantian, a 6th-tier alchemist and a formidable presence in the Purple Mansion realm, felt a jolt of disbelief. How could such rare and precious elixirs lead bidders to become mere fools? Chapter 10. Doggy, do continue to eat. Upon leaving the auction house, Yi Feng casually consumed a clear, profound elixir, reasoning that as it was meant to cleanse impurities from his body, it would pose no harm. After all, it was merely a frivolous indulgence, akin to a snack. Suddenly, he noticed a feeble little stray dog lying on the street, gazing up at him with pitiful eyes. With a resigned sigh, he approached the forlorn creature. Doggy, I've just had a revelation. It seems we are fated to be together. Henceforth, you shall accompany me. With that, Yi Feng procured some buns from a nearby stall. Eat up, indulge yourself. As he watched the little yellow dog devour the food voraciously, Yi Feng mused silently. I wonder if the people of this world would ever come to the realization that their lives are less fulfilling than that of a mere dog. Indeed, Yi Feng just realized how exhausting it was to consume the elixirs himself, even if he called upon his fellow disciple Wu Feng, the enchanting mistress, and the laborer by Luo. Attempting to consume 10,000 Qing Xian pills would likely lead to an early cessation of his jaw's functionality. However, with the presence of the little yellow dog, the task of consuming 10,000 pills seemed trivial, even if future extravagant items were to emerge, yielding more of such indulgent potions. There would be no cause for concern. Once the little yellow dog was satiated, it affectionately rubbed its small head against Yi Feng's pant leg, exuding an air of intimacy. Come, let us take a bath, and then you shall begin your duties. Yi Feng laughed heartily as he led the little yellow dog towards a nearby tavern. My lord, your dog cannot enter the tavern. The young attendant hastily interjected with an apologetic smile upon seeing Yi Feng enter with the filthy little creature. Name your price in spirit stones, and prepare a deluxe room for me. I wish to bathe my dog, Yi Feng replied nonchalantly. Ultimately, he spent 10,000 low-grade spirit stones to secure a deluxe room within the tavern, successfully bringing the little yellow dog inside. Within the guest room, Yi Feng observed the little yellow dog frolicking in the large bathtub, his expression one of exasperation. After spending 10 times the usual price for the room, the system surprisingly did not classify this as reckless behavior. What are you staring at? Hurry and get clean. Once you're done, get to work. If it weren't for you, I would surely have accrued 100 reckless points this time, he admonished the little yellow dog, which seemed entirely indifferent to his words. Yi Feng felt a pressing need to procure something to awaken its intelligence. Otherwise, this dog was simply too foolish. 10 minutes later, observing the freshly bathed little yellow dog, Yi Feng promptly produced a handful of Qing Xiandan and scattered it upon the ground. A foolish dog is indeed a foolish dog, heedless of whether such a substance is toxic. As he watched the little yellow dog devour the pills voraciously, Yi Feng felt a singular satisfaction in having discovered a free laborer. Gradually, impurities were purged from the dog's body by the medicinal power of the pills. With each Qing Xiandan consumed, the little yellow dog's physique became increasingly refined, to the point where, astonishingly, strands of natural spiritual energy began to assimilate into its being. This phenomenon, one might conjecture, has likely never transpired across the entire Xuantian Continent. After all, not everyone possesses the rare 9-pattern Qing Xiandan, even if it is merely of the 3rd tier. And certainly no prodigal would squander such a precious resource by feeding hundreds or thousands of these exquisite pills to an ordinary little yellow dog. An hour later, hey, dog, rise and continue eating. You've barely consumed over 2,000 and already chosen to laze about? Yi Feng was exasperated to see the little yellow dog sprawled out, soundly asleep. After all, it had only devoured a little over 2,000 pills. Moreover, he had noticed that just before drifting off, the dog had regarded the remaining Qing Xiandan with a distinctly disdainful expression, as if it had reached its fill and found them beneath its notice. Never mind. I can hardly be bothered to continue my leisurely stroll. The dog is asleep, so I shall retire as well. Being a reckless spendthrift is quite exhausting. With a final glance at the slumbering little yellow dog, Yi Feng reclined onto his comfortable bed and succumbed to sleep. For he truly had no idea what else to do, nor did he wish to wander aimlessly in search of extravagant indulgences. That would be folly. He opted instead to embrace spontaneity. As a cultivator, staying awake for several days and nights, or sleeping for an equal duration, is hardly an issue. At this moment, Yi Feng felt fortunate to be a formidable cultivator at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Qi condensation stage, allowing him the freedom to slumber whenever he desired. Lacking spiritual roots, Yi Feng was oblivious to the ambient spiritual energy permeating the surroundings. Thus, he remained unaware that, while the little yellow dog lay in deep slumber, an inexhaustible stream of spiritual energy was gradually seeping into its being. At this moment, the little yellow dog was evolving from an ordinary beast into a demonic creature, achieving this transformation solely through its own efforts, without the aid of any powerful bloodline. The future potential of this evolution would hinge entirely on Yi Feng's influence. While Yi Feng was lost in a deep sleep, the auction held by the Tianyu auction house was already in full swing. "You two are exceptionally fortunate," remarked Luo Qianxue with an indifferent expression. Who would have anticipated that during your visit to procure some spiritual herbs for alchemical purposes, you would encounter the unprecedented 9-pattern pure profound pill? These 2 3rd-grade 9-pattern pure profound pills hold immense benefits for both of you. Today, regardless of the cost, I shall ensure they are secured for you. In the private box on the 2nd floor, while Luo Qianxue spoke calmly, Lung Wufeng was profoundly grateful, relieved that his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the spirit fusion stage. Should he break through to the foundation establishment stage, he would indeed find himself forever estranged from these 3rd-grade 9-pattern pure profound pills. Eliminating impurities from the body is akin to re-establishing one's foundation, an endeavor of paramount importance for cultivators. However, the number of alchemists capable of refining the Qingxian pill is exceedingly scarce. It is not that the formulas are lacking. Rather, the intricacies involved in the refining process are numerous and demanding. If one fails to achieve 5 patterns, the efficacy of the pill becomes virtually negligible. Within a tea house, an exchange transpired. "Old Xia, I made a rare trip here, and you, of all people, vanished for an entire morning." Upon witnessing the return of his old friend, Bai Lao could not help but chide him with a chuckle. "Old Bai, let me tell you, just now at the branch auction house in Zifeng City, I came across 2 extraordinary pills. Do you know how many patterns the 3rd-grade Qingxian pill possesses?" Xia Tianyu, clad in a white alchemist robe, gazed at Bai Tianhong with an air of mystery. "The Qingxian pill? Given the trouble it caused you this morning, it must possess at least 7 patterns, I presume. Were those crafted by those old-timers?" After contemplating for a moment, Bai Tianhong ventured his hypothesis. 9 patterns. Moreover, there are 2 of them. I am uncertain who crafted them, but they were delivered to the auction house by a young man. I personally examined them, and those 2 Qingxian pills are nothing short of perfection, approaching the ideal state of a 10-pattern pill. As he spoke, Xia Tianyu could not suppress his astonishment, being a 9th-grade alchemist himself. He yearned to witness the extraordinary crafting techniques of the individual who produced such a pill. Upon hearing Xia Tianyu's words, for reasons unknown, the image of Yi Feng suddenly surfaced in Bai Tianhong's mind. Chapter 11. The elixir unfit even for dogs. Xia Tianyu has lost his mind, old Xia. Do you know the name of that young man? In order to confirm his suspicions, Bai Tianhong immediately inquired. I do not know. Not only did that young man fail to leave a name, but he also did not collect the deposit at the auction house. He merely handed it to an appraiser and left, stating that he would return later to collect the auction proceeds. From the information I have gathered, it seems that this young man is utterly indifferent to the two elixirs, and he is likely a scion from a hidden sect or sacred land. Xia Tianyu's fingers tapped against the wooden table as he voiced his conjecture. Old Xia, come with me. I shall introduce you to someone. Although he did not have the name of that individual, Bai Tianhong felt convinced that it was Yi Feng. To verify his intuition, he prepared to take Xia Tianyu directly to find Yi Feng. Who is it? Xia Tianyu asked, his face full of curiosity. My young lady has established a sect, and the person I am taking you to meet is her most cherished disciple. With that, Bai Tianhong offered no further explanation and led Xia Tianyu away from the tavern, releasing his spiritual sense to begin searching for Yi Feng. 10 minutes later, Bai Tianhong and Xia Tianyu finally located Yi Feng and arrived outside his guest room. Bang! Upon discovering that the door was locked from the inside, Bai Tianhong kicked it open, for he realized that Yi Feng was astonishingly asleep once more. How could a competent cultivator squander precious time in slumber? However, upon forcefully opening the door and stepping inside, the two individuals found themselves momentarily frozen in place. On the bed, Yi Feng, still in a state of drowsiness, slowly sat up. Meanwhile, the little yellow dog lying on the floor gradually opened its eyes. What left both of them in a stupor was the sight of dozens of 9-pattern 3rd-grade Qingxian pills scattered across the ground before the little yellow dog. Oh, Elder Bai, what brings you here? Have you finished your business? Yi Feng inquired, his confusion evident upon recognizing the visitor as Elder Bai. Foolish dog, all you do is sleep. Why haven't these pills been consumed yet? Yi Feng then noticed that the Qingxian pills on the floor had yet to be devoured by the little yellow dog, prompting him to erupt in anger. Yet, to Yi Feng's astonishment, the little yellow dog displayed a distinctly human-like expression of disdain upon hearing his scolding, using its paw to push the pills aside as if it held them in utter contempt. What on earth am I witnessing? Those are 9-pattern 3rd-grade Qingxian pills. I would gladly rush over and claim them all for myself, only to be rejected by a dog. Yi Feng, a dignified 9th-grade alchemist and the secretive owner of Tianyu Auction House, felt utterly belittled, eclipsed by a mere canine. Standing at the doorway, Xia Tianyu observed this scene, feeling as though his pride in being a formidable individual had taken an immeasurable blow. Old Xia, this is no ordinary stray. Did you not notice the natural spiritual energy swirling around that little yellow dog, flowing effortlessly into its body? Although exceedingly rare at this pace within less than a year, this little yellow dog is likely to ascend into the ranks of demonic beasts. Meanwhile, Bai Tianhong, standing nearby, uttered a staggering truth in disbelief. Huh? Upon hearing Bai Tianhong's words, Xia Tianyu shifted his focus from the Qingxian pills to the little yellow dog. It possesses no impurities within. It bears no traces of demonic beast blood. It is evolving into a demonic beast from an ordinary creature on its own. After stepping closer for a thorough inspection, Xia Tianyu exclaimed a statement that left everyone in shock. No impurities within. No impurities within. As Xia Tianyu kept reiterating this phrase, his gaze suddenly fell upon the dozens of Qingxian pills scattered on the ground, and he abruptly turned to the bewildered Yi Feng seated on the bed, asking, how many of these 3rd-grade, 9-pattern Qingxian pills has this little yellow dog consumed? How many? Not too many, perhaps just over 2,000, Yi Feng replied, recalling a rough estimate. What? Over 2,000? Upon hearing Yi Feng's response, both Bai Tianhong and Xia Tianyu gasped in unison, their eyes glinting with intensity as they regarded Yi Feng. If possible, their gazes would have slain him countless times over. Bai Tianhong, is this truly your esteemed sect's eldest disciple? Such precious 3rd-grade, 9-pattern Qingxian pills wasted on a dog, and you do nothing to intervene, unable to contain his rising fury. Xia Tianyu shouted directly at Bai Tianhong. Intervene? How can I manage this audacious young man? At times, I find myself compelled to work for him. How can you expect me to exert control? Bai Tianhong, exuding confidence, retorted directly to Xia Tianyu. The enraged Xia Tianyu was momentarily taken aback. Who was Bai Tianhong? He was one of the 8 elders of the Xingji sect, a formidable figure at the 3rd level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm, on the verge of potentially breaking through to the 4th level. Such a powerhouse, reduced to working for a disciple of his own sect? Old Bai, I wonder if you could assist your disciple with a small favor, as per our usual arrangement, 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Just as Xia Tianyu was lost in thought, Yifeng's voice suddenly broke the silence. Time was of the essence. He realized it was already afternoon, and he needed to consume the remaining 7,000 or so Qingxian pills. Thus, he had no choice but to seek assistance from Spendthrift. Yifeng, you can't possibly be asking me to help you consume these Qingxian pills, can you? How many do you have left? Bai Tianhong surmised Yifeng's intent, yet still inquired. Old Bai, there's still over 7,000 left. They must all be consumed before nightfall. Surely, your appetite hasn't diminished? Yifeng questioned, casting a doubtful glance at Bai Tianhong. I am not yet old, and my appetite is as robust as ever. Upon hearing this, Yifeng felt reassured. He approached the table in the guest room, first retrieving a spatial ring containing 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, and then began to place the Qingxian pills on the table, one handful at a time. As I watched my dear friend indulging in the precious 9-pattern pure Xiandan, devouring it as though it were mere snacks, I glanced at Yifeng, who was continuously producing pure Xiandan. Meanwhile, Xia Tianyu stood frozen in disbelief, as if struck by lightning. Hey dog, what are you staring at? Hurry and consume the remaining pure Xiandan on the ground, or I shall stew you, Yifeng exclaimed, noticing the little yellow dog lying nearby. Casting a mocking glance at the gluttonous Bai Tianhong. Enraged, he kicked towards the dog. Woof, woof. The little yellow dog seemed to comprehend Yifeng's earlier remark about being stewed. Reluctantly, it rose from the ground and returned to quietly consume the dozens of pure Xiandan scattered on the ground. They have lost their minds. They are utterly insane. Xia Tianyu could hardly contain his astonishment. He had witnessed extravagance before, but never to such an extent, especially with the 9-pattern elixirs, which were, to an alchemist, priceless treasures. They were being squandered in such a manner. It pained him deeply. Chapter 12. The Great Misfortune, Luo Qianxue. Who would have thought that the 9-pattern pure Xiandan would be so delectable? Although its effects were of no benefit to me, the act of consuming it was an enjoyment in itself. At this moment, Bai Tianhong was relishing the experience more and more. In the past, he had also taken the 5-pattern 9-rank pure Xiandan, but even a single piece had depleted 1/10 of his fortune. While the elixir had provided some assistance, its flavor could not compare to that of this 9-pattern pure Xiandan, even if it were merely of the 3rd rank. However, as they dined, Bai Tianhong unexpectedly broke into tears, leaving Yifeng and Xia Tianyu utterly astonished. Could one truly weep over consuming a medicinal pill? If I had been fortunate enough to partake in such ethereal elixirs during my youth, I might have already transcended the 9-fold thunder tribulation and ascended to a higher realm, rather than languishing in my current state, devoid of any glimmer of hope. Upon hearing these words, Xia Tianyu fell into silence as well. Both had traversed the 3-fold thunder tribulation, reaching the pinnacle of their current realm. Yet for many years, despite being capable of attempting the 4-fold thunder tribulation, they had refrained from doing so. They could not guarantee their resilience against the 4-fold thunder tribulation. A failure would result in their demise and the extinguishing of their paths. Esteemed senior, might I request your assistance? Yifeng invited. Of course. I assure you that I shall not impose upon you without recompense. I offer you 100,000 upper-grade spirit stones as a reward. What do you say? Yifeng observed that Bai Lao was consuming the elixirs rather slowly and shifted his gaze towards Xia Tianyu, simultaneously producing a spatial ring filled with upper-grade spirit stones, placing it on the table brimming with the precious elixirs. To consume such invaluable elixirs and receive such a generous reward. I can scarcely believe my ears, Xia Tianyu thought, astonished. Moreover, I am not even a member of the Xinghuan sect. Could this stroke of fortune truly extend to outsiders? After a brief interval, as he watched by Tianhong and Xia Tianyu seated at the table, continually indulging in the elixirs. A trace of melancholy lingered on Yifeng's countenance, for their pace remained insufficiently swift. In that moment, he even found himself reminiscing about his master and the winless junior brother. If they could join, their speed would undoubtedly reach unprecedented heights. Yifeng, the two Qing Xiandan being auctioned at the Tianyu auction house are yours as well, aren't they? After indulging for over 10 minutes, even Bai Lao felt a slight ache in his jaw, prompting him to slow his pace and inquire of Yifeng. Indeed, those two Qing Xiandan are mine. It's astonishing that such a mediocre elixir can fetch tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. I merely wish to see which fool is willing to purchase them, Yifeng casually replied. Oh, how tragic! Summer Tianyu, who was savoring the Qing Xiandan, lamented upon hearing this. Were you to call it a mediocre elixir, regardless of whether it costs tens of thousands or even 100,000 low-grade spirit stones each, I would acquire as many as possible. It was laughable that he previously thought of contacting the owner directly to purchase the elixirs at a high price, unaware that the reason for their auction was merely to see which unsuspecting fool would buy them. Outside the tavern, on the second floor, in the third guest room on the east side, your senior brother and Bai Lao are there. After locating the two with her spiritual sense, Luo Qianxue entered the tavern, accompanied by the exceedingly excited Lung Wufeng. Senior brother, you could never imagine the extraordinary treasures our master has procured for us, Lung Wufeng exclaimed, kicking open the door while holding a sandalwood box containing elixirs in each hand. Luo Qianxue followed closely behind. Her expression cold, yet a glimmer of amusement danced in her eyes. She was eager to see Yifeng's reaction upon learning that she had spent over 1 million low-grade spirit stones to secure a 9-pattern Qing Xiandan for him. Wealth holds no sway over the acquisition of these elixirs. They cannot be procured merely through monetary means. It is a matter of serendipity, without fortuitous circumstance. Even the wealthiest would find themselves at a loss. Yet, when Lung Wufeng and Luo Qianxue beheld the table laden with the exquisite 9-pattern Qingxian pills, alongside by Tianhong and Xia Tianyu, who were indulging in the pills as if they were mere morsels, disbelief washed over them. In fact, Lung Wufeng was so taken aback that he scarcely noticed when the 2 pill boxes he held slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. What a fool! Upon hearing Lung Wufeng's exclamation, Bai Tianhong and Xia Tianyu exchanged incredulous glances with Luo Qianxue, unable to fathom that the great fool they had anticipated, the one waiting for their arrival, was none other than Luo Qianxue herself. Moments later, as Luo Qianxue grasped the full extent of the situation, her head swam with rage, nearly causing her to faint. Her own disciple had casually placed those inferior pills in the auction house, while she, as the master, was embroiled in fierce bidding with numerous patrons. How absurd it was for her to believe that winning such a pill would turn the tide, only to discover she had become the great fool, as described by Yifeng. Master brother, may I partake in these Qingxian pills? Lung Wufeng, fully aware of the circumstances, fixed his gaze intently on the array of pills before him, knowing that with a few more doses, he could soar to new heights. Of course, consume as many as you wish, until you are completely satisfied. Yifeng responded with a hearty laugh, relieved to find a quick means to exhaust the stock of these pills. Master brother is truly remarkable. With great excitement, Lung Wufeng rushed to the table, inadvertently causing it to tremble slightly. Consequently, more than a dozen Qingxian pills tumbled to the ground. Alarmed, he noticed a small yellow dog nearby. His heart raced. These pills held a fatal allure for ordinary beasts, and to let the dog consume them would be a disaster. However, to his astonishment, as 2 Qingxian pills rolled to the dog's feet, it disdainfully pushed them away with its paw. Master Luo, I understand that I am merely a hired hand, and some matters may not warrant discussion. Yet, as his mentor, you must truly manage him. Such precious 9-pattern Qingxian pills. He has foolishly allowed this wild dog to consume over 2,000 of them. It is nothing short of wasteful. Upon hearing this, Lung Wufeng, who had just picked up the 2 pills the dog had dismissed, trembled with disbelief, staring at the small yellow dog as his heart shattered. It was absurd to think he had once felt a sense of pride at the prospect of consuming a single 9-pattern Xuantian pill, only to realize he was outdone by a mere dog. Meanwhile, Luo Qianxue's face twitched uncontrollably as she learned that Feng had allowed the wild dog to eat over 2,000 of such precious pills. She recalled Lung Wufeng mentioning that, until now, no Xuantian pill had ever surpassed 8 patterns. The existence of a 9-pattern Xuantian pill was unprecedented, highlighting its extraordinary value. An hour later, Feng, observed by Tianhong, Xia Tianyu, and Lung Wufeng, all languidly slumped in their chairs after indulging to excess. However, over 2,000 Qing Xiandan remained, and his gaze shifted directly to the still motionless Luo Qianxue. "You cannot expect me to consume any more," he asserted. "Nevertheless, I am willing to purchase the remaining Qing Xiandan at a premium." Luo Qianxue harbored her own intentions. After all, with over 2,000 pieces left, securing them for her father's sect in this lifetime would undoubtedly cultivate numerous prodigies. Chapter 13. The legendary 9-leaf soul returning herb. You must not use it for soaking your feet. Master, it is not that I do not wish to sell, but rather that I cannot. Upon hearing Luo Qianxue's proposition, Feng resolutely declined without a moment's hesitation. A wasteful item. This is undoubtedly a frivolous expense. Auctioning a few may be acceptable, yet consuming over 2,000 for regular use will surely lead to complications, ultimately affecting my acquisition of waste points. I offer 10 times the price. As soon as she uttered this, Luo Qianxue suddenly noticed the peculiar glances cast upon her by those in the room. A moment of realization struck her, and her expression turned exceedingly awkward. This inexplicably added direct disciple was certainly not someone lacking in wealth. "Master, the flavor of this elixir is quite delightful. Are you truly not tempted to try it?" Feng inquired of Luo Qianxue once more. Should she remain unmoved, he might have to resort to fetching a stray dog from outside. 2 hours later, with Luo Qianxue's participation, and after by Tianhong, Xia Tianyu, and Lung Wufeng took a brief respite and consumed a bit more, they finally finished the remaining Qing Xiandan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully employing by Tianhong, earning a reward of 100 waste points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully hiring Xia Tianyu, earning a reward of 200 waste points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exhausting today's waste products, earning a reward of 1,000 waste points. 3 pieces of a 9th grade 9-leaved soul returning herb, and 5 pieces of a 9th grade golden silkworm star shining stone. Ding! The obtained reward items can be consumed through wasteful means and will not yield a significant amount of waste points. The host may use them freely. Oh! Feng did not expect that by exhausting the day's waste products, he not only received waste points, but also other rewards. Alas! Bai Lao, do you think it is meaningful for me, as the sect leader or master, to engage in such activities? At this moment, Luo Qianxue sighed and turned to Bai Tianhong for his thoughts. This, Bai Tianhong, upon hearing this, found himself at a loss for words. There is no need for guidance in cultivation. No resources for cultivation are required. Moreover, he can even earn a little extra from his own prized disciple. It is not only Luo Qianxue who feels this way. He too perceives that Feng is not merely a disciple of the sect, but rather resembles the sect's deity of wealth, albeit one who is a bit too extravagant. Elder Xia, I have heard that you are a 9th grade alchemist. May I inquire if you are familiar with the 9th grade 9-leaf soul returning herb? Not understanding, Feng directly posed a question to Xia Tianyu. 9-leaved soul returning herb, that is indeed the legendary spirit herb, commonly known as the reviving grass. Each leaf signifies the potency of this remarkable plant. It is not merely the 9-leaf reviving grass that I have yet to encounter. Even a single leaf of it remains unseen to me. The reviving grass is, without a doubt, the most crucial ingredient in concocting the reviving life pill. Once ingested, within 24 hours, even if one's soul is extinguished, the medicinal properties can restore it. It is no exaggeration to assert that the reviving life pill is the most coveted elixir among any who have attained the tribulation realm. With the protection of this pill, even in the event of physical annihilation during tribulation, one's soul may endure, allowing for the eventual reconstruction of the body. Upon hearing Yi Feng mention this spirit herb, Xuantian provided a thorough exposition. However, as it was his first acquaintance with Yi Feng, he remained unaware of the latter's proclivity for extravagance. Bai Tianhong, on the other hand, was well aware of this, and though only 2 days had passed, his understanding of Yi Feng led him to conclude that if the latter were not in possession of these herbs, he would not have inquired. Old Xia, are you familiar with the bamboo demon grass, the white soul flower, and the purple thunderfruit? Bai Tianhong suddenly asked, taking a deep breath as he turned to Xuantian. These 3 spirit herbs, while exceedingly rare, are still held by several prominent factions, albeit in limited quantities. What is it? Xuantian queried, puzzled. This fellow used these 3 spirit herbs to soak his feet. What? Startled, Xuantian stood up abruptly from his chair. Although these 3 spirit herbs have not become extinct, their known quantities across the entire Xuantian Continent are exceedingly scarce. It is astonishing that someone would use such a rare spiritual herb for foot soaking. Leaf maple, you must possess the 9-leaf revival herb, for if you did not, I doubt you would dare to inquire. Let us not speak of anything else. This herb undoubtedly belongs to the legendary category of spiritual flora. You must not continue to use it for foot baths. At this moment, Bai Tianhong paid no heed to the astonished Xuantian, but rather hastily began to persuade leaf maple. However, I possess 3 of them. Using one for a foot soak should pose no issue. Leaf maple was not jesting. He genuinely intended to do so. Though he was indeed a prodigal rich man, he was still a wealthy individual who believed in indulging himself. If soaking in a 3rd-grade spiritual herb was so delightful, how could he resist the temptation of a 9th-grade herb? No. Leaf maple, do you truly possess 3 9-leaf revival herbs? Name your price. I will acquire them at any cost, even if it means exhausting my entire fortune. Xuantian finally grasped the situation and was now making promises of everything he had. Not only was the elixir crafted from the 9-leaf revival herb crucial for his own survival, but he also could not bear the thought of such a precious herb being used for foot soaking. This was beyond mere wastefulness. It was sheer madness. Master, this 9-leaf revival herb is a token of my filial piety towards you. The second 9-leaf revival herb will undoubtedly be used for my foot soaking, and no one can dissuade me from that. As for the 3rd 9-leaf revival herb, Bai Lao, as long as you assist me with some manual labor in the future, it is highly likely that it shall belong to you. Yi Feng directly took out 3 stalks of the 9-leaf resurrection herb and decisively determined their fate. Staring at the stalk of 9-leaf resurrection herb thrust into her hands, Luo Qianxue was utterly bewildered. First, she had spent 100,000 high-grade spirit stones to purchase her identity as his direct disciple. Then he had bestowed upon her 400,000 high-grade spirit stones as a token of respect for her mentorship. Now, he was gifting her an invaluable 9-leaf resurrection herb. Who could possibly fathom what else she might receive from this esteemed disciple in the future? As the situation continued, Luo Qianxue even felt an unsettling notion that she was being kept by him. Startled by this thought, she shook her head vigorously, contemplating returning the 9-leaf resurrection herb. Yet, as she considered the possibility that she might need the resurrection elixir when facing her own tribulations, she found herself hesitating. Ye Feng, all it takes is a bit of labor for you to acquire that 9-leaf resurrection herb. Yes? Meanwhile, upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Xuantian immediately set his sights on the last stalk of the 9-leaf resurrection herb. Old Xia, what do you mean by that? That 9-leaf resurrection herb belongs to me. Do you intend to seize it? Bai Tianhong, in a state of urgency, realized that he too required a resurrection elixir. Upon hearing that Yi Feng intended to bestow the last stalk upon him, and then witnessing Xuantian's attempt to snatch it away, he became agitated and began to curse. In stark contrast, Lung Wufeng remained eerily silent, his mind preoccupied with a singular thought. Could he perhaps benefit from the water used by Yi Feng to soak the 9-leaf resurrection herb and join in the indulgence? Chapter 14. Luo Wuming was utterly astonished. This was undoubtedly a manifestation of the god of wealth. Master Luo, I wish to join your esteemed sect as an honorary elder. Might I request a favor? Observing that he could not contend with Bai Tianhong, Xuantian's eyes darted with cunning, and he swiftly set his sights on Luo Qianxue. Old Xia, you wish to join my humble Star Soul Sect? Luo Qianxue gazed incredulously at Xia Tianyu, whose countenance was grave. How could she believe her ears? Who was this individual? Not only was he a ninth-tier alchemist, but he also possessed formidable cultivation at the third stage of the Tribulation realm. Most significantly, his Tianyu auction house spanned nearly one-fifth of the Xuantian Continent. For such a magnate to seek admission to her sect was beyond her comprehension. Qianxue, dear child, I have even held you in my arms when you were young. If you refuse, I shall have to speak with your father. Seeing that Luo Qianxue remained silent for an extended period, Xia Tianyu grew genuinely anxious. Regardless of who Yi Feng was, the mere presence of such legendary spirit herbs, especially 3 of them, was a testament to their significance to the individual. The fact that he could offer them so casually suggested that they were of little consequence to him. He might possess even more of these mythical herbs. If he did not seize this opportunity, he would undoubtedly regret it in the future. While it may be possible, what shall become of your auction house, old Xia? Luo Qianxue was equally perplexed. She had not anticipated such unwavering determination from old Xia to join her sect. It is time to entrust the auction house's affairs to my inept son. Having spoken, Xia Tianyu revealed a smug expression as he glanced at the disgruntled Bai Tianhong and chuckled. Oh Bai, the one who secures that 9-leaf rejuvenation herb will depend on each one's performance. You are ruthless, Bai Tianhong retorted, encapsulating his entire sentiment in those 2 words. It's over. I have no intention of developing a sect. It was already perplexing enough to suddenly gain 2 disciples, and now there's an additional 9th-grade alchemist. At that moment, Luo Qianxue's mindset shattered entirely. How could she possibly focus on her cultivation? She yearned to advance, to transcend, and seek vengeance in the higher realms. By the way, does anyone here know about the golden silkworm, Star, Shining Stone? Yi Feng, at this juncture, dropped yet another bombshell, causing the heads of the group to buzz with astonishment. You possess the golden silkworm, Star, Shining Stone. This time, Luo Qianxue, Bai Tianhong, and Xia Tianyu collectively gazed at Yi Feng with fervent eyes, exclaiming in unison. And no, I was merely inquiring. Faced with their ravenous stares, Yi Feng hastily denied it. But he was acutely aware that the golden silkworm Star Shining Stone was far superior to the 9-leaf rejuvenation herb. However, upon hearing Yi Feng's response, the trio regarded him with incredulous expressions, their laughter tinged with skepticism. They were convinced that Yi Feng must indeed possess the stone. Where on earth did my senior brother emerge from? Is he some sort of deity possessing all these treasures? The silent, cold Wu Feng now looked at Yi Feng with eyes filled with astonishment. At that moment, Luo Qianxue sensed a reaction from the communication jade pendant. After a brief examination, she spoke directly, returned to the sect immediately. Miss, has something happened? Bai Lao inquired with a stern expression. Nothing serious. My father has arrived, claiming there are important matters to discuss. But I suspect he is merely here to inspect our sect, Luo Qianxue replied with a wry smile. 5 hours later, the 5 individuals and a dog finally returned to the Star Soul Sect. Under the moonlight, a middle-aged man, exuding an aura of authority, stood at the sect entrance, seemingly awaiting their arrival. Qianxue, you truly disappoint me. Yesterday was the day for recruiting disciples at the Star Soul Sect. We're the new disciples. As he gazed at the group descending from the sky, Luo Wuming's heart was filled with ire. He had envisioned a bustling scene at the sect, only to find it devoid of any presence, which incensed him further. Father, these 2 are the disciples I recruited for the Star Soul Sect. Among them, this Yi Feng is even my personal top disciple. Seeing her father's fury, Luo Qianxue hastily explained, feeling fortunate to have these 2 disciples to serve as a buffer. In her previous life, lacking both father and mother, Luo Qianxue cherished the love of her parents deeply in this new life. Oh, Luo Wuming, upon hearing this, displayed a hint of surprise. A personal top disciple? If precious daughter, who had always been oblivious to everything but her cultivation, had actually taken on a personal disciple, leaving him somewhat astonished. What is his spiritual root? What is his talent? What is his cultivation level? Luo Wuming gazed at Luo Qianxue, and immediately posed a flurry of questions. Although he pondered whether to utilize his divine sense to investigate, he nonetheless received a candid response from Luo Qianxue. No spiritual root, no talent. My current cultivation level is. Before she could finish her sentence, Luo Wuming interrupted her, his eyes widening in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Isn't this simply a waste of space? How did he become your personal disciple?" A personal disciple purchased for 500,000 high-grade spiritual stones. At that moment, Yi Feng stepped forward, brimming with pride, and explained, "What? You can buy a personal disciple?" Luo Wuming could hardly believe his ears. Even an insignificant sect leader would not treat the acceptance of a personal disciple so carelessly. Just then, Xuantian, channeling his spiritual energy, forcefully stomped down, causing a half-meter-high square stone to erupt from the ground. "Yi Feng, you must be tired. Come, sit, and take a break." Xuantian personally placed the stone behind Yi Feng, wearing a fawning smile. "Xuantian, are you going too far?" Bai Tianhong, witnessing this scene, inwardly scolded himself for his slow reaction, but did not hesitate to chastise Xia Tianyu in return. As the weather turned cool, he insisted that Yi Feng should not be allowed to become cold. Bai Tianhong placed his right hand on the stone beneath Yi Feng, releasing his fire attribute spiritual energy, instantly warming the frigid stone to a comfortable temperature. Luo Wuming, observing this spectacle, was nearly rendered speechless, astonished that this was indeed an elder of the Xingji sect. Moreover, Xuantian, how could this fellow appear in my daughter's sect? Within the grand hall of the sect, upon hearing several individuals recount the circumstances surrounding Yi Feng, Luo Wuming was utterly dumbfounded, particularly upon noticing the little yellow dog lying at Yi Feng's feet. He felt as though he was living a life inferior to that of a dog. After all, the 9-pattern pure profound pill was something he had never tasted. Yet this dog had consumed over 2,000. Furthermore, recalling that the other party had presented his daughter with a legendary 9-leaf soul returning herb, Luo Wuming's gaze towards Yi Feng transformed entirely. This was no mere disciple. This was a veritable deity of wealth. Not only within the Star Soul Sect, but even in his own Star Extreme Sect, he would have to revere him as an ancestor. Chapter 15. The Celestial Battlefield. I am not particularly concerned about Yi Feng. Qianxue. The primary purpose of my visit is to assess the situation of your sect. Now that I see everything is well on your end, I can breathe easy. Subsequently, Luo Wuming and his daughter Luo Qianxue engaged in casual conversation, while Yi Feng, Bai Tianhong, and others departed from the Grand Hall. "Senior brother, I have brought you the foot-soaking water. The temperature is absolutely perfect," said Lung Wufeng as he placed the basin at the foot of the bed and stood by, waiting expectantly. "Do you wish to soak as well?" Yi Feng inquired, glancing at the lingering Lung Wufeng, unable to suppress a chuckle. "Senior brother, you can soak first, and I will follow after," Lung Wufeng replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring his smile. "Come now, does my senior brother truly have such a petty nature? Go fetch another basin. We shall share the 9-tier soul returning herb equally, 1/2 for each of us." As Hong and Xia Tianyu discovered that Yi Feng had indeed split the 9-leaf soul returning herb in half and placed each portion into 2 foot basins, their hearts bled with despair. They still clung to a flicker of hope, believing that Yi Feng was merely pretending. For how could one bear to use such a precious herb for soaking feet? Yet, to their utter dismay, he truly did use it for that purpose. The following morning, Yi Feng awoke and stretched, only to find his vitality remarkably invigorated. Truly, the 9-grade spiritual herb was extraordinary. Even a mere foot soak had imparted a subtle transformation to his spirit. At this moment, Yi Feng could not deny the herb's exceptional nature. Realizing that the medicinal effects absorbed through foot soaking were likely less than 1,000th of its potential. However, unbeknownst to him, the 9-leaf soul returning herb was far superior to any ordinary 9-grade spiritual herb, let alone possessing extraordinarily unique medicinal properties. Currently, his expenditure stood at 2,510, which he decided to retain for the time being. Today's expenditure item: fragments of the yellow spring sword, intent 10,000. What exactly are these fragments of the yellow spring sword intent? Yi Feng pondered and with a mere thought, a crystal fragment, the size of a thumb and entirely white, materialized in his hand. "Dog, come here." Confused, he called for his canine companion. The little yellow dog had developed a hint of spiritual awareness, and, thinking Feng was offering a treat, rushed over upon hearing his name. Is it as simple as just touching its forehead? Following the system's guidance, Feng placed a fragment of the yellow spring sword intent upon the little dog's forehead. Crack! An invisible force surged into the little yellow dog's body from his shards, causing the crystallized fragments to shatter instantly, followed by their direct vaporization in Feng's hand. Simultaneously, a faint aura of sword intent gradually emanated from the little yellow dog. Feng was taken aback, as he perceived no discernible change in the dog. The little yellow dog was equally perplexed, sensing an unfamiliar essence burgeoning within its canine spirit. System, what would happen if a prodigal item is consumed in a manner that is not wasteful? Although there were no apparent alterations in the little yellow dog, Feng, having perused various fantastical works in his previous life, recognized by mere mention that this item was undoubtedly a rare treasure. Ding! A considerable amount of prodigal points will be deducted. By heavens! Feng could not help but exclaim upon hearing the system's response. It was noteworthy that since activating the system, it had never mentioned the term considerable before. It appeared that seeking assistance from others was no longer an option. The risk of them hoarding it was far too great. With this thought, Feng grasped the bewildered little yellow dog by the scruff of its neck and made his way back to his abode. In the grand hall of the sect, Luo Qianxue inquired, "Qianxue, have you considered sending those two youngsters to the Heavenly Path battlefield for some training?" "The Heavenly Path battlefield?" Luo Qianxue pondered. "I truly cannot guide them, yet I have faith in Feng. However, I fear for Lung Wufeng. Unforeseen circumstances may arise." After 2 days, Luo Qianxue had thoroughly acknowledged the two disciples. "Perhaps I should dispatch a few inner disciples at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the spirit fusion realm to accompany them. It would undoubtedly enhance their safety. However, why are you so assured about Feng?" Luo Qianxue also voiced his doubts. Although Feng is immensely wealthy and possesses treasures that would evoke envy even among those of their caliber, he remains a wastrel. Even a commoner entering the Heavenly Dao battlefield would be assigned to the first tier, where the weakest cultivators or beasts are at the first level of the spiritual sea realm, with the strongest reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level. Against an ordinary person, they could easily be obliterated. Father, since Feng lacks a spiritual root, his aptitude cannot be determined, yet he is not a wastrel. He has already attained the peak of the 9th level of the Qi movement realm. If he were to venture to the Heavenly Dao battlefield, he would be directly transported to the 2nd tier. Impossible. Upon hearing this, Luo Qianxue shook his head, utterly unconvinced that someone without a spiritual root could cultivate. Without a spiritual root, one cannot perceive the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Even if one comprehends supreme techniques, cultivation remains unattainable. Indeed, not only has he reached the peak of the 9th level of the Qi movement realm without a spiritual root, but the spiritual sea he has opened is more than 20 times larger than mine. Observing her father's disbelief, Luo Qianxue remained unfazed, for she too had initially doubted what Elder Bai had said, only to ultimately recognize the truth. This is even more implausible. The spiritual sea you opened not only shattered the history of the Star Extreme sect, but also astonished the ancestors. How could such a wastrel possibly cultivate a spiritual sea that is more than 20 times larger than yours? This is simply preposterous. As Luo Qianxue spoke, disbelief filled his eyes. Despite his fervent arguments, the calm demeanor of his daughter suggested that she was not jesting in the slightest. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of sword intent surged, engulfing the entire sect. In an instant, Luo Qianxue, Luo Qianxue by Tianhong, Xia Tianyu, and Lung Wufeng rushed towards the source of the sword intent, the path of the underworld, the bridge of souls. The closer they drew to the sword intent, the more they became ensnared in the terrifying essence of the Yellow Springs sword intent. Except for Lung Wufeng, the others braced themselves against the formidable sword intent with their powerful souls, finally arriving at the epicenter of the explosion of sword intent. "Go, pup!" Ye Feng exclaimed, forcefully tossing a wooden plate into the distance, commanding his little yellow dog to fetch it back, reveling in the playful activity. However, when the four newcomers discovered that the source of the terrifying Yellow Springs sword intent was, in fact, a dog, they were left utterly bewildered. A dog had comprehended sword intent, an extraordinarily formidable and notoriously difficult Yellow Springs sword intent to grasp. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, would they have dared to believe it? Oh, why are you all here? Yi Feng expressed his confusion upon noticing the arrival of the four. Yi Feng, your dog has comprehended sword intent. Luo Qianxue was the first to react to his inquiry, astonishment evident in her voice. How could it being so foolish? Ye Feng replied. I happen to have some fragments of the Yellow Springs sword intent, so I'll let it try. Yi Feng casually explained that he was uncertain whether the inhabitants of this world could comprehend the significance of the Xuantian sword intent fragments, a product of the system. What? Xuantian sword intent fragments? However, to Yi Feng's astonishment, upon hearing his words, the crowd collectively gasped, their gazes shifting to him, now tinged with hostility, their eyes reflecting a deep-seated animosity. The Xuantian sword intent is renowned as one of the most formidable forms of sword intent, even in the Heavenly Dao battlefield. Acquiring Xuantian sword intent is no simple feat, heavily reliant on sheer luck. Yet, you dare to squander such a precious fragment on a mere dog? At that moment, Luo Qianxue, while pointing at Yi Feng, trembled uncontrollably. She could hardly fathom that Yi Feng had descended into such reckless extravagance. The Heavenly Dao battlefield? What manner of place is that? However, upon hearing the mention of the Heavenly Dao battlefield, Yi Feng's curiosity was piqued. The name alone was undeniably intriguing. It would be of no harm to share. I had initially intended to send you to the Heavenly Dao battlefield for some training. The Xuantian Continent we inhabit is merely one of countless lower realms. All lower realms have access to the Heavenly Dao battlefield, and depending on one's strength, they will enter different regions of the battlefield. No one knows how the Heavenly Dao battlefield came to be, yet it is replete with abundant cultivation resources, opportunities, legacies, treasures, and more. Of course, one must also contend with threats from other lower realm beings, and the formidable native beasts pose their own dangers. One misstep could easily lead to demise within the Heavenly Dao battlefield. Ding! A random task has been issued. The host is to venture to the second layer of the Heavenly Dao battlefield and slay 100 pinnacle beasts of the 9th level of the Qidong realm. Upon successful completion, an abundance of extravagant points shall be awarded. Failure will result in a significant deduction of these points. The task may be declined. Just as Luo Qianxue had finished outlining the fundamental aspects of the Heavenly Dao battlefield, the system's voice resonated within Yi Feng's mind. Astounded, Yi Feng was truly taken aback. The previously assigned random task merely involved joining the Star Soul Sect and offered a reward of only 100 extravagant points. This time, however, the reward was not quantified but described as abundant, a quantity that surely exceeded his imagination. Nevertheless, the challenge of slaying 100 beasts of the same realm posed a dilemma, as he possessed spiritual power yet lacked any martial skills. Ye Feng, may I inquire how many fragments of the Xuantian sword intent you have used on this little dog? Luo Wuming could not restrain his curiosity. He sensed that the small yellow dog's Xuantian sword intent had become remarkably potent, likely reaching the pinnacle of sword intent and poised to break into the realm of sword heart at any moment. It is noteworthy that even the ancestors of the Star Extreme Sect, after centuries of diligent cultivation and countless opportunities, only comprehended the sword heart realm, and their understanding of the Tiangang sword heart pales in comparison to the formidable Xuantian sword heart. Perhaps around 10,000 fragments of Xuantian sword intent, Yi Feng replied casually, momentarily setting aside his predicament regarding the lack of martial skills. After all, the task was not time-sensitive. However, upon hearing Yi Feng's words, the four individuals surrounding him could no longer contain the wrath boiling within their hearts. A tempestuous aura of terror surged forth, mercilessly ravaging the nearby flora and fauna. 10,000 shards of the Yellow Springs sword intent. Such an astounding quantity, one that even they coveted deeply, and yet it was bestowed upon a mere dog. Such a flagrant waste. Such madness. They were aware of Yi Feng's extravagant tendencies, yet they could scarcely fathom that he had sunk to such an outrageous extent of profligacy. Thankfully, I refrained from seeking their assistance. Otherwise, a calamity would surely have ensued. Observing the four individuals completely unhinged, Yi Feng felt an immense relief at having made the prudent decision to rely on himself, enduring the arduous task of expending today's extravagant spoils alone. Father, please take him away swiftly. I need a moment to regain my composure, lest I unleash my fury upon this disciple, who is only adept at squandering resources. Luo Qianxue inhaled deeply, striving to steady her tumultuous emotions, and urgently urged Luo Wuming to escort Yi Feng away post-haste. Once the trial concludes, I shall return him to you promptly. I fear I may not withstand it myself. With that, Luo Wuming summoned his flying sword, ascending into the heavens with a bewildered Yi Feng, vanishing from sight in mere breaths. Master, where are we headed? Yi Feng inwaited, his expression a mixture of confusion and curiosity. The Star Soul Sect is merely a school I established for Qianxue to refine her mindset. Your true sect is the Star Extreme Sect. We are en route to the Star Extreme Sect, where you shall join your fellow disciples in the Heavenly Dao battlefield, ensuring you have support during the trials ahead. Luo Wuming casually explained, Master, is our Star Extreme Sect strong? Master, what is your realm? Does our sect not even possess a mountable beast? Master, are we not impoverished? Should I offer some support? Master, are my brothers in the Star Extreme Sect on the verge of starvation? Listening to Yi Feng's incessant chatter, Luo Wuming finally erupted, shouting, Enough! Be silent. Our sect is quite prosperous. As night fell, Luo Wuming took Yi Feng to a nearby town to rest, preparing to continue their journey at dawn. Lying on the bed in the guest room, Yi Feng muttered to himself, I wonder what tomorrow's extravagance will be. Earning these 1,000 extravagance points is truly no easy feat. Lost in thought, Yi Feng gradually drifted into slumber. The next morning, upon waking, Yi Feng immediately checked his personal attributes panel. Name, Yi Feng. Age, 18. Realm, peak of the 9th layer of the Qi Motion Realm Constitution. Mortal body martial skills, none divine abilities, none items, none extravagance points. 3510 today's extravagant item. Superior Spirit Stones 100. 000 to his surprise, today's extravagant item was indeed Superior Spirit Stones. Fortunately, there were only 100,000, which should not be too burdensome to manage. Upon seeing today's extravagant item, Yi Feng's mind already devised a straightforward plan to squander it all. System, purchase the martial skills jar, specifying superior martial skills of human grade, and continue to open until I succeed. In the mystical realm of Xuantian Continent, martial arts and techniques are classified into 3 tiers: heaven, earth, and human, each further divided into inferior, medium, and superior grades. According to the introduction of the martial technique canister, there exists a likelihood of over 90% to obtain a human-grade inferior martial technique, an 80% chance for a human-grade medium martial technique, and so forth. The probability of acquiring a human-grade superior martial technique reaches an astonishing 70%, akin to securing a designated 3rd-grade spiritual herb. Ding! 100 squander points have been consumed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the human-grade superior martial technique, Fire Dragon Fist. As the system's notification resonated, all the knowledge pertaining to the Fire Dragon Fist surged into Yi Feng's mind. Chapter 17. I do not squander. Who will spend my wealth after my demise? Fire Dragon Fist? It requires the infusion of fire attribute spiritual energy to execute. But I lack a fire spiritual root. Where shall I find fire attribute spiritual energy? Yi Feng mused in confusion, as a surge of spiritual energy enveloped his right hand, the searing fire energy instantly cloaking it entirely. With a mere thought, the blazing fire energy transformed into refreshing water energy, a cool sensation swiftly permeating his entire right hand. The sharpness of gold energy, the chilling essence of ice energy, the vibrant vitality of wood energy, the profound purity of earth energy, the swift gust of wind energy. Yi Feng continuously transmuted the attributes of spiritual energy. Scarcely able to believe that he possessed no spiritual root, yet could convert the pure spiritual power within his spiritual sea into various attributes of energy. Perhaps I should test the Fire Dragon Fist? Unable to comprehend the situation, Yi Feng decided to set aside his thoughts, and instead felt an eager desire to experiment with the martial technique he had just acquired. Yi Feng, quickly rise and descend for breakfast. We must continue our journey shortly thereafter. At that moment, the voice of Luo Qianxue resonated from outside the door. I'm here, Yi Feng replied, momentarily abandoning his attempt at the Fire Dragon Fist. After donning his attire, he swiftly exited his room and descended the stairs. Half an hour later, having satisfied his hunger and thirst, Luo Qianxue summoned his flying sword and, accompanied by Yi Feng, set off once more towards the direction of the Xingji sect. However, a short while later, Luo Qianxue was taken aback when he noticed several high-grade spiritual stones appear in Yi Feng's hands. This piqued his curiosity, as he wondered what Yi Feng intended to do with such treasures. When Luo Qianxue witnessed Yi Feng casually discard all the high-grade spiritual stones, he was left utterly dumbfounded. Was fortune descending from the heavens while in midair? Observing Yi Feng's reckless behavior, which only escalated as he continued to throw the stones without restraint, Luo Qianxue couldn't help but twitch his lips. Although, as the leader of the Wuji sect and a formidable 8-stage transcendence expert, he would not regard such a quantity of high-grade spiritual stones with disdain, he found such extravagant wastefulness intolerable. This was sheer profligacy. Yi Feng, while I am unaware of the extent of your wealth in spiritual stones and other treasures, you must not squander them so recklessly. One day, when you find yourself devoid of everything, it will be too late for you to realize the folly of your ways. Do you understand? Taking a deep breath, Luo Qianxue suppressed his rising anger and began to counsel Yi Feng. Master, do you know what the most agonizing experience in life is? Yi Feng retorted in response to Luo Qianxue's admonition. Each individual possesses their own journey, and thus, the most painful experience in one's life varies from person to person. The sword enthusiast, devoted to the art of swordsmanship, perhaps suffers the most from the inability to grasp the true essence of the sword in the face of death. The alchemist, dedicated to the path of elixirs, likely experiences the greatest anguish when, at the brink of death, they have failed to concoct a transcendent elixir that would etch their name into the annals of history. The formation master, specializing in array techniques, undoubtedly feels the deepest despair when, in their final moments, they have not devised the ultimate formation of their dreams. There are countless such examples, and even the few I have mentioned may appear somewhat narrow in scope. Upon hearing Yi Feng's retort, Luo Qianxue responded with utmost seriousness. Master, I cannot speak for others, but my greatest sorrow is undoubtedly that one dies with unspent wealth. With that, Yi Feng resumed casting high-grade spirit stones into the air, an abundance of them cascading like petals from a celestial maiden, showcasing an extravagant display. What a reckless spendthrift! Luo Qianxue found himself utterly at a loss for words, choosing instead to observe how long Yi Feng would continue this lavishness. As evening approached, Luo Qianxue finally led Yi Feng to the Star Extreme Sect. By this time, Yi Feng had exhausted a staggering 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, feeling as though his hands and arms were on the verge of collapse, aching immensely. Is this the Star Extreme Sect? Upon entering the sect, he beheld the towering peaks, the crystal-clear streams, and the magnificent halls, leading him to conclude that the Star Soul Sect was nothing but a dilapidated hill in comparison. Lacking spiritual roots, Yi Feng remained oblivious to the fact that the concentration of spiritual energy here was exponentially greater than that within the Star Soul Sect. Song, the steward. This young man is a direct disciple of my daughter. He has returned with the intention of accompanying his fellow disciples to the Heavenly Dao battlefield. For the next few days, I will entrust him to you. Shortly thereafter, Luo Qianxue led Yi Feng to the inner sect and handed him over to an inner sect steward. Before leaving, he advised, Yi Feng, behave yourself for these 2 days. We shall depart for the Heavenly Dao battlefield in 3 days. Steward Song, I appreciate your assistance during this time, Luo Qianxue remarked as he took his leave. Yi Feng, with a humble demeanor, turned to the middle-aged man beside him. It is but a trivial matter. Should you require anything in the next few days, do not hesitate to inform me. Song Changyan responded with a smile. After all, Yi Feng was the beloved disciple of Luo Qianxue, and with such a status, even he would tread carefully. Steward Song, what causes such a commotion over there? Yi Feng inquired, noticing the raucous cheers emanating from the nearby training grounds. Today is the day when outer disciples engage in sparring with inner disciples. If you're interested, you may take to the arena and issue a challenge. Song Changyan explained with a grin. Ding! A random quest has been issued. Become an arena champion and defeat 100 opponents of the same realm. Success will reward 500 spending points, while failure will deduct 500 points. You may refuse the quest. At that moment, the system announced another random task. With my spending points accumulating to 4,410, the addition of 500 would bring me close to 5,000. Once I gathered 9,000, I can undergo another breakthrough in strength. With this in mind, Yi Feng made his way directly to the training grounds. Who is that person? He isn't wearing the robes of our Star Extreme sect, is he? Has he ascended to the arena with the intention of issuing a challenge? Could it be that he hails from another sect and is here to provoke us? As Yi Feng stepped onto an unoccupied stage, numerous disciples from both the inner and outer sects began to whisper among themselves. Yi Feng, at the pinnacle of the Qi movement realm, the esteemed disciple of Master Luo Qianxue, wished to defend this stage today. I kindly ask for the support of my fellow brothers. Standing tall on the arena, Yi Feng addressed the thousands of disciples below, clearly stating his identity and intentions. He is the direct disciple of the saintess? What a fortunate individual. It has long been rumored that the saintess ventured forth to establish her own sect. I wonder how he caught her eye. If I could become the direct disciple of the saintess, I would gladly trade decades of my life. Upon learning of Yi Feng's identity, many male disciples displayed expressions of envy and jealousy. For Luo Qianxue is not only the saintess of the sect, but also the frigid goddess in the hearts of countless male disciples. Chapter 18. Come, come, come. All of you. I shall take you on. Soon, an intersect disciple leaped onto the arena, his eyes brimming with combat fervor as he gazed at Yi Feng. Is Meng Yang. This fellow is said to possess an astonishing level of comprehension. Within less than 3 years of joining the sect, he has already reached the pinnacle of the Qi movement realm. Indeed, it is said that he ascended to cultivate the mid-tier earth-level techniques, and even his martial skills are of the low-tier earth level. I truly wonder how he comprehended such profound methods, as I struggle even with the comprehension of superior human-level techniques. A splendide spectacle. I am keen to observe how this fellow named Yi Feng is worthy of being the direct disciple of the saintess. At this moment, the arena was suddenly filled with spectators, who began to whisper amongst themselves upon seeing Meng Yang ascend the stage. It appears you are quite renowned within the sect. Hearing the discussions from those nearby and gazing at Meng Yang across from him, Yi Feng remarked with some surprise. It's not too shabby. I reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Qi motion realm in less than 3 years. I wonder how long it took Brother Yi Feng. Meng Yang, at this moment, was not in a hurry to engage in battle. He relished the sensation of being the center of attention. Me? From the moment I opened my spiritual sea to breaking through to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the spiritual sea realm, it took roughly 10 minutes. Subsequently, from the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the spiritual sea realm to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Qi motion realm, it took around 20 minutes. Yi Feng pondered for a moment and provided a fairly precise estimate. All told, it should have taken about 30 minutes. Silence. In the training ground, despite the presence of thousands of disciples from both inner and outer sects, the moment Yi Feng's words fell, an astonishing silence ensued for a full 10 seconds. Ha ha ha. This is hilarious. Is this fellow dreaming? Even senior brother Meng Yang took nearly 3 years, yet he claims to have accomplished it in 30 minutes? For 30 minutes. I have been confined to the restroom due to a troubled stomach. How is it that, while I take my time, you have effortlessly ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the nomadic realm? Amusing indeed. I must say, Brother Yi Feng, your boastfulness seems rather excessive. Such arrogance makes one wonder why the saintess would choose him as her direct disciple. After the initial shock, the crowd erupted in ridicule. For Yifeng's claims were simply too far-fetched to be credible. Impressive. Brother Yifeng, if this is the case, it seems countless prodigies from the Xuantian Continent would be beneath your feet. Without further ado, let us engage in battle. Meng Yang, growing weary of Yifeng's haughty demeanor and reckless words, had no desire to continue the conversation. With the water cloud step, a lower-tier earth-grade movement technique, Meng Yang swiftly advanced towards Yifeng. Observe and eyes in the crowd gasped in astonishment. The fire dragon fist, as Meng Yang, graceful in his movements, charged forward. Yifeng summoned the vast spiritual power from his boundless spiritual sea, concentrating it into his right fist. With no unnecessary embellishments, he unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! A tremendous surge of fire attribute spiritual energy erupted from Yifeng's body, and as he struck, a fire dragon, dozens of meters long, instantly took form, hurtling towards the approaching Meng Yang with terrifying force. What in the world is this? Upon witnessing the colossal fire dragon, Meng Yang's eyes nearly bulged in astonishment. Without a moment's hesitation, a pristine white, long sword materialized in his grasp, and a fierce sword aura imbued with fiery spiritual power was unleashed in an instant. A resounding boom echoed as the 3-meter-long flame sword aura collided with the massive fire dragon, sending a turbulent wave of spiritual energy surging outward. Dozens of disciples at the fusion spirit realm summoned formidable spiritual barriers, shielding the multitude of inner and outer sect disciples from the onslaught of spiritual turbulence. Many disciples at the spirit sea realm were already trembling in fear, recognizing that the recent terrifying surge of spiritual energy was far beyond their capacity to withstand. Crack! 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 Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds erupted from the arena, prompting everyone to look up. They were astonished to see cracks forming in the flame sword aura, which shattered in an instant. Yet the imposing fire dragon continued its relentless assault toward Meng Yang. Fire Dragon Fist! Fire Dragon Fist! Fire Dragon Fist! Just as Meng Yang found himself at a loss on how to counter the terrifying fire dragon imbued with overwhelming spiritual energy, Yifeng opposite him struck once more. 3 fire dragons, each measuring dozens of meters in length, materialized with an unmatched ferocity, effectively sealing off all avenues for Meng Yang to evade on the arena. What manner of creature is this? What immense reservoir of spiritual energy lies within him? Upon witnessing this scene, Meng Yang couldn't help but curse under his breath. With a sense of reluctance, he leaped down from the arena, yet his heart remained tumultuous. It is no exaggeration to assert that the spiritual energy consumed by the opponent's fire dragon exceeded his own tenfold. To his astonishment, the adversary unleashed 3 more fire dragons. How much spiritual energy could that possibly entail? Is such power even attainable by a mere mortal? Boom! 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 As Meng Yang descended from the platform, all 4 massive fire dragons, forged from colossal spiritual energy, struck the arena, producing an earth-shattering cacophony. Dust and debris erupted into the air, with a gentle breeze sweeping through. The onlookers were horrified to discover that a significant portion of the arena had vanished. What exhilaration! Is this the essence of combat? Come, come, let 100 challengers gather. I can unleash 100 punches. At this moment, Yifeng radiated an overwhelming aura, surveying the thousands of inner and outer disciples below the arena before vocally declaring his challenge. His spirit had been ignited. This is the fervent realm of fantasy. Although reckless abandon brings a thrill, it cannot compare to the ecstasy of true battle. All disciples swiftly retreated, clearing the battleground. Every disciple at the peak of the 9th level of the Qi movement realm prepared to engage. Just then, Song Changyan suddenly soared into the air, addressing the thousands of disciples with a booming voice. In a mere 3 minutes, the training ground had transformed into a vast arena, with over 200 disciples congregating at the pinnacle of the Qi movement realm. Even though only Yifeng stood opposing them, the gravity of the moment weighed heavily on each face. This is madness. Yi Feng is poised to achieve legendary status today. No wonder he was accepted as a personal disciple by the saintess. It is utterly terrifying. Just how vast is the spiritual sea he has opened. How much spiritual energy remains within him. Such horror, a solitary figure battling over 200 opponents of the same realm. If he emerges victorious in this confrontation, once he reaches his full potential, a position on the hidden dragon rankings is undoubtedly his. The multitude of disciples observing from a distance held their breath. The impending battle would surely be an unforgettable experience in their lives. All disciples were commanded to unleash their spiritual energy and form a protective barrier. To everyone's astonishment, at this moment, Song Changyan issued a command to the over 200 disciples. Even with my ample spiritual energy, breaking through the formidable energy barrier of my opponents with merely superior human-grade martial skills seems an arduous task. With this thought, Yi Feng checked his remaining 4,410 squander points and silently intoned his mind. System, draw a superior earth-grade martial skill. Chapter 19, Youthful Bravado. Who else dares? Ding. Consumed 700 squander points. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the superior earth-grade martial skill. 9 Radiant Thunder Lotus. Continue, but do not draw a martial skill related to lightning energy. Ding. Consumed 900 squander points. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the superior earth-grade martial skill. Water Dragon's Chant. Continue, let us have another, but do not draw a martial skill related to water energy. Ding. Consumed 700 squander points. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the superior earth-grade martial skill. Wind Sweeps the Desert Sand. As the system's voice resonated, Yi Feng cast his gaze once more upon the formidable barrier of spiritual energy, composed of various elemental forces, that stood before him, his eyes brimming with indomitable fighting spirit. 9 Radiant Thunder Lotus. Without uttering a single superfluous word, Yi Feng unleashed his power. Colossal, thunderous energy surged forth from within him, swiftly coalescing in the air into a magnificent lotus pulsating with arcs of lightning. Thunderous spirit. To his astonishment, he possessed a thunderous spiritual root as well. What level of martial skill was this terrifying thunder lotus? Before the onlookers could fully comprehend their astonishment, a dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens, and a lifelike water dragon, measuring dozens of meters in length, materialized in the sky. Water spirit. Where on earth did this creature emerge from, possessing 3 distinct spiritual roots? What caliber of martial skill was this? The mere residual force emanating from it was enough to render me incapable of defense. What is happening? The wind, is it rising? As a towering whirlwind, over 10 meters high, swept toward the barrier formed by the 200-odd gathered practitioners. The water dragon and thunder lotus launched a furious assault against it. Boom! 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 As the 3 formidable martial techniques relentlessly battered the energy barrier, Yi Feng continued to execute his 3 techniques. Water dragons, thunder lotuses, and whirlwinds erupted like bamboo shoots after rain, each carrying a terrifying momentum as they mercilessly struck the opposing barrier. Madness, bewilderment, stupor. The thousands of inner and outer disciples observing from a distance were utterly astounded. The spiritual energy contained within those fearsome martial techniques had far exceeded their comprehension. For spiritual roots, moreover, the last 3 different attribute martial skills he had unleashed undoubtedly reached the earth level. The innate spiritual power he possessed had reached a terrifying level that left everyone utterly bewildered. At that moment, they gazed once more at the formidable Yi Feng in the distance, feeling his presence grow ever larger within their hearts, a mountain they would never be able to surmount. As time passed, within the confines of the spiritual barrier, some disciples, having exhausted their inner energy, coughed up blood and retreated, their spirits diminished. One after another, the ranks dwindled. Even as dreadful martial techniques vanished, the spiritual barrier, formed by over 200 peak disciples at the 9th level of Qi movement, began to show signs of cracking. At this juncture, even Song Changyan, who observed the scene from high above, was rendered speechless in astonishment. Although Yi Feng was the most esteemed disciple of Luo Qianxue, his earlier arrogance had prompted Song Changyan to seek to temper his spirit. never anticipating the current turn of events. He could scarcely believe the sheer magnitude of Yi Feng's spiritual energy, nor that he had comprehended 3 high-level Earth-grade martial techniques. The prodigy of the potential dragon rankings, an existence among the top 10. This was Song Changyan's assessment of Yi Feng at that moment. Should Yi Feng continue to develop smoothly, he would undoubtedly ascend the potential dragon rankings and secure a place among the top 10. With a thunderous crash, the spiritual barrier shattered completely, leaving the remaining disciples sprawled on the ground, pale and utterly weakened. Youth without ambition is a shame. I ask, who else dares challenge me? Yi Feng, Lafit Munyanjali. Unleashing the remaining energy within him in a cataclysmic explosion. Thunderous lotuses, water dragons, and hurricanes swirled around him, showcasing an invincible aura, exuding unparalleled dominance. He astonishingly still had the energy to spare. At this moment, the onlookers were consumed by a singular thought, a name forged in battle, an unparalleled prodigy. The name of Yi Feng, in all its invincible glory, was indelibly etched into the hearts of all the disciples, both inner and outer. Within the grand hall of the sect, 5 young prodigies, 3 males and 2 females, had gathered, curious as to the reason behind the sudden summons from their sect leader. I have called you 5 here today to inform you of an important matter. You are about to welcome a new junior brother into our ranks. However, he currently stands at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Qi movement realm, and I ask that you extend your guidance and care towards him, said Luo Wuming with a smile as he looked down at the 5 core disciples, the foundation of the sect. These 5 individuals were renowned prodigies, listed among the top of the potential dragon rankings, and their future growth would become a formidable force for the Xingji sect. A new junior brother? The 5 exchanged glances, each displaying a hint of astonishment. What were they? The Xingji sect, a premier sect on the Xuantian Continent. To become a core disciple of the sect, one must possess exceptional talent, comprehension, and spiritual roots. Each criterion must be of the highest caliber. Sect leader, could you share what exceptional qualities this junior brother possesses? Inquired the oldest among them, Xuantian, with a look of curiosity. He is wealthy, incredibly wealthy, exceedingly wealthy. However, upon hearing Luo Wuming's response, the 5 were left utterly dumbfounded. Was this truly a remarkable quality? Let's not delve into other matters. Even the wealth of those independent practitioners pales in comparison to the mere surface of the Star Extreme sect. Just how affluent must the other party be to elicit such praise from the sect leader? Ah, indeed, there exists a remarkable trait within him. Upon hearing this, the 5 individuals instinctively craned their necks, sensing an incongruity. What could this possibly entail, if not a genuine, extraordinary quality? Wasteful, utterly wasteful, incredibly wasteful. At this revelation, the 5 were left utterly dumbfounded. This, too, is considered a remarkable trait? In that moment, they all directed their bewildered gazes towards Luo Wuming, as if to silently inquire. Sect leader, are you jesting with us? You may not comprehend it now, but after spending some time in his presence, enlightenment will surely dawn upon you. Once he concludes his training in the Heavenly Dao battlefield, you shall accompany him to the Star Soul Sect established by the Holy Maiden. Do not fault me for not forewarning you. During your idle moments, cultivate a keener perception. The trifles that fall from your junior brother's fingernails would suffice for your needs. Having spoken, Luo Wuming could not suppress a chuckle. He felt an overwhelming sense of cleverness. With these 5 core disciples shadowing Yi Feng, was there truly any cause for concern about their future ascension? This thought led him to reflect on the dog raised by Yi Feng. You are even inferior to a mere dog. If any one of you were to acquire that yellow spring soar intent, would you not soar to new heights? Luo Wuming gazed down at the 5, still in a state of confusion, and deemed further explanation unnecessary. Some truths can only be grasped through genuine experience. Let us proceed. I shall first lead you to meet this junior brother. Remember my words. He is your fortune bringer. In the course of your interactions, exercise a measure of discernment. At this moment, Luo Wuming felt compelled to remind the 5 once more. Chapter 20. Junior brother? Who on earth are you? With 4 elemental roots, Brother Yi Feng is utterly formidable. Possessing 3 types of superior grade martial techniques, Brother Yi Feng's comprehension is nothing short of terrifying. One individual taking on over 200 opponents. Brother Yi Feng seems to have been sent by the heavens to vanquish me. When others boast, even if they cannot defeat me, they must still engage in battle. However, when Brother Yi Feng boasts, I must cheer him on. As they traversed the path to the inner sect, the five prodigies and Luo Wuming were taken aback by the myriad discussions among the surrounding disciples. They could not shake the feeling that they had missed something significant. Master, are you certain that this junior brother possesses nothing extraordinary apart from wealth and extravagance? Xuantian could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired once more. I cannot say. All I know is that he is both affluent and profligate. It seems he has accomplished something remarkable just now. We must hurry and investigate, Luo Wuming expressed. His interest piqued. He was genuinely intrigued to discover what Yi Feng had done in such a short span of time that had stirred the entire inner sect. However, upon hearing Luo Wuming's words, the five prodigies could scarcely believe their ears. Was this truly their master? How could he contemplate granting the status of a core disciple to someone without fully understanding their circumstances? Moments later, when the group arrived at the battle arena, they were left utterly astounded by the scene before them. I recall that today is supposed to be the day for the disciples of both the inner and outer sects to engage in friendly competition. Yet, observing the scene before me, could it be that this month has adopted a different style, transforming into a chaotic battle between the outer and inner disciples? A young woman clad in a red dress, standing beside Xuantian, gazed at the unfolding events with a perplexed expression. Sect Master. At that moment, Song Changyan hurried over, his demeanor one of utmost respect. What has transpired here, Elder Song? Luo Wuming inquired with genuine curiosity. An ascent to fame, an invincible display. Sect Master, the individual you brought back, Yi Feng, single-handedly confronted over 200 disciples of the same realm and achieved a resounding victory. As Song Changyan conveyed this news, his excitement was palpable. Recalling Yi Feng's declaration of youthful exuberance, he felt an overwhelming urge to revel in a moment of audacity himself. Upon hearing Song Changyan's words, the five prodigies and Luo Wuming could hardly believe their ears. One person battling against over 200 disciples of the same realm, and not only that, but emerging victorious in such a decisive manner? Soon, Song Changyan recounted the details of the event. In that instant, Luo Wuming was reminded of something Luo Qianxue had previously mentioned to him, that Yi Feng's spiritual sea was over 20 times larger than hers, which equated to more than 400 times that of an ordinary cultivator. From this perspective, Yi Feng alone was comparable to 400 disciples of the same realm. Contemplating this, Luo Wuming could not help but draw in a sharp breath, realizing the absurdity of his disbelief. Even during the 2-day journey back, he had not taken the time to investigate Yi Feng's spiritual sea. Upon hearing this, the five prodigies were filled with astonishment and disbelief. Can the spiritual energy within a single individual truly reach such a terrifying magnitude? Moreover, possessing the 4 elemental roots of wind, fire, water, and thunder, along with mastery of 3 superior-grade martial techniques, such prodigious talent and comprehension undoubtedly mark him as a core disciple. Wealth? Extravagance? Mere facades. The five prodigies now regarded Luo Wuming with peculiar gazes, pondering when the sect leader had become so playful, wondering if he found amusement in teasing them. Song Steward. Where is my junior brother? Xuantian was now anxious, eagerly wishing to meet this remarkably formidable junior brother. He had already returned to his residence at the inner gate's 111th courtyard on the main peak. Upon hearing Xuantian's inquiry, Song Changyan promptly revealed the arrangements made for Yi Feng's accommodation. Leader, let us proceed to find our junior brother. After addressing Luo Wuming, Xuantian led the remaining 4 towards the residential area of the inner gate on the main peak. Leader, just now Xuantian referred to Yi Feng as junior brother. Are you intending to accept him as the 6th core disciple of the sect? After the 5 prodigies departed, Song Changyan turned to Luo Wuming, seeking clarification. Steward Song, do not even think about informing the 3 ancestral elders about Yi Feng's situation. He is my daughter's direct disciple, and none shall take him away. At this moment, Luo Wuming felt a twinge of panic. He knew Yi Feng was wealthy and extravagant, but he had no inkling of his extraordinary prowess. This news would likely reach the 5 great ancestral elders swiftly. Was he not inadvertently sending his beloved daughter's disciple into the fray? Huh. Upon hearing this, Song Changyan smiled and said, "Master, even if I do not inform the 3 ancestors, this news has already spread. Those few individuals have likely already made their way to the back mountain. The other 4 grand elders are aware, and thus the 3rd elder will also be informed. Whether I notify them or not has become inconsequential. It's quite troublesome. This is the first time my daughter has accepted a disciple of her own accord. We shall see how he chooses." At this moment, Luo Wuming ceased his contemplation. The emergence of the 5 grand elders was inevitable, and all that remained was to observe what decision Yi Feng would ultimately arrive at. Regardless of the outcome, Yi Feng was undoubtedly a member of the Star Extreme Sect. Yet he hoped that Yi Feng would not depart from his daughter to take one of the 5 grand elders as his master. "Who are you?" Yi Feng, having just reclined, noticed the 5 individuals who had burst through the door, especially as he felt their unusual gazes fixated upon him, causing him to feel quite apprehensive. "Junior brother, I am your eldest senior brother, Chen Haoyu. Junior brother, I am your 2nd senior sister, Xia Tian. Junior brother, I am your 3rd senior brother, Zhao Tianming. Junior brother, I am your 4th senior brother, Xing Fei. Junior brother, I am your 5th senior sister, Du Tianwei." Upon hearing the introductions from the 5, Yi Feng was utterly bewildered. Was he not the direct disciple of his master? How was it that upon returning to his sect, he suddenly found himself with these additional senior brothers and sisters? It was only after Chen Haoyu recounted the circumstances surrounding the core disciples of the sect that Yi Feng finally grasped the situation. It can be said that the dual identities do not hinder him. He is both the cherished direct disciple of Luo Qianxue and the 6th core disciple of the Xingji sect, naturally surrounded by 5 exceptional senior brothers and sisters. As the junior disciple, it would not be inappropriate to present a modest offering of spirit stones upon their initial encounter. Yi Feng initially intended to rest for a few days. However, when the opportunity to indulge presented itself, he was not one to let it slip away. "System. My esteemed senior brothers and sisters are all prodigious talents. As it is our first meeting, I shall bestow upon each of them 100,000 superior spirit stones as a token of goodwill. Is that excessive?" Before the system could respond, Yi Feng continued, "Ding. The amount is within the permissible range for indulgence." Success. Yi Feng had a sudden inspiration and decided to test whether the system would provide a notification upon declaring a certain amount of spirit stones in a frivolous expenditure. It turned out that not only did this indulgence succeed, but he also discovered a new capability of the system. Chapter 21. Indulgence Rewards. The terrifying enlightenment pill. Look. Even though the junior disciple possesses unparalleled talent, upon learning of our identities, he is still quite awestruck. This little junior brother is truly endearing. As the 2nd elder sister, I shall ensure his protection in the future. Finally, I'm no longer the youngest. Now, I have a little junior brother to tease. Observing Yi Feng, who remained speechless for an extended period. Each of the 5 prodigies harbored their own thoughts. Senior brothers and sisters, as this is our first meeting, this is a small token of our junior brother's goodwill. However, when Yi Feng presented 5 spatial rings and placed them into their hands, especially upon discovering the 100,000 high-grade spirit stones contained within, the 5 heavenly prodigies were momentarily taken aback. Their senior brothers and sisters had yet to bestow gifts upon their junior brother, yet they received a present from him, and it was a staggering sum of 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, an immense fortune in their eyes. Rich, very rich, incredibly wealthy. At that moment, the words previously uttered by Luo Wuming echoed in the minds of the 5 heavenly prodigies. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully indulging in extravagance, earning 200 extravagance points and 100 enlightenment pills. Oh! Upon hearing the system's notification, Yi Feng's eyes sparkled with surprise. He had not anticipated that such lavish behavior could yield special rewards. Enlightenment pill, no rank. Any living being consuming it can immediately enter a state of enlightenment for 20 minutes, and it cannot be used to acquire extravagance points. It seems these enlightenment pills cannot be utilized for extravagant gains. With that thought, Yifeng promptly took out 5 enlightenment pills and distributed them among his senior brothers and sisters. Junior brother, what is this? Xuantian inquired curiously, looking at the dark pill in his hand. It's an enlightenment pill. Once consumed, you can instantly enter a state of enlightenment for 20 minutes. You should try it. Yifeng smiled as he explained to the 5. Enlightenment pill? One can instantly enter a state of enlightenment upon consumption? Is there truly such a pill in the world? To be honest, the 5 heavenly prodigies were somewhat skeptical of Yifeng's claims regarding the pill's efficacy. For enlightenment relies on opportunity, and such a miraculous pill had never appeared even in the Heavenly Dao battlefield. However, after exchanging a glance, the 5 individuals ultimately consumed the enlightenment pill, firmly believing that Yifeng would never cause them harm. Boom, boom, boom. The moment they ingested the pill, their expressions changed dramatically, and they all sat cross-legged, closing their eyes to enter a state of meditation. Oh, what are you all doing? At that moment, Luo Qianxue entered the room and, upon seeing the 5 in meditation, was about to voice his confusion when Yifeng raised a finger to his lips, signaling silence. Yifeng, they're your seniors. Why have they begun to meditate at this time? After Yifeng led Luo Qianxue away from their residence, Luo Qianxue finally inquired, bewildered. I gave them an enlightenment pill. They have just entered the state of enlightenment. Master, please do not disrupt their opportunity. Yifeng glanced at his 5 seniors, noting they were undisturbed, before turning to Luo Qianxue to explain. Such a pill exists? Luo Qianxue asked, his curiosity piqued. Yifeng, could you spare a few for me? Although the efficacy of the enlightenment pill surpassed Luo Qianxue's understanding, he believed in Yifeng's words. Whatever Yifeng claimed, no matter how outrageous, he would accept without question. Master, I will give you 5. The rest I must take back for my dog. After Yifeng handed Luo Qianxue 5 enlightenment pills, the next words he uttered caused Luo Qianxue to tremble in disbelief. You intend to feed those enlightenment pills, capable of instantly entering the state of enlightenment, to that dog? Have you lost your senses? With blood-red eyes, Luo Qianxue fixed his gaze upon Yifeng, utterly at a loss for words. One could hardly fathom such extravagant wastefulness. Yet, in the face of Luo Qianxue's intense, crimson stare, Yifeng remained unfazed. He understood the potency of the enlightenment pill, but he aspired to become a prodigious spendthrift. Even if he could not acquire spendthrift points through the pill, he must continue his indulgent ways. It was a habit that could not be forsaken. Most importantly, Yifeng was aware that extravagant actions could yield special rewards, ensuring that he would never be devoid of splendid treasures. Would he really hoard them all? Yifeng, can we negotiate? How many enlightenment pills do you possess? Regardless of the cost, I represent the sect and wish to purchase them all. Taking a deep breath, Luo Qianxue proposed a deal. He could not bear the thought of such a formidable enlightenment pill being squandered. It would be more painful than death itself. However, Yifeng's response was an immediate and unwavering refusal. Very well. Recognizing the futility of persuasion, Luo Qianxue relinquished his efforts, though the discomfort lingered in his heart. Gulme, the 5 venerable ancestors wish to meet you. They may even consider taking you as a disciple. As for your decision, I shall not impose upon your thoughts. With that, Luo Qianxue soared into the sky, leading Yifeng swiftly towards the secluded mountain of their sect. At the rear mountain, before the entrance of a secluded chamber, 5 venerable elders with snow-white hair awaited their arrival, their eyes glimmering with anticipation upon witnessing the approach of Luo Qianxue and Yifeng. One individual had single-handedly battled over 200 disciples of the same realm, possessing 4 spiritual roots, mastering 3 types of high-grade, earth-level martial techniques. The innate roots, talent, and comprehension, all of which overshadowed his peers, rendered him a prodigious genius. Naturally, they aspired to take him as their disciple, dedicating their utmost efforts to cultivate him. Among the 5 esteemed elders, this individual is the newly accepted direct disciple of the young lady, Yifeng. As he gently descended to the ground, and as Luo Qianxue's words faded, the 5 elders immediately approached Yifeng, extending their hands to probe with their spiritual consciousness. At the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Qi movement realm, what a terrifying ocean of spiritual energy. No spiritual roots. No spiritual roots. While the 5 elders were astounded by the sheer magnitude of Yi Feng's spiritual ocean, they were met with an astonishing revelation. Yi Feng possessed no spiritual roots at all. Where the promised 4 spiritual roots? Yi Feng, how is it possible that you lack spiritual roots? The Grand Elder, Luo Qianxue, inquired with a perplexed expression. I don't know, Yi Feng replied. When I sought to break through, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth automatically flowed into my body, leading to my advancement. Although I lack spiritual roots, for some unknown reason, the spiritual energy within me can transform into various attributes of spiritual power. As he spoke, Yi Feng extended his hand, and a surge of spiritual energy coalesced above his right palm. Lightning spiritual power, fire spiritual power, water spiritual power, wind spiritual power, and other diverse attributes began to interchange seamlessly, leaving the 5 elders utterly astonished. The continuous transformation of a single source of spiritual energy into multiple attribute energies was an unprecedented phenomenon they had never encountered in their lifetimes. The system. These are the 5 esteemed ancestors of the sect, whose power and status are extraordinary. As a core disciple of the sect, bestowing upon each of them 1 million top-tier spirit stones seems entirely reasonable. At this moment, Yi Feng had no time to concern himself with the astonished expressions of the 5 ancestors. Being a prodigal tycoon, he was determined to seize every opportunity for extravagance. Chapter 22. 1 million supreme spirit stones. May the 5 ancestors not disdain them. Ding. The quantity is too small. It falls outside the realm of extravagance. Host. Your vision is rather limited. Yi Feng had initially believed there would be no issue, only to be met with ridicule from the system. 1 million supreme spirit stones? This time, Yi Feng directly elevated the grade of the spirit stones. After all, 1 million supreme spirit stones equate to a staggering 1 billion top-tier spirit stones. Ding! The quantity is now within the realm of extravagance. Hiss! Yi Feng boldly suggested this, never anticipating success. As he gazed once more at the 5 ancestors, he noticed a shift in their expressions. He was certain that these 5 elders were indeed extraordinary. Esteemed ancestors, I arrived in haste and did not prepare any gifts. I hope you will not take offense at this offering of 1 million supreme spirit stones. Saying this, Yi Feng produced 5 spatial rings, each containing 1 million supreme spirit stones, and pressed them into the hands of the 5 ancestors. What is happening? The 5 ancestors stared incredulously at the spatial rings in their hands, scarcely able to believe their ears. 1 million each amounts to 5 million. And these are supreme spirit stones, a wealth that only a peak 9th level disciple could possess. Gulp. Beside them, Luo Wuming could not help but swallow hard. His gaze towards Yi Feng filled with astonishment. This was truly a rare spiritual stone. To offer 5 million pieces right off the bat. How many spiritual stones did you possess in total? It was no exaggeration to say that as the leader of the Star Extreme Sect, Luo Wuming could use no more than 10 million premium spiritual stones. And any additional amount would require consulting the 5 esteemed elders. Who would have thought that Yi Feng could casually produce 5 million? Luo Wuming increasingly believed that Yi Feng was a godsend for the Star Extreme Sect. Elders, have you not been stuck at a bottleneck for decades? Here are 5 enlightenment pills. Do not ask questions, simply consume them, and you will immediately enter a state of enlightenment. Observing the 5 elders, who were momentarily stunned, Luo Wuming took out the 5 enlightenment pills that Yi Feng had given him. Enlightenment pills? They had never heard of such a thing. Yet the 5 elders trusted Luo Wuming implicitly. Without further inquiry, they accepted the pills and swallowed them. Boom! 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 Waves of enlightenment energy surged from the 5 individuals. Witnessing the elders immediately sit cross-legged and close their eyes in meditation, Luo Wuming quietly led Yi Feng to a side where they waited in silence. 20 minutes later, the 5 elders concluded their enlightenment, their eyes wide with disbelief. They struggled to comprehend how a single pill could enable one to enter a state of enlightenment instantaneously. Luo Wuming, where did you acquire these enlightenment pills, and how many do you possess? Luo Qianxue inquired as he rose to his feet. This lad gave them to me. He should have quite a few left, although he intends to use them to feed his dog. Luo Wuming pointed at Yi Feng beside him, a mischievous grin on his face as he unceremoniously sold them out. Master, isn't this a bit excessive? Yi Feng shot a dark look at Luo Wuming. Excessive? Nonsense. I can do without it, and you may refuse, but I cannot stand the thought of such a terrifying enlightenment pill being fed to dogs. Faced with Luo Wuming's fiery indignation, Yi Feng could only manage a bitter smile. The habit of squandering could not be abandoned. After all, he was a true prodigal. What? To feed dogs? The 5 esteemed ancestors nearby nearly had their eyes pop out in shock upon hearing this, their scrutinizing gazes fixating on Yi Feng. Ye Feng, we shall not impose upon you based on seniority or status. The enlightenment pill is yours to give as you please, and that is undeniable. However, it should not be wasted on dogs. Do you have any idea how precious this pill is? In merely 20 minutes, the 5 ancestors felt their own bottlenecks loosening. With just a few more enlightenment pills, they could achieve entirely new heights. I still have 90 enlightenment pills left. Perhaps I could spare 50 for the dogs and keep the remaining 40? Would that be acceptable? Seeing the ancestors' ravenous eyes, Yi Feng felt that feeding 90 enlightenment pills to a little yellow dog was indeed a tad excessive, so he made a compromise. Ha! Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, the 5 ancestors' breaths became rapid with exasperation. After all that persuasion, he still intended to feed the enlightenment pills to dogs. Luo Wuming, as the sect leader, how can you allow your disciple to be such a wastrel without taking action? It was futile to continue venting his anger at Yi Feng. Luo Qianxue directed all his ire towards Luo Wuming, who was merely an onlooker. Luo Wuming, taken aback by the wrath of the 5 ancestral elders, managed a wry smile as he explained, "Esteemed ancestors, this lad is nothing but a prodigal. He has the legendary 9-leaf soul recovery herb and uses it to soak his feet. He bestowed fragments of the formidable Xuantian sword intent upon a dog. Most importantly, all those treasures belong to him. He is resolute in his intent to squander them. What can I do?" Upon hearing this, the 5 ancestral elders were left utterly dumbfounded. The 9-leaf soul recovery herb was a legendary spiritual herb they had long coveted during their ventures into the Heavenly Path battlefield. Not only did he possess it, but he also used it for foot baths. He had given fragments of the Xuantian sword intent to a mere canine. They were bewildered. The 5 ancestral elders gazed at the seemingly harmless Yi Feng, speechless, realizing he was indeed a confirmed wasteful heir. Wasn't this a fantastical realm? Were the members of this sect too benevolent, unwilling to seize what was rightfully theirs even in such circumstances? In that moment, Yi Feng was equally astonished. Based on the narratives of novels he had perused in his previous life, revealing such coveted treasures should have prompted immediate confiscation. Reflecting on Luo Qianxue, who had promised not to provide any guidance or cultivation resources, it was ironic that she eventually took Lung Wufeng out to purchase alchemical herbs, even acquiring 2 of his own Qingxian pills. And all the while, Bai Lao remained cheerful and carefree. In the esteemed sect of the Star Extreme, none of the disciples, whether from the inner or outer circles, exhibit any arrogance or hubris. He achieved fame through his own prowess, and rather than harboring resentment, all take pride in his accomplishments. The affection shown by his venerable master and the warmth extended by his 5 senior brothers and sisters is palpable. Even the 5 esteemed elders appear to be remarkably amiable. Truth be told, Yi Feng finds himself quite at ease within such a harmonious sect, devoid of deceitful machinations. Given this, he resolves to enjoy a leisurely existence as a spendthrift within the sect. However, he also recognizes that to indulge in such comfort, he must contribute something of value. Yi Feng, might we come to an understanding? To squander such a precious insight pill on a mere dog would be a travesty. You could retain it for yourself instead. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Qianxue turned to Yi Feng with a wry smile, eschewing any attempt to leverage his status as an elder to coerce him. Oppressing fellow disciples would be a violation of the ancestral teachings. The remarkable growth of the Star Extreme sect can be attributed significantly to the adherence to these sacred maxims. Esteemed elders, I present 70 insight pills, willingly submitted to the sect. However, I must retain the remaining 20 for my beloved dog, and I hope the 5 esteemed elders will refrain from further persuasion. At this juncture, Yi Feng produced a spatial ring containing 70 insight pills and placed it into Luo Qianxue's hands. Since he aspired to live comfortably as a spendthrift within the sect, it was only natural that he desired the sect's continued strength, and he did not mind offering some valuable items for the greater good. Splendid, splendid, splendid. Luo Qianxue carefully tucked away the spatial ring containing 70 insight pills, unable to restrain himself from exclaiming excellent 3 times. As he gazed at Yi Feng, his admiration grew. Having a disciple like Yi Feng in their sect was indeed a remarkable fortune. Luo Wuming should be well aware of the immense contributions Yi Feng has made to the sect, as long as Yi Feng does not violate the ancestral teachings. Within the sect, he can act as he pleases. Furthermore, aside from us 5 old fellows, even you lack the authority to discipline Yi Feng. Do you understand? Luo Qianxue asserted sternly, fixing his serious gaze upon Luo Wuming. Wuming understood, immediately responding. Luo Wuming thought to himself, "This is my designated treasure bringer, even without your insistence. I must ensure his well-being." Suddenly, an unusual sound erupted beside Yi Feng, drawing the attention of the 5 grand elders and Luo Wuming. The golden silkworm, Star, Shining Stone. Upon witnessing the radiant golden mineral beneath Yi Feng's feet, glimmering under the sunlight, everyone gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide and breaths quickening. "It's merely a broken stone." Observing their shocked expressions, Yi Feng secretly chuckled as he picked up the fist-sized golden silkworm, Star Shining Stone, and stored it directly in the system space. "I have bestowed upon you the insight pills, yet I must also let you know I possess valuable treasures. As a prodigal deity, it would be unacceptable to lack items that provoke envy. This brat truly possesses the golden silkworm, Star Shining Stone." You 3 were indeed correct. At this moment, Luo Wuming could only smile wryly. Previously, during his time at the Star Soul Sect, Luo Qianxue had mentioned it to him with unwavering certainty, asserting that since Yi Feng dared to speak of the golden silkworm, Star Shining Stone, he must indeed possess it. Later, he had inquired with Bai Tianhong and Xia Tianyu, both of whom corroborated that Yi Feng had indeed made such a claim, and they both firmly believed that he surely had it in his possession. Yi Feng, might that golden silkworm, Star Shining Stone be? The elder Chu Yunshan, overwhelmed with excitement, trembled as he gazed at Yi Feng, contemplating what price he would be willing to pay, hoping fervently that Yi Feng would sell him the precious stone. After all, as a craftsman, the golden silkworm, Star Shining Stone, was undoubtedly one of the most coveted materials for every artisan. No way. I don't possess much of this at the moment either. I was even considering using it to build a toilet later. Before Chu Yunshan could finish his plea, Yi Feng immediately declined, providing his reasoning. The notion of using the golden silkworm, Star Shining Stone, for such a purpose? The 5 ancestors and Luo Wuming were nearly left breathless, feeling that this was more absurd than feeding a breakthrough pill to a dog. Huff! Chu Yunshan exhaled deeply, striving to maintain a semblance of a smile as he inquired, "Yi Feng, do you comprehend just how significant the golden silkworm, Star Shining Stone, is for a craftsman? As for the importance, I cannot say, but I do know that a toilet crafted from this material would gleam brilliantly under the sunlight, making the experience of using it incredibly delightful." Upon hearing these words, the crowd nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. That was the golden silkworm, Starshine Stone, a potent spiritual mineral capable of absorbing the forces of tribulation. Any cultivator on the brink of transcending would dream of acquiring a spiritual artifact forged from such a material. How could one think of using it for a toilet? Would one hide in the restroom during the tribulation? At that moment, as Chu Yunshan pondered this, he was suddenly taken aback and quickly turned to Yi Feng, asking, "Are you implying that you will be able to acquire more golden silkworm, starshine stones in the future? Indeed, I will have plenty of this in the future, and I certainly plan to build a toilet with it. If there are any leftovers, I will definitely reserve some for Elder Wu. Yi Feng did not comprehend why the other party had suddenly posed such a question, but he answered directly. Excellent. Building a toilet with a golden silkworm starshine stone is splendid. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Chu Yunshan suddenly burst into hearty laughter, leaving Yi Feng momentarily stunned. And even the other four elders and Luo Wuming were taken aback, questioning whether Chu Yunshan had succumbed to the excitement and gone mad. Elder 5, have you lost your mind? That is the golden silkworm starshine stone. How can you possibly encourage this spendthrift to use such a spiritual mineral for a toilet? Luo Qianxue exclaimed as he pulled Chu Yunshan aside, seeking clarity. Are you all foolish? If this lad truly possesses enough golden silkworm starshine stones to construct a toilet, when the time comes for us to transcend and ascend to the higher realms, we could very well take refuge in the restroom and withstand the tribulation. How many golden silkworm starshine stones would be required for a lavatory? At that moment, how much power from the thunder tribulation would it absorb? To put it bluntly, if the lavatory is sufficiently formidable, we could take refuge within it, perhaps allowing all the power of the thunder tribulation to be absorbed, enabling us to relieve ourselves in peace. Just imagine, while outside the thunderclouds churn and the thunder tribulations roar, bolts of lightning strike down. Yet they cannot breach the lavatory constructed from golden silkworm starshine stones. In the time it takes us to attend to our needs, we would successfully transcend the tribulation. What a delight that would be. As Chu Yunshan spoke, his eyes gleamed with anticipation. The others, upon hearing this, also began to grasp the concept. If merely sitting down could lead to overcoming the tribulation, that would indeed be a remarkable experience, almost transcendent. Incredible. It could be played out this way. Nearby, Luo Wuming could not help but exclaim in astonishment, his expression one of disbelief as he glanced towards Yi Feng, who was not far off. If this were to come to fruition, it would mean that once members of the Star Extremity Sect reached the tribulation stage, they would no longer need to dread the thunder tribulations that accompany each breakthrough. With the 9-leaf rejuvenation herb and the rejuvenation elixir, if they had this lavatory capable of withstanding the thunder tribulations, who would need that inferior concoction? Or were they plotting? Not far away, Yi Feng observed the 6 individuals huddled together, whispering among themselves, occasionally casting peculiar glances in his direction, leaving a large question mark on his face. Little did he know that the 5 venerable ancestors and Luo Wuming had already set their sights on his lavish golden silkworm starshine stone lavatory. 10 minutes later, Luo Wuming understood that Yi Feng's expedition to the Heavenly Dao battlefield must not falter. He summoned all disciples from both the inner and outer sects within the Qidong realm, vowing that should any peril arise during the journey, they would spare no expense to ensure Yi Feng's safety. Luo Qianxue, upon learning of Yi Feng's return to the sect with the intention of venturing into the Heavenly Dao battlefield for training, promptly issued orders to Luo Wuming. After all, Yi Feng was the sect's golden goose, and meticulous preparations were imperative. Chapter 24, 100 billion Supreme Spirit Crystals. Master Ancestor, Ye Feng Intergestet. I wish to enter the Heavenly Dao battlefield alone for my training. If accompanied by so many senior brothers, the experience would lose its significance. Moreover, within a battlefield, whether confronted by beings from other realms or ferocious beasts, I am confident in my ability to protect myself. At that moment, Yi Feng realized that leading a large entourage to the battlefield could complicate matters. Would they be safeguarding him, or would he be the one shielding them? It was clear that while a larger group might enhance safety, it proportionately increased the likelihood of encountering danger. If faced with peril, he could not bear to witness his fellow disciples perish, especially considering the reckless bodyguards he had with him. His safety was assured. Upon hearing Yi Feng's perspective, the ancestor fell into deep contemplation. Very well, but you must exercise utmost caution alone and never place your trust in anyone too readily. Spend the next couple of days resting within the sect, and on the morning of the 3rd day, set forth for the teleportation tower to the Heavenly Dao battlefield. Ultimately, the ancestor acquiesced to Yi Feng's proposal. Upon Yi Feng's return to the main Peak's residence, he was astonished to find 5 senior brothers and sisters still present in his quarters. With a sense of wonder, he inquired, "Dear seniors, why have you not yet departed? Junior brother, do you still possess that inside elixir you previously bestowed upon us?" Qianxue hurriedly approached, eager for answers. Despite the passage of time since their enlightenment, the 5 prodigies remained entranced by the extraordinary occurrence. The mere existence of a single elixir capable of propelling one into a state of sudden comprehension was akin to a tremendous fortuity. They were unashamedly desperate to procure a few more from Yi Feng. There are not many left. I had 90 inside elixirs, but I have already given 70 to the esteemed elder, Yi Feng replied. Upon hearing this, Xuantian hastily pressed on. Might it be possible for you to spare one of the remaining 20 for me? Just one will suffice. By the end of her plea, Xuantian had resorted to a charming display of affection, disregarding all modesty in her appeal to the junior brother she had only recently met. Absolutely not. Yi Feng retreated a few steps, gazing earnestly at the 5 prodigies. The remaining 20 inside elixirs are intended for my beloved dog. Even the esteemed elder has not received any from me. This is my final boundary. What a wasteful extravagance. Such reckless spending. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, the minds of the 5 talents were inevitably flooded with Luo Wuming's other assessment of Yi Feng. Could one truly squander fortune to such an extent? To think that such precious insight pills, hardly inferior to fortuitous encounters, would be fed to dogs, 20 of them, no less. Junior brother, it seems we have overstepped. To acquire even a single insight pill is already a stroke of good fortune for us. After all, such opportunities cannot be forcibly seized, Qianxue remarked, his face tinged with embarrassment. Senior brother, why can it not be seized? Queried one of the disciples. The Grand Ancestor possesses 70 insight pills, which I submitted to the sect. As the 5 core disciples of our sect, who else should be entrusted with these pills if not you? Bang, bang, bang. As Yi Feng's words echoed, the 5 disciples swiftly executed their most adept techniques, racing out of the room in rapid succession. Junior brother, we shall first procure the insight pills. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon us. Qianxue's voice soon drifted back from outside the room. Sighing, Yi Feng murmured to himself, the lament of a prodigal is most profound. They exert themselves to acquire a single insight pill, feeling the exhilaration and joy that I cannot fathom. Wait a moment. System, did I not provide each of the 5 Grand Ancestors with 1 million premium spirit stones? Why have I received no reward? Suddenly recalling something, Yi Feng hurriedly inquired of the system. Ding! The 5 Grand Ancestors did not genuinely accept the offering and intend to return it to the host. The prodigal incident remains ongoing and has not yet concluded. What the hell? Surely not. Have the 5 esteemed elders lost their wits in their old age, forsaking wealth? Upon hearing the system's explanation, Yi Feng's expression darkened in disbelief. He never anticipated that the 5 elders would consider refunding him. Yi Feng, I hope I'm not disturbing your rest. Just as he spoke, the venerable elder Luo Qianxue entered, his face adorned with a broad smile. Not at all. Not at all. By the way, feel free to use the exquisite spirit stones I provided for the elders. Do not hesitate to treat them as you wish, for I possess an abundance of those. Now that Yi Feng was aware of their purpose for visiting, how could he allow them to return the spirit stones? A well-known adage states that to sever one's financial avenues is akin to murdering one's parents. The elder Luo Qianxue, who had been preparing to return the spirit stones, stood frozen in disbelief. How could he possibly present them now, if they were not returned to Yi Feng? Word of this would surely tarnish the reputations of the 5 old gentlemen. Elder, you haven't come here with the intention of refunding the spirit stones, have you? To be frank, while I am unaware of the spirit stone reserves of the Star Extreme sect, I suspect that the total within the sect hardly amounts to even a fraction of my own wealth. I genuinely do not care for those exquisite spirit stones. Furthermore, Elder, should the sect require spirit stones, please do not hesitate to inform me. In conclusion, Yi Feng made sure to promote himself, although he had previously mentioned this to Luo Qianxue, who had shown no inclination to discuss it with him. By the way, I wonder if you happen to possess any spirit crystals? Just as the sect's spirit crystals were somewhat insufficient, these crystals serve as the primary source of power for maintaining the protective array of the sect. Testing the waters. Although this was a statement of fact, Luo Qianxue was indeed probing. He sought to ascertain the extent of Yi Feng's resources. Should Yi Feng be able to produce some spirit crystals? It would genuinely alleviate the pressing concerns of the Xingji sect, despite being one of the premier sects on the Xuantian Continent. The vastness of the continent means that numerous forces of equal standing abound, and centuries of development have bred many formidable adversaries. In recent centuries, the quantity of spirit crystals acquired from the Heavenly Dao battlefield has been remarkably scant, marking it as one of the pressing issues that the Xingji sect must address. Spirit crystals? Yi Feng's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. It felt as though a new opportunity had arisen. System, look how well the sect treats me. Now it feels like home. Contributing 100 billion top-tier spirit crystals to my own household seems reasonable, doesn't it? To Yi Feng's surprise, after he made his declaration, the system fell into an unusual silence. Ding. Host, could you not be so shameless? 100 billion top-tier spirit crystals would suffice to sustain the sect's protective array for several centuries. An excessive amount. System, your reasoning is flawed. The sect is my family. What is wrong with safeguarding my own home? 10 billion top-tier spirit crystals is the bare minimum. Or do you doubt my longevity? Indeed, Yi Feng was not merely negotiating. He also based his argument on the premise of an uninterrupted protective array, which was a new direction he wished to explore, curious to see if the system was as inflexible as it appeared. If not, then it shall certainly become entertaining in the future. On the tedious and monotonous path of squandering wealth, engaging in a bit of haggling with the system could indeed bring forth a unique kind of enjoyment. Chapter 25. I just wish to quietly indulge in extravagance. Yet how am I aging? Ding. 100 million superior spirit crystals, safeguarding the host's otherworldly abode, cannot exceed this amount. Upon hearing the system's response, Yi Feng displayed an expression of utter astonishment. It was truly possible to negotiate rather than have his reasoning dismissed outright. Spirit crystals are unique to the Heavenly Dao battlefield. It seems he has indeed exhausted his supply. Noticing that Yi Feng had been silent for quite some time, Luo Qianxue did not exhibit much reaction. He had merely been testing the waters and did not genuinely expect to acquire spirit crystals from Yi Feng. Old ancestor, this is 100 million superior spirit crystals. With these spirit crystals, even if our Star Extreme sect perpetually maintained the protective formation, it would suffice for several years. However, to the old ancestor's surprise, just as he believed, Yi Feng could not possibly produce any spirit crystals. The latter suddenly produced a spatial ring and pressed it into his hand. 100 million superior spirit crystals? Gazing at the spatial ring in his hand, Luo Qianxue momentarily doubted whether he had just experienced an auditory hallucination. 100 million, and they are superior spirit crystals. It is no exaggeration to say that even if all the possessions of the Star Extreme sect were sold, one could not amass such a quantity of superior spirit crystals. Gulping down his astonishment, Luo Qianxue immediately unleashed his divine sense to inspect the spatial ring in his hand. Boundless, dense, and intricate, countless exquisite spirit crystals lay quietly within the confines of the spatial ring. Upon witnessing this endless array of precious gems, Luo Qianxue's breath quickened, and his right hand, gripping the ring, trembled uncontrollably. The value of this spatial ring far surpassed that of the Star Extreme sect, leaving even Luo Qianxue momentarily flustered. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully squandered, earning 200 squander points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully squandered again, earning 300 squander points and a copy of the Enhanced 9-Star Sword Array secret technique. Rewards had arrived. Upon hearing the successive notifications from the system, Yi Feng couldn't help but smile. Not only had his recent extravagant behavior succeeded, but his previous act of gifting 100 million exquisite spirit stones to the 5 ancestral elders had also been validated, proving that Luo Qianxue had accepted those precious stones. However, Yi Feng was intrigued by the special reward this time, which was an enhanced array technique, even though he had no understanding of formations. Yi Feng, do you truly wish to surrender these exquisite spirit crystals to the sect? Luo Qianxue's voice trembled as he spoke. Despite being a peak 9th-level Tribulation Realm expert who had endured 5 Heavenly Tribulation lightning strikes, he found it difficult to maintain composure in the face of 100 million exquisite spirit crystals. Of course, esteemed ancestor, I am more than willing. This is but a trifle. Should we run low? Simply inform me. In fact, I suggest that our sect keep the protective array activated at all times. The words spoken by Yi Feng were indeed sincere. Even with the protection of the Grand Formation, it would still take several years to exhaust these exquisite spirit crystals. However, once depleted, he could continue to provide more, as the system offered an infinite supply. What he required was merely a wasteful point. This was unacceptable. Exquisite spirit crystals were inherently precious, and with the sect not facing any crises, how could one afford to squander them so recklessly? Yet, Luo Qianxue outright rejected Yi Feng's proposal. Old ancestor, your vision is rather limited. A mere 100 million exquisite spirit crystals is but a drop in the ocean for me. If you do not utilize them, how can I continue to contribute my meager efforts to the sect? Yi Feng hastily began to persuade him. 100 million exquisite spirit crystals is a drop in the ocean? A meager effort? Do you not consider the implications of your words? Luo Qianxue was nearly driven to despair by Yi Feng's extravagant wealth and his reckless spending habits. Do you truly have more? This time, Luo Qianxue inquired with utmost seriousness. Indeed, there's an abundance. Should the sect run low, do not hesitate to come to me. Upon hearing this, Luo Qianxue gritted his teeth and made the most audacious decision of his life, declaring, very well, from this day forth, the 9-star sword formation of the Xingji sect shall be permanently activated. The 9-star sword formation? The sect's protective formation is the 9-star sword formation? Upon hearing Luo Qianxue mention the 9-star sword formation, Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback, having just acquired an upgraded version. Old ancestor, I possess a set of formations. Take a look. With that, Yi Feng promptly presented the secret tome of the enhanced 9-star sword formation that he had just obtained. As he gazed upon the unfolding scene, an unsettling sensation gripped Luo Qianxue, who regarded Yi Feng with the eyes of one beholding a monster. The 9-star sword formation, a sacred defensive array passed down through millennia by the Xingji sect, was revealed. The tome in his possession contained an enhanced version of this formation. While the energy expenditure would escalate tenfold, so too would the potency of the array. Great ancestor, do not inquire. The answer eludes me, Yi Feng interjected, sensing Luo Qianxue's intent to question him, and preemptively silencing the inquiry. Very well, I shall refrain from asking. From this moment forth, you shall be recognized as the honorary elder of our Xingji sect, your status within the sect rivaling that of our 5 esteemed ancestors. Even Luo Wuming, our sect leader, will be compelled to address you with the utmost respect as Elder Yi Feng. Luo Qianxue asserted, his demeanor grave as he bestowed upon Yi Feng a new identity. Disciple? Core disciple? Such titles are mere trifles, an affront to your true stature. He continued, perplexed by Yi Feng's reluctance. Great ancestor, you jest. I have no desire for the title of honorary elder. Being a mere core disciple suffices. Moreover, I am the direct apprentice of my master. Upon my return from the heavenly battlefield, I must also return to the Star Soul Sect. Yi Feng hastily objected, unwilling to embrace such a lofty position. Having lived a lifetime, Yi Feng understood all too well that with elevated status came greater responsibilities. His aspiration was to lead a tranquil life within the sect, free from the burdens of unnecessary complications. That cannot be. Such a designation would render the sect unworthy of your contributions. Thus, you remain the 6th core disciple of our sect, and afterward, you may return to the Star Soul Sect. However, you shall also hold the esteemed title of Honorary Elder of the Star Extreme Sect, a fact known only to Luo Wuming and our 5 esteemed ancestors, which will not interfere with your ordinary life. Alas, observing Luo Qianxue's resolute demeanor, Yi Feng could only sigh in resignation and state, Elder Ancestor, let us make this clear. The sect is in need of spirit stones and spirit crystals, which I possess. But I shall not concern myself with anything else. Yi Feng, have you rested? Do you wish to visit the Beast Peak, where our sect confines the demon beasts? At that moment, Luo Wuming's voice echoed from outside the door. To Luo Wuming, Yi Feng was akin to a deity of wealth. Concerned that Yi Feng might be languishing in boredom, he had come to escort him to explore the Beast Peak. Elder Ancestor, upon entering the room and seeing Luo Qianxue present, Luo Wuming appeared bewildered. What nonsense! Yi Feng is also whom you refer to? Call him Elder Yi. However, before Luo Wuming could comprehend why Luo Qianxue was there, he was met with a stern reprimand. What Elder Yi? Who is Elder Yi? Luo Wuming couldn't help but cast his gaze towards Yi Feng, realizing that among those surnamed Yi, only Yi Feng was present. Yet, was Yi Feng not a core disciple? From this moment forth, Yi Feng shall be our honorary elder of the Star Extreme Sect, holding a status equal to that of our 5 esteemed ancestors. Henceforth, when you encounter Elder Yi, ensure your demeanor reflects the respect due to his position. Luo Qianxue continued his admonition. Honorary elder? How could one be on equal footing with the 5 great ancestors? It was utterly insane. At this moment, Luo Wuming felt as though he were losing his mind. He could not fathom why the great ancestor would suddenly make such a decision. Great ancestor, may I inquire how Yi Feng became an honorary elder? Though he dared not retort or question, curiosity gnawed at Luo Wuming. How could it be that Yi Feng, through mere cultivation methods, had ascended to the status of an honorary elder within the sect? Purchased, the price paid was exorbitant. Even as an honorary elder, it felt like an injustice to Yi Feng. After uttering these words, Luo Qianxue departed from Yi Feng's residence. For such a monumental matter necessitated discussion with the remaining 4 great ancestors. Purchased. Upon hearing this, Luo Wuming felt an uncanny familiarity. Hadn't the precious position of his beloved daughter's direct disciple also been acquired by Yi Feng? Yet this was the honorary elder of the Xingji sect. Yi Feng, could you enlighten me on the tremendous cost you incurred to attain this honorary elder title? As he watched Luo Qianxue leave, Luo Wuming experienced a slight sense of relief. After all, Yi Feng was the disciple of his master. With the great ancestor gone, he no longer felt compelled to address Yi Feng as Elder Yi. Master, please refrain from calling me Elder Yi. It feels rather uncomfortable. Besides, I am a core disciple of the Xingji sect and the direct disciple of our revered master. This honorary elder title is merely a nominal distinction, known only to you and the other great ancestors, and will not be disclosed publicly. As for the cost incurred, it was not particularly burdensome. Merely 100 million premium spirit crystals and an upgraded secret tome for the 9-star sword array. Yi Feng responded nonchalantly. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Luo Wuming's expression was rigid, his face contorted into a foolish grin. 100 million supreme spirit crystals. That was indeed an extraordinary sum, surpassing even the worth of the Star Extreme Sect. The 9-star sword array. Despite the presence of numerous array masters within the sect over the millennia who had contemplated its enhancement, had ultimately met with failure. Yet here it was, presented to him as a refined version of the 9-star sword array. If Luo Wuming had previously harbored doubts regarding the words of the Grand Ancestor, he now held an unwavering belief, even considering it an injustice to Yi Feng to merely label him as an honorary elder. Master, did you just mention the Beast Peak? Shall we go and take a look? Yi Feng had yet to encounter any magical beasts in this world, and he was indeed quite intrigued by the unique creatures that resided here. Meanwhile, upon returning to the secluded training cave in the back mountain, Luo Qianxue summoned the 4 esteemed elders. Eldest brother, have we returned the spirit stones to Yi Feng? We cannot afford to offend such a person. The second elder, Zhang Haoyu, inquired hastily about this matter. However, Luo Qianxue simply shook his head. The faces of the 4 elders changed in unison. They had not anticipated that their most prudent elder, Luo Qianxue, had failed to do so. Brother, you are being foolish. How could you not return them? We truly do not lack that 1 million supreme spirit stones. The third elder, Chao Min Feng, with his fiery temperament, could no longer contain himself and shouted, "My dear friends, not only have I not returned them, but I have also accepted some benefits from Yi Feng. Although I was reluctant, the offerings he presented were far too generous for me to decline." Upon finishing his words, Luo Qianxue did not wait for the four elders to respond. Instead, he directly placed the spatial ring containing 100 million premium spirit crystals upon the stone table before him. Although the other four elders wished to voice their thoughts, they immediately unleashed their divine senses to examine the spatial ring on the table. Mere seconds later, upon witnessing the densely packed premium spirit crystals within the ring, their intended remarks were swallowed back, leaving them in a state of astonishment. "Brother, how much is it in total?" After an indeterminate amount of time, Elder Xuantian Continent, his voice trembling, inquired. 100 million. Gasp. Upon hearing this figure, the four elders collectively inhaled sharply. At that moment, they finally grasped the full meaning behind Luo Qianxue's earlier remark about it being too generous. Had they been in the same position, they too would have found it impossible to refuse. With such an immense sum, the Xingji sect would be secure for centuries to come. After a pause, Xuantian Shan spoke again, recognizing that the sect would not always be besieged by formidable foes. To put it bluntly, as long as the Xingji sect continued to thrive, the frequency of activating the protective formation would be minimal, thus extending the period of safety. No, from this day forth, our Xingji sect's protective formation shall remain permanently activated. Regardless of whether we face a crisis or not, it must be in a state of readiness at all times. Yi Feng proclaimed, asserting that his vision had been too limited, for mere 100 million premium spirit crystals was inconsequential. Should they run low, they could simply request more from him. Upon hearing the initial two statements, the four elders felt that Luo Qianxue had undoubtedly lost his mind. Yet, upon hearing the latter remark, they fell silent once more. In the sect, there exists a prodigious disciple, leaving the others in a state of helplessness. Alas, this lad has only been here for a day, yet I feel as though I am akin to a beggar. After a prolonged silence, the venerable fourth ancestor, Chang Xingfei, let out a self-deprecating smile, a sentiment that resonated deeply within the hearts of the other four. That was a staggering 100 million premium spirit crystals. Simply bestowing such an amount upon a peak ninth-layer tribulation expert could undoubtedly establish a first-rate sect, or even a top-tier one, in a remarkably short span. Furthermore, Yi Feng had also presented me with a tome of formation secrets, containing an enhanced version of the 9-star sword formation. Although the consumption increased tenfold, so too did its potency. A tenfold increase in the 9-star sword sect would render even a peak ninth-layer tribulation expert, who has withstood 9 heavenly tribulation lightning strikes, severely injured if not outright slain. At that moment, Luo Qianxue unleashed yet another bombshell, reverberating through the minds of the four venerable elders, leaving them in a daze. At the foot of the Beast Peak, as Yi Feng traversed the mountain path, he noticed dark caverns dotting the left rock face, from which the incessant roars of demonic beasts echoed. Yi Feng, these beast-sealing caverns are filled with various quantities and strengths of demonic beasts, with the strength of the sealed beasts increasing as one ascends. At this juncture, Luo Wuming began to elucidate the circumstances surrounding the Beast Peak. "Master, why are these demonic beasts sealed? Why not simply eliminate them?" Yi Feng, in his ignorance, questioned the rationale behind expending such significant resources to seal these beasts. Through trials of life and death, countless disciples have perished within the beast-sealing caverns over the years. However, whether venturing outside the sect for experience or traversing to the battlefield of the Heavenly Tao, one inevitably encounters formidable beasts. To depart from the sect, one must endure the life and death trial within the demon-sealing cave. Here, at least, there remains a considerable chance of survival, but once in the outside world, those beasts will offer no mercy. Observing the perplexed expression on Yi Feng's face, Luo Wuming patiently elucidated the matter. Chapter 27. The Corpse of the Purple Thunder Lion. A barbecue feast. "Now I understand," Yi Feng remarked after listening intently. "Master, in just a couple of days, I shall be heading to the battlefield of the Heavenly Tao. Should I also venture inside to test my mettle? With a look of exasperation, Luo Wuming turned to Yi Feng and replied, "These beasts have all been captured from the outside world or the battlefield of the Heavenly Tao. It would be prudent to leave the opportunity for other brothers." Considering Yi Feng's prowess, even 200 beasts of equal rank would be no match for him. It would be a sheer waste of valuable resources akin to squandering wealth. What a pity. It seems that only by going to the battlefield of the Heavenly Tao can I truly engage with these beasts, Yi Feng lamented, a hint of disappointment flickering across his visage. "Master, how much is a peak 9th-tier beast worth?" Yi Feng was eager to encounter these creatures and was prepared to indulge in reckless spending. "What splendid sunshine we have today." Observing Luo Wuming ignoring his inquiry as he strode ahead, Yi Feng's expression gradually darkened with discontent. After wandering around, Yi Feng found nothing of interest aside from a dark cave entrance that sealed a demonic beast, leaving him filled with regret for having come here. 2 hours later, upon returning to their residence with Luo Wuming, Yi Feng immediately sought rest. Currently, he possessed merely 2,810 points of reckless spending, and he planned to accumulate more, intending to directly elevate his strength to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the spirit fusion realm. The next morning, upon rising, Yi Feng promptly checked the day's spoils of extravagant expenditure, the corpse of a purple lightning lion. A purple lightning lion? What level of demonic beast is this? Merely a corpse? How could it be reasonably squandered? Filled with curiosity, Yi Feng sought out his senior brother, Xuantian. "A demonic beast's corpse, you say? We cultivators can expend spiritual energy to extract pure, demonic blood from the carcass. While this blood may not hold much significance for us regular cultivators, it is of utmost importance for body cultivators. Body cultivators practice methods that refine the physical body, absorbing the spiritual essence of the world to continuously enhance their flesh, resulting in formidable combat prowess. For body cultivators, demonic blood is undoubtedly the finest resource for auxiliary cultivation." Upon hearing Yi Feng's inquiry, Xuantian patiently elaborated, "Senior brother, what if we chose not to refine it with spiritual energy, but instead roasted and consumed the beast's flesh directly?" Yi Feng posed another question after listening intently. Upon hearing this, Xuantian was momentarily taken aback, regarding Yi Feng with a peculiar gaze, perplexed by the latter's strange and whimsical notions. The more formidable the beast, the more arduous the task of extracting its essence blood became. Directly roasting and consuming the creature would yield an absorption of power that scarcely amounted to 1% of the beast's essence blood. For lower-tier beasts, it might not matter, but indulging in the raw flesh of a powerful beast without refining its blood would indeed be wasteful. Although unable to fathom Yi Feng's reasoning, Xuantian proceeded to elucidate. "Does our sect have body cultivators?" Now, aside from the uncertainty regarding the rank of the purple thunder mad lion, Yi Feng had grasped some aspects of this matter and posed his final inquiry. Indeed, the 5th ancestor is a formidable body cultivator at the tribulation stage, which is closely linked to his prowess as a master blacksmith. Xuantian answered directly. After listening, Yi Feng departed, prompting Xuantian to furrow his brow in sudden concern. His eyes widened as he gasped. "Could it be that my junior brother possesses a corpse of a beast of exceptionally high rank? Is he intending to roast it for consumption?" Contemplating this junior brother's extravagant and reckless nature, Xuantian increasingly believed his suspicions were valid. In the inner sect's training arena, Yi Feng summoned the corpse of the purple thunder mad lion from the system. An overwhelming aura of terror enveloped the entire training ground instantaneously, instilling a sense of suffocating dread akin to death among all disciples, both inner and outer sect members. Bang! The immense corpse of the purple thunder beast, resembling a small mountain, crashed heavily to the ground, producing a thunderous sound. "Brothers and sisters, let's cease our sparring for today. Come quickly and assist me in butchering this meat. I shall treat everyone to a feast of roasted meat." Thousands of disciples from both the inner and outer sects braved the suffocating pressure to gather before the colossal carcass of the purple thunder beast, their eyes filled with astonishment. Although they were unaware of the beast's exact classification, its level was undoubtedly terrifying. Rather than extracting the beast's essence for his own gain, Yi Feng intended to prepare a banquet, which thrilled them immensely. Such high-caliber beast meat, if missed today, might never again be within their reach. Brother Yi Feng, the scales on this beast are too resilient. My sword has shattered against them, yet I cannot inflict even the slightest injury. Another disciple exclaimed, Brother Yi Feng, I've discovered several unarmored weak points, but even my sword imbued with sharp golden spiritual energy fails to penetrate this beast's hide. Yet another lamented, It seems we shall not be able to feast. Disciples crowded around the mountain-like body of the purple thunder beast, but regardless of the methods employed, none could harm the corpse in the slightest, driving them to despair. System, is there a tool that could effortlessly slice through this beast? It will be quite helpful, for I find myself at an impasse with this extravagant carcass. In search of a solution, he turned to the system for assistance. Ding! The system temporarily lends the host 100 daggers. They must be returned afterward, or a significant amount of waste points will be deducted. The system seemed to have anticipated Yi Feng's intention of not returning, promptly imposing a severe penalty for such a decision. Alas, upon hearing the consequences of non-compliance, Yi Feng could only inwardly curse the system for its stinginess. Subsequently, he produced 100 daggers, distributing them among the surrounding disciples. Senior Brother Yi Feng, these daggers are extraordinarily powerful. The incredibly tough scales of the demon beasts are rendered as fragile as mere paper beneath their edge, exclaimed one disciple. Senior Brother Yi Feng, the flesh of the demon beasts is effortlessly sliced as well. These daggers are truly terrifying. As the corpse of the purple thunder lion was swiftly dissected, chunks of bloodied flesh accumulated in heaps. The other disciples, gathering nearby, seized wooden skewers and diligently began threading the large pieces of meat onto them. Piling up firewood, Yi Feng unleashed a flicker of fire spiritual energy, igniting the wood in an instant. The multitude of disciples tasked with grilling approached the skewered meat, encircling one blazing fire pit after another, and began their earnest cooking. Standing aside, Yi Feng observed the thousands of disciples, both inner and outer sect members, each fulfilling their designated roles, and he felt as though they were partaking in a grand bonfire feast. Sizzle, sizzle. As the flesh of the purple thunder lion began to sizzle and release its juices, an intoxicating aroma wafted through the training grounds, compelling many disciples to swallow hard in anticipation. Chapter 28. Luo Wuming. Has your sect become this affluent? Outside the Star Extreme Sect, 10 miles to the east, a burly, bloodied middle-aged man stepped forth from the void, casting a glance in the direction of the Star Extreme Sect. With a broad grin, he declared Luo Wuming. This time I struck it rich on the Heavenly Dao battlefield, acquiring a staggering 80 top-tier spirit crystals. Not low-grade, but top-notch. I can hardly wait to see the envious expression on your face. Upon this realization, the burly man, adorned with a faint smile, swiftly soared towards the direction of the Star Extreme Sect. What could be amiss? Had the Star Extreme Sect encountered peril? As he approached the vicinity of the sect, he sensed the formidable aura of the protective formation being activated, causing his expression to shift dramatically, with a surge of murderous intent igniting in his eyes. But wait, there were no adversaries present. It was merely he who stood alone. Yet, it soon dawned on him that something was amiss. For there were no foes here, only an old acquaintance. It had been many years since he last witnessed the might of the 9-star sword array, and he was eager to test how much of its power his physical form could withstand. Without summoning Luo Wuming, the burly man resolved to step into the protective formation to conduct his own experiment. However, as soon as he crossed into the realm of the 9-star sword array, an overwhelming sense of suffocation enveloped him. Without a moment's hesitation, he fled the array with utmost speed. Gasping for breath, he stood rooted in place, the terror in his eyes intensifying. He was certain that had he not acted swiftly, he would have perished within the confines of the sword array, as even a single beam of the 9-star sword light could have effortlessly obliterated him. The Star Extreme Sect's most powerful protective formation, the 9-star sword array, had evidently been modified, its potency magnified to an unimaginable extent. Who could have enhanced the sword array to such a terrifying degree? At this moment, The burly man fell into a contemplative silence. Luo Kai, have you lost your mind, failing to recognize that the protective formation is active? At that moment, the anxious voice of Luo Wuming echoed from within the sect. As he witnessed Luo Wuming soaring out of the sect, the expression on Luo Kai's face was nothing but a bitter smile. Who could have known that your sect protective formation was an enhanced version? Come on, let's go inside, he said. Upon realizing that Luo Kai was unharmed, Luo Wuming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Wuming, has your sect activated the protective formation due to recent formidable foes? Luo Kai inquired earnestly, keeping pace with him. No, it's merely that there has been an excess of spirit crystals within the sect lately, so we decided to keep the protective formation permanently activated. By the way, you must have just experienced the power of the 9-star sword formation, which has been augmented tenfold, although the consumption has also increased tenfold. That is just a trivial matter, Luo Wuming explained with a demeanor of ostentatious wealth. You're putting on quite the show. Tell me, how many spirit crystals does your sect currently possess? Luo Kai, skeptical of Luo Wuming's bravado, pressed for details. Well, we just received an influx of 100 million top-tier spirit crystals. Despite the tenfold increase in consumption, it's still sufficient to sustain us for several months. By the way, you seem to have just returned from the Heavenly Dao battlefield. What brings you here? Luo Wuming inquired curiously, noticing Luo Kai's bloodied appearance. Upon hearing the question, Luo Kai's expression instantly turned awkward. He had been a close friend of Luo Wuming for several decades and was acutely aware that his companion would not jest about something so significant. If he claimed to possess 100 million top-grade spirit crystals, then it was undoubtedly true, regardless of how they were acquired. The thought of having intended to flaunt with a mere 80 top-grade spirit crystals now left him feeling utterly despondent, wishing he could find a crevice in the ground to hide away. Never mind, it has been quite some time since I last invited you for a drink, and I thought it would be nice to enjoy a proper meal together. Luo Kai hastily fabricated an excuse which did not raise any suspicions in Luo Wuming, as it was indeed true that they had not gathered for a while. Suddenly, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. What is that scent, so fragrant? As they passed through the inner gate area, a rich, meaty fragrance drifted into their noses. Moments later, following the scent to the martial arena of the inner gate, they were met with the sight of the half-eaten carcass of a purple thunder beast. Their pupils constricted in unison as they exclaimed, "The purple thunder beast! This aura! This creature has undoubtedly withstood the 9 heavenly thunder tribulations and could ascend to the higher realms at any moment, even in death." The oppressive aura emanating from the purple thunder beast sent shivers down their spines, causing their expressions to change dramatically once more. Wait, what are those thousands of disciples doing below? Are they actually roasting and consuming the flesh of such a terrifying beast? Luo Wuming, has your Star Extreme sect become so affluent? At that moment, Luo Kai finally noticed the scene below, where thousands of disciples were voraciously devouring skewers of meat, and he could not help but exclaim in astonishment as he looked towards Luo Wuming. What wealth is this? It is undoubtedly the work of that prodigal, Feng. What a terrifying demon! The essence of such a formidable beast, extracted from its very flesh, must be extraordinarily precious. Yet, he has the audacity to roast it over a fire and even serve it to the disciples. The mere thought of it nearly caused Luo Wuming to faint. If the 5th ancestor were to witness such an affront, he would surely be enraged to the point of spitting blood. At that moment, Luo Kai was suddenly confronted with a scene that sent shivers down his spine. A disciple, possessing merely the strength of the Qi movement realm, casually wielded what appeared to be an ordinary black dagger, effortlessly severing the scales that encased the body of the purple thunder wild lion. What kind of divine weapon could so easily disregard the defenses of a beast of such rank? It was madness. After years away, Luo Kai felt a sense of unfamiliarity wash over him. When did his old friend's sect become so formidable? 5th ancestor, you must hurry. That rascal Feng has begun his reckless ways once more. The carcass of the purple thunder wild lion, which has withstood the 9 heavenly tribulations, is being skewered and served as a feast for the thousands of disciples in the sect. If you do not arrive soon, there will be nothing left for them to consume. Hearing Luo Wuming communicate with his ancestor through a sound transmission jade, Luo Kai noticed the look of despair on his friend's face and suddenly felt that he might have misjudged the situation. It appeared that even Luo Wuming was somewhat bewildered by the unfolding events. Luo Wuming, who is this Feng you mentioned? Why not simply intervene yourself instead of summoning the fifth ancestor? Luo Kai inquired, his expression rife with confusion. Do you think I wouldn't want to? Feng was originally the sixth core disciple of the sect. But yesterday he presented the sect with 100 million top-tier spiritual crystals along with an enhanced version of the 9-star sword formation secret tome, which resulted in him being granted the esteemed title of Honorary Elder, placing him on par with the 5 ancestral elders. Even I must respectfully address him as Elder Yi. How could I possibly dissuade him? As for Luo Kai, Luo Wuming did not conceal anything. Chapter 29. The dog is not human, but a wild dog in the back mountain. Upon hearing Luo Wuming's transmission, Xuantian's facial muscles twitched involuntarily, leaving the 4 ancestral elders beside him in a state of bewilderment. What's the matter, old fifth? Luo Qianxue inquired, puzzled. Elder brother, how significant is a corpse of a great demon that has withstood 9 heavenly tribulations to me? Xuantian responded, resembling a wronged widow, his expression filled with grievance and sorrow. Need you even ask? A corpse of such caliber is likely of greater importance to you than an enlightenment pill. Luo Qianxue candidly expressed his thoughts. The other 3 ancestral elders nodded in agreement, for among the 5, only Xuantian practiced body cultivation. They were well aware of the immense value of demon beast essence blood to body cultivators. Now, within our sect, there exists such a great demon corpse, and it has already been half devoured by thousands of disciples from both the inner and outer sections. What? Upon hearing this, Luo Qianxue, Jiang Haoyu, Chao Minfeng, and Cheng Xingfei all sprang to their feet, their eyes brimming with disbelief. What are you waiting for? Hurry and stop them. Upon regaining his composure, Luo Qianxue exclaimed in frustration towards Xuantian, what difference does it make if I go now? Luo Wuming just conveyed to me that this formidable beast was likely summoned by that scoundrel Feng. He intends to share the roasted delicacy with thousands of disciples in the sect. What can I do? Upon hearing this, Luo Qianxue, Jiang Haoyu, and the other 3 fell into a contemplative silence. After all, they had already reaped numerous benefits from Feng. It would be rather inappropriate to seize the carcass of the great demon, as it rightfully belonged to him. Moreover, even if it were to be roasted, given the immense stature of such a creature, the countless inner and outer disciples would undoubtedly gain immeasurable benefits, ultimately serving the interests of the sect. Alas, it was Xuantian who bore the brunt of this situation. Perhaps we should partake in the feast as well. Anything is better than going without. I have never tasted the flesh of a creature of this caliber, Luo Qianxue suggested. Consequently, the 5 venerable elders hastened towards the inner sect's training grounds. Meanwhile, Luo Wuming and Luo Kai had already joined the throngs of revelers indulging in the skewered delicacies, relishing every bite. For the meat of the purple thunder savage lion was exquisite, and the roasting had elevated its flavor to unparalleled heights. Moments latte. The 5 venerable elders arrived at the training grounds, greeted Feng, and joined the enthusiastic crowd in their culinary delight. An hour later, as Xuantian carried away the skeletal remains of the purple thunder savage lion, the grand barbecue feast came to a close. The thousands of disciples who resumed their cultivation were astonished to discover significant transformations occurring within their bodies. Elder Yi, this is my old friend Luo Kai, a 4th-level body cultivator of the tribulation stage. At this moment, Luo Wuming introduced Luo Kai to Feng. Hearing Luo Wuming refer to him as Elder Yi, Feng felt a tinge of helplessness, as aside from Xuantian, the other 4 ancestral elders had yet to depart. Junior Feng, it is an honor to meet you. Senior Luo, Feng humbly greeted. Not at all. Luo Kai quickly interjected upon hearing the title of senior, insisting, Elder Yi, I cannot accept such an honor. You are a friend of my master, which naturally makes you my senior. However, this statement left Luo Kai momentarily perplexed. While Luo Wuming addressed him as Elder Yi, How could he refer to him as master? What connection did that entail? Luo Kai, this young man, Yi Feng, is the direct disciple of Qianxue. Thus, I am also considered his master in a sense. His identity is rather multifaceted, Luo Wuming explained briefly, realizing that further elucidation would only complicate matters. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully consuming today's extravagance. Rewarding 1,000 extravagance points and 200 drops of the essence blood from the 9th level peak, Purple Thunder, Savage Lion Demon Beast, that has withstood the 9 Heavenly Tribulation Lightning. System, what does it mean to withstand the 9 Heavenly Tribulation Lightning? Upon witnessing the unique reward he had received, with its somewhat intricate prefix, Yi Feng inquired with confusion. Ding! In the mystical realm of Xuantian, both cultivators and demonic beasts who attain the pinnacle of the 9th level of the tribulation stage must endure 9 successive heavenly tribulation lightning strikes to ascend to the higher realms. This heavenly tribulation is distinct from the ordinary lightning tribulations faced during the tribulation stage. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Yi Feng grasped the concept. This signifies a classification of power that follows the 9th level of the tribulation stage, where each successful withstanding of a heavenly tribulation lightning strike results in a notable enhancement of strength. Yi Feng, my dear nephew, although I have relished in the exquisite flesh of that formidable demon, I must express that its remains have been terribly squandered. Do you realize how invaluable the essence blood extracted from this demon's corpse is to us physical cultivators? Despite benefiting from Yi Feng's fortune, Luo Kai could not suppress his grievances. As a physical cultivator, he found the delectable roasted meat delightful, yet felt a pang of regret in his heart. Senior Luo, are you referring to this? Upon hearing Luo Kai's lament, Yi Feng opened his palm, revealing a single droplet of blood, crimson and resplendent, which materialized in his grasp. The aura emanating from it confirmed its origin. It was indeed the essence blood extracted from the recently slain Purple Thunder Beast. Sensing the potent essence of the blood, Luo Kai's desire to snatch it away and consume it was palpable. I do possess some of this essence blood at present, but I cannot part with it all. I must reserve a portion for my loyal hound. Yi Feng, having no particular interest in the demonic beast's essence blood, had developed a habit of setting aside items for his dog. As a pet of a lavish and extravagant master, it was imperative that the dog experience a taste of everything, ensuring it would never bring shame upon him in the future. How lamentable! Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Luo Wuming's heart wept. He suddenly felt that as the esteemed leader of the Star Extreme sect, he was inferior to a mere dog. In fact, he found himself envying the dog that Yi Feng kept. Truly, it seemed that by following Yi Feng, even a dog could soar to great heights. What others could only dream of attaining, this dog possessed entirely. How could one not feel exasperated? Dogsy? Is it a nickname for your friend? Luo Kai inquired, filled with envy for Yi Feng's companion. Dogsy is not human. It is merely an ordinary wild dog raised by Yi Feng. However, after consuming over 2,000 grade 3 clear profound pills, it has begun its transformation into a mystical beast. Not human. A dog that has ingested over 2,000 grade 3 clear profound pills? Wasn't the highest previously just an 8-pattern clear profound pill? When did 9 pattern ones come into existence? And in such abundance? Most astonishingly, such precious resources are being squandered on a dog. The thought drove Luo Kai to the brink of madness. He simply could not accept such reckless extravagance. Chapter 30. Luo Kai also ventured to the Star Soul Sect. Are you jesting with me? Surely, no one could be so utterly reckless. Finally, Luo Kai voiced what he deemed a perfectly reasonable question. He refused to believe that anyone could be so extravagantly foolish. If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave, Yi Feng replied without a word, simply smiling at Luo Kai as he made his way out of the training grounds. Luo Wuming, come with me. I shall present you with an opportunity. With that, Luo Wuming also headed toward the training ground. Why is everyone leaving? You must answer my questions. What fortuitous circumstances have led your sect to bestow upon me such an opportunity? Filled with confusion, Luo Kai hastened after the departing Luo Wuming. Shortly thereafter, upon arriving at Luo Wuming's abode, He produced an insight elixir and handed it to Luo Kai with a grave expression, stating, "If our bond were not so profound, I would never part with this." "What is this? Could it possibly be poison?" Luo Kai jestingly inquired, eyeing the dark, unassuming insight elixir in his hand. The insight elixir, once ingested, enables one to enter a state of enlightenment for approximately 20 minutes. "Goodness, is this for real?" Observing the serious demeanor of Luo Wuming, Luo Kai could not help but exclaim in astonishment. The state of enlightenment was a rare opportunity, and the prospect of entering such a state merely by consuming this elixir was almost unbelievable. However, the earnestness in Luo Wuming's gaze convinced him of its authenticity. With a deep breath, Luo Kai swallowed the insight elixir. As a surge of enlightenment enveloped him, his expression shifted, prompting him to sit cross-legged and close his eyes in meditation. 20 minutes later, as Luo Kai opened his eyes, Luo Wuming remarked without waiting for a response, "That insight elixir belongs to that brat Yi Feng. Aside from what he has contributed to the sect, he still possesses 20 more, which he intends to give to his dog." "Indeed, you are familiar with that fellow, Xuantian." Yi Feng mentioned that if he were to assist him with some physical labor, he would reward him with a 9-leaf soul-returning herb should he perform admirably. Now, he has abandoned the auction house entirely and has taken up the esteemed position of elder in my daughter's Star Soul Sect. Furthermore, that fellow by Tianong has also completely entrenched himself within my daughter's sect. Huh? Upon hearing this, Luo Kai turned to leave, and Luo Wuming, utterly bewildered, hastily called out, "Where do you think you're going? We haven't even had a drink yet." "Drink? What nonsense! I, a solitary soul, have been accompanied solely by loneliness. You didn't even think to inform me sooner about your daughter's monumental achievement in establishing a sect. I shall head to her sect and become an elder myself. It is high time I found a home." Upon hearing these words and witnessing Luo Kai soar into the sky, departing with great haste, Luo Wuming was left in a state of shock. This guy truly has no shame. Wasn't he the one who vowed never to join any faction in this lifetime, claiming that the constraints of such affiliations were stifling, and that being alone was far more liberating? Yet now he yearns for a home. I suspect he has his eyes set on those potent bloodlines in Yi Feng's possession. Luo Wuming ranted to himself in frustration. Yet he could not help but acknowledge that had he been in Luo Kai's position, he might have made the same choice. For the allure of what Yi Feng holds is simply irresistible. The existence of a great demon that has withstood the 9 heavenly lightning tribulations is something they, who have yet to reach the peak of the 9th level of the tribulation realm, can only aspire to. It is unthinkable to allow such a precious treasure to be discounted simply because he is my brother. I must hasten to inform the venerable Master Wu. With this thought in mind, Luo Wuming soared into the sky, swiftly making his way towards the back mountain. Bang! Just as Yi Feng was settling down to continue his slumber and pass the time, he was startled by the sudden crash of his door being flung open. Upon seeing his senior brother, Chun Haoyu, he sighed in exasperation. "Senior brother, you ought to exercise caution. One must not be so flustered in any situation. Look at what you've done to my door." "Younger brother, I am aware of your extravagant ways, but I never anticipated that your recklessness could reach such alarming levels." Hearing this, Yi Feng wore a bewildered expression, completely at a loss as to what he had done. Meanwhile, Chun Haoyu, observing Yi Feng's innocent demeanor, felt his frustration boiling over. Just moments ago, he had ventured to the sect's scripture pavilion, where, as a core disciple, he perused texts detailing formidable ancient beasts. To his astonishment, he discovered information on the purple thunder mad lion. This beast, a member of the demon species, is extraordinarily powerful and, barring any unforeseen circumstances, is likely to successfully transcend to the tribulation realm, growing larger in stature as its strength increases. The evidence from their earlier encounter with a purple thunder mad lion, roughly the size of a small mountain, was sufficient to confirm that it was indeed a terrifying beast at the tribulation stage. For Chun Haoyu, deducing the existence of such a creature at the tribulation realm from the text was quite an accomplishment. He sighed, realizing that it would be futile to explain this to someone so recklessly extravagant. Ultimately, Chun Haoyu conceded. for he was well aware of some past extravagant deeds of Yi Feng. Even if he were to voice his concerns, the other party would likely pay no heed, as they existed in entirely different realms of understanding. The sect leader had mentioned that the 5 of us would accompany our junior brother to the Star Soul Sect, founded by the Holy Maiden. It seems I must endeavor to adapt to the extravagant and reckless ways of our junior brother. With a resigned shake of his head, Chen Haoyu turned and departed from Yi Feng's residence. Gone? What was that all about? He shattered my door and uttered some bizarre words before leaving. Was he deliberately trying to ruin my door? Observing Chen Haoyu's abrupt exit, Yi Feng displayed an expression of disbelief. Phew! A few minutes later, Yi Feng wiped his forehead, which was devoid of sweat, and gazed at the repaired door, unable to suppress a hint of pride. At last, I can enjoy a good night's sleep. Lying on the bed, Yi Feng closed his eyes, preparing to seek out the immobilized 7 fairies for a game. Bang! Just as Yi Feng was on the brink of slumber, the door was forcefully flung open once more, jolting him awake. Staring at the utterly dismantled door and then at the visibly excited old ancestor Xuantian, Yi Feng felt a surge of frustration. Why must you come and take my door hostage? Old ancestor, spare me the pleasantries. I am well aware of your intentions. Here are 10 drops of precious demon blood, a token of filial piety from your disciple. Yi Feng was not naive. The sudden appearance of old ancestor, coupled with his exuberance, made it clear that Master Luo Wuming had once again sold him out, prompting him to directly present the 10 drops of demon blood. Oh dear, how embarrassing. Though such words were spoken, Xuantian seized the blood of the great demon with remarkable swiftness, fearing that any delay might result in Yi Feng reclaiming it. Daddy, please take care and rest well. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon me. With that, Xuantian departed from Yi Feng's dwelling, his face alight with joy. As for the shattered door, never mind, I shall seek another courtyard. Gazing at the completely destroyed wooden door, Yi Feng had abandoned any intentions of repair. Chapter 31. If change is unattainable, it is better to close one's eyes and quietly enjoy. Let us return to slumber. Tomorrow I shall meander through another day. And the day after, I can journey to the battlefield of the heavenly path. Having relocated to a new courtyard, Yi Feng closed the door and reclined on his bed, finally able to rest peacefully. The following morning, as dawn broke, Yi Feng sat up, stretching lazily before inspecting the spoils of the day. Spoils of the day. Tranquil incense 100. Tranquil incense, crafted from the ancient netherworld divine tree. When ignited, it emits a fragrance that calms the mind and settles the spirit. In this state, cultivation becomes markedly more effective. Soon, the information regarding today's spoils surged into Yi Feng's consciousness. Quite intriguing. Such an item exists. I wonder if igniting this tranquil incense will allow me to rest even more comfortably. At this moment, Yi Feng fell into contemplation, considering that with only 100 sticks of tranquil incense, the sooner they were used, the quicker he could obtain his spoils points. Outside the courtyard, based on my observations over the past few days, this young lad, Yi Feng, consistently produces remarkable items each morning to squander. Initially at the Star Soul Sect, he utilized a myriad of fragments of the yellow spring sword intent for his beloved pet early in the morning. Subsequently, on his journey back to his sect, he began to lavishly cast high-grade spirit stones, amounting to no less than 100,000. Just yesterday, he procured a formidable corpse of a purple thunder beast, and that too was in the morning. Hence, I suspect that this extravagant youth, upon rising each day, cannot find solace unless he indulges in some lavish expenditure. Otherwise, his mood for the day remains bleak. At that moment, Luo Wuming shared his conjecture with the 5 venerable ancestors beside him. Yi Feng could never have imagined that his first thought upon awakening each day was to rid himself of the day's extravagant acquisitions. Yet, Luo Wuming observed this and interpreted it as a habitual indulgence. Suddenly, an unusual fragrance wafted through the air, emanating from the dwelling where Yi Feng resided. Goodness! It was tranquil spirit incense, and certainly not the ordinary kind. Moments later, as Luo Qianxue sensed a shift within his spirit, he could not help but exclaim in surprise and dash straight towards a house. Bang! Just as Yi Feng was lighting the 33rd stick of tranquil spirit incense, He was startled by the thunderous crash of a door being forcefully broken. Witnessing the splintered remnants of the wooden door, Yi Feng's composure shattered. Why must these individuals continually clash with the door? Hiss! Bursting into the room, inhaling the rich aroma of the tranquil spirit incense. Luo Qianxue's anxious and irritable demeanor was instantaneously calmed. As Luo Wuming and the other 4 ancestral elders followed, their expressions gradually faded into an air of tranquility upon entering the room. Master, esteemed elders, what brings you here? Yi Feng inquired, utterly bewildered by the unexpected morning visit. Is it truly the tranquil spirit incense? Luo Qianxue asked, his demeanor remarkably serene as he gazed at Yi Feng. It is crafted from the millennia nether divine wood. Yi Feng replied without hesitation. The millennia nether divine wood, indeed quite remarkable, Luo Qianxue remarked, maintaining an indifferent facade, though internally he was in turmoil. Suppressed by the incense's potent effects, rendering him emotionally numb. Is that all? It seems the millennia nether divine wood is not as extraordinary as one might assume. Reflecting on the earlier fervor displayed by the Master and the 5 ancestral elders regarding items such as the Enlightenment Pill, the golden silkworm Star Shining Stone, and the corpse of the purple Thunder Savage Lion, he noted the stark contrast to their current composed demeanor. Thus, he felt somewhat disappointed in today's offerings. Unbeknownst to Yi Feng, the emotions of the 6 individuals within the room were being subdued by the power of the tranquil spirit incense. This alone was sufficient to illustrate the terrifying potency of the incense crafted from the millennia nether divine wood. What a fascinating item. This is indeed a remarkable treasure. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, the 6 individuals displayed a faint smile tinged with bitterness, but soon reverted to a tranquil demeanor. Regardless of the fluctuations in their expressions or inner emotions, any sign of discord would be swiftly subdued by the potent influence of the tranquil incense. Since it was merely a worthless item, Yi Feng, without a care, began to swiftly ignite the remaining 67 sticks of tranquil incense that had been meticulously arranged. As he observed 100 sticks of tranquil incense burning before him, the hearts of the 6 bled with anguish. The tranquil incense, if potent, could burn for over an hour, and the effect of a single stick was sufficient to envelop an entire room, enabling over 10 individuals to cultivate in a state of serene focus. Yet, Yi Feng had ignited 100 sticks, a sheer act of extravagance. The impact of 1 stick versus 100 was the same. Was this not sheer wastefulness? Anxiety, heartache, and frustration surged within the 6. Yet these emotions were continually suppressed by the tranquil incense's power. Watching the 100 sticks burn incessantly was nothing short of torment for them. This prodigal child, after igniting such precious incense, had the audacity to lie down and sleep. Was he intent on driving them to madness? Seeing Yi Feng recline on the bed and drift back to slumber, Luo Qianxue was consumed by ire. However, just as the anger began to rise, it too was quelled by the incense's calming influence. Unable to endure the torment any longer, Luo Qianxue dashed out of the house, retreating 300 meters away, finally liberating himself from the oppressive effects of the tranquil incense. Yi Feng, you prodigal son, you truly are a waste. Finally able to unleash his pent-up emotions, Luo Qianxue shouted angrily towards Yi Feng's residence. After venting his frustrations, Luo Qianxue felt an immense lightness wash over him. Meanwhile, Luo Wuming and the other 4 esteemed elders, who had also emerged, couldn't help but smile wryly. Let us not even speak of the millennia-old nether god Qiantree. I have yet to encounter anything over 5,000 years old on the celestial Dao battlefield. Moreover, having sensed the terrifying effects of that tranquil incense, I suspect that it may have been crafted from the heartwood of the millennia-old nether god Qiantree, elevating its value to unprecedented heights. Elder Jianhaoyu, who possessed vast experience with spiritual herbs, minerals, and trees, exhibited a pained expression in his eyes. Whether laughing or crying over Yi Feng, it is ultimately his possession. Besides, we have gained considerable benefits, out of sight, out of mind. I shall never return again. With that, Luo Qianxue swiftly turned and departed. As he left, he mused that with Yi Feng in the sect, It seemed they had turned their fortunes around, yet his extravagant and reckless habits remained a concern. Sighing deeply, Jiang Haoyu also turned to leave, pondering the source of this young man's seemingly endless treasures, filled with envy. The other three esteemed elders murmured among themselves before following suit. If the five esteemed elders cannot change their circumstances, perhaps it is better to close their eyes and enjoy the situation. Upon hearing Luo Wuming's words, the footsteps of the five elders halted momentarily. Soon, the five esteemed ancestors along with Luo Wuming gathered at the corner of the outer wall of Yi Feng's residence. Sitting cross-legged in a line, under the influence of the tranquility incense, they began their meditative practice, their hearts and minds at peace. 50 minutes later, the six of them awakened from their meditative state, exchanging glances that revealed a hint of joy. Although the duration was merely 50 minutes, they had all derived substantial benefits from the experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing today's consumption of extravagant items. You are rewarded with 200 sticks of tranquility incense crafted from the millennium-old mysterious tree of the underworld. Oh, just after using 100, I received another 200? The system is quite the trickster. This worthless item is even looked down upon by the esteemed ancestors. No wonder the rewards are doubled for me. With this thought, Yi Feng contemplated finding a place to dispose of the 200 sticks of incense. For he was a true connoisseur of decadence. Such trivial items had no place in his possession. Chapter 32. Just begging. Is it really necessary to be this intense? Upon leaving the house, Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback at the sight of Luo Wuming and the five ancestors sitting in a row at the corner. Since I intend to discard them anyway, why not have the esteemed ancestors deal with it for me? With this in mind, Yi Feng approached the group and casually tossed the 200 sticks of tranquility incense onto the ground before Luo Qianxue, then promptly returned indoors to continue his slumber. What is happening? The group stood frozen, staring at the 200 sticks of tranquility incense before Luo Qianxue. Fellow esteemed ones, why do I have this peculiar feeling of having become a beggar? Furthermore, this little rascal Yi Feng carelessly discarded 200 sticks of tranquility incense without uttering a word. What could this possibly signify? Upon regaining his senses, Luo Qianxue stared blankly at the others and inquired, "Wait a moment." Just then, Luo Wuming, who had been deep in thought, suddenly exclaimed. Noticing the attention of the five esteemed elders fixed on him, Luo Wuming lowered his voice and said, "Esteemed elders, do you recall that you once mentioned the effects of the tranquil incense contradicted your true intentions?" When Yi Feng heard this, he dismissively referred to it as a mere trinket. Does that imply he truly considers the tranquil incense insignificant, thus casually discarding it for us to deal with? Upon hearing Luo Wuming's audacious hypothesis, the five elders were momentarily taken aback, sensing an unexpected validity in his conjecture. Shall I attempt to test it? With this thought, Luo Qianxue rose and approached the doorway, addressing Yi Feng, who lay on the bed, with an impassive expression. "Yi Feng, shall I assist you in disposing of this tranquil incense?" "Esteemed elder, I appreciate your effort. Please dispose of these trifles swiftly, otherwise I shall find a place to discard them myself." "Such items are beneath the dignity of my extravagant persona," Yi Feng replied, disregarding Luo Qianxue further as he nestled back into the comfort of his blankets and resumed his slumber. "Brothers, we must flee." In response, Luo Qianxue, filled with exhilaration, called out to the group in the corner before swiftly dashing towards the back mountain. Upon reaching the secluded cultivation cave, he distributed 20 sticks of tranquil incense to each of the four esteemed elders. However, as he observed Luo Wuming's eager gaze, he solemnly collected the remaining 120 sticks, stating firmly, "Luo Wuming, what are you staring at? There is none for you." Upon hearing these words, Luo Wuming was overcome with tears. How could it be that, despite all of us begging together, I was left out? Even 10 would suffice. Brother, perhaps we should consider squatting by the corner of Yi Feng's house each morning to beg. Regardless of his inquiries, we shall treat everything he offers as mere trifles. And in the end, it will all belong to us. At that moment, the venerable ancestor Chu Yunshan seemed to have stumbled upon the secret to wealth. although begging sounded rather peculiar. If it could yield such treasures, I would gladly embrace the life of a beggar. Ancestor Chang Xingfei gazed at the 20 incense sticks in his hand, his eyes brimming with eager anticipation, wishing he could dash to the corner of Yi Feng's residence at that very instant. It appeared that begging truly could lead to prosperity. Ancestor Chao Minfeng and Ancestor Jiang Haoyu also found themselves reflecting on this notion. Upon hearing their banter, Luo Qianxue displayed little reaction, for he understood that they were merely jesting and had no intention of deceitfully tricking Yi Feng. After all, Yi Feng possessed valuable items that he willingly shared with them. There was no need to resort to such despicable methods to obtain anything. Furthermore, their comments about the items being trifles were not necessarily their own sentiments, but rather Yi Feng's perception. Nonetheless, Yi Feng had bestowed them upon them. In truth, their greatest concern lay in revealing the truth, for Yi Feng might retort, "Then I must keep 100 sticks for my dog to sniff." A fate far worse than death for them. Tomorrow, Yi Feng would set forth for the Celestial Battlefield's teleportation tower. Luo Wuming, you shall personally lead the team and ensure Yi Feng's safety. Indeed, do not follow the main force of the sect. You shall escort him alone to the teleportation tower of the Celestial Battlefield, said Luo Qianxue, his expression grave as he addressed Luo Wuming. Understood, Grand Ancestor. Luo Wuming promptly responded. A day had passed, and under the compulsion of Yi Feng's enforced slumber, they had finally endured. Upon awakening, Yi Feng's gaze was no longer vacant. Rather, it sparkled with anticipation, for today he would journey to the celestial battlefield, freeing him from the tedium of enforced sleep. He was eager to discover the day's spoils. With practiced ease, Yi Feng began to examine the day's acquisitions. Spoils: 10,000 second-rank 9th-tier Earth Prison Talismans. Earth Prison Talismans, capable of conjuring an earthen prison to confine enemies within. Intriguing. While not an offensive talisman, there was no rush to squander them. Perhaps they would provide some amusement upon reaching the celestial battlefield. With this knowledge, Yi Feng's excitement for the celestial battlefield intensified, especially as he would be transported to the second tier, where he would encounter a plethora of gas-moving realm cultivators and demonic beasts. Outside the dwelling, Yi Feng, the extravagant spender, was set to depart today, leaving Luo Qianxue in anticipation, pondering whether he might still gain some benefits. A hint of pride crossed his face, for he had come secretly today without informing the other 4 grand ancestors. Such a humiliating act of begging was his burden to bear as the elder brother. However, just as Luo Qianxue reveled in his self-satisfaction, the figure of the second ancestor, Jiang Haoyu, emerged in the distance. As the two individuals caught sight of one another, a subtle awkwardness enveloped their expressions. "You've gone too far," remarked the second, observing Jiang Haoyu silently squatting beside him, who unexpectedly produced a pristine bowl from his bosom and placed it before himself. Luo Qianxue's face involuntarily twitched, and a profound sense of regret washed over him. Why hadn't he considered this? After all, they were already humbling themselves to beg. What was one more bowl? Brother, shall we perhaps reach an understanding? If we manage to procure something from Yi Feng today, regardless of who acquires it, we shall divide it equally, Jiang Haoyu suddenly proposed. Just as Luo Qianxue was about to nod in agreement, a furtive figure re-emerged in the distance. Upon seeing the approaching Chao Minfeng, the two could only cover their foreheads in exasperation, realizing yet another competitor had joined their ranks. Elder brother, second brother, would you mind if third brother joins the fray? Chao Minfeng remarked, slightly taken aback upon seeing the duo, before awkwardly squatting beside Jiang Haoyu and producing a chipped, worn bowl from his garment. Third brother, this is excessive, exclaimed both Luo Qianxue and Jiang Haoyu in unison upon sighting the battered bowl. Before long, the fourth elder, Cheng Xingfei, and the fifth elder, Xuantian, also arrived. Jiang Haoyu brought forth a brand new bowl, while Chao Minfeng displayed his chipped one. Cheng Xingfei not only carried a damaged bowl, but was clad in a patched robe. Xuantian, meanwhile, possessed both a chipped bowl and a patched robe, his hair resembling a bird's nest, and his face was grimy and unkempt. Upon witnessing the predicament of the four individuals, Luo Qianxue was driven to madness. It was merely a case of begging. Must it be so exaggerated? Chapter 33. Crisis. Encountering a great demon. That fellow Yi Feng spent his days in slumber, and today marked the occasion for the journey to the celestial battlefield's teleportation tower. I must rouse him from his slumber. However, as Luo Wuming approached Yi Feng's residence, he was taken aback by the sight of the 5 venerable ancestors squatting in a row against the wall, each exhibiting a distinct expression. He promptly turned on his heel and hastily retreated. I saw nothing. I absolutely saw nothing. This is madness. The 5 venerable ancestors have utterly lost their minds. Luo Wuming recalled the recent antics of the 5 venerable ancestors, particularly the appearance of the 5th ancestor Xuantian, whose guise was hardly distinguishable from that of an authentic beggar. It seemed that Yi Feng had truly managed to play tricks on them. 10 minutes later, upon completing his morning routine, Yi Feng stepped outside and was greeted by the sight of the 5 venerable ancestors, particularly the 2nd through 5th, each with a bowl placed before them. He stood there, utterly bewildered. What on earth is going on? What are the 5 venerable ancestors attempting? Are they immersing themselves in the life of a beggar to cultivate their minds? Beyond that, Yi Feng could conceive of no other reason. Yet why would they choose to come to me for such cultivation? Do they seek my judgment on who among them is the most worthy? With this thought in mind, Yi Feng began to scrutinize the 5 venerable ancestors, ultimately approaching ancestor Xuantian. He produced 10 drops of the essence of the purple thunder-mad lion and deposited them into the worn bowl. How exhausting! The 5 venerable elders diligently cultivated their minds. And not only did I have to cooperate with their performance, but I also had to personally finance their experience to truly grasp the essence of a beggar's life. Where else could one find such an exemplary disciple as myself? Subsequently, Yi Feng departed from the courtyard, intent on locating Luo Wuming and swiftly making his way to the celestial battlefield, as he had been utterly bored these past few days. Ha ha ha! It worked, it truly worked. After Yi Feng's departure, upon gazing at the 10 drops of the blood of the purple thunder wild lion within the broken bowl, Xuantian could not contain his laughter, eliciting envy from the other 4 venerable elders. A miscalculation indeed, yet next time it shall be a test of individual prowess. Observing the smug expression on Xuantian's face, Luo Qianxue mused himself. Shortly thereafter, Yi Feng fortuitously encountered Luo Wuming, who was leisurely wandering about. Yi Feng, when you left, did you see the 5 venerable elders? Luo Wuming inquired curiously upon spotting Yi Feng, eager to learn whether the elders had indeed managed to procure something of value from him. Indeed, the 5 venerable elders, being peak cultivators at the 9th level of the tribulation realm, disguised themselves as beggars to immerse themselves in the beggar's life for the sake of refining their state of mind, though they uttered not a word. I understood their intent perfectly and willingly contributed 10 drops of the blood of a formidable demon into the bowl of the elder who most resembled a beggar. Yi Feng replied with a smile in response to Luo Wuming's inquiry. Upon hearing those words, Luo Wuming nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, incredulous at the notion of cultivating one's mind by pretending to be a beggar. In truth, they were the ones who had come to him in supplication. For what he possessed was a treasure beyond measure in their eyes. Otherwise, they would never have humbled themselves so. Yet, he mistakenly interpreted their humility as a form of mental training, even going so far as to indulge them. Little did he realize that his misguided cooperation would only lead them to misunderstand, fostering an even greater frenzy within them. He exhaled deeply, choosing not to elaborate further. The future course of this matter was no longer worth his contemplation, for it was all a mere game. Master, are the disciples of the sect prepared? When shall we proceed to the teleportation tower of the Heavenly Dao battlefield? At this moment, Yi Feng inquired with palpable eagerness. We can depart at any time. We shall not follow the main group. I will personally escort you to the teleportation tower, Luo Wuming replied. Why are you looking at me like that? Luo Wuming noticed Yi Feng regarding him with a peculiar gaze, which made him somewhat uneasy. Master, why don't you summon your flying sword? I'm all set. Let us hasten our departure, Yi Feng remarked, his expression betraying a knowing curiosity. Then to speak plainly, "Why are you staring at me like that? It's rather unsettling," Luo Wuming retorted, equally exasperated. Without further ado, he summoned his flying sword and ascended into the sky with Yi Feng, departing the sect. And so they left. Though this young man had only been present for a few days, his absence would surely be felt. Indeed, the inclusion of this individual into our stellar extreme sect is nothing short of a blessing for our order. Should he depart, it is likely he will directly return to the Star Soul Sect, founded by the Holy Maiden. The potency of our protective formation has increased tenfold, and it remains perpetually active. Perhaps we should also venture to the Star Soul Sect? Upon hearing the words of the four venerable elders, Luo Qianxue's expression darkened progressively until he could no longer contain his fury, exclaiming, "You four old geezers should possess a modicum of dignity. To beg in our sect is one thing, but to chase after benefits of the Star Soul Sect is utterly absurd. Brother, after we depart, the sect will be entrusted to you. Brother, your consideration for us younger disciples is truly commendable. Brother, once we procure some valuable items, rest assured that we will reserve a share for you. Just focus on guarding our sect. Brother, our immense gratitude is unspoken. All is within the bowl." Boom! Upon hearing their remarks, Luo Qianxue erupted in rage, a tempestuous aura sweeping through the vicinity as he glared at the four elders, bellowing, "Stay within our sect. No one is permitted to go to the Star Soul Sect. That is my decree, or face the consequences." Observing Luo Qianxue's fury, the four venerable elders exchanged glances, all sighing in resignation. After parting from Yi Feng for a mere day, they felt as though they had lost something precious. Meanwhile, on another front, Master, are the demonic beasts on the Xuantian Continent different from those in the celestial battlefield? Having traveled for 2 days from the Star Soul Sect to the Stellar Extreme Sect without encountering a single beast, where could they possibly be? On the flying sword, Yi Feng inquired out of sheer boredom. The beasts within the celestial battlefield are considerably more formidable than those found in the Xuantian Continent, and this distinction is profound. Even among beasts of the same species and realm, those inhabiting the celestial battlefield can effortlessly contend with 3 of their counterparts from the Xuantian Continent. This holds true for us cultivators as well. Hence, in the celestial battlefield, when encountering beasts of the same realm, it requires at least 3 individuals to join forces to confront them. As for the reason we have yet to encounter any beasts, it is simply because we have also not come across any cultivators. The Xuantian Continent is vast, making such encounters rather rare. Upon hearing Yi Feng's inquiry, Luo Wuming patiently offered an explanation. After some time, Luo Wuming shielded Yi Feng behind him, gazing at the white-clad youth opposite them, his expression exceedingly grave. A great demon. At the very least, a 9th-tier tribulation demon. Yi Feng, I will hold him off. You must flee with all your might. Luo Wuming whispered urgently to Yi Feng. Chapter 34. No escape. Obey and become my battle pet. Do you believe you can hold me back? Do you think you can escape from my grasp? The white-clad youth regarded Luo Wuming with a dismissive sneer, openly mocking him. How about we engage in an intriguing exchange? If you can present something that captivates my interest, I shall allow you to depart unscathed. Instead of launching an immediate attack, the white-clad youth seemed to ponder an amusing notion, continuing to address Luo Wuming and Yi Feng. Do you think I would trust the words of a great demon like you? Upon hearing this, Luo Wuming let out a cold snort. Beasts of the demonic kind never adhere to principles of trust. This was merely a ruse to toy with them. Just as Luo Wuming prepared to take action, instructing Yi Feng to disregard everything and flee with all his might, 10 drops of immense demon blood transformed into 10 streaks of crimson light, shooting forth from behind him, aimed directly at the young man in white. Yi Feng, have you lost your mind? How could you place such blind faith in the words of a great demon? Their declarations are utterly untrustworthy. This is merely a tactic to deceive us. Moreover, upon noticing the treasure in your possession, they will certainly not let you escape unscathed. Demon blood is of utmost significance even to beasts. Luo Wuming turned to Yi Feng, nearly beside himself with worry, realizing that the adversary would not spare Yi Feng. Master, if I were to be deceived, that would be even better. At that point, I shall handle the situation myself. A mere beast poses no concern. I will take care of everything. Observing Luo Wuming's anxious demeanor, Yi Feng patted his shoulder, providing him with a sense of reassurance. Luo Wuming was momentarily taken aback, and gradually, the look of urgency on his face transformed into calmness. He may not trust the words of others, but he believed Yi Feng without question. Meanwhile, the young man in white, feeling the overwhelming demonic aura emanating from the 10 drops of demon blood in his grasp, trembled in fear. Indeed, he was a formidable demon at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of tribulation, having withstood 2 heavenly tribulations. Yet, the higher one ascends in power, the greater the trepidation towards certain matters. The 2 individuals before him were nothing short of detritus, particularly Yi Feng, a mere peak at the 9th level of the pneumatic realm. Yet, astonishingly, this very person possessed 10 drops of blood from a formidable demon, one that had endured the 9 heavenly tribulations, a being he could only look up to. Such an acquisition seemed improbable, and he refused to take the risk. You may leave, he ultimately decided, unwilling to invite peril upon himself, even if it was merely a possibility. Upon hearing his words, both Yi Feng and Luo Wuming were momentarily taken aback. A demon beast could truly be so honorable? Their eyes reflected disbelief. Let's depart. Regardless of the truth of his words, we must leave first. Luo Wuming fixed a determined gaze upon the white-clad youth, reaching behind him in an attempt to grasp Yi Feng, intent on fleeing the scene. Yet, to his dismay, he grasped nothing but air. Leave? How is that even feasible? Yi Feng protested, having finally encountered a demon beast. How could he leave without witnessing the grandeur of such a creature? Furthermore, he was eager to witness how the extravagant guardian team would make their entrance in his moment of peril. Look, I possess another 50 drops of demon blood. Should you slay me, these treasures will be yours. Should you choose not to, I will unveil treasures so enticing they will compel you to act. In this fantastical realm, he had squandered opportunities for far too long, and now that a crisis had finally presented itself, Yi Feng knew he must seize this moment. Thud, thud, thud. However, upon witnessing Yi Feng produce another 50 drops of the blood of a great demon, the young man in white was so taken aback that he staggered back several steps, his eyes betraying a flicker of fear. He had guessed correctly. The opponent was undoubtedly no ordinary individual. It was entirely plausible that a terrifyingly powerful figure lurked nearby, observing everything in silence. Should he dare to make a move, that formidable entity would strike him down in an instant. As Yi Feng, who displayed no sign of anxiety, continued to provoke him into action, the young man in white, now thoroughly frightened, hurled the 10 drops of demon blood he held back, and, in an instant, his garments tore apart, revealing his true form as he soared into the sky, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. What an enormous mantis! As he beheld the young man transform into a towering 3-meter-tall, blood-red mantis, Yi Feng couldn't help but exclaim, having never encountered such a grand creature before. The elongated body, the striking crimson blades on its forelimbs, the powerful legs, and the wings as delicate as jade captivated him instantly. He found himself enamored by this striking demon. The only distinction from the mantises of his previous life was that this one possessed only 2 forelimbs and 2 hind legs, lacking the multitude of legs found in its predecessors. Truly a walking blood-red mantis. Blood-sucking mantis. Beside him, Luo Wuming gasped, uttering the name of the demon beast. Master, do you recognize this creature? Upon hearing its name, Yi Feng felt an even stronger urge to capture it as a pet. The name was simply magnificent. The blood-sucking mantis boasted an exceptionally potent bloodline, with a unique cultivation method that allowed it to grow increasingly formidable as long as it had a continuous supply of powerful blood, a truly formidable and tenacious beast. Luo Wuming briefly introduced the situation regarding the bloodthirsty mantis. Master, can we catch up with it? After understanding the circumstances surrounding the bloodthirsty mantis, Yi Feng hurriedly inquired. Unfortunately, the reckless guardian squad could only appear in his moments of peril, assisting him in overcoming crises. This laborious task of pursuing a pet would have to rely on low wombing. I possess a secret technique that could dramatically enhance my speed for a short duration. However, it requires a substantial amount of spirit stones. The longer the technique is sustained, the greater the backlash I will endure once it concludes. While it is not fatal, it will necessitate a period of recuperation. Wait, why are you asking about this? Suddenly, Luo Wuming cast a sharp glance at Yi Feng, an ominous premonition inexplicably rising within him. Master, hand over the spirit stones. You must hurry and assist me in catching up. I intend to bring it back as my pet. No, as my battle companion. Upon hearing that Luo Wuming had a solution, Yi Feng's face brightened, and he swiftly produced dozens of high-grade spirit crystals. Insanity? This is pure madness, to consider capturing such a formidable creature as a battle pet. Nevertheless, acknowledging that this reckless youth must have some assurance, Luo Wuming decided to indulge him in this folly. Accepting the numerous high-grade spirit crystals, Luo Wuming summoned his flying sword, and together with Yi Feng, they executed the secret technique. In an instant, the two transformed into a streak of white sword light, soaring into the air with a series of resounding whooshes, fully pursuing the direction in which the bloodthirsty mantis had fled. Am I being overly cautious? What if it truly was a mere coincidence? Such a formidable demon possesses the capability to ascend to higher realms at any moment. How could it possibly be vanquished so easily? After fleeing for a while, the bloodthirsty mantis gradually slowed its pace, even beginning to feel remorse. At last, it was caught up. Demon, let us engage in a fierce battle. Should you be defeated, you shall serve as my battle pet. However, when Yi Feng's exuberant shout echoed from behind, the bloodthirsty mantis was suddenly jolted, its fan-shaped wings flapping vigorously as it transformed once more into a streak of crimson light, fleeing at an astonishing speed. Caution be damned. They had already caught up. The bloodthirsty mantis was now in a state of utter panic, its eyes filled with unfathomable dread. Chapter 35. The Prodigal Guard Team makes its grand entrance. Bloodthirsty mantis, do not flee. Let us engage in a genuine contest. If we lose, you may slay us at will. If you lose, you shall become my battle pet. What say you? Armed with secret techniques and an unending supply of spirit crystals, even with a vast disparity in strength, Luo Wuming managed to close the distance to the frantically fleeing bloodthirsty mantis. Yi Feng, with utmost seriousness, turned to the mantis flying alongside him and declared his challenge. I refuse to fight. Those 10 drops of demon blood have already been returned. I implore you, spare my life. Observing Yi Feng's earnest demeanor, the bloodthirsty mantis was on the verge of madness. How could the opponent dare to pursue and challenge him if they lacked confidence? Although he could strike directly at Luo Wuming, he was far too intimidated to do so. Yi Feng, think of something quickly. I can barely hold on. Luo Wuming urgently whispered, lowering his voice. Master, exert all efforts to surpass the opponent and then abandon me alone. At such a rapid pace, the adversary cannot halt immediately. Thus, I will inevitably find myself in peril, and that will resolve everything. Upon hearing these words, Yi Feng pondered for 3 seconds before promptly articulating his thoughts. There is no crisis. I shall conjure a crisis myself. Concurrently, Luo Wuming began to accelerate once more, his mind fixated on a singular notion. Yi Feng's impending crisis could precipitate events beyond his imagination. Yi Feng exercised caution. Surpassing the bloodthirsty mantis by a distance of 10 meters, Luo Wuming positioned himself directly in its trajectory, subsequently propelling Yi Feng onto his flying sword while he himself descended rapidly upon it. A mere 10 meters. The terrifying speed of the bloodthirsty mantis was but a fleeting moment, and before Yi Feng could even begin his descent, the bewildered creature had already materialized before him, its formidable momentum capable of turning Yi Feng's frail form into a mere mist of blood. Do not harm my master. In this critical juncture, a formidable aura of pressure enveloped the space instantaneously. Both the advancing bloodthirsty mantis and the plummeting Luo Wuming found themselves frozen in time, their bodies rendered immobile, save for their eyes which could still move. A towering figure clad in golden armor, tore through the fabric of space, appearing directly before the three beings. As the golden-armored giant advanced step by step towards Yi Feng, the very space he traversed crumbled into chaos, exuding an overwhelming terror. Witnessing the scene, the bloodthirsty mantis was utterly terrified, tears of regret welling in his eyes. Why had he provoked this terrifying human? Had he not incited the wrath of his adversary, he would not be facing this perilous crisis. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the sky erupted with thunderous roars as an overwhelming celestial tribulation rapidly coalesced above. The golden-armored warrior abruptly lifted his gaze toward the gathering storm clouds, bellowing in fury. With a flash of golden light in his hand, he swung his golden blade with ferocious intent toward the ominous clouds. Boom! A golden blade aura, hundreds of feet long, rent the very fabric of space, slicing through the storm with indomitable force, cleaving the tribulation clouds in twain, summoning the Heavenly Tribulation, rending the fabric of space. This golden-armored giant was indeed a formidable being from the higher realms. Madness. Below, Luo Qianxue stared in astonishment as his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. He dared not even speculate on Yi Feng's identity anymore. Setting aside everything else, simply the sight of this golden-armored warrior, capable of severing the tribulation clouds with a single stroke, was enough to mark him as an exceedingly terrifying entity in the higher realms. Weeping, the bloodthirsty mantis, positioned closest to the unfolding drama, was now reduced to tears. The aura of the storm clouds had been more terrifying than even the ninth heavenly thunder tribulation. How could one possibly cleave such a fearsome phenomenon in half with a mere blade? What kind of dreadful being had he truly provoked? My lord, shall we eradicate the imminent threat before us? The golden-armored giant inquired respectfully as he knelt before Yi Feng. Are you a member of the disgraced Guardian Corps? Are you the only one? Yi Feng asked, intrigued by the imposing figure clad in golden armor before him. My lord, in light of the crisis you currently face, I alone am capable of resolving it. The members of the Guardian Brigade are countless, and the number that shall respond will be contingent upon the severity of your predicament. The imposing figure clad in golden armor spoke with utmost respect. Insanity, utter madness. The terrifying giant before me is merely a minion of the Qidong realm. Yet his status is overwhelmingly formidable. I am nearly paralyzed with fear. The bloodthirsty mantis, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, was on the brink of losing his sanity. Ah, I see. Very well. The danger here has subsided. You may return for now. Should he attempt to harm me again, you can come back. Is that not agreeable? Yi Feng inquired directly of the golden-armored giant. Not at all troublesome. It is our honor to serve you, my lord. Upon finishing his words, the giant rose, cast a fierce glance at the bloodthirsty mantis, and then effortlessly tore through the fabric of space, vanishing before the eyes of the two individuals and one creature. Now, I present you with two choices. Either become my battle companion or face death. The opportunity is fleeting. Yi Feng turned his gaze toward the kneeling, bloodthirsty mantis and laid forth his ultimatum. Although he held a fondness for this formidable creature, he had no patience for hesitation. Should the mantis prove obstinate, he would not hesitate to capture another, for he was not bound to this one alone. As Yi Feng beheld the strange blood script materializing before him, he was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend its significance. The heavenly blood pact. By merely allowing a drop of your blood to fall upon this pact, all dominion over this great beast shall be yours to command. At this moment, Luo Qianxue, who had soared back on his flying sword, began to elucidate, observing Yi Feng swiftly establishing the covenant of the Heavenly Dao. Luo Qianxue found himself somewhat envious of the bloodthirsty mantis before him, for being in the company of Yi Feng, the extravagant and prodigal divine being, ensured that the latter's accomplishments would know no bounds. Resuming their journey, both Yi Feng and Luo Qianxue took their seats atop the bloodthirsty mantis. As Luo Qianxue had employed a secret technique and now required ample time to recuperate. Not to mention, the speed of the bloodthirsty mantis was exponentially swifter than his sword. Yi Feng, who exactly are you? After a brief moment, Luo Qianxue could no longer suppress his curiosity and inquired. Master, I am simply myself, the beloved disciple of my revered teacher, Yi Feng replied, opting not to elaborate further, for he realized that words would fail to clarify his identity. A succinct declaration sufficed. Ha ha ha. Luo Wuming was momentarily taken aback by this revelation, but soon burst into hearty laughter, choosing not to pursue further inquiries about Yi Feng's identity. Yet, he understood that with Yi Feng present, the Star Extreme Sect was destined to ascend. As time passed, and the daylight gradually waned, the two men and one mantis finally arrived at the teleportation tower of the Heavenly Dao battlefield, the closest to the Star Extreme Sect. Chapter 36. Entering the Heavenly Dao battlefield. The prodigal's combat style at this juncture. The bloodthirsty mantis had already transformed into human form, as Yi Feng was keen to avoid drawing excessive attention. Master, there truly are quite a multitude of people here, Yi Feng remarked in astonishment, gazing at the throngs gathered before the teleportation tower. It is only natural that, although the battlefield of the Heavenly Dao is fraught with peril, each realm possesses its own distinct battlefield space, thereby significantly reducing the degree of danger. Particularly for those who have attained the pinnacle of their current realm, the assurance of safety is greatly enhanced. Thus, countless individuals venture into the Heavenly Dao battlefield in search of opportunities and resources for cultivation. Luo Wuming explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng nodded in agreement. For a being of his caliber, entering the second-tier Heavenly Dao battlefield would render him, if not invincible, certainly a formidable presence. After all, his strength has reached the zenith of that battlefield, unless he were to face an onslaught from hundreds or thousands of adversaries of equal rank. System. If I were to enter the Heavenly Dao battlefield and encounter danger, could the Reckless Guardian squad manifest? Yi Feng suddenly contemplated and inquired directly to the system. Ding. The Reckless Guardian squad completely disregards the laws of the Heavenly Dao battlefield and can appear at any moment. Impressive. Upon hearing the system's response, Yi Feng generously expressed his admiration. Little blood, you shall escort the master back to the sect. There is no need for you to wait for me here. Yi Feng then addressed the bloodthirsty mantis directly. Understood, master, the bloodthirsty mantis replied respectfully. Meanwhile, Luo Wuming was filled with mixed emotions. To have a great demon, who has endured 2 Heavenly Dao thunder tribulations, escort him was a privilege he could scarcely fathom. It is worth noting that even the most powerful ancestors of their sect have only withstood 5 thunder tribulations, and the venerable Chu Yunshan has only faced 3, which is merely one more than this great demon. As Yi Feng followed the crowd into the transmission tower of the Heavenly Dao battlefield, Luo Wuming promptly summoned the bloodthirsty mantis to return to the Star Extreme Sect. His eagerness to convey this news to the 5 esteemed elders was palpable. After all, the addition of the bloodthirsty mantis would undoubtedly bolster the sect's strength significantly. Upon entering the transmission tower, Yi Feng experienced a brief moment of disorientation, only to find himself in an unfamiliar realm. A crimson crescent moon loomed high in the sky, casting an eerie light over the desolate expanse, where the air carried a faint, unsettling scent of blood, rendering the atmosphere quite uncomfortable. Was this truly the Heavenly Dao battlefield? As he surveyed the inhospitable surroundings, a voice laced with amusement suddenly emerged from behind him. Brother, is it your first time at the Heavenly Dao battlefield? Indeed, it is my first visit, Yi Feng admitted, turning to face an unexpectedly rotund young man who had materialized beside him. He saw no reason to conceal his novice status. However, his candidness left the portly individual, Li Fei, momentarily stunned. You really are admitting it? Aren't you worried that others might exploit this information and take advantage of you? Should I call you naive or simply foolish? Li Fei, somewhat exasperated, found himself at a loss for words, as his intended remarks were stifled by Yi Feng's honesty. What is your level of strength? Would you like me to guide you? I am quite familiar with the Heavenly Dao battlefield. After a moment's pause, Li Fei turned to the seemingly innocent Yi Feng and inquired once more. At the pinnacle of the Qi movement realm, Yi Feng was indifferent to whether his counterpart was human or demonic, nor did he care about the origins of his adversary from the Xuantian Continent. He simply wished to discern the other's intentions. If there were no hostile feelings, Engaging in some playful interaction would be acceptable, but should any animosity arise, he would not hesitate to eliminate the threat. Reflecting on his time in this fantastical world, Yifeng felt a twinge of embarrassment for not having slain anyone yet. Despite being among the ranks of transcended beings, Li Fei, initially intent on killing for treasure, felt a slight shift in his demeanor upon realizing the extent of Yi Feng's power. Although he possessed similar strength, he could not ascertain whether Yi Feng had formidable hidden trump cards. To his surprise, it seemed that Yi Feng had ventured into the celestial battlefield without a seasoned guide. Why don't we form a temporary alliance to explore together? Any resources we acquire can be shared equally, Li Fei proposed, swiftly altering his strategy to assess Yi Feng's true capabilities. If they were evenly matched, joining forces would be advantageous. If not, he felt confident in his ability to dispatch Yi Feng and seize the spoils. Sounds good. Yi Feng was unconcerned about Li Fei's ulterior motives, recognizing that having someone familiar with the celestial battlefield by his side would expedite his understanding of the realm. 5 minutes later, they spotted a horde of ironback mice, demonic beasts ranging from the 5th to the 8th level of the Qi movement realm, numbering approximately 300. Brother Yi Feng, shall we have a friendly competition? Li Fei chuckled, glancing at the distant swarm, his true intent being to gauge Yi Feng's strength. Indeed, with that, Yi Feng instantly conjured a large handful of earth prison talismans. What are you doing? It's merely a contest. Why produce so many talismans and all of them second grade? 9th tier? Li Fei, sensing the aura emanating from the talismans, was rendered speechless. As Yi Feng hurled all the earth prison talismans, he conjured another handful and threw them once more. After several throws, over 300 ironback rats were ensnared within the earthen prisons, unable to budge an inch despite their struggles. Yi Feng deftly borrowed an exceedingly sharp long sword from the system and approached the throng of entrapped ironback rats step by step. Swish! Swish! Li Fei watched in astonishment as Yi Feng wielded the sword, methodically dispatching the ironback rats within the prisons. Brother, the strongest of those ironback rats is only at the 8th level of the Qi movement realm, and the weakest at the 5th level. You've expended over 300 precious control talismans on such worthless beasts. Are you hunting monsters or squandering resources? Before long, after Yi Feng had eliminated all the ironback rats, he turned to Li Fei with a triumphant smile and said, Brother Li Fei, it seems I have emerged victorious in this contest. Victorious? Don't be ridiculous. I just tested your earthen prison, and unless one exerts full force, it's utterly unbreakable. So you conjured these prisons to prevent me from claiming the spoils, all to secure your victory? This sparring session has no stakes. Must you play so extravagantly? Li Fei, why are you still standing there? Let's go. Yi Feng urged as he noticed Li Fei's reluctance to move. Go. Are we just going to abandon the demon cores within these beasts? Although the essence blood extracted from these demon corpses may not be exceedingly valuable, it still constitutes a source of income, does it not? Li Fei replied, bewildered, firing off a series of questions at Yi Feng. Update 37, Li Fei. Help me throw this away, is that so? I didn't realize you were finding this so difficult. Then, I shall leave all these demon beasts to you. With that, Yi Feng wielded his razor-sharp sword, slicing through the earthen prisons as effortlessly as if he were cutting through tofu. Primarily, he wished to avoid wasting time, without external intervention. The spiritual energy sustaining these earthen prisons would require at least another hour or two to dissipate on its own. Keep pretending. We are all here to acquire resources. The wealth from selling these demon beasts is no small sum for practitioners of our level. I wonder how long you can maintain the charade. Observing Yi Feng's nonchalance, Li Fei began to swiftly collect the corpses of all the ironback rats, soon stowing them away in his spatial ring. Hey, you two little rascals. If you wish to live, you better hand over the ironback rat corpses you just collected. Just as the two were about to depart, a man in his 30s, wielding a green staff, blocked their path, his intent to rob them unmistakable. With a resounding thud, the man's green staff struck the ground, unleashing a wave of spiritual energy that resonated with the peak of the 9th stage of the Qi movement realm, instantly radiating outward. It appears that those brave enough to venture into the celestial battlefield are predominantly individuals at the pinnacle of this realm. Sensing the fluctuations of the opponent's spiritual energy, Yi Feng formed a hypothesis in his mind. Subsequently, a multitude of earth confinement talismans manifested in his hands, having fortuitously encountered a potential adversary. He deemed it unnecessary to engage in dialogue. With decisive intent, he hurled the 10 or more earth confinement talismans into the fray. Waves of earthy spiritual energy surged forth from the man, as one by one, the earthen prisons coalesced, ensnaring him within their grasp. Boom, boom, boom. The man's expression shifted as he was caught off guard. Without a moment's hesitation, wielding a cerulean staff, he unleashed his full strength, launching a frenzied assault on a multitude of earth prisons encircling him. 1 prison shattered, 2 prisons shattered, 3 prisons shattered. As he obliterated 13 earthen confines in succession, panting heavily, he gazed at the final prison, feeling a slight alleviation of his anxiety. However, upon witnessing Yi Feng produce yet another array of confinement talismans, despair washed over him, and with a ferocious countenance, he bellowed in frustration. Gulp! Observing the man once again ensnared by the tenacious earthen prisons, Li Fei behind him swallowed hard, relieved that he had not previously displayed any unfriendly demeanor towards Yi Feng. You scoundrel! Relying on such external forces is no true skill. If you possess any courage, release me, and let us engage in a genuine battle. The man, now slumped within the confines of the earth prisons, shouted in exasperation at the advancing Yi Feng. Upon arriving at the earthen prison, Yi Feng uttered no words. With a swift motion, he plunged his exceptionally sharp sword directly into the man's chest. Even in death, the man's eyes bulged with disbelief, unable to fathom that he, a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Qi movement realm, could meet such a humiliating end in the second heaven's battlefield. Truly, this was a ruthless individual. Observing Yi Feng, who had just slain the man, Li Fei felt as though he was encountering a stranger. Despite their brief interaction, Yi Feng had initially struck him as exceedingly amiable and profoundly innocent. It now appeared that he had been deceived by Yi Feng's deliberately crafted facade. It was laughable that he had regarded him as a naif, oblivious to the fact that he had been thoroughly outmaneuvered. Li Fei, take these talismans, Yi Feng said, handing over a substantial handful of earth prison talismans. Should you encounter such individuals again, ensnare them with these talismans, and then dispatch them with a single stroke of your sword. Unbeknownst to Yi Feng, Li Fei's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. As he approached, Yi Feng bestowed upon him a large number of earth prison talismans, feeling overwhelmed by his solitary burden. After all, there were less than 5 hours until midnight, and he still had over 9,000 talismans left to expend. Gazing at the hundreds of earth prison talismans in his hands, even Li Fei could not suppress the twitching of his facial muscles. He finally understood why Yi Feng had no interest in the corpses of those ironback rat beasts. It was clear that he was not in need of such trifles. 20 minutes later, upon encountering a horde of demonic beasts, Yi Feng and Li Fei positioned themselves at a distance, carelessly throwing down the earth prison talismans. Yi Feng lent Li Fei a long sword of unknown grade, borrowed from the system, and the two embarked on a straightforward journey of exterminating the demonic beasts. After 4.5 hours, a notification chimed in Yi Feng's mind. Congratulations, host. You have exhausted today's squander possessions. Reward: 1,000 squander points and 100 comprehension pills. As Yi Feng lay on the ground resting, a smile finally graced his lips. He watched from afar as Li Fei wielded the long sword, dispatching one trapped demonic beast after another. Yi Feng murmured to himself, "It's truly helpful to have assistance." It can be said that the remaining 6,000 talismans were utilized with Li Fei's help. Yi Feng merely needed to rest in the background. With a hint of fatigue, Li Fei returned after vanquishing all the demonic beasts, beaming as he returned the long sword to Yi Feng. He stood beside him like a loyal subordinate, awaiting further instructions for their next course of action. He was genuinely impressed. 1,000 talismans. In just half an evening, the two of them had expended a staggering 1,000 second-grade, 9th-tier talismans. He was utterly awed by Yi Feng's extravagant and reckless spending, and any lingering negative thoughts had dissipated from his mind. It is no exaggeration to say that the spoils of today as half-night endeavor might not even amount to 1/20th of the value of 1,000 second-grade, 9th-tier talismans. Xiao Fei, I won't let your efforts go unrewarded. Take this comprehension pill. I shall guard you while you consume it. Yi Feng glanced at Li Fei, who had been tirelessly working for several hours. Regardless of Li Fei's initial intentions in approaching him, the fact that he was now diligently fulfilling his tasks warranted some form of reward. Otherwise, it would be an affront to his extravagant identity as a prodigal. The insight pill? Li Fei looked at the dark pill in his hand, a sense of trepidation creeping into his heart upon reading its name. What nonsense is this insight pill? Does consuming it truly lead to enlightenment? What if it turns out to be poisonous? Yet if I refuse to take it, will this audacious and unhinged fellow eliminate me without hesitation? Despite the turmoil within him, after a brief moment of intense struggle, Li Fei finally closed his eyes and swallowed the pill whole. Boom! As a wave of enlightenment surged forth, Li Fei suddenly opened his eyes. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Yi Feng. Enlightenment. He could distinctly feel himself entering a realm of insight, and even more astonishingly, he realized he could act and speak freely without disrupting his state of enlightenment, as if this profound understanding had forcefully descended upon him. Chapter 38. Brother Yi, do you wish to squander your fortune in Tiandao City? Are you out of your mind? This state of enlightenment can only last for 20 minutes. Shouldn't you be focusing on your cultivation instead? Observing Li Fei, whose eyes were wide with astonishment, Yi Feng wondered if there was something amiss in his mind. In such a scenario, why was he not seizing the opportunity to cultivate insight, but rather staring at him? Upon hearing Yi Feng's reminder, Li Fei snapped back to reality and hurriedly settled into a cross-legged position to begin his cultivation. Had it not been for the acquisition of another 100 insight pills, I would not have bestowed this item upon you, especially since the remaining 20 are reserved for Dogsy. Observing Li Fei enter a meditative state, Yi Feng began to speak to himself. 19 minutes later, Li Fei slowly opened his eyes, filled with an overwhelming sense of regret. The realm of insight is invaluable, and he had squandered even a single minute. The thought of it pained his heart immensely. Brother Yi, I cannot express my gratitude enough. Li Fei will remember this kindness. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to command me, he said, approaching Yi Feng with a serious demeanor. From which world do you hail? Yi Feng inquired, his curiosity piqued by Li Fei's words. Brother Yi, I come from the heavenly fire realm, Li Fei replied, his gaze filled with anticipation as he looked at Yi Feng, fervently wishing for him to express joy and exclaim that he, too, was from the heavenly fire realm. The heavenly fire realm? This is the first I have heard of it. I hail from the Xuantian realm, Yi Feng responded, shaking his head in resignation. Although they had not originated from the same realm, even if they agreed on a future meeting, the vastness of the heavenly Dao battlefield meant that encountering each other again would depend on fate. Upon hearing that Yi Feng was from the Xuantian realm, disappointment flickered across Li Fei's face, for he understood that with the conclusion of this trial, the likelihood of their next encounter was uncertain. In the battlefield of the heavenly Dao, there is no change between day and night. A blood-red full moon perpetually hangs in the sky. Yi Feng is uncertain how much longer it will be until the daily spoils are refreshed. Therefore, he decides to disregard it and continues to wander the battlefield with Li Fei. After about 10 minutes, Li Fei seems to sense something and suddenly rushes toward a towering rock, approximately 2 meters high. Clang, clang, clang. Brandishing a dagger, Li Fei, with an expression of exhilaration, begins to strike the rock fervently. Brother Yi, we've hit the jackpot this time. Spirit crystals. They are low-grade spirit crystals, and there must be at least 200 of them. After a while of striking, as the exterior of the rock shatters, the spirit crystals gradually come into view. Li Fei, brimming with excitement, shouts towards the slowly approaching Yi Feng. Unbelievable! Li Fei, nearly beside himself with joy, realizes that these are low-grade spirit crystals. One low-grade spirit crystal is equivalent to 100 top-grade spirit stones. With over 200 low-grade spirit crystals, that translates to more than 20,000 top-grade spirit stones. If they were low-grade spirit stones, it would amount to a terrifying 200 billion. Throughout his life, Li Fei had never possessed a single top-grade spirit stone, and now, suddenly acquiring more than 20,000. How could he not be elated? Low-grade spirit crystals? Over 200? Yi Feng observes the ecstatic Li Fei and casually remarks, "They're all yours." Upon hearing this, Li Fei is taken aback. Not only does he forfeit the demon cores and corpses of the spirit beasts, but he is also abandoning spirit crystals? Brother Yi, if you desire nothing, can I inquire what your purpose is for coming to the Heavenly Dao battlefield? Li Fei gazed earnestly at Yi Feng and inquired, "Are you just playing around? You seem to be quite extravagant. I possess numerous valuable items, and as for spirit stones and spirit crystals, I have them in abundance. Thus, the cultivation resources here hold no significance for me." Yi Feng, without any hesitation, revealed his true thoughts. Upon hearing this, Li Fei fell into a contemplative silence. "Brother Yi, if you wish to indulge in extravagance, why not venture to Tiandao City?" After a pause, Li Fei articulated a statement that left Yi Feng utterly perplexed. "Tiandao City? What kind of place is that?" Yi Feng, not comprehending, since it might be a rather intriguing location. Tiandao City is a unique entity within the Tiandao battlefield, brimming with countless rare treasures, cultivation resources, and martial arts techniques. It seems that as long as one has wealth, everything can be acquired there. Governed by the laws of Tiandao, it is a realm devoid of conflict and plunder. However, to gain entry into Tiandao City, one must possess a Tiandao token. I happen to have one, but it only permits a stay of 1 day in the city. As he spoke, Li Fei produced a completely black token, its surface enveloped in the essence of Dao. A mere glance revealed that this token was indeed extraordinary. "How did you come by it?" Yi Feng asked, his curiosity piqued as he gazed at the Tiandao token in Li Fei's hand. "I once stumbled upon this relic, though I have never set foot in Tiandao City myself. I have merely heard whispers of its wonders and yearn to behold its splendor. However, given my modest means, I fear that visiting would render the Tiandao token a mere waste, so I have kept it, hoping that it may one day save my life." Having spoken, Li Fei placed the Tiandao token directly into Yi Feng's hands and continued, "Your gift of the insight pill is akin to a serendipitous fortune for me. It is likely that I shall never have the opportunity to repay you, so I bestow this Tiandao token upon you, Brother Yi. I do not relish taking from others without recompense." With that, Yi Feng casually thrust a handful of insight pills, no fewer than a dozen, into Li Fei's grasp. "Swear your blood to it." As the black light emanating from the Tiandao token enveloped Yi Feng, he vanished as the darkness gradually dissipated. "I knew Brother Yi was not a miser." Li Fei, his corpulent frame trembling with exhilaration, beheld the 13 insight pills in his possession. He understood the immense value of the Tiandao token, yet it was of no use to him. Thus he had wagered, betting that Yi Feng would not simply take his Tiandao token without reciprocation. Now, it seemed, he had won his gamble. Regardless of the benefits the Tiandao token might bestow upon Yi Feng, these 13 insight pills represented his ace in the hole, an assured profit. By heavens! Is this truly Tiandao City? Upon materializing in the teleportation array of Tiandao City, Yi Feng was taken aback by the modern ambience surrounding him. By heavens! The energy realm! Could it be that I am mistaken? What purpose does this young man have in coming to Tiandao City? How many spirit stones could he possibly possess? He has squandered a precious Tiandao token. In just 10 minutes, I shall be teleported away, and this scoundrel has wasted a Tiandao token that could have greatly benefited me. Before Yi Feng could fully marvel at the wonders of Tiandao City, a chorus of voices filled with resentment erupted around him. Chapter 39. A major player in the 7th layer of the Tribulation realm. Working here? What is wrong with these people? Observing the 7 or 8 passers-by glaring at him, Yi Feng felt as though their minds were not quite right. After stepping out of the teleportation array, he began to meander through Tiandao City. "Brother, care for a ride? It starts at 5 Tiandao points." As he strolled along the spacious road, a remarkably modern taxi came to a halt beside him, and a middle-aged man inside beckoned him. At that moment, Yi Feng felt a fleeting sense of nostalgia, as if he had returned to Earth. Brother, where are Tiandao points? Not understanding, Yi Feng turned to the driver and inquired directly. Damn, you don't even know what Tiandao points are? Must be a newcomer wasting my time. With that, the irate driver stepped on the accelerator and sped away, leaving Yi Feng in a state of disbelief. Was it really necessary to react that way over a simple question? Luxurious hotels towering dozens of stories high, martial arts schools, supermarkets, pill shops, weapon stores, formation shops, residential complexes, gambling establishments. After wandering for half a day, Yi Feng found himself uncertain about the true expanse of Tiandao City. However, the numerous shops and buildings he encountered evoked a profound sense of familiarity, as if he had traversed back to Earth. At that moment, he stood before a towering edifice, its entrance adorned with a sign that read Tiandao Bank. Good day. How may I assist you? A middle-aged man clad in formal attire approached him with a cordial smile as soon as he entered the lobby. Is there a Tiandao point here? Yi Feng inquired directly. Are you a newcomer? The middle-aged man responded, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. Upon receiving a nod from Yi Feng, he proceeded to elucidate. In Tiandao City, a single premium spiritual crystal can be exchanged for one Tiandao point. Here, every aspect of life, be it sustenance, shelter, or recreation, requires Tiandao points. Is it really that affordable? Yi Feng expressed his astonishment. Simultaneously, he observed a peculiar detail. The middle-aged man wore an identification badge that read, Name, Qianxue, Realm, Water Spirit Realm, Strength, 7th Stage of Tribulation Crossing. Though the information was succinct, it astounded Yi Feng. A formidable 7th Stage Tribulation Crossing expert was employed here. Yet he exhibited deference even towards someone at Yi Feng's modest level of cultivation. Such circumstances seemed unusual indeed. Yi Feng's gaze was fixated on the identity badge before him, while Qianxue's expression grew somewhat awkward. He hastily clarified, working here provides compensation, known as Heavenly Dao points, and the hours spent do not count against the time allocated by the Heavenly Dao order. Isn't that time wasted here? Don't you need to cultivate? Moreover, one can acquire spiritual crystals within the Heavenly Dao battlefield. Yi Feng responded, his confusion deepening. After all, they had just collected over 200 low-grade spiritual crystals there. I'm afraid that if you aren't conducting business, you cannot be considered a customer, and thus I can no longer assist you, Qianxue retorted, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes as he regarded Yi Feng, who was merely at the peak of the 9th level of the Qi movement realm. If not for his duties, which mandated him to appease customers to avoid Heavenly Dao retribution, he would not have been so courteous. Here are 100 million top-grade spiritual crystals. Please assist me in converting them entirely into Heavenly Dao points, Yi Feng declared, presenting a spatial ring directly to Qianxue. Qianxue gasped in astonishment as he beheld the multitude of top-grade spiritual crystals within the ring. His gaze towards Yi Feng transformed entirely. Please hold on. I will process this for you at once. Upon finishing his words, Qianxue hurriedly dashed towards the counter, fearing that he might be reported by Yi Feng for any delay. The world of the Xinghuan Sect, the Xingji Sect, the Tiandao battlefield, and Tiandao City is truly fascinating. Reflecting on his recent experiences, Yi Feng found himself increasingly captivated by this fantastical realm. He even contemplated that upon returning to the Xinghuan Sect, he must devise a way to acquire 2 more Tiandao orders, so he could bring Luo Qianxue along to enjoy the delights of this world. Young master, here is a Tiandao card. You may use it for payment anywhere by simply swiping it. Should you have any inquiries regarding Tiandao City, please do not hesitate to ask. I will provide you with the best answers. The god of wealth. The individual before him was akin to a deity of fortune. If he served this person well, even a mere crumb extracted from their wealth would suffice to sustain him for quite some time. No need. Seeing how busy you are, I shall not disturb your work. Yi Feng scoffed at Qianxue with a sardonic smile, accepted the Tiandao card, and departed from the Tiandao Bank. He was not foolish. The earlier disdain shown towards him rendered the current flattery meaningless. Suddenly, a spatial rift appeared behind Yi Feng, and with an overwhelming force of attraction, he was unceremoniously pulled into it, utterly bewildered. Damn it, Li Fei, you scoundrel. We agreed on a full day. How is it that I am summoned so soon? Upon realizing he had reappeared in the second level of the Tiandao battlefield, Yi Feng erupted in a torrent of curses. For heaven's sake, I haven't spent a single Tiandao point. Gazing at the Dao card in his hand, Yi Feng was filled with exasperation. At the very least, you should have been allowed to enjoy a meal at the hotel before being transported away. The relic. Ah yes. That fellow Li Fei mentioned that the Dao order was inadvertently discovered within the ruins of the Dao battlefield. It seems I must endeavor to seek it out. With this thought in mind, Yi Feng dashed off in a random direction. Outside the Star Extreme Sect, an elderly man clad in a crimson robe stared in astonishment at the activated 9-star sword array. Aside from himself, there were no adversaries in sight. He could not comprehend why the Star Extreme Sect had been maintaining its protective formation. Shortly thereafter, the venerable Luo Qianxue emerged from within the protective barrier. And upon seeing the elder in red, he laughed heartily. What brings you here, old friend? Sighing deeply at Luo Wuming's inquiry, the elder in red found himself at a loss for words. 30 long years, he had unexpectedly obtained a Dao order in the Dao battlefield and had spent 3 decades working in the Dao city, living frugally until he finally acquired 2 defensive treasures capable of withstanding the Dao Thunder Tribulation. Who would have imagined that upon returning to the Dao battlefield, he would discover that only a second had elapsed in the outside world? To his astonishment, he found himself not at the location he had intended to reach in Dao City, which left him utterly bewildered. Departing the Dao battlefield, he had come directly to the sect of his old friend, Luo Qianxue, and now, faced with the inquiry, he found himself at a loss to explain such an incomprehensible series of events. Chapter 40. Has your sect produced a wealthy prodigy? Bei Gong. If you have something to say, just say it. This hesitation is not like you. As he spoke, Luo Qianxue, accompanied by Bai Gang, proceeded towards the sect. Upon nearing the entrance, Bai Gang seemed to sense something unusual and abruptly turned to Luo Qianxue, inquiring, "Is the spirit crystal used to sustain your sect's protective formation a high-grade spirit crystal?" Noticing his companion's astonished expression, a hint of pride crept onto Luo Qianxue's face as he replied, "Indeed, the protective formation is maintained by high-grade spirit crystals. Surely, you have never encountered one before. I shall present you with a few shortly. Are you out of your mind?" Bai Gang exclaimed in disbelief. Having navigated the battlefield of the Heavenly Dao for years, have you ever come across high-grade spirit crystals? A mere low-grade spirit crystal is more than sufficient to uphold the protective formation. Do you comprehend the true value of high-grade spirit crystals? Confronted with his friend's furious reaction, Luo Qianxue felt a twinge of fear. Is it truly that alarming to utilize high-grade spirit crystals for the protective formation? Besides, Yi Feng casually gifted me 100 million of them. I am hardly in want. Observe these 2 small towers. They are immensely powerful defensive treasures. Each tower can withstand a strike from a Heavenly Dao Thunder Tribulation. If I so desire, I could currently endure 2 such tribulations with these towers, bringing me to the 7th tribulation, leaving only 2 more to ascend to the higher realm. Such formidable treasures required merely over 300,000 high-grade spirit crystals. With that, Bai Gang revealed 2 golden small towers in his hand. However, upon hearing this, Luo Qianxue furrowed his brow slightly and gazed at the excited Bai Gang, saying, "Bai Gang, what treasures in this world could possibly withstand the Heavenly Tribulation? It is utterly impossible. You know nothing. Are you aware that within the Heavenly Dao battlefield, there exists a peculiar item known as the Heavenly Dao Order? With this order, one can enter a mysterious city of the Heavenly Dao, where, as long as you possess superior spirit crystals, you are revered as a lord. Even those formidable beings at the pinnacle of the 9th level of tribulation must bow before you and serve." Upon hearing these words, Luo Qianxue could scarcely believe his ears. He had traversed the Heavenly Dao battlefield for countless years, yet had never heard of the Heavenly Dao Order or the Heavenly Dao City. Observing his old friend's demeanor, it was evident that he was not jesting. "So, you mean to say that within this Heavenly Dao City, superior spirit crystals are the universal currency?" After a prolonged silence, Luo Qianxue finally spoke again. Indeed, they only recognize superior spirit crystals. If one lacks them, they may remain there to work. I labored there for 30 years, earning over 3 million superior spirit crystals. Moreover, do you realize what I discovered upon my return? I spent 30 years in the Heavenly Dao City, yet only a single second had passed in the outside world. Upon hearing this, Luo Qianxue could no longer suppress his astonishment and gasped. Suddenly recalling something, he quickly exclaimed, "By gang, what are we waiting for? I must gather all my superior spirit crystals at once. Let us hasten to the Heavenly Dao City." It is unfathomable. Luo Qianxue could scarcely fathom the existence of a place like Tiandao City, let alone imagine the treasures that lay within, far beyond his wildest dreams. With the remaining more than 90 million top-tier spirit crystals at his disposal, he could certainly embark on a grand scavenging spree, and, at that point, Xingji Sect would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Did you not hear what I just said? To enter Tiandao City, one must possess a Tiandao token, which I acquired by mere chance. This item is indeed a form of fortune. At this juncture, Bai Gang casually inquired, by the way, "How many top-tier spirit crystals do you possess, and where did you procure them?" What a pity. Had I known the circumstances surrounding Tiandao City, it would have been far better for you to seek me out with the Tiandao token beforehand, as I still have over 90 million top-tier spirit crystals here. Luo Qianxue remarked with a bitter smile. But what good are these spirit crystals now, if they cannot procure any treasures? What? Upon hearing this, Bai Gang's mouth fell agape. His eyes filled with disbelief. You see, our sect has taken in a wealthy disciple who casually offered 100 million top-tier spirit crystals, claiming he has an abundance of them. He instructed me to keep the protective formation of the sect permanently activated and to come to him when I run out. Stunned. Hearing this, Bai Gang was utterly flabbergasted. Such a wealthy disciple existed? 100 million top-tier spirit crystals. What a staggering amount. Even after years of venturing through the Tiandao battlefield alongside Luo Qianxue, he had never even laid eyes on a single top-tier spirit crystal. Are you suggesting that this affluent disciple also ventured into the Tiandao battlefield? It remains uncertain whether he possesses the fortuitous chance to obtain the celestial decree. Should he indeed acquire it, he would undoubtedly soar to great heights. One can only speculate the abundance of exquisite spiritual crystals he harbors, rendering it almost unimaginable the treasure he might return with. Upon concluding this thought, Bai Gang and Luo Qianxue found themselves envisioning the scene of Yi Feng entering the celestial city. Meanwhile, within the second tier of the celestial battlefield, Yi Feng spent over 3 hours in search of any remnants of the past, yet encountered a multitude of ferocious beasts instead, to the point of becoming exasperated. Li Fei, you scoundrel, may I never cross paths with you again. If I do, I shall not show you mercy. Frustrated by the absence of relics and the elusive celestial decree, he recalled how he had meandered through the celestial city for most of the day, only to be unceremoniously transported out right after recharging his celestial points, inciting a deep sense of irritation within him. Brother Yi, just as Yi Feng was venting his frustrations, a voice filled with astonishment emerged from nearby. What? Only half a day? This is inconceivable. However, upon hearing Yi Feng's grievances, Li Fei displayed a look of utter bewilderment. Brother Yi, allow me to explain. I truly do not comprehend why there was only half a day's time. When I discovered that relic, I entered to find a scene of carnage, with only one severely injured individual still clinging to life, grasping tightly the very celestial decree. At this juncture, Li Fei paused momentarily, his expression somewhat awkward, before continuing. I employed certain unconventional methods to extract some information regarding Tiandao City from him. Subsequently, I eliminated him and seized the Tiandao order. There are now 2 possibilities. Either that individual deceived me, or he genuinely believed that this Tiandao order could last for a day. Given his extensive knowledge about Tiandao City, it is likely that he has visited it. I suspect the latter, that each Tiandao order has a different duration, and the one he previously possessed fortuitously lasted a day, leading him to assume that all Tiandao orders would last for the same period. Listening to Li Fei's well-reasoned analysis, Yi Feng found himself devoid of the inclination to ponder further. However, he sensed that Li Fei was not deceiving him. Otherwise, upon seeing him, he would not have rushed towards him in excitement, but would have sought a place to hide instead. Chapter 41. I am not a sword cultivator. Why are you bestowing upon me the intent of death? Brother Yi, what have you been occupied with all this time? What sort of place is Tiandao City? Li Fei inquired with palpable curiosity. It is worth noting that he had possessed the Tiandao order for nearly a year, enduring considerable torment while yearning to discover what Tiandao City truly entailed and whether it was as wondrous as described by others. Nevertheless, even though he had not been able to visit, having exchanged it for 13 enlightenment pills left him feeling that he had still profited. Is there technology in your realm? Upon hearing Li Fei's inquiry, Yi Feng did not respond immediately. Instead, he posed a counter-question, for he was uncertain whether the other party's realm resembled the Xuantian Continent, a world steeped in pure fantasy. Since Tiandao City had manifested technological artifacts, it was evident that within the myriad realms below, some must harbor technology. Technology? What exactly is technology? Li Fei scratched his head, utterly perplexed by the term. Since you are unaware of what technology entails, there are certain concepts I cannot elucidate clearly. However, remember this. If you aspire to venture to Tiandao City in the future, from this moment forth, you must diligently preserve any supreme spirit crystals you acquire. Those crystals hold immense significance in Tiandao City, and they must be supreme spirit crystals. Even high-grade spirit crystals are of no use. Only the supreme variety will suffice. Ye Feng Ernestisation Li Fei. Supreme spirit crystals? At this remark, Li Fei could only manage a wry smile. Having fortuitously obtained over 200 low-grade spirit crystals this time, he felt almost overwhelmed with joy, let alone the thought of acquiring supreme spirit crystals, of which he had only heard tales. Just then, Yi Feng suddenly noticed that the items from the previous day had refreshed. Items: Death Sword Intent Fragments 10,000. Yet again, it was sword intent fragments. Depleting them was not a challenge, provided one found a suitable target. Perhaps capturing a demon beast would suffice? With this thought, Yi Feng's gaze fell upon Li Fei, and he casually inquired, Li Fei, are you a sword cultivator? A sword cultivator? Brother Yi, I am not a sword cultivator. I am merely an ordinary cultivator, and I do not have a penchant for sword cultivation. Uncertain of why Yi Feng posed such a question, Li Fei nevertheless articulated his thoughts with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng grinned broadly, remarking that if one does not favor sword cultivators, then these shards of sword intent would be most suitable for him. Was this not akin to squandering? Gulp. The peculiar gaze and strange smile Yi Feng directed at him instilled a sense of unease in Li Fei, causing him to swallow hard. Stand still, do not move. With that, a multitude of shards of sword intent manifested in Yi Feng's hands. The mere aura radiating from those shards sent tremors through Li Fei's body. It was the scent of death, though he was merely at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Qi movement realm. Li Fei had faced several life-threatening crises and could distinctly recognize this harbinger of demise. Shards of deathly sword intent, enveloped in the shadow of death. Li Fei suddenly recalled something, his eyes widening in astonishment. 1, 2, 3. Li Fei became numb as Yi Feng infused the power of one deathly shard after another into his being. Due to Yi Feng's prior warnings, he dared not move or resist. While he understood that these shards were undoubtedly valuable, he was not a sword cultivator. Forcing the essence of deathly sword intent upon him left him in a state of confusion regarding his future path in cultivation. It was not that Li Fei lacked discernment. Rather, he was genuinely disinterested in sword cultivation, uncertain of how much time had passed. Yi Feng fully bestowed the power of 10,000 shards of the death sword intent upon Li Fei, effectively depleting the day's extravagant resources and successfully earning a reward of 1,000 extravagant points. However, he did not receive any other special accolades. Currently, his extravagant points had accumulated to 5,810. The terrifying fluctuations of the death sword intent enveloped a radius of several thousand meters, while the protagonist, Li Fei, stood utterly dumbfounded. He was unaware of the extent to which his death sword intent had escalated. All he comprehended was its sheer ferocity. His death sword intent was extraordinarily formidable. Yet, he did not practice swordsmanship, rendering this overwhelming death sword intent a tremendous waste. If he were to return to the sect and be discovered by his master, would he not be compelled to alter his path to the sword? The mere thought drove Li Fei to the brink of madness, for he harbored a deep-seated aversion to sword cultivators. Brother Li Fei, do not feel indebted to me. This is your fortune. Moreover, I must inform you that your death sword intent has reached its zenith and could break through to the realm of sword heart at any moment. With just a bit of diligent cultivation, I sense it is entirely feasible. Observing the resentful expression on Li Fei's face, Yi Feng could not help but burst into laughter. The realm of sword heart. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Li Fei was nearly brought to tears. He remembered that the sect leader had devoted a century to cultivation and was lauded as the most perceptive individual the sect had seen in millennia. Having only recently broken through to the realm of sword heart himself, it was over. Li Fei felt that his future was shrouded in darkness. Unless he chose to leave the sect, even if he sought refuge in another one. The terrifying aura of death emanating from him would compel others to force him onto a different path of swordsmanship. He had no desire to become a rogue cultivator, leading to an impasse. He was grateful for the immense opportunity bestowed upon him by Brother Yi. What would he do? At this juncture, he could only silently endure all the grievances in his heart while expressing his gratitude for Yi Feng's goodwill. Brother Yi, may I inquire why you do not absorb the power of these fragments of death sword intent yourself? After the insincere expressions of gratitude, Li Fei voiced his confusion. This was death sword intent, a force so formidable that even those who were not sword cultivators recognized its potency. I'm not a sword cultivator, so what use would I have for it? Yi Feng replied without hesitation. Huh, you're not a sword cultivator either? This is utterly absurd. Li Fei felt increasingly exasperated by Yi Feng's response. Regardless of the myriad cultivators from the lower realms, regardless of their cultivation levels, any sword cultivator witnessing both Yi Feng and Li Fei disdain this immensely powerful death sword intent would likely be driven to the brink of despair. Let us go. From now on, you must shed any reservations and unleash the formidable death sword intent. We shall stride boldly through the second level of the Heavenly Dao battlefield. As he spoke, an overwhelming surge of thunderous spiritual energy erupted from Yi Feng, coalescing behind him into 10 radiant 9 Yao thunder lotuses, shimmering with arcs of lightning. The Earth-grade supreme martial technique, 9 radiant thunder lotus. Upon witnessing the 10 colossal 9 radiant thunder lotuses, Li Fei could not help but exclaim in astonishment. As a practitioner with dual roots of thunder and fire, he had once aspired to master this formidable technique. Yet after a month of arduous effort, he found himself unable to grasp even the fundamentals. He understood all too well the immense difficulty inherent in comprehending such a martial art. To his utter surprise, Yi Feng had already attained mastery of this powerful technique. Chapter 42. The arrogantly overbearing duo. Unrestrained in their rampage, how do you recognize this martial technique? Upon hearing Li Fei's exclamation, Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback. Although he had demonstrated this technique at the Star Extreme Sect, neither Elder Song nor the Sect Master had been able to identify it beyond acknowledging it as an Earth-grade supreme martial technique, failing to even name it, and mistakenly assuming it to be a creation of his own. I do recognize it, but this is a technique unique to my Thunderclap sect. How could you possibly know it, Brother Yi? Li Fei quickly regained his composure, his eyes filled with confusion. For he was acutely aware that Yi Feng hailed from a different realm, let alone that this technique belonged solely to his sect. It appeared that the martial arts contained within the technique repository encompassed all martial arts from countless lower realms, not merely confined to the Xuantian Continent. Upon hearing Li Fei's words, Yi Feng formed a conjecture. Let us proceed. Our next objective is to slay 87 peak-level beasts at the 9th stage of the Qi movement realm. Yi Feng had not forgotten the random task triggered at the Star Soul Sect. which required him to eliminate 100 peak-level beasts of the Qi movement realm in the second layer of the Heavenly Dao battlefield to earn a significant number of squander points. Up until now, he had only slain 13 beasts, as encounters with creatures of this caliber were exceedingly rare. Goodness, where do these two individuals hail from? Their arrogance is simply astounding. Perhaps it is wise to keep my distance. I merely cast a glance in their direction. They wouldn't interpret it as a provocation. Would they? I feel quite anxious. I long to return home. These two brutes are excessively peculiar. The aura of their cultivation realm is terrifying. They are undoubtedly among the elite. Throughout the journey, every cultivator who sensed the suffocating, deathly intent emanating from Li Fei, along with the 10 horrific 9 Radiance Thunder Lotuses hovering ominously behind Yi Feng, chose to retreat far away. Not a single soul dared to approach them, fearing that they might be annihilated with a mere gesture. As for the arrogance displayed by these two, no one dared express discontent. Such was the intimidation that comes with immense power. What a thrill! What sheer exhilaration! Observing the fearful cultivators around him, Li Fei felt an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. Although he had visited the Heavenly Path battlefield numerous times, never had he experienced such delight. I am indeed formidable. Who would dare to oppose me? Yi Ge, what do you plan to return to the Heavenly Path battlefield next? Let us arrange a meeting. Perhaps we might cross paths again. However, Li Fei was not blinded by his own strength. He understood that his current bravado was largely attributed to Yi Feng's presence. Otherwise, despite possessing formidable, deathly sword intent, should he provoke others, he could easily find himself in dire straits. Arranging a meeting is feasible, but I fear my next visit will lead me to the Third Heaven battlefield. Upon hearing this, Li Fei was taken aback and directly inquired, Brother Yi, have you already shown signs of a breakthrough? Are you planning to directly challenge the fusion spirit realm upon your return? Signs of a breakthrough? What does that even mean? If I wish to break through, I shall do so, and when I do, it will be a substantial leap, not merely to the fusion spirit realm, but a vigorous ascent to the pinnacle of the 9th level within it. Yi Feng stated earnestly, Brother Yi, boasting should not be done in such a manner. How am I supposed to respond to that? Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Li Fei awkwardly chuckled, genuinely taken aback by the audacity of Yi Feng's claims, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Brother Yi, you are truly impressive. Ultimately, Li Fei managed to articulate this 4-character phrase to convey his admiration. 20 minutes later, leave the 5 pinnacle beasts of the 9th level to me. The rest are yours. Upon discovering a cluster of beasts ahead, Yi Feng fixated on the 5 beast leaders, summoning 10 Nine-Yao Thunder Lotus, which transformed into bolts of lightning aimed directly at the 5 creatures. One Nine-Yao Thunder Lotus inflicted severe injury, while the second obliterated. Just as the 5 beasts were annihilated by the 10 Nine-Yao Thunder Lotus, Li Fei stood beside, his lips twitching in astonishment. These were formidable beasts from the Heavenly Dao battlefield, each capable of contending with 3 cultivators of equivalent realm. Initially, Yi Feng had dispatched 13 beasts of the same level by ensnaring them within dozens of earthen prisons, before employing an unknown sharp sword to execute them. Li Fei had yet to witness Yi Feng's true combat prowess. Witnessing the terrifying combat prowess of Yi Feng truly left Li Fei in a state of shock. As Li Fei beheld Yi Feng once more conjuring 10 shimmering Nine-Yao Thunder Lotuses pulsating with lightning, his eyes nearly bulged in astonishment. The more advanced the martial skills, the greater the power they wielded, yet the consumption of spiritual energy increased exponentially. Previously, when Yi Feng manifested 10 Nine-Yao Thunder Lotuses, Li Fei had believed that to be Yi Feng's absolute limit, which had already frightened him immensely, leading him to conclude that the reservoir of spiritual energy within Yi Feng was undoubtedly several times greater than his own. However, it now appeared that the reality was far more complex. The opponent's reservoir of spiritual energy was certainly beyond mere multiples of his own. After all, each Nine-Yao Thunder Lotus contained the force equivalent to a full force strike from a cultivator. Nearby, dozens of cultivators from various realms. Witnessing Yi Feng's nonchalant annihilation of 5 peak 9th-tier beasts, trembled in fear, as Li Fei unleashed an array of spiritual martial techniques to slay numerous beasts, yet refrained from employing the death sword intent. Even wielding no sword at all, the onlookers were utterly perplexed. A swordsman who refrains from using his sword to vanquish foes, eschewing sword techniques altogether. Did these beasts not warrant his blade? Had Li Fei been privy to the thoughts of the crowd, he would have certainly bellowed, "I am not merely a swordsman. I am but a conveyor of sword intent." In the ensuing 2 days, Feng and Li Fei traversed the battlefield of the Heavenly Dao with fervor, relentlessly seeking peak 9th-tier beasts. Eventually, they grew so weary of encountering groups of beasts that they deemed it a waste of time to engage. As for the spoils from these beasts, Feng cared not at all. Li Fei not only fortuitously acquired over 200 low-grade spirit crystals, but he also obtained 13 insight pills and the terrifying sword intent of death. Moreover, having been somewhat influenced by his association with Feng, he no longer regarded those meager gains with any significance. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully slaying 100 peak 9th-tier beasts in the second layer of the celestial battlefield, earning 5,000 squander points. With the demise of the 100th peak 9th-tier beast, the system's notification echoed in the air. It exceeded 10,000. With the acquisition of these 5,000 squander points, Feng's total finally surpassed 10,000, reaching a sum of 10,810 points. System. Look at this little chubby fellow who has been bustling about these past 2 days. Wouldn't it be reasonable to reward him with 100,000 premium spirit stones? It has been quite a while since I triggered any squandering behavior, and indeed, Feng wished to offer Li Fei some recompense. During these last 2 days, all the trivial tasks such as butchering beast meat, roasting it, and seeking temporary shelter were handled by Li Fei, while Feng lived like a lord, hardly needing to concern himself with anything. Chapter 43. A bloody rampage. You shall all perish. Ding. The quantity exceeds the pricing standards. 100,000 premium spirit stones? Feng, disinterested in haggling excessively with the system, merely reduced the amount tenfold. Ding. The counterpart possesses the ultimate sword intent of death. The quantity is deemed reasonable. Could it be that the assessment of spirit stones is based on the varying strengths of different cultivators and the circumstances of events? Feng pondered this conjecture. Brother Yi, it has been nearly 2 months since we arrived at the celestial battlefield, and according to the sect's regulations, I must return to the flame heaven realm. At that moment, a palpable sense of reluctance adorned Li Fei's countenance. Indeed, the days spent alongside Feng had been exceptionally delightful. Does your sect really impose a time limit? Feng queried, somewhat perplexed by the matter. Brother Yi, there is a 2-month deadline. If one does not depart from the Heavenly Dao battlefield and return to the sect within that time, the sect will presume you perished on the battlefield. Most cultivators from various realms adhere to such a time frame, unless they are solitary practitioners. Li Fei elucidated, noticing Feng's confusion. I see. To encounter one another is a twist of fate. You have been of great assistance to me these past few days. Please accept this spatial ring containing 10,000 top-tier spirit stones. May we meet again in the future, should fate allow. After placing the spatial ring filled with 10,000 exquisite spirit stones into Li Fei's hand, Feng turned away with nonchalance. Brother Yi, you shall forever be my benefactor, until we meet again by destiny's design. As he gazed at Feng's departing silhouette, Li Fei clutched the spatial ring tightly, silently invoking departure. The surrounding space began to warp, and his figure gradually vanished from sight. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully squandering resources. Reward: 200 squandering points. Reward: 10,000 fragments of death sword intent. By heavens! Upon hearing the system's notification echo in his mind, particularly the special reward, Feng could not help but exclaim in surprise. Having just expended 10,000 fragments of death sword intent, another batch of the same quantity had arrived. This was a system reward. Even if consumed through squandering, it would not yield any squandering points. In that case, he decided to utilize them himself. With this thought, Feng retrieved numerous fragments of death sword intent from the system space and commenced the process of merging them. A few hundred meters to the east of Feng, A throng of several hundred cultivators had gathered. The rotund figure, embodying a terrifying sword intent of death, had departed, leaving behind only the boisterous individual. In recent days, this man had expended an immense amount of spiritual energy. To be candid, the reservoir of spiritual energy within him was astonishingly vast. However, he had never been observed cultivating to replenish this depletion. I believe this presents us with an opportunity. Regardless of his origin, he is undoubtedly a prodigy from his realm. Many among us are merely ordinary cultivators, yet before us lies a chance to vanquish a genius. Can you truly bear to let it slip away? At this moment, a white-haired youth, with a fierce expression, addressed the assembly. To slay a genius. Upon hearing this, the crowd was jolted. In their respective realms, they not only possessed limited strength, but such formidable prodigies were figures they could only aspire to. Now an opportunity to slay one had arisen, and to claim indifference would be disingenuous. Most crucially, over 300 individuals were gathered here, with more than 100 at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Qi movement realm. Could one individual, no matter how powerful, truly contend against over 100 opponents of equal standing? As this realization dawned, excitement flickered across the faces of the crowd, though they were not prodigies themselves. They could potentially slay one. This would be a glory unparalleled in their lives. In a single statement, to kill or not to kill, the opportunity is but a fleeting one. Observing the reactions of the crowd, the silver-haired youth curled his lips into a sardonic smile. A year ago, he had stumbled upon a fortuitous opportunity on the battlefield of the First Heavenly Path, which propelled him to extraordinary heights within his sect. Now, witnessing Yi Feng and Li Fei, he felt a sense of inferiority, yet he could not abide the existence of a prodigy superior to himself. It was a twisted mentality. Kill. Upon hearing the words of the silver-haired youth, the spectators exchanged glances, their faces alight with excitement as they provided their fervent responses. Meanwhile, Yi Feng was fervently merging the shards of the death sword intent, meticulously suppressing the resulting power without releasing it. He intended to fully consolidate it before experiencing its essence in its entirety. Finally, he completed the fusion, and he was eager to perceive the true strength of the ultimate death sword intent. With a thought, an immense surge of death sword intent erupted from within him, a terrifying aura of death sweeping furiously across the surroundings. At this moment, over 300 individuals stood less than 80 meters away from Yi Feng. As this suffocating aura enveloped them, their expressions underwent a drastic transformation, their eyes filled with sheer terror. The very essence of death sword intent rendered them paralyzed, as if any slight movement could spell their demise, extinguishing any flicker of defiance within them. When faced with an oncoming strike, they could only stand helplessly, awaiting their grim fate. It was not only the departing rotund figure who possessed such a formidable death sword intent. The young man adorned with 10 terrifying thunder lotus flowers also wielded a similar aura of death. Regret permeated the hearts of everyone present. Within his body lies an immense reservoir of spiritual energy, complemented by superior-grade martial techniques and a terrifying intent of death. One must wonder, does his opponent possess any hidden trump cards yet to be revealed? Such an extraordinary prodigy is beyond their capacity to provoke. Do you seek to take my life? At this moment, Yi Feng turned to face the crowd, his gaze chillingly indifferent. One after another, the 9 radiant thunder lotus began to coalesce behind him. 1, 5, 10. As the number of 9 radiant thunder lotuses reached over 230, a mountain of exquisite spirit stones materialized beside Yi Feng, fervently absorbing the pure spiritual energy contained within. Yi Feng continued to forge the 9 radiant thunder lotuses. Strike! If we do not act, we shall all perish here. With a thunderous shout from the silver-haired youth, the group, gripped by the terror of death, jolted in unison, striving to resist the overwhelming dread. They all directed their energies towards Yi Feng, yet their combat prowess fell short of even half its normal capacity. All of you shall perish. Yi Feng scoffed coldly as the 200 or more fearsome thunder lotuses, flickering with lightning, transformed into bolts of thunder, hurtling towards the over 300 adversaries before him. Simultaneously, Yi Feng continued to ravenously absorb the pure spiritual power from the exquisite spirit stones. Lacking a spiritual root, he could not perceive the spiritual energy permeating the world. However, with an ample supply of spirit stones, he could endlessly replenish the energy expended within him. As long as the absorption rate of spiritual energy remained sufficiently rapid, he would become a terrifying perpetual motion machine. Water Dragon, Hurricane, Fire Dragon Fist. The remaining two superior-grade martial techniques, alongside the exceptional Fire Dragon Fist, were unleashed by Yi Feng with reckless abandon, indifferent to the consumption of spiritual energy. 4 elemental roots, the 3 supreme martial arts of the earth level, possessing an immense supply of exceptional spirit stones to replenish the depleting energy within at any moment. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were engulfed in despair. Victory was beyond their reach, and they faced the grim prospect of being slaughtered unilaterally by their opponent. Regret filled their hearts as they lamented their folly in provoking this unparalleled prodigy. As mere mortals, how could they dare challenge a deity? Chapter 44. What? You are my little master's apprentice? Moments later, gazing upon the field strewn with countless corpses, Yi Feng exhibited little reaction. This was the fantastical world as he understood it. He was a prodigal deity, yet certainly not a saint. If they were enemies, then they deserved to be vanquished. Fire Dragon Fist, are you from the Xuantian realm? Just as Yi Feng was preparing to depart with the remaining exceptional spirit stones, a petite girl clad in a purple dress obstructed his path, her eyes brimming with curiosity as she inquired. Indeed, who are you? Ye Feng retorted, regarding the adorable little girl before him. My name is Luo Qianxue, hailing from the Wanhua Valley. Upon finishing her introduction, the little girl broke into a smile, clearly noticing the astonishment etched on Yi Feng's face. Wanhua Valley? I've never heard of it. However, Yi Feng's response caused Luo Qianxue's smile to abruptly freeze, disbelief flickering in her eyes. How could someone from the Xuantian realm be unaware of Wanhua Valley? Are you certain you are from the Xuantian realm? Which sect do you belong to? Luo Qianxue asked again, her curiosity unabated. Are you conducting a census? Why should I divulge that information to you? Upon finishing his words, Yi Feng chose to disregard his companion, turning away and striding into the distance. 4 elemental roots. The spiritual sea within him was exceedingly formidable. At the peak of the 9th level of the Qi movement realm, he had already comprehended 3 types of high-grade earth martial techniques, showcasing an explosive aptitude. His mastery of the Death Sword Intent had reached its zenith, poised at any moment to transcend into the realm of the Death Sword Heart. Contemplating these circumstances, Luo Qianxue couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Should he mature, he would undoubtedly ascend the dragon ranking, potentially securing a position within the top 5, or even the top 3. With this thought, Luo Qianxue's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she hastened to catch up with Yi Feng. I have already shared my name with you, yet you have yet to reveal yours. By the way, do you lack a sect? Which is why you became so suddenly irate. What you seek in the Heavenly Dao battlefield? Perhaps I might possess the knowledge you seek. Upon hearing Luo Qianxue's incessant chatter beside him, Yi Feng felt as though his head might explode. If you do not depart soon, I shall genuinely consider ending your existence. Driven to the brink, Yi Feng glared at her, laced with murderous intent, issuing a direct threat, and he was by no means jesting. What did it matter that they hailed from the same realm of Xuantian? But you cannot kill me. My true cultivation is at the peak of the 9th layer of the primordial spirit realm. I merely suppress my power with a secret treasure. Should you make a move against me, I would unleash my true strength and undoubtedly obliterate you before being teleported away. Luo Qianxue tilted her head, a smug expression adorning her face as she spoke to Yi Feng. System, is what this little girl claims true? Is the Heavenly Dao battlefield not an extraordinary place? And what of this secret treasure? Yi Feng, taken aback by her words, decided to inquire of the system. Ding! What the other party spoke was indeed true. The treasure was the purple hairpin adorning her hair. Soon, the system provided an answer, revealing the nature of her treasure. It was astonishingly genuine. At that moment, Yi Feng displayed a hint of surprise. Despite her youth, she had already attained the pinnacle of the 9th level of the soul formation realm, a power that rivaled his master, Luo Qianxue. I am Yi Feng from the Star Soul Sect. Now that you have learned all you wish to know, please refrain from bothering me further. With that, Yi Feng chose to ignore the little girl. The Star Soul Sect? I have never heard of it. Yi Feng is quite a melodious name. Why did you suddenly respond to me? I was merely teasing you. You cannot possibly believe I possess such formidable prowess at the 9th level of the soul formation realm. The little girl feigned exaggeration as she jested with Yi Feng. Then why not discard the purple hairpin atop your head and see what happens? Yi Feng remarked with a hint of amusement, gazing directly at Luo Qianxue. Upon hearing this, Luo Qianxue's expression shifted. Her eyes filled with astonishment as she struggled to comprehend how he knew that the treasure suppressing her cultivation was indeed that very purple hairpin. I underestimated you. The Star Soul Sect you mentioned is unfamiliar to me. It must be an obscure sect. Surely you have heard of the Star Extreme Sect, a truly prestigious establishment. If you were to leave the Star Soul Sect, I can assure you that you could join the Star Extreme Sect and even guarantee your position as a core disciple. How does that sound? Are you interested? At this moment, Luo Qianxue, having shed her previous playful demeanor, looked at Yi Feng with utmost seriousness and inquired, Xingji Sect? Core disciple? The revelation of her surname, Luo, left Yi Feng utterly astonished. Suddenly, a bold conjecture took form in his mind. What is your relationship with Luo Qianxue? Yi Feng directly questioned Luo Qianxue, his gaze unwavering. Do you know my sister? The surprise on Luo Qianxue's face was unmistakable upon hearing Yi Feng mention her sister's name. What? Luo Qianxue is my master. Does that make you my little martial aunt? Yi Feng was taken aback upon realizing that Luo Qianxue was her sister. Little martial aunt? You are my sister's disciple? The Xinghuan sect was founded by my sister? Not only was Yi Feng dumbfounded, but Luo Qianxue was equally astonished. 10 minutes later, after Yi Feng elucidated certain details, Luo Qianxue was once again left speechless. My sister's prized disciple, the 6th core disciple of the Xingji sect, an honorary elder of the Xingji sect, with a status and standing that rivals the 5 esteemed ancestors. Must our identities be so intricate? Should I address you as martial nephew or elder Yi? After a moment of contemplation, gazing at the endearing visage of Luo Qianxue, Yi Feng decisively replied, Let us each refer to one another as we please. You shall call me Elder Yi, and I will call you Martial Aunt. Well, I can call you Martial Aunt. It feels rather awkward for a little girl like you to address me as Martial Nephew. At this juncture, Yi Feng felt an immense sense of gratitude for his status as an elder. Who would have imagined that Luo Qianxue had such a remarkably gifted younger sister? Come here, Master Gu. Allow this elder to pinch your lovely face. With that, Yi Feng playfully grasped the adorable visage of Luo Qianxue. Observing her fiery gaze, Yi Feng felt an immense sense of comfort wash over him, dissipating the irritations he had previously felt from her incessant clinginess. As they met for the first time, he pondered what gift would be suitable for the little Master Gu. After a moment of playful pinching, he propped his chin on his hand, contemplating the petite figure before him. Merely offering spirit stones seemed rather mundane. Although such a gesture could incite extravagance, he had already been generous enough. What about enlightenment pills? While he certainly should provide some, gifting them felt somewhat inappropriate, as they were akin to mere snacks. The golden silkworm, star, shining stone, given the little Master Gu's stature. She hardly resembled a weaponsmith. The 9-leaf, soul-returning herb? Alas, he only had one left, promised as a reward. And both Elder Bai and Elder Xia were eagerly awaiting it at the sect. As for the blood of the purple thunder, wild lion demon, it seemed unsuitable for a human-like creature such as the little Master Gu. Reflecting on his current possessions, Yi Feng turned to Luo Qianxue and directly inquired, Little Master Gu, are you a body cultivator? Chapter 45, 100 million top-quality spirit crystals. Do you truly think I cannot procure this? Indeed, I'm a body cultivator. I truly do not know how you discern this. Upon hearing Yi Feng's question, Luo Qianxue, who had been sulking from the earlier face pinching, felt a sudden jolt of surprise. For reasons unknown, standing before Yi Feng, she was overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of vulnerability. As if she could hide no secrets from him, a sensation that left her somewhat flustered. "So, you really are a body cultivator, this human-like creature, the little master goo?" Upon hearing Luo Yaoyao's response, Yi Feng was taken aback. It was simply astonishing. "Elder Yi, let me tell you, I detest it when others pinch my cheeks. What you just did is far from over. Once I return, I shall certainly have my sister address this matter." Before she could finish her sentence, Luo Yaoyao's gaze was abruptly fixed upon a droplet of powerful, demonic beast essence blood in Yi Feng's hand. Her words faltering as her lively eyes locked onto it with unwavering intensity. This essence belonged to the purple, thunder-frenzied lion, a formidable beast that had endured 9 heavenly tribulations, and the price for a cheek pinch was a droplet of its blood. If you dislike others pinching your cheeks, then perhaps before Yi Feng could complete his thought, Luo Yaoyao darted swiftly to his side, seizing his other hand and pressing it against her delicate cheek. "While others may not be permitted, you are Elder Yi. What harm is there in pinching the cheek of a junior?" Seeing her adorable smile, Yi Feng couldn't help but chuckle, playfully pinching her tender face and, in turn, handing her the large essence blood. Since she was a body cultivator, could it be that this little junior sister was also a master artificer? With her whimsical nature, if I do not handle her carefully, I fear I may encounter significant trouble in the future. With this thought in mind, Yi Feng clumsily dropped a piece of golden silkworm starshine stone onto the ground. The golden silkworm starshine stone. Sure enough, upon noticing the stone at Yi Feng's feet, Luo Yaoyao gasped in astonishment, her entire body trembling with excitement. "Junior sister, do you recognize it? Do you desire it?" Upon hearing Yi Feng's inquiry and noticing the golden silkworm star shining stone he had picked up, Luo Yaoyao's small head nodded fervently, akin to a clapper. "No." Yi Feng swiftly tucked the golden silkworm star stone into the confines of the system space. Observing Luo Yaoyao's bewilderment, he could not help but burst into laughter. At this moment, if Luo Yaoyao remained oblivious to the fact that Yi Feng was playfully toying with her, she would indeed be quite foolish. Yet what could she do? For even if she comprehended the situation, Yi Feng was unwilling to part with it. And could she truly seize it? Regardless of the circumstances, he was not only Elder Yi, but also her little master-nephew. How could she possibly resort to theft? Contemplating this, Luo Yaoyao felt utterly exasperated, thoroughly ensnared by Yi Feng's antics. She could not fathom how he possessed such an abundance of treasures. "Elder Yi, how did you become my sister's direct disciple? Furthermore, how did you attain the esteemed title of Honorary Elder of the Star Extreme Sect?" To alleviate the awkwardness of the moment, Luo Yaoyao shifted her focus, genuinely curious about the answers to these 2 questions. Throughout her life, her sister, who had been indifferent to all matters and consumed by her cultivation, how could she possibly accept a direct disciple? The Star Extreme Sect, after all, was a premier sect, a behemoth in existence, save for a minuscule fraction of transcendent powers. How could Yi Feng, with his current level of strength, attain the status of an honorary elder? "Because I possess wealth," he replied. "With 500,000 upper-grade spirit stones, I purchased the identity of a direct disciple from your sister. 100 million top-tier spiritual crystals, coupled with the enhanced 9 Swords Formation's secret tome, purchased the esteemed title of Honorary Elder within the sect." Huh? Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Luo Yaoyao momentarily questioned whether her ears had deceived her. Can one truly buy the position of a direct disciple? Is it indeed possible to purchase the title of Honorary Elder? How utterly absurd. Have you ever witnessed top-tier spiritual crystals? To utter the sum of 100 million spiritual crystals. Do you grasp the magnitude of such a concept? At that moment, a voice laced with disdain echoed from a distance, followed by the approach of an alluring middle-aged woman whose gaze towards Yi Feng was rife with contempt. "Master." Upon recognizing the newcomer, Luo Yaoyao immediately adopted a respectful demeanor and called out, "I am the leader of the Flower Valley. Do you not prefer to procure special titles with spiritual stones and crystals? If you can present 100 million top-tier spiritual crystals, I shall take you as my disciple and grant you yet another illustrious identity. How does that sound?" Hua Yumei continued, her tone dripping with disdain as she regarded Yi Feng. Witnessing the palpable tension emanating from Hua Yumei, Luo Qianxue swiftly turned to Yi Feng and explained, Elder Yi, my master has an aversion to grandiose claims. Please do not take offense, for she means no harm. Torn between her master and her young junior, Luo Qianxue felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. She found herself powerless against her master's quirk. What was merely boasting to others felt like an affliction to her. As Yi Feng gazed at the formidable Hua Yumei, his expression gradually darkened, though he wished to extend a courtesy to his little master. Her aggressive demeanor left him exceedingly displeased. Little master, your mentor has overstepped. I cannot grant that courtesy. With that, Yi Feng hurled a spatial ring containing 100 million top-tier spirit crystals towards Hua Yumei, accompanied by a cold smirk. Dear disciple, this 100 million spirit crystals shall serve as a greeting gift from your mentor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully displaying ostentation and slapping faces. Reward: 10 golden silkworm star shimmer stones, 100 blood essence of the purple thunder rampant lion, and 5 sword heart advancement fragments. What? One could actually receive rewards for this? This was hardly an extravagant act. Thus, even with the expenditure of 100 million top-tier spirit crystals, Yi Feng felt no need to consult the system. After all, the system provided an infinite supply and did not classify his spending as wasteful. No matter how much he used, he would neither incur nor gain wasteful points. However, he had not anticipated that this would trigger a reward for ostentation. The time had been too brief since his reincarnation into this fantastical realm. He sensed that the system still harbored numerous hidden functionalities yet to be unearthed. Upon inspecting the spatial ring filled with a plethora of top-tier spirit crystals, Hua Yumei stood frozen in astonishment. Even the illustrious Wanhua Valley, with its millennia of heritage, possessed insufficient reserves, lacking even 10 million. After all, even in the battlefield of the heavens and earth, locating top-tier spirit crystals was an exceedingly arduous endeavor. Even though a supreme spirit crystal can be exchanged for 100 superior spirit crystals, the notion of using 100 superior spirit crystals to obtain a single supreme spirit crystal is utterly futile. Chapter 46: Prodigal disciples of the sect will permeate multitudes of realms. Impossible. How could you possibly possess such an abundance of supreme spirit crystals? Even if 100 million supreme spirit crystals lay before her, Hua Yumei could hardly fathom the reality of it. The Orchid Valley is a transcendent force, and even they possess only around 10 million supreme spirit crystals. How could Yi Feng, a mere cultivator at the peak of the 9th tier of the Qi movement realm, amass such a staggering quantity of supreme spirit crystals? Do not presume that I possess only those worthless spirit crystals. With that, Yi Feng revealed 15 pieces of golden silkworm star shining stones, 279 drops of purple thunder mad lion's essence blood, a 9-leaf soul returning herb, and 5 sword heart advancement fragments. He refrained from presenting the enlightenment pill, for unless one experiences the item firsthand, no one would believe its worth. This. Upon witnessing the treasures that Yi Feng displayed, which even the Orchid Valley could scarcely procure, Hua Yumei was rendered speechless, utterly astonished. This item is known as a sword heart advancement fragment, when one's comprehension of sword intent reaches its zenith. Absorbing the power within allows for a direct breakthrough to the sword heart realm. As he spoke, Yi Feng placed one of the sword heart advancement fragments upon his forehead. A wave of refreshing energy surged forth. An overwhelming aura of deathly sword intent erupted, escalating progressively until it culminated in a tremendous explosion. And a visible black sword embryo's phantom materialized above Yi Feng's head. The sword heart realm, the embryonic form of the sword. Upon witnessing this scene, both Hua Yumei and Luo Qianxue were left astounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. After a moment, Hua Yumei exhaled deeply, gazing at Yi Feng with a hint of resentment as she spoke. A bet is a bet. From this moment forth, you shall be my master, Hua Yumei. However, this only pertains to myself and does not represent the entirety of Wanhua Valley. With a bittersweet smile, she reflected on the past century, never imagining that she would find herself bested by a mere child of the Qidong realm. Yet, Her curiosity towards Yi Feng grew. She simply could not fathom how he possessed such an abundance of treasures. Oh no, this is disastrous. At this point, Luo Qianxue was utterly bewildered. If Yi Feng had become the master of her own master, did that not make him her grandmaster? Was she to refer to him as Master Nephew Yi or simply Grandmaster? Never had she anticipated that her own identity would become so convoluted. Master, you must rectify this situation. Your status is becoming utterly chaotic, she thought. Casting a glance at the discontented Hua Yumeng, her mental state truly unraveling. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring your first disciple. Based on the disciple situation, you are awarded 100 ghostly enigma grasses, 100 withered soul branches, 105 poison fragrant flowers, and 100 scorching soul bamboo waters. Ding! A reminder for the host. As a prodigious spender, it is imperative that you instill this fine tradition in your disciples, encouraging them to embrace extravagance. The system shall bestow rewards based on their spending habits. Upon hearing the sudden notification from a system, Yi Feng was utterly taken aback. Taking on a disciple came with rewards, encouraging disciples to squander wealth, and even offering rewards. Previously, there were speculations that the system harbored numerous hidden functionalities yet to be uncovered, and to my astonishment, one has been discovered so swiftly. However, what are those rewards? Their names evoke an unsettling resemblance to toxic substances. At this moment, Yi Feng found himself perplexed by these rewards. Could it be that the Wanhua Valley is an organization dedicated to the study of poison? Are you familiar with this item? With that, Yi Feng retrieved a ghostly enchantment herb from the system's space. The ghostly enchantment herb. Upon witnessing the poisonous spiritual herb in Yi Feng's hand, both Hua Yumeng and Luo Qianxue gasped in unison, for they had only encountered the ghostly enchantment herb in the esoteric texts of Wanhua Valley. They were exhilarated. With the ghostly enchantment herb, their cultivation of the 10,000 poisons body could be significantly enhanced. Hua Yumeng, today you become my first disciple, destined to be the future senior sister. It is imperative that you familiarize yourself with the rules of our sect. As he spoke, Yi Feng produced the remaining 99 ghostly enchantment herbs. Initially, it was presumed that Yi Feng possessed only one, for this legendary poisonous spiritual herb had not been seen since the 3 former masters of Wanhua Valley encountered it on the Heavenly Dao battlefield thousands of years ago. Yet, who would have thought Yi Feng would possess such a bounty? Sect rules? Elder Yi, do you still have a sect? After the initial shock, Luo Qianxue, regaining her composure, inquired with a baffled expression. Indeed, one might say so, yet I do not aspire to establish a new sect. However, my disciples from the Baijia sect shall spread across the entire Xuantian Continent, and even permeate into countless lower realms. At this moment, Yi Feng was struck by an exceedingly audacious notion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully founding the Baijia sect. You are rewarded with 100,000 Baijia points and granted the abilities of sect communication and teleportation. Sect communication function, regardless of their location. All disciples of the host can communicate through spiritual consciousness, and the host may issue commands to the disciples in the same manner. Sect teleportation function. No matter where they are, the host can directly teleport to the side of any disciple. Each disciple may be teleported once per day, with the duration lasting 1 hour, after which they will automatically return to their original position. By the heavens! Yi Feng exclaimed in astonishment. This reward is simply astounding. A staggering 100,000 Baijia points. After all his arduous efforts, he had only accumulated slightly over 10,000 points. Moreover, the 2 functions of a sect are incredibly formidable. Wait a moment. If the disciples I recruit are from other realms, does that mean I can venture into those realms as well? Suddenly, Yi Feng had an epiphany. By the heavens, I shall ensure that the legend of my extravagant sect reverberates throughout countless lower realms. At that moment, Yi Feng was invigorated, as if he had discovered his true life's purpose. The Baijia sect? I shall ensure that my disciples are scattered across the entire Xuantian Continent and beyond, into myriad lower realms. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, both Hua Yumeng and Luo Qianxue displayed an extreme sense of embarrassment on their faces. to the extent that Hua Yuming hesitated to disclose the name of the second sect. The term Baijia sect seemed almost laughable when uttered aloud. As the esteemed senior sister of the sect, Hua Yuming was compelled to thoroughly comprehend the sect's regulations. Yi Feng, with an earnest expression, posed a direct question to her. What do you intend to do with the 100 ghostly enchantment herbs entrusted to you? How to handle them? Is that even a question? Replied Hua Yuming. Master, aside from what I and Luo Qianxue require for our cultivation, the remaining ghostly enchantment herbs will not be utilized in Wanhuagu without your explicit permission. I shall ensure their safekeeping, regardless of the circumstances. Hua Yuming had come to terms with her affiliation with the second sect. These herbs were originally Yi Feng's possessions, as she had previously stated. Becoming a disciple was a personal choice, and thus, what she received from her master rightfully belonged to her, entirely separate from Wanhuagu, a distinction she understood quite clearly. Safekeeping them? We are, after all, the Baijia sect. How can you be so naive, failing to grasp the essence of our sect's name? Yi Feng's frustration erupted upon hearing her response. Chapter 47. Hua Yuming enlightened, striving not to disgrace her master faced with Yi Feng's fury. Hua Yuming was taken aback. She believed her approach to be entirely justified, questioning whether the essence of the Baijia sect truly required one to squander resources recklessly. Moreover, who is she, the esteemed master of the Wanhuagu, over a century old, and now reprimanded by this insignificant youth? Her face betrays her fury, while her heart bears an undeniable grievance. Are you not afraid of the toxins contained within the ghostly enchantment herb? At that moment, Yi Feng directly inquired of Hua Yumei. I cultivate the unique 10,000 poisons body of the Wan Poison Valley alongside Luo Qianxue. The toxins within the ghostly enchantment herb are exceedingly terrifying. If encountered in minimal amounts, Luo Qianxue should face no issues. As for myself, I harbor no fear even of the toxins within this particular herb. In fact, absorbing them entirely would yield tremendous benefits for me. When it comes to her area of expertise, Hua Yumei exudes an unwavering confidence and pride, for she possesses the requisite prowess. Hence, allow me to enlighten you on how to handle these ghostly enchantment herbs. Before retiring for the night, should one not immerse a stalk of ghostly enchantment herb in water for foot soaking? After a day of rigorous cultivation, would it not be prudent to place several stalks of the herb into the bath for relaxation? During the tedious and monotonous process of cultivation, there are inevitably times of discontent. At such moments, does it not seem reasonable to tear apart a dozen or so ghostly enchantment herbs to vent one's frustrations? Alas, having spoken, Yi Feng gazed at the dazed expression of Hua Yumei and could not help but sigh, realizing that training this senior sister would likely demand considerable effort. Insanity. The master must be utterly deranged. This is the ghostly enchantment herb, a precious resource where each stalk is irreplaceable. To squander it without knowing where to procure more is sheer madness. Master, there are merely 100 stalks of ghostly enchantment grass. According to your assertions, that quantity is hardly sufficient for even a few days of usage. Though my heart is on the brink of despair, I, Hua Yuming, strive to maintain a serene demeanor as I counsel. If the ghostly enchantment grass is depleted, we shall simply procure more. With that, Yi Feng presented 100 withered soul branches, 105 poison-fragrant flowers, and 100 drops of scorching soul bamboo water, reiterating, do you deem these worthless trinkets to have any utility? Worthless trinkets? How could you refer to these legendary toxic spiritual herbs and poisonous spiritual water as mere trifles? Both Hua Yuming and Luo Qianxue stood utterly astounded at the sight of the toxic spiritual herbs and water strewn upon the ground, while Yi Feng's words nearly provoked an eruption of rage within them. Indeed, these toxic spiritual herbs and water had appeared on the battlefield of Heavenly Dao, but their occurrences were exceedingly rare, although they were somewhat more frequent than the ghostly enchantment grass. After millennia, even the illustrious Wanhuagu has no stock remaining, and one can only glimpse them within the ancient, esoteric texts that have been passed down through generations. All of this is a gift from my master to you. Do not hesitate. Utilize them as you see fit. Though I may not possess them at present, Who knows when I might acquire a fresh bounty. Additionally, I have bestowed upon you 100 million premium spirit crystals. Upon your return to Wanhuagu, spend them liberally. Do not concern yourself with the disciples of the inner or outer sects. Elevate the treatment of all disciples tenfold. Should there be any shortage of cultivation resources, techniques, martial skills, talismans, or any other necessities, procure them without hesitation. Do not lower the prices. We, the extravagant members of the Baijia sect, cannot afford to lose face. But remember this, we, the spendthrifts, should indulge in extravagance when the time calls for it, yet we must not be foolishly gullible. Do you understand? Yi Feng gazed at the bewildered Hua Yudream, feeling a surge of frustration at having such an exceedingly dull disciple. How could one be so inept at squandering? It is hard to believe you are the leader of the 10,000 Flower Valley. Despite these thoughts, as the first disciple under his command, Yi Feng felt obliged to grant her some respect, choosing instead to vent his grievances silently within his heart. Activate the sect's communication function. Activate the sect's teleportation function. At that moment, Yi Feng placed his right hand upon Hua Yudream's forehead, directly binding the two system functions to her. Upon withdrawing his hand, Hua Yudream's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with an overwhelming sense of shock. She was utterly oblivious to what Yi Feng had just done. Yet, she understood that no matter where Yi Feng might be, they could communicate directly through their spiritual senses, and furthermore, Yi Feng could appear by her side at any moment. It was extraordinarily uncanny. Yi Feng had already exuded an air of profound mystery, and now that sense of enigma was even more pronounced. What is the principle of our sect? Yi Feng inquired once more, looking at Hua Yudream. To squander with all one's might, to employ every conceivable method to indulge in extravagance. Upon hearing Hua Yudream's response, Yi Feng's eyes suddenly sparkled with enlightenment. He had not anticipated that she would suddenly come to her senses. At that moment, Luo Qianxue, having heard these words, turned to her master, whom she had known for 5 years, and felt a strange sense of unfamiliarity. Is this truly the same master, notoriously stingy? Rest assured, master, I shall uphold the principles of our sect and ensure the legacy of extravagance flourishes. With Yi Feng's enigmatic presence and Mo's extraordinary powers, Hua Yuming completely embraced her true nature. With such a mysterious and formidable master, she would willingly comply with any request, especially since indulging in extravagance was such a delightful pursuit. Excellent, excellent. Upon hearing Hua Yuming's declaration, Yi Feng felt an immense joy. Having another disciple to assist in his indulgences would undoubtedly accelerate the acquisition of his extravagance points and other unique rewards. Most importantly, he had found his life's ambition. In the future, he sought not quantity among his disciples of extravagance, but rather quality. The individual he had previously encountered, Li Fei, seemed a promising candidate. He could only wonder if fate would allow their paths to cross again. Li Fei, let us see if destiny still binds us. If we are fated to meet again, I shall welcome you into my fold of extravagance. If not, it shall merely be a case of kindred spirits with no ties. Yi Feng mused silently to himself. This is madness. They have both lost their minds. What am I to do? Luo Qianxue felt on the brink of tears, as two individuals so closely connected to her had succumbed to insanity. How far was she from madness herself? Little junior sister, here lies 100 million high-grade spirit stones. If you squander these, I shall grant you 10 drops of the blood of the purple thunder wild lion. The condition for extravagance remains the same as your master's. Indulge. But do not be a foolish spender. In despair, she wept. As thoughts manifest into reality, Luo Qianxue ultimately accepted the 100 million superior spirit stones with tears in her eyes. What did she do? She could only find ways to indulge, for her esteemed nephew had bestowed upon her an abundance beyond measure. How could a distinguished prodigal heiress like my little master aunt lack the grandeur and flair of extravagant spending? Observing Luo Qianxue accept the vast fortune, Yi Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, everything was progressing favorably. Chapter 48. The Gathering the Star Soul Sect Luo Qianxue's descent into Madness Master. Yao Yao, and I may need to depart early. The treasures we possess can only suppress our cultivation for 10 days, and today marks the 9th, Huayumeng revealed, conveying rather unfavorable news. In that case, let us leave together. Remaining here holds little significance for me, Yi Feng mused, contemplating his acquisition of 100,000 prodigal points. He decided to return and indulge once more while simultaneously elevating his own capabilities to the spirit fusion realm. Nephew, await my arrival at the Star Extreme Sect. Your little master aunt shall visit you soon. As they prepared to depart, Luo Yao Yao made a playful face, accompanied by a mischievous smile, before vanishing alongside Huayumeng. Nephew? Goodness, my identity has become increasingly convoluted. Yi Feng pondered, recalling that Luo Yao Yao was the direct sister of his master, which now positioned him as a grandmaster or even ancestor. This complicated lineage would inevitably affect his master's standing. Not to mention that he was an elder of the Star Extreme Sect, now aligned with the ranks of the 5 great ancestors. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Yi Feng silently recited his departure incantation. With a distortion of space around him, he swiftly vanished from the Heavenly Dao battlefield, reappearing in the Xuantian Continent. Yi Feng found himself uncertain of his exact location. However, based on the words of his master, Luo Wuming, he deduced that he should be within 1,000 kilometers of the teleportation tower he had entered in the Heavenly Dao battlefield. First, he decided to locate a town to ascertain his position before making his way to the Xinghuan sect. He pondered what expression his master would, whereupon learning of the myriad events that had transpired during his absence. With this thought in mind, Yi Feng chose a random direction and set off on his journey. At the Xinghuan sect, Luo Qianxue looked at her father-esque friend, Luo Kai, with a hint of confusion. Why was he here instead of reminiscing with her father? Qianxue, during your childhood, you required numerous cultivation resources, all of which were procured by Uncle Luo. Let me ask you, have I treated you well? Seeing Luo Kai's sentimental display, Luo Qianxue grew even more curious and nodded, replying, Uncle Luo, you have indeed treated me well. When I needed rare cultivation resources, you were the one who assisted me in acquiring them. Now you see, I'm all alone and yearn for a home. I no longer wish to lead a wandering life. Could you possibly arrange for me to hold the position of an elder within the sect? What? Upon hearing this, Luo Qianxue could hardly believe her ears. You are alone? You no longer wish to wander? Is this not the very lifestyle you cherish, relishing in the freedom to enjoy life? Even if you suddenly entertain other thoughts, why have you come to me in search of a home? I have just established this humble sect, and we are but a handful of individuals. Uncle Luo, you are a formidable 4th-tier tribulation realm expert. It seems rather beneath you to join my modest sect. At this moment, Luo Qianxue could only offer a wry smile, attempting to dissuade him. She had no desire to expand the sect, as even the addition of Elder Xia Tianyu and 2 disciples had already proved to be quite a handful. How could she possibly allow Luo Kai to join? Boom! Just then, a terrifying wave of demonic energy swept over the entire Star Soul Sect. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With grave expressions, Luo Qianxue, Luo Kai by Tianhong, and Xia Tianyu rushed towards the entrance of the sect, while the feeble Lung Wufeng found himself utterly immobilized beneath the oppressive demonic aura. Lady Saint, we have arrived. However, upon reaching the entrance, they were met by the 5 prodigies, Chun Haoyu, Xia Tiantian, Zhao Tianming, Xing Fei, and Du Tianyue, who approached Luo Qianxue with expressions of excitement. What brings you here? And who is that terrifying demon? Luo Qianxue inquired, gazing at the 5 prodigies from the Star Extreme Sect and the white-clad youth radiating a fearsome demonic energy behind them, her expression filled with confusion. Lady Saint, we have come at the behest of the Sect Master. We shall remain here in your Star Soul Sect from now on. Chun Haoyu explained, his face alight with joy. From this moment forward, the 5 prodigies would be able to spend each day alongside their junior brother Yi Feng. Given Yi Feng's extravagant and reckless disposition, one could hardly imagine a shortage of insight pills or roasted demon corpses. It is no exaggeration to say that being by Yi Feng's side could present a significant opportunity each day. Do you intend to remain in my Star Soul Sect? However, upon hearing this, Luo Qianxue was instantly infuriated. Just as she was dealing with one Luo Kai, the 5 prodigies of her sect had unexpectedly arrived, throwing the sect into utter chaos. How could she possibly cultivate in peace now? This simply would not do. The 5 prodigies are the future of the Star Extreme Sect. Remaining here could expose them to unforeseen dangers, a loss that the Star Extreme Sect cannot bear. You must return to the Star Extreme Sect at once. Luo Qianxue could only plead once more, teetering on the brink of madness. With one Luo Kai still unresolved, another 5 prodigies had arrived. She desperately wished for someone to explain the situation. Why were so many individuals flocking to her? She had no desire to expand the sect. She merely wished for tranquility in her cultivation. Who was it that was disrupting her path and hindering her spiritual progress? Saintess, we cannot decide that. The Sect Master has declared that wherever our junior brother goes, we shall follow, Xuantian remarked, observing Luo Qianxue's determination to expel them with a look of helplessness. Perplexed as to why the saintess insisted on their departure. Junior brother? Who is this junior brother? Luo Qianxue asked, bewildered. Why, it's Feng, our junior brother. Saintess, you may not be aware, but after joining our sect, junior brother Feng single-handedly battled over 200 disciples of the same realm, achieving fame in a single confrontation. He has even been designated as the 6th core disciple of our sect by the 5 venerable elders. When it comes to Feng's impressive achievements, Xuantian is filled with excitement, as if he were the one himself. Rest assured, holy maiden, with me here, no one would dare to provoke. At that moment, a bloodthirsty mantis, exuding an aura of terrifying demonic energy, stepped forward confidently and spoke. Who are you? Luo Qianxue inquired gravely, her gaze fixed on the creature. Holy maiden. Its true form is the bloodthirsty mantis, a horrifying great demon at the peak of the 9th layer of the tribulation realm, having withstood 2 heavenly tribulations. According to the Sect Master, it was casually captured on the way to the teleportation tower of the heavenly battlefield with the junior brother. With it around, no one should dare to cause trouble in our sect, Xuantian explained directly. Upon hearing this, Luo Qianxue's face began to twitch uncontrollably. Uncle Luo, your visit this time is likely related to my prodigal disciple, isn't it? At this moment, Luo Qianxue seemed to finally comprehend something, turning to look at Luo Kai and directly asking. Chapter 49. Feng, you scoundrel. The sect has descended into utter chaos. This. Luo Kai's face displayed an awkward expression upon hearing Luo Qianxue's inquiry, unsure of how to respond. Feng, observing Luo Kai's demeanor, Luo Qianxue understood everything, her heart screaming the name of Feng in a frenzy. Just a few days away. I can hardly fathom what mischief my wayward disciple has been up to. Luo Kai, a formidable body cultivator at the 4th layer of the tribulation realm, has come seeking to become an elder, claiming he desires a home. Even our 5 prodigies have rushed over, insisting on staying by the side of the junior brother, on the journey to the teleportation tower of the heavenly Dao battlefield. She inadvertently captured a formidable demon. Such a powerful demon is not something one can simply seize at will. Originally, it was only her and Elder in their sect. But after accepting Feng into their ranks, the situation spiraled completely out of control. The hidden master behind the Tianyu auction house has arrived. The rogue cultivator, Luo Kai, is here. The 5 prodigies of their sect have come. Even a tribulation realm demon is present. Who else, be they human or demon, will make an appearance next? Luo Qianxue could hardly bear to contemplate it any longer. She had resolved that upon Feng's return, she would ensure he would never be permitted to venture out again. Each outing brought back a multitude of individuals and demon beasts. If this continued, her sect might very well descend into chaos. Lady Saint, could you come here for a moment? Although unaware of the reasons behind Luo Qianxue's fury, he sensed that she seemed to attribute all the problems to Feng. At this moment, he felt compelled to relay the news. What is it? After stepping aside with Xuantian, Luo Qianxue asked, her anger barely contained. Lady Saint, please do not place the blame on junior brother. After all, while he remains your direct disciple, He is also the sixth core disciple of our sect, honored with the title of Honorary Elder by the 5 Grand Ancestors. In terms of identity, status, and generation, he stands equal with the 5 Grand Ancestors. Even your father must respectfully address him as Elder Yi. At this juncture, Xuantian hurriedly recounted to her the information that the sect leader had entrusted him with before departing. What? Upon hearing this, Luo Qianxue looked at Xuantian as though he were jesting. When did the Star Extreme sect ever have the position of Honorary Elder? I cannot believe it. How did that fellow Yi Feng obtain the position of Honorary Elder? Luo Qianxue inquired directly of Xuantian, her skepticism evident. She found it utterly implausible that Yi Feng had visited their sect, and with his mere strength at the Qi movement stage, he could attain such a prestigious title, even standing on par with the 5 esteemed patriarchs. The Sect Master mentioned that. Well, not that, but Elder Yi purchased it. However, I have no knowledge of how many spirit stones were involved. Xuantian relayed the scan information he possessed. Upon hearing this, Luo Qianxue's fury ignited instantly. She could hardly fathom that Yi Feng had squandered his resources to such an extent, visiting their sect merely to buy an honorary title. Although the exact amount of spirit stones remained unknown, it must have been an unfathomable figure to gain unanimous approval from the 5 patriarchs. At that moment, Luo Qianxue produced a communication jade pendant. You little girl, you still remember that you have an older sister like me. Upon entering the pendant with her consciousness, she playfully scolded her whimsical younger sister, whom she had always cherished. Sister, you say I should refer to my master's master as Grandmaster. What do you call him? What a peculiar question. You Haven T contacted me for nearly 3 months, and now that you finally do, this is what you ask? Since you're my sister, your Grandmaster is naturally also my Grandmaster. Yao Yao, is this question not a tad trivial? Luo Qianxue felt that her eccentric younger sister ought to pose more engaging inquiries. Sister, your esteemed direct disciple happens to be my ancestral master, and he has already taken my master as his apprentice. The current relationships are somewhat tangled, so I wanted to give you a heads up in advance. I presume my ancestral master has not yet returned, so you might want to contemplate how to navigate this intricate web of relationships. Do not inquire about my master. It is Huayu Ming, the Lord of Wanhua Valley. By the way, he has also established a so-called wasteful sect. My master is his direct disciple, yet he does not intend to formally establish a sect. That wasteful sect is merely a name without substance. In due course, my master and I shall visit my ancestral master, so please remember to prepare some delicacies for me. Upon finishing her message, Luo Yao chuckled and abruptly ended the transmission. Luo Qianxue felt utterly stunned after hearing those words. Not only had she entangled herself with a host of individuals, but she had also created a wasteful sect. Did she ever consult me about this master of hers before establishing her own path? The notion that Yi Feng had taken the Lord of Wanhua Valley as his direct disciple was simply beyond her comprehension. Was there really any difference between Yi Feng taking her own father as a disciple? The distinguished Lord of Wanhua Valley actually chose to treat a junior at the Qidong realm as his master. Can one even believe such a thing? Is chaos. Utter chaos. At that moment, Luo Qianxue was filled with regret, wishing she had never allowed Yi Feng into the sect. Otherwise, how could so many troubles have arisen, many of which surpassed her wildest imagination? After a brief period of contemplation, Luo Qianxue endeavored to organize the plethora of sudden information she had received. She then returned with Xuantian and addressed Luo Kai with a smile. Uncle Luo, since you wish to remain in my humble Xinghuan sect, you are welcome to stay. However, I must inform you that our sect possesses no resources whatsoever. No matter, as long as that lad Yi Feng is here. Luo Kai exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Your Grace, we require nothing more than the presence of our junior brother. Xuantian promptly responded upon noticing Luo Qianxue's gaze. Elder Xia, could you kindly make arrangements for them? Luo Qianxue sighed wearily, rubbing her forehead as she addressed Xia Tianyu. Miss, what on earth is happening? Bai Tianhong approached. Once everyone had departed, a perplexed expression adorning his face. Everything is in disarray. It's all a mess. Let us wait for Yi Feng to return. All matters are intertwined with him. I cannot fathom what he has been up to during his absence. With these words, Luo Qianxue her face clouded with worry, made her way into the sect. Meanwhile, Yi Feng had traversed the wilderness for the better part of the day and finally spotted a town in the distance, his spirits lifting as he quickened his pace toward it. Moments later, upon entering the town and inquiring, he discovered it lay over 300 kilometers from the Xingji sect, leading him to abandon any thoughts of returning there and instead resolve to head directly back to the Xinghuan sect. However, realizing he could not fly with a sword, he feared that with only 2 paths available, it would take him at least 20 days to reach Xinghuan sect, assuming he did not stray off course or encounter any unforeseen circumstances. I must devise a plan, he pondered, wandering leisurely about the town. Chapter 50. The activation of the antivirus function. The terrified old charlatan divination. Divination. I am an elder of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, well-versed in the arcane arts. Just treat this old man to a hearty meal and fine wine, and I shall bestow upon you a stroke of fortune, limited to 1 person only. Miss it, and it shall be a true loss. Amidst his wandering, Yi Feng's attention was captured by these words. He turned to see a tattered, disheveled old man energetically hawking his wares, brandishing a worn-out rod adorned with the inscription, "The greatest diviner under heaven." Is there truly such a brazen charlatan in this fantastical world? Curiosity piqued, Yi Feng resolved to approach the man for a reading. Whether he would be deceived mattered little. He simply had an affinity for the enigmatic. In his previous life, although he was a mere workhorse, he would not hesitate to spend 100 or 2 on an accurate divination should he hear of a skilled practitioner. Young brother, do not fall for that old man's tricks. He has swindled many these days. Do you see his bruised face? It bears the marks of those he has wronged. As Yi Feng drew within 10 meters of the old charlatan, a stout man with an earnest expression blocked his path and offered a warning. Thank you, my friend, but I simply wish to indulge in a reading, regardless of its accuracy. Yi Feng replied appreciatively, continuing toward the old man. Young brother, I sense a fateful connection between us. However, I have my own rules. First, we dine, then we divine, the old charlatan proclaimed, revealing an air of a reclusive sage as Yi Feng approached. No problem, you choose the restaurant. Upon witnessing Yi Feng's straightforwardness, the old mystic was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and led him to a nearby tavern. Upon entering, Yi Feng promptly requested the waiter to prepare a private room and instructed him to bring forth all the finest wines and dishes available, showcasing his affluence without reservation. Young lad, your generosity is commendable. I shall not hold back, the old man chuckled, his mouth twisting into a grin at the sight of Yi Feng's extravagant order. Half an hour later, having indulged in the sumptuous feast, the old mystic asked Yi Feng for a drop of his blood. He then enveloped it with a thread of spiritual energy, closed his eyes, and began to calculate with his fingers. This is exactly the image of the old mystic that resides in my mind. Observing the old man across from him, Yi Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Regardless of whether the predictions would prove accurate, the theatrical display was undoubtedly flawless. Ding! The system detected a special power examining the host's fate trajectory, and the antivirus function activated automatically. Ding! Antivirus successful. Gasp! Hearing the series of alert tones from the system and witnessing the old mystic before him suddenly spitting blood and becoming weak, Yi Feng was utterly stunned. Who on earth claimed this old mystic was a fraud? He evidently possessed genuine skills, having triggered the system's antivirus function. Yi Feng felt compelled to express his gratitude to this old mystic, for it had unveiled yet another hidden function of his system. As the old mystic wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his pallid visage lifted towards Yi Feng. Yet he found himself unable to articulate a single coherent word, his eyes brimming with boundless terror. This was due to the fact that Yi Feng had been the only individual in recent days to treat him with such generosity, and thus Zhou Tong had intended to assist him in divining his fortunes. However, just as he prepared to employ the celestial techniques to glimpse Yi Feng's fortunes and misfortunes for the forthcoming month, he was suddenly beset by an overwhelming force that nearly obliterated his very soul. Even now, his spirit bore the grievous scars of that encounter. Senior, my sincerest apologies. Due to certain peculiar circumstances, your spirit has suffered a calamitous blow. Fortunately, I possess a spiritual herb that should aid you in swiftly recuperating your wounded essence. Observing the old mystic's condition, Yi Feng felt a twinge of remorse, for the man had indeed not deceived him and had sincerely intended to assist in divining his fate. Who could have anticipated that the system's response would be so swift that he had no time to react? The 9-leaf soul recovery herb, Zhou Tong exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the herb Yi Feng had produced. Young brother, do you comprehend the immense rarity of this 9-leaf soul recovery herb? While it would significantly aid in restoring my spirit, utilizing it would be an extravagant waste of its potent effects. Moreover, this herb is exceedingly scarce. Should you choose to sell it to a 9th-grade alchemist, the rewards you would reap would surpass your wildest imagination. Furthermore, if you lack the means to protect yourself, it would be prudent to refrain from displaying it, for doing so could very well invite peril upon your life. After the initial shock, Zhou Tong refrained from accepting the 9-leaf soul rejuvenation herb, and instead urged Yi Feng to stow it away promptly. Although his spirit had suffered significant damage, the consumption of other restorative elixirs could suffice for a complete recovery within 2 to 3 years, leaving no lasting repercussions. However, the 9-leaf soul rejuvenation herb was a rare treasure, and every single plant was invaluable, especially one with 9 leaves. This old mystic was surprisingly prudent. Yi Feng did not anticipate that this sage, fully aware of the herb's worth, would not only refuse to accept it, but would also elucidate its preciousness to him. Senior, I am well aware of the 9-leaf soul rejuvenation herb's significance. Please do not hesitate to use it. Otherwise, I might just resort to soaking my feet in it one day. You have no idea how delightful that would be, Yi Feng declared, promptly pressing the herb into Zhou Tong's hands. Soaking one's feet in a 9-leaf soul rejuvenation herb? That sounds absurdly comfortable. Zhou Tong, upon hearing these words, merely shook his head and chuckled, believing Yi Feng was jesting or attempting to reassure him into accepting such a valuable herb. Nonetheless, considering the enigmatic aura surrounding Yi Feng, Zhou Tong pondered for a moment before ultimately accepting the 9-leaf soul rejuvenation herb and promptly plucked a leaf to consume. Since he had chosen to accept it, he would employ it to restore his damaged spirit, dismissing any concerns about wastefulness. After all, Zhou Tong could not afford to squander such an opportunity. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully uncovering 2 hidden functions of the system. Reward: 10,000 extravagance points, 100 9-leaf soul rejuvenation herbs, and 100 insights into the mysterious heavenly arts elixir. Is there a reward for this? I wonder what further hidden functions might reveal additional rewards in the future. The enlightenment pill of the celestial profound art suggests that this art is indeed complex. Otherwise, such a unique enlightenment pill would not exist. It seems that the previous enlightenment pills I possessed were inadequate for comprehending this celestial profound art. Through the rewards obtained, Yi Feng has gained a new understanding of the enigmatic old sage's celestial profound art. Chapter 51. Undermining Others. O system, you truly are extravagant. An hour later. Truly, the 9-leaf resurrection herb is remarkable. If those old fellows were to discover that I consumed a legendary spiritual herb raw, they would undoubtedly be furious enough to wish me dead. Gazing at the remaining stem of the resurrection herb, Zhou Tong felt that this was undoubtedly the most extravagant act he had ever committed in his life. Could it be that the effects of a single 9-leaf resurrection herb did not completely heal his injured soul? Observing Zhou Tong's troubled expression, Yi Feng promptly retrieved 29-leaf resurrection herbs from the system space and placed them on the table, saying, Senior, if your injured soul is not fully healed yet, then continue eating. I have plenty of these. Looking at the 29-leaf resurrection herbs on the table, Zhou Tong was utterly stunned, his mind echoing a singular thought. This thing is truly enough to satiate. A few minutes later, as both Yi Feng and Zhou Tong immersed their feet in the basin filled with the 9-leaf resurrection herbs, their bodies trembled violently, feeling a refreshing flow coursing through their souls, an indescribable sensation of bliss. Senior, you possess a remarkable sense of perspective. Why concern ourselves with legends? After all, it is merely a spiritual herb. One lives but once, and it is only fitting to indulge in life's pleasures, Yi Feng remarked. Watching Zhou Tong readily accept his intention to soak his feet in a nine-leaf soul returning herb, as if he had encountered a kindred spirit. You are so enlightened, my young friend. Indeed, life should be embraced as such. After a hearty laugh, Zhou Tong turned his head aside, revealing an expression of profound distress. He had thought Yi Feng was jesting, merely responding in kind, but to his surprise, the young man was utterly serious. The thought of consuming a nine-leaf soul, returning herb, raw left him feeling deeply remorseful. Now, the idea of using it to soak his tired, old feet seemed utterly unworthy. Old Zhou, are you truly an elder of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion? It is widely acknowledged that the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion is among the most enigmatic forces in the Xuantian Continent. Thus Yi Feng was intensely curious about the elder's true identity. If indeed he were a genuine elder of such a prestigious establishment, possessing profound secret arts, why would he resort to being a charlatan? Conversely, if his claim were false, how could he wield such mystical knowledge? Indeed, I am one of the elders of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. My visit to Maple Leaf City is for a particular mission, though it is not appropriate for me to disclose the specifics to you, Zhou Tong affirmed, acknowledging his true identity. However, Yi Feng suddenly found himself captivated by the mention of Zhou Tong's mission. System, is it possible to ascertain the nature of Zhou Tong's task? Since Zhou Tong has already spoken, no matter how curious Yi Feng might be, he cannot pursue inquiries about the tasks any further. Instead, he must endeavor to consult the system. Ding. The function of peering into the mysteries of heaven has been activated. The conditions have been met, and the function is now open. As the system's prompt echoed, a surge of information regarding this function flooded Yi Feng's mind. Thus it was revealed that although my inquiry had activated the peering function, to fully engage it, one must endure a force of divine insight to successfully unlock its potential. Zhou Tong's invocation of the celestial secrets was precisely such a force, thereby directly fulfilling the prerequisites for activation. Glancing at Zhou Tong beside him, Yi Feng could not suppress a wry smile. Although the other party remained unaware, he had indeed been of assistance. As a prodigal deity, how could he not bestow some benefits in return? Old Zhou, your generosity is beyond words. Please accept these 5 insight pills of celestial secrets. Zhou Tong looked down at the half-black, half-white pill in his hand, utterly bewildered. What do you mean by your generosity is beyond words? What have I done? You have gifted me the 9-leaf soul recovery herb to heal my wounded spirit and graciously offered me the same herb for a foot soak. I have never experienced such opulence in my life. Should it not be I who expresses gratitude to you? Suddenly, Zhou Tong turned sharply to Yi Feng and asked, what did you just say this pill is called? Old Zhou, you may find it hard to believe, but this pill is quite extraordinary upon consumption. It allows one to immediately enter a state of enlightenment, albeit limited to the celestial secrets, which imposes significant restrictions. Is a restriction truly so significant? Do you realize how arduous it is to find an individual suitable for cultivating the celestial profound secret art among the countless billions inhabiting the entire Xuantian Continent? Are you aware of the profound intricacies of the celestial profound secret art and the formidable challenges in comprehending it? If this elixir is genuine, then there should be no limitations whatsoever. It would be regarded as a premier treasure worthy of safeguarding within the hall of heavenly secrets. Yet, you dare to express disdain? Observing the disdainful expression on Yi Feng's face, Zhou Tong was nearly moved to tears. Is this something that could be dismissed so easily? Ultimately, with tears welling in his eyes, Zhou Tong consumed a celestial profound enlightenment pill. Its authenticity would soon be revealed. Boom! As a surge of enlightenment erupted from within Zhou Tong, he cast a startled glance at Yi Feng before hastily closing his eyes to enter a meditative state. System. Activate the insight into heavenly secrets function to ascertain the true purpose of Zhou Lao's visit to Maple Leaf City. The insight into heavenly secrets function may only be employed thrice daily, and the attempts do not accumulate. Yi Feng contemplated whether to utilize the remaining 2 attempts on Zhou Tong as well. Ding! Zhou Tong's purpose for coming to Maple Leaf City is by the command of the Lord of the Hall of Heavenly Secrets, to seek out the Holy Maiden of the Hall. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Yi Feng's expression shifted. He had not anticipated the gravity of Zhou Tong's mission. Ding! A random quest has been issued. Locate the Holy Maiden of the Hall of Heavenly Secrets and entice her to become a disciple of the Wasteful Sect. If successful, a substantial reward of wasteful points will be granted. If failed, a significant deduction of wasteful points will occur. This quest may be declined. Just as Yi Feng was astonished by the magnitude of Zhou Tong's task, he was taken aback by the unexpected issuance of a random quest. What on earth? The system. Are you playing such tricks? Glancing at Zhou Tong, who was engrossed in enlightenment of the profound secrets, Yi Feng couldn't help but smile wryly. Wasn't this akin to undermining someone else's efforts? System. Activate the function to probe the heavenly mysteries and inquire about the name and location of the Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. At this moment, Yi Feng directly utilized his second probing function of the day. 20 minutes later. My young friend, how many of those enlightenment pills do you possess? Regardless of the cost, our Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is willing to purchase them. Once the enlightenment concluded, Zhou Tong eagerly inquired, as these enlightenment pills were astonishingly effective for those practicing the profound secrets, far exceeding his expectations. I indeed have a few left, but I cannot sell them to you. Yi Feng shook his head, outright rejecting Zhou Tong's purchase request, as he still had significant use for these enlightenment pills of the profound secrets. Why? Zhou Tong could not comprehend. Weren't you disdainful of this item? Now that our Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is willing to pay a hefty price for what you deem undesirable, shouldn't you be elated? Because I intend to reserve them for Yi Qianxue. Yi Feng laid bare his intentions, having already contemplated how to collaborate with the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion to nurture Yi Qianxue. Chapter 52. Your vision is limited. You pale in comparison to your senior sister. What? Upon hearing this, Zhou Tong's expression shifted, and his gaze towards Yi Feng instantly filled with hostility. Yi Qianxue. This name was the very Holy Maiden's name that the Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion had personally mentioned to him. Zhou, there is no need to be so tense, nor hold such animosity towards me. Indeed, I propose a most intriguing suggestion. Let Knight Qianxue join our respective factions simultaneously. You shall oversee her cultivation of the celestial profound secret art, while I shall provide her with the inside elixirs of the celestial profound secret art. With a composed smile, Yi Feng spoke, undeterred by the hostility emanating from Zhou Tong. Impossible. As the Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, I shall never join another faction, Zhou Tong retorted, his voice resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. If that is the case, then let us rely on our own abilities, Yi Feng chuckled softly, withdrawing his feet from the basin and donning his shoes before departing the guest room. Who are you, truly? Why do you seek to usurp the Holy Maiden of my Heavenly Machine Pavilion? As Yi Feng exited, Zhou Tong's expression grew grave. Had been anyone else, he would have struck them down without hesitation. Yet the enigmatic Yi Feng filled him with trepidation. I must hurry to find the Holy Maiden. I cannot allow this fellow to outpace me. Zhou Tong hastily donned his shoes and rushed out of the guest room. Before long, Yi Feng arrived at the eastern gate of Maple Leaf City. According to the system's prompt, Knight Qianxue would soon arrive at Maple Leaf City, entering through this eastern gate. That Zhou Tong is quite the pitiable figure, having searched for several days, only to find that she has yet to arrive in Maple Leaf City. How could he not deduce such a simple fact? It seems the Heavenly Machine Pavilion's prowess is not as formidable as it claims, Yi Feng mused, his doubts about the strength of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion beginning to surface. 2 hours later, as a young woman clad in a black robe emerged from the East City Gate, Yi Feng's gaze swiftly fell upon her. Her exquisite features, elongated legs, and striking figure captured his attention. A captivating female disciple, a beautiful and youthful disciple. Li Fei, should fate allow us to meet again on the battlefield of the heavenly path, I fear I can no longer accept you into the ranks of my sect, for you are unworthy, destined to remain a subordinate. With this thought, Yi Feng approached Yi Qianxue with a charming smile. Excuse me? Is there something you want? Yi Qianxue asked, her brow furrowing as she confronted the handsome young man blocking her path. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yi Feng, the sect leader of Baijia Sect. Today, it seems we are fated to meet, and I wish to recruit you as my disciple. Would you be willing?" With a chuckle, Yi Qianxue could not contain her laughter upon hearing Yi Feng's words. She had not anticipated someone would bestow such a ludicrous name upon their sect. Immature, arrogant, unaware of one's limitations. This was Yi Qianxue's initial impression of Yi Feng, leader of the Yi sect. "It appears your strength only reaches the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Qi condensation realm, correct?" "Certainly. Everyone has their own aspirations, and founding a sect with such power is not inherently wrong. However, I must inquire, what gives you the audacity to wish to take me as your disciple? Are you aware that my cultivation has already attained the 8th level of the foundation establishment realm?" Yi Qianxue questioned, her eyes filled with derision as she regarded Yi Feng. "The 8th level of the foundation establishment realm? Your abilities seem somewhat lacking, given that your senior sister possesses the pinnacle strength of the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. The disparity is indeed considerable. However, there is no need for you to feel excessively self-deprecating, for in our family of squanderers, strength is not the sole metric of value. Gradual improvement is the way forward." Without haste, upon hearing this, Yi Feng fell into a grave contemplation, ultimately expressing his thoughts. "The 8th level of the foundation establishment realm is still inferior, and it is nearly 2 major realms above you. Furthermore, with a senior sister at the peak of the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Do I appear to you as a fool? Self-deprecating? How absurd! While I may possess good looks, my intellect leaves much to be desired." Knight Qianxue felt that engaging in conversation with such a simpleton was a futile endeavor. "You inquire why I would take you as my disciple? Allow me to enlighten you. I possess an abundance of spirit stones, countless spirit stones. Rest assured, I can provide all the cultivation resources you will ever need." With that, Yi Feng revealed a confident smile, for he had never failed to impress with his wealth. "Hey, did you not hear what I just said?" Knight Qianxue, initially preparing to leave, was abruptly halted, her eyes ablaze with indignation. "Desiring to entice and then withdraw? Me toying with you? What is there about you, a simpleton, that warrants such games? Very well. You claim to possess countless spirit stones. Allow me to afford you a chance. If you can present 100 million exceptional spirit stones, I, Yi Qianxue, shall willingly become your disciple and join the extravagant sect you have established. How pretentious. Continue with your charade. Are you stunned by the figure of 100 million exceptional spirit stones? I dare say you have never even laid eyes on a single exceptional spirit stone." Observing Yi Feng, who stood there in a daze, a cold smile crept upon Yi Qianxue's lips, her eyes brimming with disdain. "Luo Qianxue, I am well versed in this narrative. Dear sister, do not fall for his ruse. He is not dazed, but rather contemplating how he could offer such a meager sum. My position as his most cherished disciple was acquired through far more than this. Your aspirations are limited, far inferior when compared to your senior sister." Once Yi Feng regained his composure, he gazed at Yi Qianxue, his expression rife with disappointment. He could not guarantee that she would experience an epiphany akin to Hua Yumming's. "Take it, consider it a token of my esteem." As Yi Feng, filled with disappointment, extended a spatial ring towards her, Yi Qianxue stood bewildered. Upon using her divine consciousness to inspect the ring, revealing it to be brimming with exceptional spirit stones, Yi Qianxue was overwhelmed with emotion. She had no desire to join some extravagant sect, nor did she wish to take this youth, whose cultivation was significantly inferior to her own, as her master. But what was she to do now? She had never dreamed that he could actually produce such an immense sum of exceptional spirit stones. The sheer quantity was something she would never have dared to imagine. Who could have anticipated that a mere fledgling of the Qi movement realm could so casually present such a fortune? Perhaps, she mused, she could simply strike him down and abscond with the 100 million exceptional spirit stones? Upon this thought, Yi Qianxue abruptly shook her head. Should she proceed with such an action, it would undoubtedly impact her resolve. unless she willingly accepted to remain perpetually in the void realm. Once she transcended to the tribulation stage, she would be utterly incapable of withstanding the heart-perturbing, lightning tribulations. Wait, at this moment, Yi Lingxue suddenly recalled something, the senior sister that Yi Feng frequently mentioned. Could it be that there truly exists a senior sister at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the tribulation stage within the sect? If that were indeed the case, if the senior sister could partake, what reason would there be for her to be excluded? Perhaps this was a tremendous opportunity for her. Chapter 53. The Dramatic Yi Lingxue. Why have you infiltrated the Heavenly Secret Pavilion? Master Yi, you claim that I am vastly distant from the senior sister. Yet how many spirit stones did the senior sister demand initially? Yi Lingxue inquired with a gaze full of curiosity directed at Yi Feng. The same amount, 100 million. However, your senior sister requested 100 million top-tier spirit crystals. Do you understand what top-tier spirit crystals are? To be frank, even if your senior sister sought 100 million top-tier spirit crystals, I would still find that ambition rather modest. Upon hearing Yi Lingxue's inquiry, Yi Feng responded with utmost seriousness, as this pertained to his identity as a prodigious spender. Upon hearing the figure of 100 million top-tier spirit crystals, Yi Lingxue could not help but draw in a sharp breath. The notion of 100 million top-tier spirit stones was something she would not dare to dream of, let alone 100 million top-tier spirit crystals. Such treasures she had only heard of in tales. It was said that even among the numerous powerful factions in the Xuantian Continent, the stock of top-tier spirit crystals was exceedingly limited, underscoring their rarity. Master of the Yemen, mere words hold no weight. Should you present to me 100 million top-tier spirit crystals, I shall consent to join the disciples of extravagance and pledge myself to you as my mentor. After a full 3 minutes, Yi Lingxue finally composed herself and turned to Yi Feng, articulating her thoughts directly. Here you go. Upon receiving the spatial ring tossed by Yi Feng, she unleashed her divine sense to inspect its contents, revealing a dense array of spirit crystals. The pure spiritual energy emanating from within left Yi Lingxue utterly awestruck. Indeed, wealth can move mountains. 100 million top-tier spirit crystals is enough to drive a peak 9th layer tribulation cultivator to madness. Disciple Yi Lingxue pays her respects to Master. Yi Lingxue was a woman of her word. After returning the spatial ring containing 100 million top-tier spirit crystals to Yi Feng, she knelt on one knee, unabashedly ignoring the astonished gazes of bystanders. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a random task. Reward: 30,000 extravagance points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a second disciple. Based on the disciple's circumstances, reward: 10,000 insights into the celestial profound secret technique. Reward: 1 causality talisman. Causality talisman. When fused, it can, to a certain extent, resist the causality imposed upon oneself due to the probing of celestial secrets. What the hell? Upon realizing the effects of the causality talisman, Yi Feng could not help but exclaim, for its power was astonishingly formidable. It could actually counteract causality. As a lover of novels, he understood that causality was indeed a terrifying force. Yi Lingxue, although you have joined my disciples of extravagance, our sect does not possess factions. You need only remember this identity. The people of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion have been searching for you, for they seek to unveil the mysteries of fate. Your destined identity is none other than the Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. I shall not impede your journey, for you must learn their profound celestial arts. Within this, there are 10,000 insight elixirs of the celestial mysteries. Consuming one will enable you to instantly enter a state of enlightenment, albeit solely for the celestial arts. Should you encounter any bottlenecks during your cultivation, do not hesitate to take one. There is no need to be overly frugal, for I shall find a way to procure more when they are depleted. At this juncture, Yi Feng's right hand suddenly rested upon Yi Lingxue's right arm, causing intricate golden runes of extraordinary profundity to gradually emerge upon her arm concealed within the black robe. In that moment, Yi Lingxue felt an unfamiliar surge of power coursing through her right arm. This is the causal mark bestowed upon you by your master. To peer into the secrets of fate inevitably intertwines with cause and effect. This causal mark can aid you in resisting such entanglements to a certain degree. When employing the celestial arts to gaze into the mysteries of fate, you must exercise utmost caution. Stunned upon hearing Yi Feng's revelations, Yi Lingxue stood frozen in place. The holy maiden of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion? Cultivating the celestial arts of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion? Insight elixirs of the celestial mysteries? Causal marks? It took her a full 10 minutes to process everything. Although she was yet unaware of the true terror of the insight elixirs and causal marks Yi Feng had given her, she instinctively understood their immense value. Rest assured, Master, your disciple shall diligently cultivate within the Heavenly Secret Pavilion and strive to seize control of it, transforming it into a vassal force of our wayward sect. Yi Lingxue proclaimed, her gaze resolute as if she had discerned Yi Feng's intentions. Controlling the Tianji Pavilion and transforming it into a vassal force of the Baijia sect? What on earth is going on in my disciple's mind? I certainly did not intend that. Yi Feng attempted to clarify his thoughts, but was abruptly interrupted by Yi Lingxue, who earnestly inquired, Master, is it not true that the senior sister holds a prominent position within a powerful faction? Indeed. Realizing that Hua Yumeng was the leader of the Wanhua Valley, a transcendent power surpassing the Xingji sect, which perfectly aligned with Yi Lingxue's question. Yi Feng found himself nodding in affirmation, momentarily lost in thought. Upon receiving Yi Feng's confirmation, Yi Lingxue displayed a triumphant smile. As if she had discerned that Yi Feng was orchestrating a grand scheme to control the entire Xuantian Continent, she confidently declared, Rest assured, Master, I shall not let you down, and I will undoubtedly surpass my senior sister in all endeavors. What? What do you mean? Your senior sister is the leader of the Wanhua Valley. What could you possibly do better than her? Yi Feng was bewildered, feeling utterly out of sync with the unfolding conversation. Master, where are the people of the Tianji Pavilion located? If you reveal their position to me, I can stealthily approach them and deliberately create an opportunity for them to discover my presence. Then, I can accompany them to the Tianji Pavilion. Once I successfully become the saintess of the Tianji Pavilion, we will have achieved half of our objective. The remainder shall be entrusted to me. At this moment, Yi Lingxue grew increasingly animated, as if she had found her life's purpose. What are you doing? Filming a spy thriller. Listening to the series of plans articulated by Yi Lingxue, Yi Feng found himself overwhelmed, his mind a tumult of confusion. All he needed to remember was that she was a disciple of the Baijia sect. The rest was inconsequential. He could continue with his own endeavors, indulging in the extravagance of the sect, which would ultimately benefit him as well. Yet, her incessant desire to seize control of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion and transform it into a vassal of the Baijia sect left him bewildered. This was not acceptable. He had to clarify her misunderstandings. With that thought, Yi Feng turned to Yi Lingxue and began, Lingxue, I believe you may have misunderstood something, in truth. Before he could finish, Yi Lingxue interrupted him once more, raising her right index finger to her lips in a gesture of silence, and declaring, Master, I understand everything. Please trust me. Yi Feng felt a surge of frustration. Was she truly adding drama to her own narrative? What could she possibly understand? Her words drove him to the brink of madness. Had he taken on a disciple or an actress? It was as if the Oscars owed her a golden statuette. Just then, he caught sight of the disheveled elder, Zhou Tong, approaching in the distance. For reasons unknown, a wave of relief washed over him, akin to the appearance of a savior. He simply could not engage in the farce that Yi Lingxue was orchestrating, nor could he make her heed his explanations. Is he truly the world's greatest diviner? Master, fate is smiling upon us. I shall consult him. He will surely know who I am. Yi Lingxue exclaimed with fervor. Master, I shall go. I promise not to disappoint you. With that, she hurried towards Zhou Tong. Regardless, let her play as she wishes. Let the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion fret over it. I am unable to manage the situation any longer. Observing the departing Yi Lingxue, Yi Feng has completely relinquished any hope. Chapter 54. The young master of the Mirror Moon Manor is dead. Yi Feng still sleeps before long. When Yi Feng caught sight of Zhou Tong glancing at him with the stealth of a thief, only to swiftly depart with Yi Lingxue, he felt utterly numbed. He had truly been ensnared in Yi Lingxue's theatrics. As for whether Yi Lingxue might be brainwashed by the heavenly mechanism pavilion and ultimately betray the family, betraying him, truth be told, he was indifferent. After all, that would solely be her loss. He would not suffer any detriment, merely losing a potential source of rewards. Wait, have I forgotten something? Watching Zhou Tong and Yi Lingxue vanish into the crowd, Yi Feng smacked his forehead in frustration, cursing himself for failing to activate the sect's communication and teleportation functions for Yi Lingxue. Oh well, I shall address it when the opportunity arises in the future. Contemplating the dramatic tendencies of Yi Lingxue, Yi Feng felt it prudent to maintain a distance from her for the time being. Glancing towards the east city gate not far away, Yi Feng pondered for a moment before striding in that direction, regardless of how long it may take. He ultimately must rely on his own legs to return to the Star Soul Sect. Several hundred meters from the city gate, Zhou Tong scoffed, You little rascal think you can compete with our heavenly mechanism pavilion for the saintess? You were merely found by me first. Realizing that Yi Feng had departed from Maple Leaf City through his formidable spiritual sense, Zhou Tong wore a smug expression. This old charlatan has truly wasted his years, being played around by my master, all the while believing he holds the advantage. How absurd. Just moments ago, you claimed to have searched for me here for several days. It appears that the heavenly secret pavilion is not as enigmatic and formidable as rumored, certainly not surpassing my master's prowess. At the very least, my master had foreseen my arrival in Maple Leaf City today, patiently awaiting me at the eastern city gate. At this moment, Yi Lingxue began to truly comprehend the myriad strengths possessed by Yi Feng, realizing that being accepted as his disciple was indeed an extraordinary stroke of fortune for her. It is unclear how long he has traveled, but as dusk gradually enveloped the sky, Yi Feng commenced his search for temporary lodgings. For he is not fond of traveling at night. Eventually, when darkness had completely descended, he discovered a cave. Although the interior was somewhat dim and damp, Yi Feng found it quite satisfactory. 10 minutes later, gazing at the bed of spirit stones he had meticulously arranged from exquisite spirit stones, a look of pride illuminated Yi Feng's face. As a spendthrift of divine wealth, he believed that even in less than ideal conditions, he should not compromise his comfort. How delightful! After reclining on the spacious bed of spirit stones, enveloped by the rich aura of spiritual energy, Yi Feng soon succumbed to drowsiness and swiftly drifted into slumber, embarking on a journey to play games with the 7 fairies who had been trapped. Outside the cave, a sense of frustration loomed. After an entire day of fruitless efforts, he encountered not a single beast. A young man, adorned in lavish attire, wore a countenance of displeasure, while the portly elder accompanying him cast a glance at the youth that flickered with disdain and contempt. Young master, if this continues, shall we return to the manor? At this moment, the corpulent elder sought to persuade the young man, stating that were it not for the master's decree, he would disdain to serve as the youth's protector. The young man, lacking in intelligence and possessing inferior spiritual roots, was arrogant and hedonistic, dedicating his days solely to indulgence rather than earnest cultivation, a veritable waste of potential. Were it not for his privileged status, he would have met his demise countless times by now. Old fatty, are you instructing me on how to act? Zhang Heng retorted, his expression icy as he glared at the corpulent elder. Not at all. The elder quickly bowed his head in apology, yet a flicker of malice ignited in his eyes, wishing he could strike the young man dead with a single blow. However, reason dictated that he must restrain himself. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly face the endless wrath of the master. There's a cave over there. I shall rest there today, Zhang Heng declared. If I do not slay a few beasts to bring back, those scoundrels might truly believe I am a worthless fool. With that, he strode towards the cave in the distance. With your mere 8th level of spiritual sea realm, should you encounter a beast, you would still require my assistance. Even if you return with the carcasses of formidable beasts, do you genuinely believe anyone would take you seriously? It is utterly ridiculous, a fool's errand. Without your father, the mountain villa would have no place for you. After venting his frustrations, the elder hastily followed. Shoo. However, upon reaching the cave entrance, Zhang Heng suddenly gestured for the elder to be silent and pointed towards the interior of the cave, beneath the faint glow of the moonlight. When the stout elder beheld the spirit stone bed within the cave, measuring approximately 0.5 meter in height, 2 meters in length, and 1.5 meters in width, he was taken aback. Subsequently, an involuntary twitch crept upon the corners of his mouth. Undoubtedly, the young man reclining on the exquisite spirit stone bed, constructed from the finest spirit stones, was nothing short of a prodigal fool. One could certainly learn from this experience. That individual inside was undeniably remarkable. How could I not conceive of the ingenious idea of fashioning a bed from spirit stones? Reflecting on the past couple of days spent either in the wilderness or in dark, damp caves, he felt a profound disparity between his own circumstances and that of the other. Learn something? This hardly qualifies as learning. One ought to acquire something worthwhile. Upon hearing Zhang He's words, the stout elder felt a surge of indignation, even his corpulent frame trembling uncontrollably with frustration. Nevertheless, regardless of what he had learned, those were indeed precious spirit stones. With his thought in mind, Zhang Heng commanded the stout elder, eliminate him at once. Tonight, I intend to rest upon that spirit stone bed. Young master, the identity of the opponent is likely not simple. There may be protectors nearby. As of now, we have not exhibited any hostility, but should we attempt to strike him down, the guardians lurking in the shadows may intervene. I have scanned the surrounding area within a kilometer using my spiritual senses, yet found nothing. Either they lack protectors or their guardians possess greater strength than I do. For safety's sake, it is prudent for us to withdraw. Although the likelihood of a crisis occurring is minimal, for the corpulent elder possesses a steadfast confidence in his abilities. He must ensure absolute safety. Should Zhang Heng encounter any misfortune, the master would not be lenient, having a child in his old age. The master indulges Zhang Heng far beyond anyone's imagination. I said to eliminate him. Tonight, I wish to rest upon that spirit stone bed, and I shall not repeat myself a third time. As Zhang Heng witnessed the elder's defiance of his command once more, his expression grew increasingly grim. Very well. Observing Zhang Heng's complete fury, the elder, in resignation, strode into the cave, unleashing a powerful palm imbued with vast spiritual energy toward the slumbering Yifeng. In that dimness, a flash of golden blade light sliced through, not only shattering the elder's spiritual strike, but also cleaving both the elder and Zhang Heng at the cave's entrance in half. That was perilously close. These two rascals nearly disturbed the repose of my master. What is this? The golden-armored giant seized a glimmering red light that erupted from the deceased Zhang Heng's body. He gazed at the writhing red insect in his hand, which sought to escape, and with a flick of his wrist, hurled it toward Yifeng. A tracking mother and child insect. How intriguing. It should create some trouble for my master, thus allowing me to emerge for a breath of fresh air soon. As the diminutive red insect bit Yifeng's arm and subsequently perished, the golden-armored giant shattered the void and vanished into the cave. Chapter 55. How can such a shameless individual exist in this world? The following morning, upon awakening from the spirit stone bed, Yifeng murmured to himself, in the future, I must prepare some comfortable bedding in the system space. Otherwise, although the spirit stone bed is indeed pleasant, it proves excessively hard. Name, Yifeng. Age, 18 realm. Peak of the 9th layer of Qi motion realm physique. Mortal body martial skills. Superior human level skill, Fire Dragon Fist. Superior earth level skill, 9 Radiant Thunder Lotus. Superior earth level skill, Water Dragon's Lament. Superior earth level skill, Wind Sweeping Sandstorm Understanding. Realm of the Death Sword Heart Divine Powers. None items. Enlightenment Pills X120. 9 Leaf Rejuvenation Herb X95. Golden Silkworm Star Stone X15. Purple Thunder Frenzied Lion Blood X280. Sword Heart Advancement Fragments X4. Heavenly Profound Secret Technique Enlightenment Pills X95 Extravagance Points 141. 010 Today's Extravagant Acquisition. 6th Rank 9th Layer Heavenly Thunder Talismans X10 000. I still have 95 Heavenly Profound Secret Technique Enlightenment Pills left. However, giving Ninth-Rank that 10,000 should suffice for the time being. The 6th rank 9th layer Heavenly Thunder Talismans. Aren't they equivalent to a full force strike from a practitioner at the 9th layer of the Purple Mansion realm? With extravagance points exceeding 14,000, it is time to enhance my strength. With this thought, Feng directly addressed the system. Consume 9,000 extravagance points to elevate my strength to the peak of the 9th layer of the Fusion Spirit Realm. Boom! As Feng's words resonated, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged violently, and Feng's body transformed into a terrifying black hole, beginning to frantically draw in and devour the surrounding spiritual energy. 10 seconds later, Feng's aura successfully transcended from the peak of the Qi Motion realm to the 1st layer of the Fusion Spirit realm. 30 seconds later, the 2nd level of the Spirit Fusion realm. 1 minute and 10 seconds, the 3rd level of the Spirit Fusion realm. Time became an indeterminate concept as Feng felt his cultivation successfully ascend to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Spirit Fusion realm. He spoke once more to the system. Consume 90,000 waste points to elevate my strength to the peak of the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Within a radius of 100 meters. Within a radius of 1,000 meters. As Feng continued his ascent, the sphere of influence expanded exponentially. Upon introspection, Feng observed that his vast spiritual sea was in tumultuous upheaval, with surging waves of spiritual energy converging incessantly. A 9-petal lotus platform, formed from pure spiritual essence, was gradually taking shape. As the lotus platform fully materialized, the spiritual energy from both the boundless sea and the external world continued to merge into it, causing the platform to grow at an observable pace. After an indeterminate span of time, once the final droplet of spiritual energy from the vast sea merged with the colossal lotus platform, and the external spiritual energy ceased to flow in, the 9-petal lotus platform blossomed instantaneously, unleashing a powerful aura of breakthrough from within Feng. The lotus unfurls, the foundation is established. What followed was a relentless surge of breakthroughs. 2nd level of the Foundation Establishment Realm. 3rd level of the Foundation Establishment Realm. Upon finally stabilizing at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm, Feng exhaled a sigh of relief. The exhilarating sensation of breaking through 2 substantial realms in succession was simply delightful. Alas, such a momentous breakthrough, resonating through the ages, had no witnesses. Wait, what on earth is this? Upon awakening, I find 2 corpses beside me. At this moment, Feng finally discovered the severed bodies of the plump old man and Zhang Heng near the cave entrance. To his astonishment, the groundbreaking moment of his transcendence occurred in the presence of these 2 corpses. How audacious can fate be? Had he discovered these inexplicably appeared bodies earlier, Feng would not have hesitated to postpone his breakthrough until after leaving this place. Paying no heed to the corpses, Feng collected all the exquisite spirit stones used to construct the spirit stone bed from the ground and departed from the cave without a backward glance. As for the 2 bodies, it was evident that they had intended to kill him while he slept, only to be thwarted by the valiant warriors of the Prodigal Guard team, led by the armored giant. Feng could conceive no other scenario. Only the Prodigal Guard team would take into account his slumber, ensuring their actions did not disturb his rest. Was it a merchant guild? Upon exiting the cave, Feng suddenly noticed a merchant caravan of over 100 individuals ahead, particularly intrigued by the sight of several horse-drawn carriages among them. He felt compelled to integrate himself into this trading party. Halt! The leader of the caravan, upon seeing a young man blocking their path, despite recognizing him as merely a peak 9th-level Foundation Establishment cultivator, wore a grave expression and began to extend his consciousness to survey the surroundings. Who are you? Why do you obstruct our passage? Upon finding no answers, Meng Tongyu's gaze returned to Feng, directly inquiring. Esteemed sir, I wish to join the merchant caravan, and I. Before Feng could finish his sentence, Meng Tongyu abruptly interrupted. Do you believe I would permit an unknown individual to join our caravan without due consideration? Let's continue our journey. With a wave of his hand, Meng Tongyu signaled for the caravan to resume its forward march. A caravan? Why hadn't I thought of this sooner? It seems that upon reaching the next town, I must devise a way to temporarily assemble a caravan. I shall procure a cart and hire a multitude of cultivators to clear the path. Anything would be preferable to enduring this arduous journey alone. As Feng gazed at the caravan gradually receding into the distance, he remained largely unfazed. After all, this was a fantastical realm. And why would they allow him to join? What if he were a spy sent by a band of robbers? What is this? After walking for a while, Feng was taken aback to see the very caravan that had previously rejected him now waiting ahead. This left him somewhat perplexed. Is there something amiss? As he approached the caravan, he noticed Meng Tongyu striding directly towards him, prompting Feng to inquire curiously about his intentions. My master has conveyed that he is willing to grant you an opportunity. Should you succeed in defeating him, you may accompany our caravan, Meng Tongyu stated plainly, revealing their purpose. Excellent, Feng responded, intrigued by the prospect. Given that they had proposed such a challenge, it was likely that their strength was comparable to his. In a contest among equals, Feng was invincible and harbored no fear of any challenge. Soon, a caravan of over 100 individuals formed a large circle, leaving an expansive arena for combat. Feng, at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Foundation establishment realm, gazed at a young man with yellow hair who emerged from the opposite side. No matter how he looked at it, Feng felt that the other party did not resemble a young master of a merchant association. Huang Xiaofei, at the peak of the 9th level of the divine concealment realm. Friend, do not accuse me, Huang Xiaofei, of bullying you. I shall grant you 3 moves and permit you to use any external assistance, be it pills, talismans, formations, or anything else at your disposal, he declared, his tone dripping with arrogance. Upon hearing these words, Feng was taken aback. He felt utterly shameless in comparison. Who would have imagined that he would encounter such a formidable opponent today? The audacity, having a significant realm advantage over him and still putting on airs, would leave Feng with no choice but to be unyielding. Chapter 56, The Thunder Feast. Reward, Divine Power of the Good and Evil Buddha. Young Master, be cautious. As Feng produced a 6th grade, 9th tier Heavenly Thunder Talisman, Meng Tongyu swiftly pulled Huang Xiaofei behind him, his gaze toward Feng filled with murderous intent. A 6th grade, 9th tier Heavenly Thunder Talisman is equivalent to a full force strike from the 9th level of the Purple Mansion realm. A single talisman could easily claim Huang Xiaofei's life. My young master merely wishes to spar with you. Regardless of the outcome, he intends to invite you to join our caravan. Is it not excessive for you to reveal such a powerful talisman? With that, Meng Tongyu felt a profound sense of helplessness. In the outside world, danger lurked at every corner, and one could not afford to trust anyone easily. Little did he expect his young master to insist on allowing this unfamiliar youth to join their caravan. HM? Upon hearing Meng Tongyu's words, Feng was momentarily taken aback. He immediately addressed the system, requesting the activation of the divination function to discern the truth of the other's words. Ding! The system confirmed that the statement made was indeed true. In less than a second, the system provided Feng with the answer he sought. Am I excessive? These talismans are merely for amusement. They are not intended for combat. Feng's eyes glimmered with cunning as he turned to Meng Tongyu, cleverly countering his remarks. Ha ha ha! Meng Tongyu could not contain his laughter, gazing at Feng and saying, these 8 6th grade 9th tier Thunder Talismans must be your entire trump card, right? You expect me to believe you are merely playing with such a valuable asset? As the chief steward of the merchant caravan, Meng Tongyu was acutely aware that such 6th grade 9th tier offensive talismans were worth at least 100 million low-grade spirit stones each. To suggest that he was merely toying with them was absurd. Boom! 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 However, when he witnessed Feng casually discard all 8 of the precious Thunder Talismans, he was rendered speechless, frozen in disbelief. The sight of 8 deep craters, each 5 to 6 meters deep, left not only Meng Tongyu and Huang Xiaofei in shock, but also the hundreds of caravan members surrounding them utterly dumbfounded. 800 million low-grade spirit stones gone. This was the collective thought echoing in everyone's mind. Reckless, utterly reckless. Even if you wish to prove a point, tossing just one talisman would suffice. There was no need to discard all 8. Did he truly think I would not believe him? At this moment, Meng Tongyu was on the verge of explosive fury. He never anticipated that Yi Feng would resort to such extravagant folly in an attempt to validate his claims. These were talismans worth a staggering 800 million low-grade spirit stones. Come, come, I implore you all to lend a hand. As he spoke, Yi Feng began to stuff a multitude of 6th-grade 9th-tier Thunderbolt talismans into Meng Tongyu's hands, the quantity nearing 100. Subsequently, he proceeded to distribute the Thunderbolt talismans into Huang Xiaofei's hands as well. After an extensive duration of over half an hour, Yi Feng finally managed to distribute the remaining 9,992 Thunderbolt talismans among the members of the entire merchant caravan. Dumbfounded, at this moment, the entire caravan stared at the 80 or 90 Thunderbolt talismans in their hands, their expressions a mixture of bewilderment as they gazed at Yi Feng, utterly perplexed by his intentions. Come now, let us indulge in a grand Thunderbolt feast. Cast away the Thunderbolt talismans you hold, allowing the storm to intensify. Yi Feng, observing the bewildered crowd, shouted with fervor. In mere moments, he could deplete the entirety of today's extravagant expenditures, and surely these individuals would not assist him without compensation. Afterward, he could bestow upon them a modicum of benefits, thereby triggering the extravagance mechanism. I am truly a genius of prodigality. Yi Feng felt as though he was destined to serve the Invincible Prodigal System. Prodigal. This fellow is exceedingly extravagant. The sheer quantity of 6th-grade, 9th-tier Thunderbolt talismans is unfathomable in terms of spirit stone value. It defies comprehension. Meng Tongyu was utterly bewildered by Yi Feng's intentions. Astonished that the latter could so effortlessly produce such a multitude of 6th-grade, 9th-tier talismans. Even for a young master of a prestigious lineage, it was inconceivable to carry such an abundance of high-grade talismans, let alone to casually toss them about, as if they were mere toys. Are you serious, brother? I truly will throw them. At that moment, Huang Xiaofei looked at Yi Feng with immense excitement, his eyes brimming with eager anticipation. Of course I am serious. Go ahead and throw them. Yi Feng responded affirmatively to Huang Xiaofei's inquiry. Upon hearing the command, all present prepared to act. Throw the talismans. With Huang Xiaofei's directive, over 100 members of the caravan gritted their teeth, channeling strands of spiritual awareness into the talismans before launching them into the air. In the sky, bolts of heavenly thunder began to coalesce, for all had thrown the thunder talismans simultaneously. Thousands of lightning strikes converged in the heavens, a spectacle that left everyone in awe, as they realized they might never witness such an astonishing scene again in their lives. Boom, boom, boom. The thunder roared, echoing like a tempest. As over 9,000 bolts of lightning cascaded from the sky, the ground trembled violently. Dust and debris were thrown into the air, the earth quaked beneath them. When tranquility finally returned, the once expansive area encircled by the 100 or so individuals had transformed into a vast chasm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for expending today's ill-gotten gains, rewarded with 1,000 squander points and the ability, Divine Power Buddha, of good and evil. Stunned, upon hearing the system's notification sound, Yi Feng was utterly astonished. He never anticipated that this time the reward would bestow upon him a divine ability. Moreover, the system offered no information about this ability, as if it required his personal demonstration to comprehend its nature. It must be said that this acquisition of a divine ability was truly thanks to the contributions of these individuals. System, isn't it reasonable to ask each person for 100 million top-tier spirit stones? At this moment, Yi Feng was genuinely elated. Being in a fantastical world, his greatest desire was to possess a unique divine ability. Although he received no information regarding it, the mere name suggested that this ability was undoubtedly extraordinary. Ding! The quantity exceeds the limit of extravagance. Yet, the system doused Yi Feng with a bucket of cold water. 10 million. 1 million. Finally, after Yi Feng reduced the amount to 10,000 top-tier spirit stones, the system reluctantly approved. However, Yi Feng sensed that the system was still not entirely satisfied with this quantity, yet begrudgingly acquiesced to his persistent requests. Old Zhang, hurry and give me a slap. I can't shake off this dreamlike feeling. A talisman worth 8 or 9 billion low-grade spirit stones has just been tossed aside like trash. It's utterly surreal. Upon returning, let us see who dares to look down on me. This is undoubtedly the most glorious moment of my life. Is this what it feels like to be extravagant? It's incredibly exhilarating. At this time, the spirits of the over 100 members of the merchant convoy were somewhat dazed, as the recent venture had been immensely thrilling and stimulating. Manager Meng, if my father dares to call me a prodigal again, you must testify for me. Compared to this fellow, I am merely a tarnished representation of what it means to be a prodigal. He is the true embodiment of wastefulness. All my past actions pale in comparison. At this moment, Huang Xiaofei gazed at Yi Feng with eyes brimming with admiration. Chapter 57. 10,000 premium spirit stones for each person. The caravan is no more. Upon hearing his young master's words, Meng Tongyu could only manage a bitter smile, for he was utterly powerless to refute. 10,000 6th-grade, 9th-tier talismans equate to a staggering value of 10 billion low-grade spirit stones. Such a colossal quantity of spirit stones could easily spell his doom. Truly, this fellow is an unparalleled spendthrift. How absurd that I once mocked him. Yet he need not produce this many talismans to slap my face. Observing Yi Feng, who stood a short distance away with a calm demeanor, Meng Tongyu began to speculate about his identity and the vast fortune that must allow him to squander so recklessly. I am grateful to all of you who helped me discard those worthless talismans. I hope you do not disdain these premium spirit stones. At this moment, the entire caravan had regrouped in a nearby open space, but upon witnessing Yi Feng bestowing one spatial ring after another, everyone was once again rendered speechless. 10,000. An astonishing 1,000 premium spirit stones. Am I dreaming? Just moments ago, I experienced the pinnacle of my life, and before I could even express my gratitude, he gives me such an abundance of premium spirit stones. I could never earn this much in a lifetime working at the Trading Association. When the first few individuals beheld the 10,000 exquisite spirit stones within the spatial ring, they gasped in astonishment, regarding Yi Feng as though he were a deity of wealth. Each person received 10,000 exquisite spirit stones, and with 108 individuals, that amounted to a staggering 108 million spirit stones. Who on earth could be so extravagant? Even the wealthiest would not squander their riches in such a manner. Observing Yi Feng as he continued to distribute spatial rings, Meng Tongyu was genuinely taken aback. An extravagant spender? How could I possibly be considered one? Upon returning home, I must inform my father of this matter. He must understand the unjust grievances I have endured over the past decade. Watching Yi Feng lavishly dispense wealth, Huang Xiaofei was truly impressed. Today, he had witnessed what true extravagance looked like. Steward Meng, I, Zhang Hai, express my gratitude to the Merchant Guild for its years of support. However, given the treacherous and uncertain journey ahead, I refuse to gamble with my life. With these 10,000 exquisite spirit stones, I have sufficient resources to procure the cultivation materials I need for several years. Steward Meng, you are aware of my intentions. I chose the most perilous route to earn more spirit stones. My life may be nearing its end, but I do not wish for my son to follow in my footsteps. Now, with these 10,000 exquisite spirit stones, I can provide him with the necessary resources for his cultivation. At that moment, as the first person stepped forward, the rest no longer held back their thoughts. A few minutes later, as Yi Feng observed that only Huang Xiaofei and Meng Tongyu remained from the entire merchant convoy, he was utterly dumbfounded. Can this truly be played out in such a manner? I offered you 10,000 exquisite spirit stones merely to provoke a reckless indulgence, yet you all simply walked away? Huh. Meng Tongyu struggled to suppress the fury that threatened to erupt within him. Such a situation had never crossed his mind and had never occurred before. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully indulging in extravagance. You are awarded 200 extravagance points and a recipe for blood ginseng, pill X1. But, Steward Ming, this is not my concern. Yi Feng, seemingly oblivious to the rewards he had received, stepped forward to explain with an innocent expression. Upon hearing this, Meng Tungyu's body trembled uncontrollably. The anger he had just managed to repress, now threatening to explode once more. Not your concern. How dare you utter such words? If you hadn't distributed 10,000 exquisite spirit stones to each person, would this predicament have arisen? I had not anticipated such greed and betrayal from these individuals. I had originally planned to offer each one 100 million exquisite spirit stones. Thankfully, I only dispensed 10,000. They are utterly unworthy of my 100 million spirit stones. Unaware of Meng Tungyu's imminent outburst, Yi Feng patted his chest, continuing with a look of relief. Suddenly, upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Meng Tungyu's rage surged, and he spewed a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning ashen. Brother, cease your words. You are on the verge of driving Steward Meng to his death. Witnessing Meng Tungyu's bloodshed, Huang Xiaofei shouted at Yi Feng in despair. Not only had Meng Tongyu been driven to such a state, but even he, listening from the sidelines, felt his blood boiling with indignation, especially since he had no strength to refute the situation. 10,000 6th-tier, 9th-grade Thunder Talisman tossed about so carelessly. 108 individuals, each bestowed with 10,000 exquisite spirit stones. It was said that the initial intention was to grant each person a staggering 100 million spirit stones. Others were incredulous. Yet Yi Feng's declaration convinced Huang Xiaofei beyond a shadow of a doubt. Within a mere hour, Huang Xiaofei perceived that Yi Feng had transcended the realm of an ordinary spendthrift. He had become a veritable madman of extravagance. What sane individual could possibly engage in such reckless dissipation? Did I provoke Butler Ming to the point of apoplexy? What does that have to do with me? I merely spoke a few truths. However, upon observing the despondent countenance of Meng Tongyu, Yi Feng recognized that he bore a modicum of responsibility in this matter. Butler Ming, what is your current predicament? What rare materials do you require to heal your injuries? With that, Yi Feng began to rummage through his system space. 9-leaf revival grass, golden silkworm, star shining stone, blood of the purple thunder, mad lion demon, enlightenment pill, sword heart advancement fragment, heavenly profound secret technique, enlightenment pill. Yet, after retrieving an assortment of items from his system space, Yi Feng lamented the unfortunate reality that none seemed applicable. Meanwhile, Huang Xiaofei and Meng Tongyu gazed in astonishment at the items Yi Feng produced, their eyes wide with disbelief. The 9-leaf revival grass, which they had only encountered in the Spirit Herb Compendium, was now before them in tangible form, in no less than a handful, at least 10 in total. As for the golden silkworm, star shining stone, their guild, established for millennia, had possessed only a single piece in all that time. Yet here, the other party nonchalantly tossed 5 onto the ground, as if they were mere scraps. The blood of the purple thunderstorm lion. Though they could not identify the origin of this beast's essence, instilled in Meng Tongyu, a formidable cultivator of the 7th realm of the void. An overwhelming sense of suffocating pressure emanating from those 5 drops of the great demon's blood. The enlightenment pill, the mystical heavenly secret technique enlightenment pill, and the sword heart advancement fragment. While they too were unfamiliar with these items, could anything of mere mundanity be placed alongside such extraordinary artifacts? At that moment, Huang Xiaofei and Meng Tongyu shared a singular thought. Were you genuinely attempting to assist in healing, or were you merely flaunting your opulence? The items in their possession were woefully insufficient. At this critical juncture, they lacked anything substantial. Upon hearing Yi Feng's disgruntled murmurs, they witnessed him stowing everything away, leaving both Huang Xiaofei and Meng Tongyu utterly flabbergasted. This was undeniably an ostentatious display of wealth, and it was executed with unabashed boldness. The two of them, now fully enlightened, cast furious glances at Yi Feng, feeling provoked. Did he not fear their retaliation? How audacious could one be? Butler Ming, you are undoubtedly aware of your own circumstances. Speak up. What medicinal pills do you require? Regardless of their grade, I shall take full responsibility for your injuries. Yi Feng inquired earnestly, already prepared to expend his extravagant points to procure the pills. Chapter 58. The 9-Pattern Blood Ginseng Pill, a Desperate Indulgence. Must the display of wealth commence once more? Observing Yi Feng's earnest demeanor, Meng Tongyu pondered for a moment, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Imbued with a hint of mischief as he replied, I am afflicted by a surging blood qi. I require an 8th-grade blood ginseng pill for my recovery, and it must be of 5 patterns or higher. Indulging in ostentation, engaging in pretentious display. The formula for the blood ginseng pill has long been lost to time. It is said that not even a single specimen can be found across the expanse of the Xuantian Continent, let alone the elusive 5-pattern variant. At last, one can witness your downfall. Observing Yi Feng's stunned expression, a triumphant smile adorned Meng Tongyu's face. Indeed, it is Master Meng who truly knows how to play the game. The formula for the blood ginseng pill is a relic of the past, and this reckless spendthrift could hardly possess it. Beside them, Huang Xiaofei also turned his gaze towards Yi Feng, intrigued by how he would navigate this awkward moment, especially given that he had just boasted he could procure any grade of pill. The blood ginseng pill? I believe the formula reward I just received was indeed for the blood ginseng pill. Upon hearing Meng Tongyu mention the blood ginseng pill, Yi Feng recalled the reward he had obtained following his extravagant behavior. Never mind. Possessing the formula is of little consequence. System. I command an infinite consumption of my squander points to open the pill jars, specifying 10 8-pattern blood ginseng pills. Without further ado, Yi Feng issued his command to the system. Although the probability of obtaining an 8-pattern pill is merely 20%, he still possesses over 40,000 squander points, with each pill jar costing only 100 points. Thus, he is certain to succeed. As for why he requested 10 pills, items obtained from these jars can trigger squander rewards, and he naturally must find a way to recover the squander points he has lost. Ding! A total of 80 pill jars have been opened, consuming 8,000 squander points, resulting in 10 9-pattern 8-grade blood ginseng pills. In less than 3 seconds, a prompt echoed in Yi Feng's mind. Esteemed young master, it is quite all right if you cannot produce it. I was merely jesting. For the blood ginseng pill has long been lost to time. Observing Yi Feng's prolonged silence, Meng Tongyu felt he might have taken the jest too far, as Yi Feng, despite his lavish spending, possessed no truly irksome traits. However, just as Meng Tongyu was about to continue speaking, a blood-red pill materialized in Yi Feng's hand, enveloped in visible strands of vital energy. A 9-pattern blood ginseng pill. Upon closer inspection, Meng Tongyu was rendered speechless, disbelief flooding his expression. Butler Meng, do not just stand there. Quickly consume the blood ginseng pill, Yi Feng urged, noting Meng Tongyu's stupor. After all, if he did not promptly ingest the first pill, how could the remaining 9 be wasted? Young master, truly, my injuries are not severe. A day's rest will suffice for recovery, and there is no need for such a precious elixir. Meng Tongyu hastily declined, for even if he were gravely wounded, he could not bear to use this 9-pattern blood ginseng pill, as it was priceless. To put it bluntly, selling him would not equate to the value of this pill. Precious? How could such a mere pill be considered precious? Upon hearing Meng Tongyu's words, Yi Feng expressed his bewilderment. After all, with the recipe in hand, if he possessed the necessary spiritual herbs, could he not effortlessly concoct the elixir? With that thought, he strode purposefully towards the wild horse situated before the cart. A broken elixir? To speak of the legendary 9-pattern blood ginseng pill, even a solitary pattern would be an exceedingly rare find across the vast Xuantian Continent. What folly to label it as a broken elixir? At Yi Feng's remarks, Huang Xiaofei and Meng Tongyu exchanged glances, both reflecting a profound sense of helplessness in each other's eyes. After all, the man was a reckless spendthrift, and when he referred to a broken elixir, what could they possibly do? However, when the two witnessed Yi Feng daringly presenting the priceless 9-pattern blood ginseng pill to the wild horse, their expressions transformed with shock. Yet, it was already too late. The horse extended its tongue and voraciously devoured the elixir from Yi Feng's hand. Reckless? This was an utter betrayal of reason. As Meng Tongyu observed the 9-pattern blood ginseng pill, something he could scarcely bear to consume, being ingested by a wild horse. He felt his heart bleed. Ding! The extravagant act meets the criteria, and the witnesses are valid. Congratulations to the host on a successful bout of extravagance, earning 3,000 extravagance points. Oh! Upon hearing the sudden notification from the system, Yi Feng's face brightened with joy. He had not anticipated that merely squandering a 9-pattern blood ginseng pill would yield 3,000 extravagance points. If he were to squander all 9, would he not amass a staggering 27,000 extravagance points? After deducting the points consumed for the elixir container, he would have effectively gained 19,000 extravagance points for free. No, Huang Xiaofei and Meng Tongyu had yet to recover from Yi Feng's recent, utterly reckless extravagance when they witnessed him once again produce a 9-pattern blood ginseng pill to feed to a wild horse. This sight caused the two to collapse in despair, their cries echoing in the air. Ding! The extravagance method meets the criteria, and the witnesses qualify. Congratulations to the host for successfully indulging in extravagance, earning 3,000 extravagance points. Ignoring their lamentations, Yi Feng heard the system notification resound in his mind and decisively retrieved the 3rd 9-pattern blood ginseng pill. Then the 4th, the 5th. By the end, Huang Xiaofei and Meng Tongyu had become utterly numb. They even began to entertain the delusion that the 9-pattern blood ginseng pill was merely a worthless concoction meant for feeding beasts. Manager Meng, what do you think of this 9-pattern blood ginseng pill? Before Yi Feng could finish his sentence, Meng Tongyu snatched the pill from Yi Feng's hand and consumed it with fluid grace, showing no signs of inner turmoil. To his surprise, he found the flavor rather delightful. As the effects of a 9-pattern blood ginseng pill began to surge within him, Meng Tongyu casually offered his opinion. Alas, Manager Meng, you have ultimately become the very type of person you once detested. Upon hearing Meng Tongyu's offhand remark, Huang Xiaofei cast a fearful glance at Yi Feng. Meng Tongyu, known in their merchant association as the Iron Rooster, had always held a profound disdain for extravagant behavior, to the point that his aversion had morphed into a pathological belief against it. Such a person, transformed to such an extent by Yi Feng in such a short span of time, undoubtedly instilled a sense of dread in Huang Xiaofei. Ding! The method of extravagance meets the criteria. The witness qualifies. Congratulations to the host for successfully indulging in extravagance. Reward of 3,000 extravagance points. Reward of 9-pattern blood ginseng pills, 1,000. This pill does not grant extravagance rewards. Yi Feng initially believed that this time he would not trigger the extravagance reward. However, to his surprise, not only did he trigger it once more, but he also unexpectedly acquired 1,000 8th-grade blood ginseng pills. It seems that Manager Meng's injuries are indeed not severe. Otherwise, consuming the 9-pattern blood ginseng pills would certainly not trigger the extravagance reward. Upon this realization, Yi Feng suddenly noticed Huang Xiaofei beside him, who was gazing eagerly at Meng Tongyu, who had consumed a 9-pattern blood ginseng pill. He mused to himself. It appears Huang Xiaofei is also coveting these 9-pattern blood ginseng pills. Chapter 59, Master. You toil and spend for the disciples of the Star Soul Sect. Young Master Huang, are you also yearning for these 9-pattern blood ginseng pills? Yi Feng inquired as he turned towards Huang Xiaofei, producing a 9-pattern blood ginseng pill in his hand and offering it forward, stating, "Go ahead, indulge yourself. I have plenty of these pills to spare." Upon hearing this, not only Huang Xiaofei, but even the transformed Meng Tongyu could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. Eating is one thing, but the assertion that there is an ample supply is rather excessive. Truly delightful. Moments later, the three sat within the carriage, devouring the 9-pattern blood ginseng pills with expressions of sheer bliss gracing their faces. The blood ginseng pill belongs to the category of curative elixirs. If there are no injuries within the body, consuming it in abundance will yield no additional effects. It merely offers a delightful taste. After a brief moment, the three individuals paused, having each consumed over 200 blood ginseng pills, as they were truly satiated. Brother Yi, from now on, you shall be my elder brother. Huang Xiaofei, whenever you require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall lend my utmost support. Yi Feng, in a reckless and extravagant manner, completely captivated Huang Xiaofei. Although his family's trading consortium has flourished for thousands of years, boasting profound heritage, it must be said that it pales in comparison to the over 600 blood ginseng pills recently consumed. The reason is simple. The formula for the blood ginseng pill has long been lost. Even with an abundance of spiritual herbs available in the Xuantian Continent necessary for its creation, without the recipe, everything becomes futile. Xiaofei, upon my return, I will personally explain everything to your father. The trivial matters you have engaged in over the past decade hardly qualify as wastefulness. It is the president's narrow-mindedness that has unjustly subjected you to years of grievances, Meng Tongyu remarked earnestly, directing his gaze at Huang Xiaofei. Having witnessed Yi Feng's audacious extravagance, whether Meng Tongyu wished to acknowledge it or not, his mindset underwent a profound transformation. If he could not reach even a fraction of Yi Feng's level of extravagance, he truly did not consider it wastefulness. As for the fact that the young master recognized Yi Feng as his elder brother, Meng Tongyu would certainly not impede this relationship. To speak candidly, it is indeed a blessing for their young master to have Yi Feng acknowledge him as a subordinate. They have ascended to a higher status by associating with Yi Feng. By the way, you have been discussing how the blood ginseng pill is an exceptionally precious elixir. What is it that makes it so valuable? At this moment, Yi Feng, filled with curiosity, finally voiced his inner query. The formula. Meng Tongyu promptly began to elucidate upon hearing Yi Feng's inquiry. The blood ginseng pill, whether in terms of its refinement or the necessary spiritual herbs, is not particularly challenging. However, the formula has long been lost, which has rendered the blood ginseng pill an exceedingly rare and valuable elixir. Moreover, it ranks among the foremost healing elixirs. Lost formula for the blood ginseng pill? As he spoke, Yi Feng casually retrieved the formula he had obtained from the system space and said, I possess the formula for the blood ginseng pill. Meng Tongyu examined the formula Yi Feng presented, scrutinizing it but unable to ascertain its authenticity without attempting to refine it. In my lifetime, I have never placed my trust in anyone lightly, yet I trust you, young Master Yi. Is this formula genuinely authentic? Meng Tongyu inquired with a serious expression directed at Yi Feng. Indeed. Furthermore, I can entrust it to your merchant association. However, how to maximize the benefits from this formula is a matter for your association to deliberate. Nevertheless, I require a 10% share of the profits from any blood ginseng pills sold in the future. Contemplating the futility of retaining this formula, it would be far more prudent to hand it over to Huang Xiaofei and his companions, thereby ensuring that all subsequent gains are invested into the Xinghuan sect. Master, the sect you have established is still in its nascent stages. I, your devoted disciple, am wholeheartedly dedicated to assisting in its growth and prosperity, tirelessly expending both effort and resources. How fortunate you are to have me as your cherished direct disciple, Li Feng mused, brimming with self-admiration. Very well. Should this formula prove authentic, I shall honor my father as promise. At this juncture, Huang Xiaofei decisively acquiesced, remarking that, in truth, Li Feng's request for merely a 10% share of the profits was exceedingly generous towards their merchant association. One might say that even a 20 or 30% share would be acceptable, provided the formula is genuine. The authenticity of the formula is assured. You need only return and put to the test. However, the 10% profit need not be delivered to me. You are only required to send a representative to my master's sect each month. By the way, what's the total value of the goods you are transporting this time? I shall purchase everything and leave it all here. Manager Meng, why don't you accompany me and Xiaofei to my sect? It will serve as an opportunity for us to familiarize ourselves with the place. Li Feng proposed directly to Meng Tongyu. Young Master Leaf, these goods are of trivial worth. If you wish to forego them, then let them be. I will take you back to the sect first. How could Meng Tongyu compel Yi Feng to genuinely part with his money? Moreover, he discerned Yi Feng's eagerness to swiftly return to his sect, prompting him to act liberally this time. After all, if the pill formula proved authentic, their trading association would become the sole purveyor of blood ginseng pills across the entire Xuantian Continent, and the wealth accrued would far surpass the value of this shipment. No longer would they have to traverse by foot. Standing atop the flying sword piloted by Meng Tongyu, Yifeng contemplated the necessity of mastering sword flight upon his return to the sect. Otherwise, the journey would remain a cumbersome ordeal. Meanwhile, both Meng Tongyu and Huang Xiaofei were left speculating about the nature of the colossal entity that Yifeng's sect must represent. After a day of travel, as night fell, the trio took a brief respite in a nearby town. Even with Steward Meng guiding the way, it would still require 3 days to reach Xinghuan's sect. They hoped that the fortunes they encountered in these 3 days would be a tad more favorable. Lost in thought, Yifeng soon drifted into slumber, unperturbed as he continued to seek out the enchanted 7 fairies for games. In another guest room, Huang Xiaofei concluded his conversation with his father using a communication jade pendant. "Young master, what did the president say?" Meng Tongyu inquired eagerly. "My father said I have lost my mind, and that he would not spare me upon our return." "Oh, and he mentioned that you too have gone mad, and he won't spare you either." Upon hearing Huang Xiaofei's words, the smile on Meng Tongyu's face abruptly froze. This was not the outcome he had envisioned. "Regardless, I firmly believe in Brother Yi. Once we return, you shall witness how I will utilize this elixir formula to decisively confront my father." Soon, Huang Xiaofei's gaze transformed into one of unwavering determination. Yifeng was indeed his greatest source of confidence. At the headquarters of the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce, "Mr. Meng, I must trouble you to personally visit. The situation we are facing is quite precarious. Not only has my wayward son gone mad, but your son has also succumbed to insanity, and they have even discarded the goods we were transporting. They speak of this young Master Yi, who, through some unknown means, has thoroughly disoriented both of them. My greatest concern is their safety." Huang Dahai expressed his worries to the elderly figure in gray robes beside him. "Fear not, President. They will come to no harm. I shall depart immediately to find them." With that, the elderly man in gray soared into the night sky, hastening towards the town where the two were located. The next morning, upon waking, Yifeng promptly checked the day's extravagant acquisition. Today's extravagant acquisition, fragment of the Fighting Saint Body 10,000. The Fighting Saint Body, an exceptionally powerful combat physique that, the more severe the injury sustained, the greater the strength it can unleash. Growing ever more formidable with each battle, unyielding in the face of adversity. By heavens, this is incredibly formidable. System, would using this for myself be considered extravagant? Such a remarkable item, even Yifeng hesitated to squander it. Moreover, being merely a mortal body at present, he truly required such a potent and unique physique. Ding! The host will incur an unimaginable loss of extravagant points. Please refrain from foolish actions. Ding! A reminder for the host. Although the Battle Saint Body is formidable, it does not befit your status. There is no need to overly concern yourself with such a worthless physique. Hearing the system emit 2 consecutive alert tones, Yifeng could only manage a bitter smile. Such a grand introduction, yet turns out to be a mere inferior constitution, since it cannot be utilized by myself. How shall I squander it? Contemplating this dilemma, Yifeng donned his attire and exited the guest room. Upon descending to the first floor of the tavern, Yifeng discovered Huang Xiaofei and Meng Tongyu enjoying their breakfast. Suddenly, he recalled the second-tier heavenly battlefield where he had imparted the essence of the death sword to Li Fei, who had a profound aversion to sword cultivation, and his gaze shifted directly towards Huang Xiaofei and Meng Tongyu. "Brother Yi, come quickly. We've prepared breakfast for you," Huang Xiaofei exclaimed as he noticed Yifeng descending the staircase. Taking his seat at the dining table, Yifeng directly inquired of Huang Xiaofei, "Xiaofei, what are your thoughts on the cultivators who lead the charge in battle?" Huang Xiaofei was momentarily taken aback by such an unusual question. After a moment of contemplation, he gazed earnestly at Yifeng and replied, "Brother Yi, although I am frivolous and lack a focused heart for cultivation, I hold great respect for those cultivators who dare to advance to the forefront of battle." At this moment, Meng Tongyu let out a sigh and began to explain, "Young Master Yi, the heir's comprehension of martial arts and techniques is exceedingly poor, and his spiritual root is merely of the inferior fire variety. It is not that he lacks the desire to strive. Rather, there are certain aspects that cannot be altered by mere effort. Turning to the system, Yi Feng inquired, "Does the Battle Saint body have any requirements regarding comprehension or spiritual roots?" Ding! The system responded, "The Battle Saint body disregards comprehension and spiritual roots. There is no necessity to cultivate any specific martial arts or techniques. As long as one engages in continuous life and death battles, their strength will naturally increase. Moreover, during combat, one can intuitively grasp the most suitable and powerful techniques. The Battle Saint body is profoundly enigmatic." Gasp! Upon hearing the system's answer, Yi Feng could not help but draw in a breath of cold air. Such a formidable Battle Saint body was actually described by the system as a broken physique. "Xiao Fei, would you be willing to become a cultivator who charges at the forefront?" After he finished speaking, Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback, and then burst into a bitter laugh. If Huang Xiaofei truly aspired to be such a person, this powerful Battle Saint body would not be able to grant him that. "Brother Yi, while it's all in good fun, we cannot treat my life as a mere joke," Huang Xiaofei declared with a proud expression. "I may not excel in combat, but my ability to escape is absolutely top-notch." Observing Huang Xiaofei's self-satisfied demeanor, Meng Tongyu quietly shifted his body to the side. It was simply too embarrassing to associate with him. As cultivators, they were inherently defying the heavens, regardless of the circumstances. The temperament of their young master was simply unfit for the path of cultivation. Truly. However, upon hearing Huang Xiaofei's response, Yi Feng's countenance brightened with delight. For was this not a quintessential embodiment of a prodigal ambition? Whether Huang Xiaofei's aspirations might shift after acquiring the Battle Saint body had become a matter of insignificance. The mere fact that Huang Xiaofei entertained such thoughts rendered the bestowal of the Battle Saint body onto him a definitive act of extravagance. Indeed, it was truly so. Observing Yi Feng's gaze, which resembled that of a predator fixated on its prey, Huang Xiaofei inexplicably felt a twinge of apprehension. Allow me to recount two tales. Once, there was a spendthrift who possessed 10,000 shards of death sword intent. His sole desire was to squander them all. Ultimately, he encountered a particularly loathsome swordsman, an exceedingly rotund individual, whom he endowed with the utmost essence of death sword intent. Upon hearing this, both Huang Xiaofei and Meng Tongyu turned their eyes towards Yi Feng, their intuition guiding them to conclude that the spendthrift mentioned by Yi Feng was undoubtedly himself. To squander 10,000 shards of death sword intent, thereby granting an individual who detested sword cultivators the pinnacle of sword intent, was indeed a reckless act. Yet for that corpulent swordsman, it was tantamount to a lethal betrayal. Now, let us proceed to the second tale. The Battle Saint body, a remarkably potent combat physique, transcends the limitations of comprehension and spiritual roots. It does not necessitate the cultivation of techniques or martial arts. Rather, through relentless life and death battles, one can continually enhance their own prowess and potentially discover the most formidable martial techniques suited to their nature. Moreover, possessing the Battle Saint body means that the more grievous the injury sustained in combat, the more terrifying the power that erupts from within. Such a formidable combat saint body found itself in the hands of a prodigal son, who, in his folly, contemplated bestowing this extraordinary power upon an individual utterly averse to the thrill of battle, preferably one renowned for their exceptional talent in retreating. The more Huang Xiaofei listened, the more anxious he became. By the end, he felt an overwhelming urge to shout at Yi Feng, "You might as well just call my name directly." Meanwhile, Meng Tongyu grew increasingly excited. Although he had never heard of such a terrifying physique, it was Yi Feng who spoke of it, and he harbored no doubts whatsoever. The thought that their young master might truly possess such a fearsome combat saint body filled him with anticipation. If only they could instill within the young master an indomitable spirit for battle, the future achievements would be beyond measure. "Brother Yi, your tale is simply captivating." Yet, he added with a chuckle, "I was merely jesting. I hold profound admiration for those fearless cultivators who charge into the fray. How could I ever be likened to a coward?" adept only at fleeing. Were it not for my own fatal flaw, I would leap into the battlefield of the Heavenly Tao without hesitation, yearning for a thrilling life-or-death struggle. At this moment, Huang Xiaofei turned to Yi Feng, hastily defending himself, fearful that Yi Feng might indeed grant him the combat's saint body. Despite its immense power, he had no desire for it. He wished to avoid the relentless cycle of life and death battles, instead preferring to revel in a carefree existence as a dandy, enjoying several decades of indulgent living. As Meng Tengyu stood nearby, he was so infuriated by the words spoken that he felt an overwhelming urge to strike out. An opportunity as extraordinary as this was laid before you, yet you dare to express disdain? Chapter 61. Witnessing the legacy of a legendary warrior, Steward Meng. I entrust this decision to you. This chance is singular. If you wish for Xiao Fei to possess the battle saint body, then bring him to my guest room. Noticing the anxious Meng Tongyu beside him, Yi Feng promptly handed this arduous task to him. Steward Meng, no, I do not want this. Xiao Fei pleaded desperately. If my father discovers that I possess such a formidable physique, he will surely compel me to engage in battle every day. Such a life would drive me to madness. As Meng Tongyu approached him step by step, a fearful Xiao Fei cried out in desperation. Let me go, Steward Meng. Please release me. I do not want the battle saint body. Yi Feng stood on the second-floor corridor, observing the ashen-faced Meng Tongyu as he bore the wildly struggling Xiao Fei upstairs. He felt an immense relief at the decision he had just made. Otherwise, this burdensome task would have fallen upon him. Inside the guest room, no. Xiao Fei gazed in horror at the fragment emanating an eerie power in Yi Feng's hand, on the verge of losing his sanity. However, pinned in place by Meng Tongyu, he was utterly unable to move. 1, 10, 50. After an indeterminate amount of time, as Xiao Fei fully integrated the power of 10,000 fragments of the battle saint body, a brilliant golden radiance enveloped him. Simultaneously, a terrifying aura reminiscent of ancient times erupted, instantly sweeping across the entire town. Although the terrifying aura was fleeting, it enveloped the entire town, plunging its inhabitants into an abyss of endless fear. A desolate expanse lay before them, the ground stained a deep crimson by the blood that had been spilled. Scattered across the terrain were the dismembered corpses of various beings, humans, monstrous beasts, and nameless creatures alike. Not far away stood a mountain of bodies, where a blood-soaked man howled at the heavens, his numerous gaping wounds evoking an instinctive dread in all who beheld him. In that moment, a rift in space tore open the sky, unleashing a torrent of monstrous beasts, unknown entities, and human warriors in a frenzied surge. Fight! 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 The man's voice, low yet tinged with exhilaration, resonated as he radiated a brilliant golden light. Grasping his bloodied battle blade embedded in the mound of corpses, he charged headlong into the throngs of enemies. As his figure receded into the distance, Huang Xiaofei's presence drew ever closer into the line of sight of Yi Feng and Meng Tongyu, as if they were witnessing the legacy of a legendary warrior firsthand. Gasping for breath after emerging from the recent illusion, both men struggled to regain their composure. Damn it, system. Is this what you call a broken physique? Yi Feng cursed inwardly, exasperated. To him, the battle saint body was astonishingly formidable. The battle saint body, how terrifying it was. If the young master did not transform himself, he would never be worthy of possessing such a powerful physique. Meng Tongyu fixed his gaze intently upon Huang Xiaofei, his heart concocting an exceedingly reckless decision. Gulp. Oblivious to the tension, Huang Xiaofei felt a wave of unease wash over him as he caught sight of the alarming expressions on the faces of the two men. Ding! Congratulations, host, for exhausting today's frivolous expenditures. You are rewarded with 1,000 wasteful points and 3 9-tiered Yin-Yang Mysterious Array Flags. 9-tiered Yin-Yang Mysterious Array Flag. By releasing a modicum of spiritual energy to activate the flag, one can instantly set up an array capable of ensnaring a peak 9th layer tribulation realm expert for a duration of 10 hours. It is a consumable item. This flag does not trigger wasteful rewards. This is a splendid reward. Given that I require 3 more days to reach the Star Soul Sect, with this flag. I can enjoy peaceful nights without the worry of disturbances. Although this flag would undoubtedly serve as a formidable trump card in the hands of another. For the extravagant Yi Feng, being able to utilize it while resting at night is already a considerable acknowledgement of its worth. Brother Yi, have we concluded the matter? Huang Xiaofei inquired, sensing nothing unusual. However, I must clarify, regardless of the might of the battle saint physique, should it be buried in my possession. Do not hold me accountable. I have made it clear that I do not desire it. Once again stretching his body, and still feeling no peculiar changes, Huang Xiaofei hurriedly spoke to Yi Feng. That will not happen. Once we return Yi Xiao to the sect, I will personally request the president to guide you. From this moment forth, every battle I guide you, and it shall be a fight for survival. Should you fail to exert every ounce of your strength in our struggle, I will show no mercy. If you perish, your subordinates shall accompany you. Upon hearing this chilling declaration, both Yi Feng and Huang Xiaofei exchanged incredulous glances. Gazing at the impassive Meng Tangyu. Xiaofei, may you find solace in your own fate. Steward Meng is certainly not jesting, and you shall never fathom the spectacle we have just witnessed. After patting Huang Xiaofei on the shoulder, Yi Feng departed the guest room. Comprehending the gravity of Meng Tangyu's decision, for the scene they had just observed was profoundly harrowing. 10 minutes later, Meng Tangyu led Yi Feng and Huang Xiaofei away from the town, once again en route to the Star Soul Sect. The day swiftly waned, and as nightfall enveloped the land, the absence of nearby towns compelled them to find a spacious area to rest. Unbeknownst to Yi Feng, after his departure, Meng Tangyu conveyed something to Huang Xiaofei that rendered him unusually silent throughout the day. No one could discern the thoughts swirling in his mind. Steward Meng, I implore you to guide me from this moment on. Just as Yi Feng reclined upon the spirit stone bed hewn from spirit stones, preparing for rest, Huang Xiaofei finally spoke after a day of silence. What is the meaning of this? Just yesterday, you were vehemently resistant. How can such a transformation occur in merely a day? Observing Huang Xiaofei's solemn demeanor, Yi Feng suddenly felt as though he had been deceived into relinquishing his formidable combat prowess. However, the system's reward serves as sufficient evidence that bestowing the battle sage body upon Huang Xiaofei was indeed a reckless act. Thus, Yi Feng is now deeply intrigued as to what could have compelled Huang Xiaofei to make such a decision. Never mind. Yi Feng initially intended to employ the ability to glimpse the secrets of the heavens to uncover this mystery, but ultimately he relinquished the notion, knowing everything would render the experience utterly mundane. Bang! 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 Observing the fierce clash between the two combatants wielding their blades, Yi Feng casually retrieved a formation flag. After channeling a wisp of spiritual energy to activate it, he watched as the black flag soared above the trio. He murmured softly, "You continue your battle. I shall indulge in my slumber. With this formation flag in place, we shall remain undisturbed." With that, Yi Feng placed 109 patterned blood ginseng pills beside him and reclined on the spirit stone bed, surrendering himself to sleep. Unbeknownst to the three, a gray-robed elder was hastening toward their location at full speed, expected to arrive within mere minutes. Chapter 62. Raise your middle finger, come chase me. 3 minutes later. Stop. Upon witnessing the blood-soaked, desperate struggle between Huang Xiaofei and Meng Tangyu, the elder's expression turned urgent as he shouted, "What is happening? Have these two rascals truly gone mad?" As the president claimed? Noticing that the duo showed no reaction to his voice, Meng Haifeng, filled with anxiety, rushed toward them. The formation, however, when Meng Haifeng realized that he was less than 10 meters away from the two individuals and could not approach them despite his frantic efforts, an idea suddenly struck him. His gaze fell directly upon Yi Feng, who lay soundly asleep on the spirit stone bed. That person must be the young master Yi spoken of by the president. So young, yet it is inconceivable that he possesses such profound mastery of formations. He must have employed formation flags, and of a remarkably high grade at that. Otherwise, it would be utterly impossible to confine me, for I am a powerful cultivator at the 4th level of the Tribulation Crossing Realm. Meng Tangyu, cease this madness immediately. Have you lost your mind? Just then, Huang Xiaofei, gravely injured, fell to the ground and coughed up a mouthful of blood. With an icy demeanor, Meng Tongyu charged forward, wielding his battle knife and aimed to strike at his opponent. Witnessing this scene, Meng Haifeng shouted in desperation once more. Boom! With a resounding crash, he saw Huang Xiaofei, in a last-ditch effort, narrowly evade the fatal blow by twisting his body. Meng Haifeng released a long sigh of relief, though cold sweat had soaked through the robe on his back. Just moments ago, his son had nearly slain their own young master with a single strike. Had it not been for Huang Xiaofei's fortunate escape, he dared not contemplate the outcome. The formation flags. Where could they possibly be? Damn it, I do not understand formations, especially not ones of such high caliber. I cannot find a way to break through. As he observed the two below, now bloodied and battered yet still locked in fierce combat, Meng Haifeng felt an overwhelming urgency. Yet he was utterly incapable of overcoming the formidable barrier of the formation before him. Bang! Bang! At this moment, the exhausted Huang Xiaofei and Meng Tongyu finally collapsed to the ground. It was over, finally over. Upon witnessing the two of them fall, Meng Haifeng, who had been anxiously pacing within the maze, finally breathed a sigh of relief. What were they trying to do? Soon, Meng Haifeng noticed something unusual. Despite their grievous injuries and depleted stamina, both were still crawling toward the direction of Yifeng. Their eyes were resolute, their fighting spirit unyielding. When Meng Haifeng observed Huang Xiaofei's current state, he trembled uncontrollably, unable to believe this was the same debauched young master he had known since childhood. That was the blood ginseng pill. As the two continued to crawl, Meng Haifeng's gaze followed theirs, landing on 100 blood-red pills, entwined with strands of sanguine energy, neatly arranged on the ground. It took them a full 2 minutes to reach the blood ginseng pills, and without any hesitation, they each seized one and swallowed it. The terrifying efficacy of the pills began to rapidly heal their battered bodies. 5 minutes later, Huang Xiaofei had completely recovered after consuming just one 9-pattern blood ginseng pill, while Meng Tongyu required 2. Meng Butler, let's fight again. I can already sense the aura of the battle saint body, Huang Xiaofei declared, brimming with combat fervor as he gazed at Meng Tongyu. With a sharp clang, Meng Tongyu's battle blade emitted a crisp sound as he charged directly at Huang Xiaofei. Have they lost their minds? You truly are insane. Upon witnessing the two individuals, rejuvenated by the long-lost blood ginseng pill, engage in battle anew, Meng Haifeng's composure shattered entirely. An hour passed, then 2, and finally 7. As dawn's light began to break, the two continued their fierce confrontation, having consumed the blood ginseng pill 4 additional times within this span. At that moment, a faint golden glow flickered around Huang Xiaofei's form. It was swiftly obscured by the rising sun. Madman! Spendthrift! Meng Haifeng seethed from a distance of 10 meters, cursing incessantly. Even in the spirit of friendly competition, such lethal exchanges were unthinkable. A single misstep could result in fatal consequences. Moreover, despite their grievous injuries, resorting to the legendary blood ginseng pill was unwarranted, as a myriad of other elixirs capable of healing existed. The thought of the 15 blood ginseng pills already consumed made Meng Haifeng's heart bleed. Each was invaluable. Had he known that these pills were all the fabled 9-pattern pills, he might have fainted from sheer indignation. 2 more hours elapsed, and Yifeng stirred from his slumber. Observing the ongoing clash between the two, he felt a twinge of boredom, just as he prepared to inspect the spoils of his reckless spending from the previous day. He caught sight of Meng Haifeng seated nearby, grumbling in discontent. His expression shifted subtly as he mused, "Fortunately, I employed a formation flag last night." After observing that there was only an hour left for the array flag, Yifeng directly retrieved another flag from the system space and cast it forth, targeting the malevolent old man in gray robes, Meng Haifeng. This flag would effectively confine that old rascal for 10 hours. Given Meng's speed, even if he were to pursue after 10 hours, he would be utterly exhausted, and if he managed to catch up, I would simply provide him with another flag. With this thought, Yifeng couldn't help but display a hint of pride. Did he see me? It seems that the maze's effects are quite peculiar. Those outside can see those within, and As the controller of the flag, I can also observe those outside. However, I wonder if those two fellows can see me. Noticing that Yi Feng had just acknowledged his presence, Meng Haifeng began to speculate on some effects of this high-grade maze. Very well. I am eager to see how long your flag can endure. Once its power is exhausted, I shall experience your prowess firsthand and uncover how you manage to drive both the young master and my son to madness. With this thought, Meng Haifeng's attention returned to the fierce battle between Huang Xiaofei and Meng Tongyu. At this moment, he failed to notice that Yi Feng had swiftly thrown another array flag in his direction. Enough fighting. Let's hasten our journey. Yi Feng called out to the two combatants, urging them to move forward. Meng, it is crucial that we travel swiftly. We shall continue this later tonight. Huang Xiaofei, undeterred in spirit, responded fervently. Under the influence of the formation flags, Huang Xiaofei and Meng Tongyu remained oblivious to Meng Haifeng, who had been waiting outside for over half the night. Thinking of leaving? Upon witnessing Meng Tongyu summon his flying sword, ascending with Yi Feng and Huang Xiaofei, Meng Haifeng let out a cold sneer and likewise summoned his own sword, intending to directly intercept the trio. However, to his bewilderment, after dashing forward for over 10 meters, he found himself inexplicably back at his original position, abruptly realizing he was likely ensnared within a maze formation. Damn it, it's him! At that moment, as Meng Haifeng gazed at the departing figures, he caught sight of Yi Feng turning back and raising a middle finger at him. Chapter 63. I am a prodigal god, but I am not useless. Feeling the endless humiliation inflicted by Yi Feng, Meng Haifeng, in a fit of rage, unleashed the vast spiritual energy within him, frantically striking at the surroundings in an attempt to uncover the concealed formation flags. 2 hours later, having depleted a significant portion of his spiritual energy, Meng Haifeng finally calmed himself, ceasing his reckless expenditure of energy. Instead, he sat cross-legged, consuming a pill to restore his energy, and began to meditate. On the other side, you two fools have no idea that I shielded you from your enemies last night, do you? Reflecting on the furious gaze of the old man in gray robes fixated on Huang Xiaofei and Meng Tongyu, Yi Feng was convinced that the man was undoubtedly an enemy of the two. Considering a mercantile organization that had endured for millennia would surely have adversaries in this ruthless world. Moreover, given that Huang Xiaofei was the heir of the merchant guild, it was entirely plausible for their foes to seek to eliminate him upon hearing the news. Today's prodigal acquisition, 9-pattern blood ginseng pill 10,000. Alas, when Yi Feng discovered that today's extravagant acquisition amounted to a staggering 10,000 9-pattern blood ginseng pills, he couldn't help but utter an expletive, previously rewarded with 1,000. Only a little over 300 remained. The most pressing concern was that he had to consume the entire 10,000 today. Reflecting on the fact that the three of them had each consumed over 200 and felt satiated, he found today's bounty somewhat daunting. Wait, why must he consume them all? Could he not simply discard them? With this thought in mind, Yi Feng directly inquired of the system. System, these 9-patterned 8-rank blood ginseng pills are long-lost elixirs. If I carelessly toss them away, either they will remain undiscovered and be buried beneath the earth, or if someone finds them, they may not recognize their value, and they could even be gobbled up by passing little demon beasts. Surely, this qualifies as extravagant behavior? Ding! This qualifies as extravagant behavior. After a full 10 seconds, the system's voice finally resonated. Excellent. Upon hearing the system's response, Yi Feng couldn't help but smile. As long as the system acknowledged this as extravagant conduct, he needn't concern himself further. Even if discerning individuals were to collect every last one, it would no longer be his concern. Have we not yet at breakfast? Upon hearing Yi Feng's inquiry, Huang Xiaofei and Meng Tongyu turned to him, their faces revealing a hint of embarrassment. Brother Yi, this is on us. We failed to consider the possibility of camping outdoors, Huang Xiaofei said, filled with regret as he looked at Yi Feng. Why apologize? I merely wanted to remind you that while you may be without breakfast, I am not. As he spoke, Yi Feng produced several handfuls of 9-pattern blood ginseng pills. When the two saw the pills in his hands, They exchanged glances, their faces betraying a wry smile. To be candid, they had truly had their fill, even though the flavor of the 9-pattern blood ginseng pills was quite delightful. They had consumed over 200 just the day before, and they were genuinely not inclined to indulge again anytime soon. Moreover, after their fierce battle the previous night, had they possessed any other high-grade healing elixirs, they would have certainly refrained from consuming even a single 9-pattern blood ginseng pill. What are you dawdling for? Eat up. Upon noticing their hesitation, Yi Feng urged them on. 3 minutes later, after both had consumed 30 or 40 pills, they observed that Yi Feng had yet to partake. Instead, he silently watched them. Meng Tongyu, puzzled, inquired, "Yi Xiao, why aren't you eating?" "You go ahead. I'm not hungry," Yi Feng replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, their hands, which were busy filling their mouths with the pills, paused momentarily as they exchanged glances but chose not to comment, continuing their consumption instead. Finally, after they had ingested over 200 more pills, they gestured to Yi Feng, indicating that they could eat no more. "Once you're full, let's move around a bit. I still have over 9,000 9-pattern blood ginseng pills here. Manager Meng, please continue guiding the flying sword on our journey. Well, Xiao Fei, your task is to continuously distribute the blood ginseng pills along the way." Upon hearing these words, Huang Xiaofei quickly interjected, "Brother Yi, this does not seem advisable. If someone were to discover it, it could potentially jeopardize the Chamber of Commerce's exclusive plan to sell blood ginseng pills. And these are all 9-pattern blood ginseng pills. Xiaofei, I cannot believe you are the heir of the chamber and yet lack any business acumen. Even though these are indeed 9-pattern blood ginseng pills, there are merely over 9,000 of them, and using one means one less. In the grand scope of the Xuantian Continent, what significance do these blood ginseng pills hold? Do not mistake my words as disdain for your chamber, even if I were to provide you with a formula. Do you believe the alchemists nurtured by your chamber can concoct 9-pattern blood ginseng pills? And even if they can, how many can afford such extravagant prices? The bulk of sales will undoubtedly come from 5-pattern, 6-pattern, and 7-pattern blood ginseng pills. Your chamber targets the entire Xuantian Continent, with a sufficient number of alchemists. How many blood ginseng pills could be sold daily? Tens of thousands? Hundreds of thousands? Listening to Yi Feng's admonition, Huang Xiaofei felt a tinge of embarrassment. As Yi Feng pointed out, in the future, their chamber would be selling blood ginseng pills by the tens or hundreds of thousands daily, making the concern over these 9,000 seem trivial. What does it matter if they are 9-pattern? How many can actually afford them? Brother Yi, I have learned a valuable lesson, Huang Xiaofei stated sincerely as he looked at Yi Feng. As time passed and nightfall descended once more, Huang Xiaofei finally discarded the last of the blood ginseng pills. Simultaneously, Yi Feng successfully received a reward of 1,000 wasteful points, though no special rewards were bestowed. With no towns in sight, the trio had no choice but to spend another night camping in the wilderness. Please, continue your battle. This time, Yi Feng surprisingly chose not to recline upon the meticulously constructed spirit stone bed for slumber. With only the final flag of the yin-yang mysterious array remaining, he resolved to keep vigil throughout the night. Should that gray-robed elder dare to pursue him again, he would retaliate with an immediate counterattack. "You two rascals, I have exhausted my heart and soul for your sake." Observing the renewed camaraderie in combat between Huang Xiaofei and Meng Tongyu, Yi Feng felt akin to a reincarnated savior, selflessly safeguarding the duo without seeking fame or fortune. Ding! A reminder for the host. You may rest assured, for should danger arise, the wasteful guardian squad will come forth to protect you. At that moment, the system's alert tone resonated unexpectedly. System, I am a prodigal and extravagant individual. Yet I am not devoid of worth. Relying on the wasteful guardian squad for everything will lead me to feel utterly inadequate over time. He continued, moreover, those jars of elixirs, martial techniques, and spirit herbs. I could have long since utilized them to infinitely accumulate wasteful points. Yet, why have I not done so? I simply refuse to become a mere machine, fixated solely on amassing wasteful points. In his previous life, Yi Feng had been a diligent worker, and he discerned little difference between the wasteful points of this life and the meager salary he earned then. He was determined not to live in such a manner again. He aspired to relish life while simultaneously accumulating wasteful points. Much like a game, in this incarnation, he intended to savor the joy that gaming could bring, rather than be subjugated by it. Contemplating this, Yifeng couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. In his previous life, after enduring a year of relentless work, he finally granted himself a single day of respite, intending to immerse himself in an all-night gaming session followed by a day of blissful slumber. Who could have anticipated that he would suddenly find himself transported to the mystical realm of Xuantian Continent? Chapter 64. What the heck, Brother Yi? Are you playing so excessively? Meanwhile, as the power of the array flags dissipated, Meng Haifeng struggled to suppress his mounting fury. Armed with the blood spirit jade, which allowed him to sense the approximate location of Meng Tongyu, he set off in pursuit once more. In a short while, however, Meng Haifeng, riding his flying sword, suddenly descended rapidly towards the ground. What is this? 9-pattern blood ginseng pills. Upon noticing at least a dozen 9-pattern blood ginseng pills scattered around him, with a significant portion having been shattered to smithereens, Meng Haifeng felt as if his heart were bleeding. What waste! What utter waste! Meng Haifeng was certain that these blood ginseng pills had been carelessly discarded by Yifeng. Nevertheless, he meticulously gathered all the intact and shattered pills, stowing them away in his spatial ring. Rather than soaring skyward on his flying sword, he maintained a height of merely 1 meter above the ground, continuing his pursuit towards Meng Tongyu's location while simultaneously using his spiritual sense to search for any more discarded blood ginseng pills in the vicinity. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Upon discovering that he had collected over 500 intact blood ginseng pills and more than 2,000 crushed ones, Meng Haifeng's body trembled uncontrollably with rage. Even though these legendary blood ginseng pills rightfully belonged to another, he could not bear to witness them being so recklessly abandoned. No longer willing to search, Meng Haifeng propelled himself into the sky on his flying sword, racing at unparalleled speed towards the direction of Meng Tongyu. Numb from the fruitless search that had lasted a full 3 hours, he clutched a collection of both complete and incomplete blood ginseng pills, and to speak frankly, his feelings towards them had become rather indifferent. The following dawn, Yifeng abruptly rose from his spirit stone bed, observing the two individuals nearby, still engrossed in their deadly struggle. Without hesitation, he sprinted eastward. Utilizing his ability to glimpse the heavens, Yifeng realized that his adversary was closing in on his location. He wished to shield Huang Xiaofei's current state of cultivation from the disruptive presence of this foe. Thus, he resolved to ensnare the opponent from a concealed position. "It's you, my son," as Meng Haifeng, racing at breakneck speed, spotted Yifeng standing alone below. His expression shifted to one of urgency as he prepared to inquire about his son and the young masteress whereabouts. However, his attention was abruptly drawn to a black array flag that materialized in Yifeng's hand, causing his countenance to pale significantly. "Go!" Denying the adversary any opportunity to speak, Yifeng hurled the array flag with decisive force, witnessing the gray-robed elder spiraling within a defined radius. Yifeng's face lit up with pride as he defiantly raised his middle finger, audaciously proclaiming, "You old bastard, if you dare, come chase us further." With that, he turned his back and sprinted towards the direction of Huang Xiaofei and Meng Tongyu. "Scoundrel! You scoundrel! No matter where you flee, I shall ensure your demise in this lifetime." Upon witnessing Yifeng's abrupt departure after a bout of provocation, Meng Haifeng felt a surge of blood rush to his head, compelling him to swallow back the blood that threatened to spill forth. However, his complexion paled slightly, while the murderous intent in his eyes intensified chillingly. "Brother Yi, where have you been?" Upon Yifeng's return, he discovered that their training had concluded, which surprised him. "You finished so quickly today?" "Brother Yi, after these 2 nights of frenzied battles, I have fully integrated 1% of the battle saint body. Once I achieve complete integration, I will be able to unleash the true power of the battle saint body," Huang Xiaotian explained, his excitement evident. "Truly, the battle saint body requires such brutal combat for integration. Only after complete fusion can its genuine might be revealed. Hearing this, Yi Feng gained a new understanding of the battle saint body. All right, let's continue our journey. We shall not rest tonight. If all goes as planned, we should reach the Star Soul Sect by dawn. Considering that a formidable enemy was relentlessly pursuing them and lacking the yin-yang mysterious array flags, Yi Feng resolved to push forward with all his might. Once they arrived at the Star Soul Sect, should their adversary dare to follow, he would summon the bloodthirsty mantis to teach them a lesson they would not soon forget. At Yi Feng's remark, Meng Tongyu and Huang Xiaofei exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. Through their time together, they had come to understand just how much Yi Feng valued his rest at night. However, the two did not inquire about the reason behind Yi Feng's decision, for he must have had his own rationale in making such a choice. As he embarked once more on the journey to Xinghuan's sect, Yi Feng began to examine the results of today's extravagant expenditure. Today's extravagant item, heavenly grade superior technique, demon suppression treasure record. Upon witnessing the day's extravagant acquisition, Yi Feng displayed a hint of astonishment. For it was the first time that a technique had appeared among such items, and to top it off, it was a heavenly grade superior one, the pinnacle of techniques in the Xuantian Continent. To discard it outright, lacking in originality. To tear it apart, lacking in creativity. Suddenly, an idea struck Yi Feng, and he turned to Huang Xiaofei beside him and inquired, "Xiaofei, it has been several days since you last relieved yourself, hasn't it? Young Master Yi, as a cultivator, it is perfectly fine to abstain from food for an extended period. Moreover, any impurities produced within the body can be directly purified using spiritual power, eliminating the need to expel them as an ordinary person would," Meng Tongyu explained with a smile upon hearing this. "Indeed, Brother Yi, although my strength is modest, I possess this capability," Huang Xiaofei added in agreement. "No, you lack that ability," Yi Feng retorted, fixing his gaze directly on Huang Xiaofei. "What do you mean? I possess that ability. Why insist that I do not? Goodness, Brother Yi, you are playing such a twisted game, aren't you?" Suddenly, Huang Xiaofei felt a chill run down his spine as a terrifying conjecture surfaced in his mind. What should I do? Should I refuse? It is inconceivable that given such a formidable, battle-hardened body, I should be unable to endure this minor grievance. After much struggle, Huang Xiaofei gritted his teeth and turned to Li Feng, saying, "Brother Yi, I wish to relieve myself." To Huang's surprise, Li Feng erupted into laughter, a most wicked smile gracing his face, which left Huang feeling utterly unsettled, even though he had steeled himself for the moment. The malevolence in Li Feng's expression sent a wave of panic through him. "Go on, but remember to use this," Li Feng instructed as he let Meng Tongyu descend towards the ground, promptly placing an ancient tome of martial arts secrets in Huang Xiaofei's hands. Is this it? Huang Xiaofei stared at the yellowed pages of the book, momentarily taken aback, as it was not what he had anticipated. Chapter 65. Could you refrain from embellishing your own roles? Observing Huang Xiaofei scurry behind a large boulder, Li Feng felt a surge of cleverness. Using a top-tier celestial martial arts manual as toilet paper was an unparalleled extravagance. Meanwhile, behind the rock, Huang Xiaofei, engaged in his own business, found himself at a loss for words, almost forgetting how many years had passed since his last experience of such nature. In his boredom, he began to leaf through the aged book in his hands. Although the title had become too faded to discern, the content and illustrations were remarkably vivid. As he delved deeper, Huang Xiaofei became wholly absorbed, as if he had entered an extraordinarily profound realm. "This aura is not far from the rock." Meng Tongyu sensed the unusual resonance and was instantly rooted to the spot. A moment of enlightenment. This is the rare energy that emanates only upon entering such a state of realization. The exceedingly dull young master has unexpectedly entered the legendary realm of enlightenment, which is said to rival even the most fortuitous opportunities. "Yi Shao, what precisely was the book you just provided to the young master?" After the initial shock, Meng Tongyu hastily turned to Yi Feng for clarification. Upon noticing Meng Tongyu's somewhat unusual demeanor, Yi Feng, puzzled, responded, "It is merely a top-grade celestial technique." I thought a waste, so I considered having Xiao Fei use it as toilet paper. Yi Xiao, your kindness is beyond words. You have bestowed upon us an immense opportunity in such an ordinary manner. We shall forever remember this grace. However, upon hearing Meng Tongyu's seemingly nonsensical remarks, an inexplicable unease washed over Yi Feng, prompting him to urgently inquire, "But, Steward Meng, I do not quite grasp what you are saying." Yi Xiao, it appears that the battle saint body possesses many remarkable aspects that both the young master and I remain unaware of. Though only 1% has been integrated, you must surely recognize that the young master's comprehension has undergone a tremendous transformation. Otherwise, how could he be given a top-grade celestial technique to achieve enlightenment? Enlightenment? Achieving enlightenment with a top-grade celestial technique? By the heavens! Upon realizing, Yi Feng swiftly enveloped his right fist with potent fire spiritual energy and unleashed a powerful punch, causing a fire dragon, formed from the concentrated energy, to shatter the massive boulder. With a thunderous crash, countless fragments of varying sizes were sent flying in all directions, startling Huang Xiaofei, who had been deep in meditation behind the rock, and abruptly awakening him from his state of enlightenment. Huang Xiaofei, quickly use the technique manual I gave you as toilet paper. Upon witnessing the revelation of Huang Xiaofei, Yi Feng could not contain his astonishment, exclaiming loudly in disbelief. Huang Xiaofei was equally perplexed, as was Meng Tongyu beside him. However, Huang Xiaofei swiftly regained his composure and began to tear the secret manual of the cultivation technique in his hands, using it as mere toilet paper. Each page he ripped felt like a stab to his heart. Although his moment of enlightenment was fleeting, he had already discerned the name of this celestial-grade superior technique, the record of demon suppression, a pinnacle of martial prowess. A short while later, when Huang Xiaofei returned with the remaining half of the manual, Yi Feng insisted that he shred the rest of the manuscript entirely. Ding! The system's notification echoed, declaring, "Today's extravagance has resulted in total depletion, deducting 50,000 squander points." Upon hearing this announcement, Yi Feng felt utterly desolate, as he was left with merely over 60,000 squander points, having lost a staggering 50,000 in one fell swoop. He couldn't help but feel a sense of relief that he had discovered this in time. Had Huang Xiaofei continued his epiphany a moment longer, the deduction might have multiplied exponentially. At this moment, observing Yi Feng's increasingly grim expression, a sudden spark of understanding illuminated Huang Xiaofei's mind. "Brother Yi, I was wrong. You previously stated that possessing the battle saint body negates the need for any cultivation technique or martial art. Continuous combat alone would suffice to foster strength, and martial skills could be comprehended through life and death battles. All my energy should be devoted to fighting. How could I waste it on techniques, even those of the highest celestial grade? This must have been a test you set for me. I apologize, Brother Yi. I have let you down." At that moment, Huang Xiaofei looked at Yi Feng with a deep sense of guilt and said, "What on earth are you talking about? What trial are you referring to? I merely wanted you to help me squander some wealth. Can you refrain from dramatizing the situation?" Hearing Huang Xiaofei's words, Yi Feng nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. "So that is how it is. How foolish of me to have harbored resentment towards you, Yi Xiao, believing you had jeopardized the young master's fortune. My perspective was indeed narrow. Yi Xiao, you have selflessly undertaken all of this for the young master, and I humbly request your forgiveness for my earlier disrespect." At this moment, Meng Tongyu, standing nearby, also expressed his remorse. "What does this have to do with you? Why must you insist on inserting yourself into this?" Yi Feng was nearly driven mad by Meng Tongyu's presence. "Are you all out of your minds? I just wish to squander some wealth. This is clearly a movie, yet you insist on turning it into a soap opera. Let us go. Hurry up and make our way." He had given up trying to explain. Observing the two who were too engrossed in their roles, Yi Feng decided to abandon the situation. They could think whatever they wanted. Summoning his flying sword, the trio resumed their journey toward the Star Soul Sect. "Young master, it seems Yi Xiao is genuinely upset. Perhaps Yi Xiao has long been aware of your significant improvement in comprehension. Why did you not realize this sooner? Even if you have entered the legendary state of enlightenment, you should have been able to force yourself to awaken. Didn't I just come to this realization? Right now, Yi Xiao is undoubtedly still in a fit of anger. I truly don't know how to appease him. Why am I so foolish? Upon overhearing the hushed whispers of the two individuals, Yi Feng's expression darkened with palpable frustration. Given the proximity of their gathering, their furtive exchange seemed futile. Did they truly believe he was deaf? Their words were unmistakably directed at him. Enough was enough. He declared, I am no longer angry. Can we not engage in a civil manner? Yi Feng was exasperated. He could guarantee that had he not interjected, these two would have continued their chatter indefinitely. Rest assured, Brother Yi, I shall not disappoint you again. One day, when I achieve greatness, I shall become a sharp blade in your hand, clearing away all adversaries that lie before you. As Huang Xiaofei uttered these words, his eyes brimmed with earnestness. Upon hearing this, and observing Huang Xiaofei's serious demeanor, Yi Feng retorted, There is no need for that. I simply wish to enjoy life as it comes, undisturbed by your ambitions. Brother Yi, regardless of your needs, I will strive tirelessly to cultivate my skills and elevate our guild to become the foremost merchant association in the Xuantian Continent. Whenever you require assistance, my guild and I will be at your side without delay, no matter who your adversaries may be, even if it encompasses the entire Xuantian Continent. Wait, upon hearing this, Yi Feng gazed at the earnest Huang Xiaofei and could only think to himself, has he perhaps over-dramatized his own role? Reflecting on the fact that his second disciple has become an undercover agent for the Tianji Pavilion, and considering that his first disciple is the master of the Wanhua Valley, Huang Xiaofei, who can no longer be regarded as a junior, is now intent on establishing the foremost merchant association in the Xuantian Continent. It appears he is indeed orchestrating a grand scheme capable of influencing the entirety of the Xuantian Continent, while all he desires is to quietly indulge in his downfall. What on earth do you all intend to achieve? Chapter 66, The Bloodthirsty Mantis. That old man better not be serious. Observing the serious expression on Huang Xiaofei's face, Yi Feng could only entertain such thoughts, for he was powerless to alter others' perspectives. 10 hours later, as evening approached, Meng Haifeng, having finally escaped the labyrinth, soared into the sky on his flying sword, his furious presence as a fourth-level tribulation realm cultivator unleashed without restraint, causing countless individuals to hastily evade him, none daring to provoke him. As night fell, Meng Tongyu, accompanied by Yi Feng and Huang Xiaofei, continued their journey through the darkness. As they drew nearer to the Star Soul Sect, both Huang Xiaofei and Meng Tongyu began to inexplicably sense an overwhelming pressure. Their merchant association, having developed over several millennia, hardly prepared them for the sheer magnitude of the Star Soul Sect. The following morning, upon arriving at the Star Soul Sect, Huang Xiaofei and Meng Tongyu stood dumbfounded. Where was the so-called colossal entity? The sect before them, appearing exceedingly desolate, truly belonged to Yi Feng? Yi Feng, do you even intend to return? Just as they were lost in thought, a furious voice belonging to Luo Qianxue echoed from within the sect. Luo Qianxue, by Tian Hong, Xia Tianyu, Lung Wufeng, Luo Kai, and the illustrious Wu Tianjiu swiftly emerged from the sect. Xia Tianyu. However, Huang Xiaofei and Meng Tongyu's gazes were firmly fixed upon Xia Tianyu, as their trading association had established a certain collaboration with his Tianyu auction house. Naturally, although they were acquainted with Xia Tianyu, he was oblivious to their identities, for all dealings had been managed by their president, Huang Dahai. Yet, they could not fathom why the illustrious proprietor of Tianyu auction house would be present in such a modest sect. Master, how did they end up here? Yi Feng inquired curiously, pointing at Wu Tianjiao as he approached the irate Luo Qianxue. What have you been up to upon returning to our sect? Are you not aware of your own actions? Yi Feng, you truly are a commendable disciple of our master. You ventured out and not only lured back the 5 core disciples of our sect, but also returned with a guardian beast, and even an elder, Luo Qianxue said through gritted teeth, observing Yi Feng's bewildered expression. Wait. Luo Qianxue's gaze suddenly fell upon Huang Xiaofei and Meng Tongyu in the distance. For reasons she could not comprehend, their presence instilled in her a sense of foreboding. Who are they? Please do not tell me they intend to join our sect. She interrogated Yi Feng directly. Master, they do not plan to join our sect, he replied. Allow me to introduce you to Huang Xiaofei, the young master of the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce, and Meng Tongyu, the esteemed steward of the same. They have returned with their disciple primarily to discuss certain business matters with you, esteemed mentor. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, especially the playful smile that graced his lips, Luo Qianxue felt an inkling that this situation was far more complex than it appeared. After all, her sect had only recently been established. What kind of business dealings could they possibly have with such a prominent chamber? Meanwhile, standing behind them, Xia Tianyu exhibited a hint of skepticism upon recognizing the identities of the two. Although he was unfamiliar with them personally, he was well acquainted with Huang Dehai, the president of the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce. Is this fellow Yi Feng? At this moment, Luo Kai's gaze was fixed on Yi Feng, as he began to contemplate how best to ingratiate himself with him in hopes of acquiring some of the blood from the formidable purple thunder mad lion. Esteemed guests, our Xinghuan sect has been established for less than a month, and as you can see, we currently have but a handful of disciples. Most critically, our sect finds itself in dire financial straits, lacking the resources necessary to procure cultivation materials for our disciples. Therefore, I believe it would be prudent to forego any potential collaboration. Luo Qianxue stepped forward, her demeanor cold as she addressed Huang Xiaofei and Meng Tongyu directly. As the saintess of the Wujizong, even though she devoted the majority of her time to cultivation, she was nonetheless the daughter of the sect leader of the Xingjiazong. It was well known that even the formidable Xingjiazong maintained exceptional relations with various chambers and auction houses, purchasing a substantial amount of cultivation resources from them each month. However, upon hearing these words, Huang Xiaofei and Meng Tongyu were momentarily taken aback. Poverty-stricken? With Yi Feng, that prodigal son, around, how could your sect be in such dire straits? Not to mention, the over 9,009 pattern blood ginseng pills that were carelessly discarded previously could have purchased enough cultivation resources to sustain the current disciples of your esteemed sect for over a decade. Master Luo, I believe you may have misunderstood. Our purpose for coming here is not this. With that, Huang Xiaofei proceeded to elaborate on the details of the transaction regarding the blood ginseng pill formula. Stunned, Luo Qianxue stood frozen in place after hearing this. The blood ginseng pill formula, a long-lost 8th-grade alchemical formula, if it could indeed be refined and sold exclusively, the profits would be beyond imagination. But what relevance did this have to her? Daily, she relied on the sect's lack of resources to refuse those who sought to join. And now she was being told that the Xinghuan sect would receive a substantial influx of spirit stones every month. Master, as your personally taught eldest disciple and the senior brother of all the disciples in the sect, it is my duty to assist in the growth and prosperity of our sect. At that moment, Yi Feng approached, gazing at Luo Qianxue with righteous fervor, even envisioning how she would soon extol his virtues. For where else in the entire Xuantian Continent could one find such a dedicated disciple willing to invest both effort and resources for the sect? Observing Yi Feng's self-satisfied expression, eagerly anticipating praise, Luo Qianxue's face turned icy with rage, wishing she could strike him down with a single blow. I knew it. I knew these two had come with no good intentions. I knew that anything associated with this wicked disciple, Yi Feng, would never be a good thing. I have no desire to establish a sect. I simply do not wish to engage in such endeavors. This turmoil disrupts my cultivation plans, and I ponder when I shall ascend to the higher realms to exact my vengeance. At this moment, Luo Qianxue's mindset completely unraveled. Ding! An alert for the host. The gray-robed elder will arrive at the Star Soul Sect in 3 minutes, deducting one opportunity for today's insight into the heavenly secrets. It was then that the system's notification echoed within Yi Feng's mind, for he had previously commanded the system to utilize an opportunity for insight. Should the gray-robed elder dare to pursue further, he would be alerted just as they were about to catch up. Little blood, there's a gray-robed elder pursuing us, and he's about to reach the Star Soul Sect. Go ahead and intercept him. Do not kill him yet. Just beat him to the point where he cannot recognize even his own mother. Yi Feng gestured to the bloodthirsty mantis, which had transformed into human form, and issued the command to intercept. Chapter 67. Brother Yi, has someone been pursuing us these past few days? As you command, replied Little Blood with a swift flourish of his feather fan, even casting a glance at the two women among the five prodigies, Xuantian and Qianxue. Clad in white, the bloodthirsty mantis soared into the sky, vanishing from sight within moments. What was that? Were you just showing off? Witnessing the bloodthirsty mantis's fluid display of flair left Yi Feng utterly bewildered. How absurd. Even a beast has begun to embellish its own performance? Madness. Yi Feng felt that everyone around him, whether human or beast, was utterly abnormal. In the southeast direction of the Star Soul Sect, a pivotal moment arrived. The weary travelers finally paused to rest, and Meng Haifeng, filled with determination, believed that he would not be deceived by any remaining high-grade array flags. He vowed that if he did not exact his revenge, he would not be Meng Haifeng. As he sensed that Meng Tongyu had ceased his rapid flight, Meng Haifeng felt that the opportunity for vengeance was finally at hand. Suddenly, however, Meng Haifeng halted in mid-air, confronted by a young man in white, wielding a feather fan. Who obstructed his path? The young man spoke directly. I have no desire to kill you. Step aside. The bloodthirsty mantis, upon hearing this, could not help but chuckle, responding, a mere fourth stage of the tribulation realm, who granted you the audacity to pursue my master relentlessly. Who are you? Meng Haifeng's expression shifted to one of gravity as he realized that his opponent had discerned his cultivation level without him unleashing any aura. This indicated that the other's strength far surpassed his own. Wait, your master? You are a demon beast. Meng Haifeng's realization dawned upon him, and he gazed at the bloodthirsty mantis, his countenance changing drastically in alarm. With a sudden motion, the bloodthirsty mantis extended its right hand and pressed down with tremendous force. A suffocating wave of terrifying pressure descended, and despite Meng Haifeng's prior precautions, he could not withstand such overwhelming force. He fell to his knees in the void, trembling uncontrollably, utterly incapable of mounting any form of resistance. I am a formidable demon at the pinnacle of the ninth layer of tribulation, having endured 2 celestial lightning tribulations. If I cannot handle you, my master will surely be displeased. However, rest assured, my master has no intention of taking your life just yet. After I administer a thorough lesson, I will escort you to meet my master, and at that moment, your fate will rest entirely in my master's hands. As he spoke, the bloodthirsty mantis suddenly appeared before Meng Haifeng, delivering a devastating punch aimed directly at his face. It distinctly remembered the singular command from Yi Feng to strike until the opponent could no longer recognize their own mother, with the primary target being the face. Within the Star Soul Sect, Huang Xiaofei suddenly sensed a reaction from his transmission jade pendant and quickly infused a trace of his consciousness into it. Father, what are you saying? We have not seen Elder Meng. What? Elder Meng has been pursuing us for 3 days? Wait, you say Elder Meng just sent you a distress signal, and now he is on the brink of death? Upon concluding the transmission, Huang Xiaofei turned to Yi Feng. Anxiety etched upon his face. Yi Go, have you encountered a gray-robed elder in the past couple of days? I did not expect you to notice. There is no need for gratitude. We are now partners in this endeavor. However, I must caution you both. In the future, ensure that your whereabouts remain concealed from your enemies. Had it not been for me, that old man would have dispatched you long ago. You are both unaware of the extent of his obsession. He has pursued you relentlessly for nearly 3 days. Yi Feng gazed at Huang Xiaofei, a calm smile gracing his lips. Have I been discovered? If I hadn't, our esteemed Elder Meng from the guild would have met a dire fate at your hands. Moreover, why do you presume that the pursuers are intent on our demise? For 3 consecutive days, you've remained silent about this. The misunderstanding has escalated. At that moment, Huang Xiaofei felt on the brink of madness. He sensed that Yi Feng's intentions were undoubtedly benevolent, yet this was a grave misunderstanding. Brother Yi, please summon back the individual you dispatched previously. The one relentlessly pursuing us is none other than the father of Steward Meng. He is not our adversary. As he thought of Elder Meng's precarious situation, Huang Xiaofei's expression turned urgent as he hastily elucidated the matter to Yi Feng. The father of Steward Meng? What on earth? Upon hearing Huang Xiaofei's words, particularly observing his anxious demeanor, Yi Feng was taken aback, his mind buzzing with astonishment. The elderly man he had toyed with for 3 days was, in fact, Meng Tongyu's father? Pursuing? My father? Meng Tongyu, standing nearby, was equally bewildered, struggling to grasp the implications of their exchange. At that moment, a dull thud resonated from a distance, and an elder with a face swollen like that of a pig was unceremoniously thrown to the ground. Descending gracefully from the skies was a bloodthirsty mantis clad in white, wielding a feather fan, showcasing an artistry of combat to its zenith. Father! Meng Tongyu recognized the elder instantly, despite his disfigured appearance, and rushed towards him with urgency. At this moment, Luo Qianxue, Xuantian, Luo Kai, and the other elite members present cast peculiar glances toward Yi Feng. They had clearly overheard the exchange between the two, and in light of the current circumstances, everything became abundantly clear to them. The father of the Grand Steward of the Merchant Association had pursued them for 3 days. Yet Yi Feng had treated him like an adversary, mocking him for the same duration. To make matters worse, he had even allowed the bloodthirsty mantis to pummel the man into a state of utter humiliation. What kind of rational person would engage in such behavior? After a brief moment, when Huang Xiaofei recounted the entire sequence of events to Meng Haifeng, the latter was nearly in tears. He realized that he had been mistaken for an enemy, while in reality, they had merely been safeguarding their young master and his son. There was nothing he could do but silently bear this injustice, especially considering how fortunate he felt that the terrifying beast had not been commanded to eliminate him outright. That would have been an unbearable fate indeed. Old Meng, I sincerely apologize, he thought. However, when he regained consciousness, he found himself gazing at Meng Haifeng, who was seated on the ground, his eyes ablaze with fury, fixated on Huang Xiaofei and Meng Tongyu as they engaged in their fierce sparring. The man was incessantly muttering curses. What kind of normal person would exhibit such behavior? At this juncture, Yi Feng approached Meng Haifeng and began to awkwardly explain the situation. Upon hearing this, Meng Haifeng reminisced about their initial encounter. He had been infuriated by Huang Xiaofei and Meng Tongyu's reckless fighting style and their extravagant waste of the 9-pattern blood ginseng pills, leading him to unleash a torrent of curses. Little did he know that this very reaction had caused Yi Feng to misconstrue his intentions. Old Meng, it has been many years. I hope you have been well. At this moment, Xia Tianyu approached with a smile and greeted Meng Haifeng. Boss Xia. Upon seeing the visitor, Meng Haifeng was taken aback. He had encountered the man several times while accompanying the president, yet he never anticipated that he would find him here. Chapter 68. The little yellow dog breaks through the sword heart realm. The crowd went wild. What do you mean, Boss Xia? I no longer oversee the auction house. I am merely an elder of the Star Soul Sect now. After toiling for a lifetime, it is time for me to seek a place to retire. Xia Tianyu explained with a smile, looking at Meng Haifeng. What? Upon hearing Xia Tianyu's words, Meng Haifeng's expression changed in astonishment. He could hardly believe what he was told. This indicated that the Star Soul Sect was indeed extraordinary, possessing qualities that had captivated Xia Tianyu. Since your commerce guild wishes to collaborate with our sect, allow me to act as an intermediary and introduce you, he continued. This is our Star Soul Sect's leader, Luo Qianxue, who is also the cherished daughter of the Star Extreme Sect's leader, Luo Wuming. These 5 individuals are the core disciples of the Star Extreme Sect. You should be well aware of their significance. Bai Tianhong, elder of the Star Extreme Sect. Luo Kai, a longtime friend of Luo Wuming, currently serving as an elder of the Star Soul Sect. And there is no need for further introduction regarding the sect's guardian beast, Yi Feng's battle companion. Xia Tianyu glanced at Meng Haifeng, who was smiling as he briefly introduced the circumstances of the sect members, not without a hint of boasting. After all, they were old acquaintances, and now that he had become an elder of the sect, it was only natural to let others know of its formidable strength. Meanwhile, Lung Wufeng, standing in the back, felt on the verge of tears. With more individuals joining the sect, he sensed his presence diminishing. After all, he was the second disciple to join. At this moment, Meng Haifeng was already astounded. Who could have anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous sect harbored such terrifying potential? Suddenly, a surge of transcendent Huangquan sword intent soared from the distance, causing Meng Haifeng's expression to change dramatically. He had never expected that this small Xinghuan sect possessed such a gifted sword cultivator. Woof! Just then, a small yellow dog, brimming with excitement, dashed over from afar, leaving Meng Haifeng dumbfounded, as well as Huang Xiaofei and Meng Tongyu. Could it be that a dog had comprehended the pinnacle of Huangquan sword intent? Unbelievable. The others, upon witnessing the approaching little yellow dog, felt their facial muscles twitch uncontrollably, yet their eyes sparkled with deep envy. Not for any other reason, but because this little yellow dog was nurtured by Yi Feng, who generously bestowed upon it all his finest treasures. As the little yellow dog approached, Yi Feng couldn't help but smile, casually producing a sword heart advancement fragment and placing it upon the dog's forehead. As the crowd beheld the sword heart advancement fragment in Yi Feng's hand, an air of envy permeated their expressions, despite their ignorance of its true nature. They understood that whatever Yi Feng possessed, particularly items bestowed upon the little yellow dog, was far from ordinary. With a thunderous roar, the little yellow dog absorbed the power of the sword heart advancement fragment, unleashing a terrifying aura of Yellow Spring's sword intent that surged skyward. As this intent ascended, a visibly tangible yellow sword embryo began to coalesce and take shape. The sword heart realm, the nascent form of the sword embryo. The onlookers gasped in astonishment as they witnessed the gradual formation of the sword embryo. I knew it. I knew that whatever brother Yi held could not be mundane. Recalling the moment when Yi Feng had initially showcased the sword heart advancement fragment, both he and Steward Meng had been oblivious to its significance. However, given its association with the nine-leaf soul returning herb, the golden silkworm, star, shining stone, and the blood of an unknown, formidable demon, they had surmised it was no ordinary item. Little did they anticipate its terrifying potential, capable of allowing one to transcend to the sword heart realm through an ultimate understanding of sword intent. In that moment, Huang Xiaofei's expression softened with a sense of resignation. If he could casually bestow the formidable battle saint body upon himself, what could possibly be said about granting the sword heart advancement fragment for the use of dog? Breathe. I am not angry. I am not angry. It was his possession, and he may choose to bestow it upon whomever he desires. I am not angry. Although Luo Qianxue endeavored to calm her tumultuous emotions at this moment, her fury only intensified with each passing thought, nearly bringing her to tears. This was an extraordinary treasure capable of directly elevating one's sword intent to the realm of the sword heart. The venerable ancestor, Luo Qianxue, had spent centuries honing his craft, only achieving the sword heart realm after numerous fortuitous encounters on the battlefield of the Heavenly Dao. To think, this insufferable brat had previously distributed the invaluable remains of a formidable demon for roasting among countless disciples of the Star Extreme Sect. I had believed that was the pinnacle of his extravagance, yet I could hardly fathom he possessed such a treasure, and his profligate ways were blinding to my senses. At this juncture, Luo Kai felt a surge of relief for having made what he deemed the most prudent decision of his life, becoming an elder here. If Yi Feng could squander resources to such an extent, then surely even a mere dog could acquire such treasures, as long as he performed adequately. What was there to fear about missing out on a morsel? This was merely the basic maneuver of his junior disciple. How could all of you appear so naive and unworldly? Observing the astonished crowd, Chun Haoyu, the eldest brother of the 5 talents, began to mutter indifferently to himself. After declining Luo Qianxue's invitation, Meng Haifeng swiftly departed from the Star Soul Sect with Huang Xiaofei and Meng Tongyu. As he had pressing inquiries to address with his young master and son, including the transaction previously mentioned by Xuantian. Speak up. What transaction have you secretly concluded with the Star Soul Sect on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce? Do not dare to mention the blood ginseng pill formula. Although that lad possesses an abundance of blood ginseng, even the rare 9-pattern variety, I remain unconvinced that he truly possesses the formula. After departing from the Blood Soul Sect, Meng Haifeng directly interrogated the two. Boom! A faint yet palpable sense of unyielding battle intent erupted from within Huang Xiaofei, accompanied by a subtle golden radiance that enveloped him, causing Meng Haifeng to change countenance dramatically. Minutes later, Yi Gu realized that if Huang Xiaofei possessed such an extraordinary battle saint body, then the mere blood ginseng pill formula was insignificant. Huang Xiaofei wasted no words, demonstrating to Meng Haifeng with his formidable battle saint body that the blood ginseng pill formula, which they held in such high esteem, was akin to worthless paper in Yi Feng's eyes. The latter would never stoop to deceive them. If he claimed the formula was genuine, it surely was. Father, you cannot fathom that this battle saint body is far more complex than we previously described. Merely having fused 1% has already transformed the young master's comprehension dramatically. Even a high-grade celestial technique can be understood at a glance, leading to a state of sudden enlightenment. Meng Tongyu added in earnest. A high-grade celestial technique? Where? Upon hearing this, Meng Haifeng hastily pressed for details. For it was well known that even their Chamber of Commerce's most elite technique was merely a low-grade celestial one. Chapter 69, Luo Kai. I knew you were up to no good. After all, when toilet paper resolved a significant issue, Huang Xiaofei gazed at the anxious Meng Haifeng and, with an air of triumph, declared that he felt this was undoubtedly the most extravagant thing he had ever done in his life. What? Upon hearing this, Meng Haifeng, infuriated, raised his right hand, ready to strike, but suddenly recalled that the other party was indeed the young master of his clan. He ultimately decided to reserve that slap for the president instead. Let us proceed. If the blood ginseng pill is genuine, I shall accompany the president to visit the Xinghuan sect once more. A profit of 1% is out of the question, while the other party extends us a courtesy. We cannot feign ignorance. At the very least, we ought to offer them a profit of 2 or 3%. Inside the grand hall of the Xinghuan sect, Master, is there something you wish to discuss? Upon being summoned alone by Luo Qianxue, and especially under her unfriendly gaze, Yi Feng felt a twinge of trepidation, though he pondered that he hadn't caused any trouble recently. My cherished direct disciple, I must admit, I have underestimated you. She continued, you have been away from the sect for only a few days, yet how many titles have you now acquired? The 6th core disciple of our sect, an honorary elder. You have established your own faction and even taken the master of the Wanhua Valley as your disciple. Direct disciple, elder, ancestor. Pray tell, what title do you wish me to bestow upon you? Luo Qianxue inquired, her fury barely contained. Hee. Yi Feng chuckled awkwardly in response, surprised that Luo Qianxue had become aware of all these matters so swiftly. Master, I assure you, in life, I am your most cherished disciple, and in death, I shall remain your devoted disciple. I shall forever be your beloved apprentice. At this moment, Yi Feng pounded his chest and proclaimed with sincere fervor. However, in the depths of his heart, he contemplated the opportunity to cultivate a deeper bond with his master, for he had not ruled out the possibility of assuming another identity as a partner in the future. Although Luo Qianxue appeared perpetually cold, Yi Feng was well aware that beneath her sharp tongue lay a tender heart. He firmly believed that as long as he quietly supported his master in strengthening the sect, there would eventually come a day when she would be moved by his efforts. After all, he was a prodigal deity, possessing an abundance of spirit stones. Reflecting on a film he had seen in his previous life, where Xia Zhu had no interest in money, yet every moment that Wang Duyu touched her heart was through wealth, Yi Feng was convinced that if he persistently showered the sect with spirit stones, he would ultimately win his master's affection. Though unaware of Yi Feng's thoughts, his words nonetheless brought a flicker of warmth to Luo Qianxue's heart. Regardless of the nature of their teacher-disciple relationship, Yi Feng was, after all, her only true disciple across 2 lifetimes. Master, my prodigal remarks were merely jest. This matter was likely conveyed to you by my junior sister. But did she fail to mention that the leader of Wanhua Valley actually became my disciple due to losing a bet with me? Furthermore, I have no desire to be the esteemed elder of our sect. I simply could not resist the insistence of the 5 ancestral elders in bestowing such a title upon me. Observing that Luo Qianxue remained silent, Yi Feng proceeded to clarify once more. Upon hearing Yi Feng's explanation, Luo Qianxue was taken aback to discover that there were aspects of the matter she had been previously unaware of. If Yi Feng's assertions held true, then he could hardly be blamed for the circumstances at hand. His status as an elder had been conferred upon him by the 5 great ancestors, and accepting the leader of the Wanhuagu as a disciple stemmed from a wager. This realization made it difficult for her to maintain her anger. Nevertheless, she decided to let the matter rest. The Grand Ancestor reached out to me once, she continued, adopting an air of mystery. He instructed me to remind you of something. Regardless of how many top-tier spiritual crystals you possess, you must not squander even a single one. While it is permissible to expend mid-tier crystals, the top-tier ones must be preserved in their entirety. At this point, Luo Qianxue inquired, "Are you aware of a mysterious location within the Heavenly Dao battlefield?" "Master, could you be referring to Tian Dao City?" Yi Feng replied, "I visited it previously, alas. My Heavenly Dao token only permitted me a brief stay of half a day. Unfortunately, I spent most of that time wandering about, and, upon recharging, I was promptly transported out. Top-tier spiritual crystals, a mysterious place within the Heavenly Dao battlefield." Upon grasping these pivotal pieces of information, Yi Feng sensed that Luo Qianxue was indeed referencing Tian Dao City, prompting him to share his own experiences there. Meanwhile, Luo Qianxue had intended to pique Yi Feng's curiosity, only to be surprised that he not only mentioned Tian Dao City, but had also already been there. Her composure shattered. She realized the irony of the situation. The information about Tian Dao City had originally come from the Grand Ancestor, and to discover that her extravagant disciple had already visited left her feeling quite exasperated. "Master, Tian Dao City is quite an exciting place. Allow me to share my experiences with you." Subsequently, Luo Qianxue, like an inquisitive child, listened intently as Yi Feng narrated the wonders of the technologically advanced Tian Dao City, utterly captivated and yearning to witness those remarkable innovations firsthand. "Rest assured, Master, after a while, I shall venture to the Tian Dao battlefield and surely procure several Tian Dao orders for you. When the time comes, I will escort you to Tian Dao City so you can relish the experience. Even the formidable Tribulation Realm experts will line up to serve you tea." Yi Feng proclaimed with a hearty laugh. Upon hearing these words, Luo Qianxue's gaze toward Yi Feng shifted as she sensed the sincerity behind his declarations. In that moment, she felt fortunate to have such a reckless disciple who considered her well-being above all else. A change had occurred. Master's gaze toward me has transformed. Realizing that Luo Qianxue's perception of him had altered, Yi Feng's heart soared with joy, recognizing that their bond had deepened effortlessly. Suddenly brought back to reality, Luo Qianxue met Yi Feng's beaming expression, and recalling her earlier emotions, her cheeks flushed a delicate shade of crimson. She waved her hand and said, "All right, you may leave now. I will promptly report the situation regarding Tian Dao City to the Grand Ancestor." Observing her newfound shyness, Yi Feng understood the importance of not rushing things, nodded in acknowledgement, and departed from the grand hall of the sect. "Yi Feng, allow me to introduce myself. I am Luo Kai, a newly appointed elder of the sect, and I specialize in physical cultivation. Should any laborious tasks arise, do not hesitate to call upon me. The esteemed Bai Lao and Xia Lao are advanced in age. It is best not to trouble them unnecessarily, lest they become fatigued." Luo Kai had been waiting outside the grand hall of the sect, and upon seeing Yi Feng emerge, he hastened forward with a smile to introduce himself. "Luo Kai, I had a feeling you came here with not so noble intentions." At that moment, the furious voice of Bai Tianhong echoed from a distance. As he and Xia Tianyu approached, visibly fuming, Luo Kai's expression turned slightly awkward. Who would have imagined that his very first instance of speaking ill behind someone's back would lead to such an immediate confrontation? Chapter 70, Yi Feng, a walking treasure trove of opportunities. Esteemed elders, it appears there are no laborious tasks today, and tomorrow's workload remains uncertain. However, should any physical labor arise, I shall not hesitate to seek your assistance, if you would permit it." Observing the tense atmosphere between the three, Yifeng quickly assumed the role of mediator, fully aware of their true intentions, to acquire something of value from him. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Bai Tianhong and Xia Tianyu exchanged a cold snort towards Luo Kai before turning to depart. Luo Kai managed a somewhat awkward smile at Yifeng before also making his way into the distance. Whether it was awkward or not mattered little. After all, Yifeng had promised him an opportunity, and that was sufficient. He had come for one purpose: the precious blood of the great demon in Yifeng's possession. Junior apprentice. Upon Yifeng's return to his residence, the exuberant figures of Wu Tianjiao and Lung Wufeng rushed towards him with an air of excitement. Sighing helplessly at the sight of the 6 individuals approaching, Yifeng couldn't help but acknowledge that exceptional individuals invariably attract attention wherever they go. Junior brother, I never anticipated that during your brief absence, you would ascend from the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Qi movement realm to the apex of the 9th layer of the Foundation establishment realm. It seems you must have encountered tremendous fortune on the Heavenly Dao battlefield. Chun Haoyu remarked, astonished by Yifeng's remarkable advancement. Yet, Lung Wufeng, overhearing this, merely scoffed. Unlike Wu Tianjiao, who had not witnessed Yifeng's meteoric rise akin to a rocket, he had observed it firsthand. The notion of Yifeng reaching the 9th layer of the Foundation establishment realm did not surprise him in the least. He would not have been astonished even if Yifeng had ascended to the 9th layer of the Tribulation Crossing realm. Moreover, he was certain that Yifeng's advancement had nothing to do with fortune. Master brother, how many minutes did it take you to break through? Did you leap directly from the 9th layer of the Qi movement realm to the 9th layer of the Foundation establishment realm? As the others gathered, Lung Wufeng felt increasingly overshadowed. With the return of his beloved master brother, he was determined to establish his presence beside him. Upon hearing Lung Wufeng's words, Wu Tianjiao and the others were momentarily taken aback, and after recovering from their surprise, they burst into laughter, looking at Lung Wufeng as if he were a complete fool. Unfettered by malice, I assure you, my dear junior brother Lung Wufeng, that your pursuits in alchemy may have clouded your judgment. While it is undeniable that our junior brother Yifeng possesses extraordinary talents, the notion that he could leap from the pinnacle of the Qi movement realm directly to the apex of the Foundation establishment realm, bridging 2 significant tiers, is utterly implausible. Such a feat, even in the context of ascending 2 minor realms, would be regarded as an extraordinary stroke of fortune, necessitating further consolidation of one's newfound stature. Moreover, the process of forging the spirit lotus is of paramount importance in Foundation establishment, akin to the initial challenge of cultivating the spirit sea for any practitioner. At this juncture, Chun Haoyu expounded upon this matter for Lung Wufeng, whose prowess remained at the zenith of the Qi integration realm, still unprepared to forge the spirit lotus and challenge the Foundation establishment. My dear Wufeng, you cannot fathom the exhilaration I experienced when I transcended from the pinnacle of the Qi movement realm to that of the Foundation establishment. Regrettably, the monumental scene of my breakthrough went unobserved by any witnesses. As he reminisced, Yifeng recalled the 2 corpses that lay in the cave, a striking reminder of the embarrassing truth that they were the only witnesses to his momentous transformation. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, the 5 young talents were momentarily struck dumb. While they may have harbored doubts regarding Lung Wufeng's assertions, Yifeng's declaration commanded their unwavering belief. Though their acquaintance was brief, they recognized one undeniable truth. Whatever Yifeng proclaimed was undoubtedly authentic, for he had no reason to deceive them. If indeed true, they could scarcely imagine the staggering spectacle of such a formidable ascension. Without wind, it stands to reason that after consuming such a substantial quantity of the 9-pattern pure profound pills, your constitution should have undergone a revolutionary transformation. The 5 talents swiftly surrounded Lung Wufeng, eagerly employing their spiritual energy to examine his physique. Pure to the utmost, this was the singular thought that emerged after their scrutiny. Junior brother Wufeng, just how many 9-pattern pure profound pills did you consume? The pure profound pill is of the highest grade? Chun Haoyu questioned Lung Wufeng. his face reflecting astonishment as he voiced his inner curiosity. Third grade, 9-pattern pure, profound pills. I've lost count of how many I consumed. It ended only when I could no longer take it and had to vomit. Fortunately, my strength is at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the spirit fusion realm, making these third-grade pills effective for me. One could say this opportunity was bestowed upon me by senior brother. Luo Feng explained, his expression brimming with pride as he addressed the 5 talents. What being a genius, setting aside other considerations. Merely the fact that his body has been cleansed by countless 9-pattern pure profound pills suggests that his future accomplishments may not fall short of theirs. Envy. To indulge to the point of excess, such extravagant behavior indeed aligns with junior brother style. Moreover, if their bodies could be refined to such an extent, combined with their innate talents, comprehension, and spiritual roots, one could hardly fathom the terrifying heights they might reach. In that moment, no one among the 5 talents dared to underestimate Luo Feng. With such an untainted constitution, his future achievements could very well rival their own. Master brother, my initial intention was to strive for the foundation establishment stage. However, my master has advised me to wait for your return, as the process of establishing one's foundation is a crucial step for cultivators. Observing the astonished expressions of the 5 heavenly prodigies, Luo Feng turned to Yi Feng to explain. So that is the case. At present, I do not possess any items that could assist you. You'll have to wait for now. After hearing this, Yi Feng understood Luo Qianxue's meaning. However, he indeed lacked anything that could aid Luo Feng at the moment and could only bide his time. Upon hearing the conversation between the two, the 5 heavenly prodigies felt a surge of envy, their eyes practically glowing with it. Luo Feng's pure body constitution was already formidable, and if he were to receive Yi Feng's assistance during his foundation establishment, he would undoubtedly soar to new heights. With Yi Feng's promise, it could be said that Luo Feng's future achievements would far surpass theirs. Contemplating this, the 5 heavenly prodigies felt a wave of discomfort. Why had they not encountered Yi Feng earlier during their own foundation establishment? Such an encounter would have drastically altered their destinies. Wait! Suddenly, the 5 heavenly prodigies recalled an important detail. They were all at the 9th level of the Purple Mansion realm, with only Xuantian having reached the pinnacle of the 9th level. The next step for him would be to refine the lotus and transform the spirit, striving for the nascent soul realm. The nascent soul realm is also an exceedingly significant milestone in cultivation. With this in mind, especially Xuantian felt fortunate that he had been suppressing his cultivation and had not rashly attempted to break into the nascent soul realm. Otherwise, he would have missed yet another monumental opportunity. At this moment, the 5 heavenly prodigies looked once more at Yi Feng, feeling that he was akin to a walking treasure trove of opportunities. Chapter 71. Favoring others is inferior to favoring one's own secting. A random task has been issued. The host is required to lead the brothers of the sect to participate in the Secret Realm Sect competition hosted by Tianyang Sect. The sole stipulation of the task is that the host must secure the 2nd place, while the brothers cannot attain the 1st place. Successful completion of the task will yield a substantial reward of squander points, whereas failure will result in a significant deduction of said points. The task may be declined. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated within Yi Feng's mind. A Secret Realm Sect competition, and I must achieve 2nd place? Upon hearing the system's announcement, Yi Feng couldn't help but smile wryly, although he was oblivious to the specifics of this Secret Realm Sect competition. The requirement to attain 2nd place seemed fraught with challenges. Moreover, ensuring that his fellow brothers did not clinch the 1st position likely served to prevent him from exploiting any loopholes. Senior brother, are you aware of the Secret Realm Sect competition organized by Tianyang Sect? After a moment of contemplation, Yi Feng turned to Xuantian, directly inquiring. If he was unaware, Yi Feng would need to consult their master, Luo Qianxue. However, upon hearing Yi Feng's question, Xuantian exhibited a look of surprise and curiosity. Junior brother, how do you know about this matter? Indeed, a few days ago, someone claiming to be from Tianyang Sect delivered an invitation. specifically inviting our Xinghuan sect to participate in this secret realm sect competition. However, I am uncertain about the discussions that transpire between them and our sect leader, as our sect leader ultimately declined the invitation. Soon, Chen Haoyu recounted all that he knew. Is that so? Then I shall inquire with our master. With that, Yi Feng hurried once more towards the grand hall of the sect. Is there something amiss? Upon seeing Yi Feng return, Luo Qianxue coldly inquired. Master, I heard from senior brother that a few days ago, someone claiming to be from Tianyang sect delivered an invitation to our sect. Is this true? Yi Feng gazed at Luo Qianxue, who had broached the subject so directly. Indeed, the Tianyang sect is the only first-rate sect in the vicinity, and they have sent invitations to dozens of neighboring sects for the upcoming Secret Realm sect competition. However, any sect that agrees to participate must contribute a certain amount of cultivation resources to a small secret realm controlled by Tianyang sect. Moreover, each sect is subject to a limit on the number of participants, and ultimately, the amount of cultivation resources one can secure within the secret realm will depend on individual capabilities. It appears equitable, yet the small secret realm is under the dominion of Tianyang sect. The environment and terrain have likely been thoroughly memorized by their own disciples. Thus, the participating sects are at a disadvantage, and in the end, it is the Tianyang sect that will reap the benefits. Luo Qianxue seemed to discern the underlying truth, articulating the circumstances surrounding the Secret Realm sect competition. Master, I am eager to participate in this competition, Yi Feng declared, revealing his intentions. Alas, our sect is in dire straits, unable to produce such cultivation resources. Just as Luo Qianxue was about to finish her lament, she suddenly noticed that Yi Feng appeared to be growing increasingly exhilarated. His gaze was intensely fervent, as if he was eagerly anticipating her next words. It was maddening. At that moment, Luo Qianxue was utterly exasperated. She had completely forgotten that her beloved disciple was a reckless spendthrift. She feared that as soon as she mentioned their lack of resources, he would boastfully declare, "But I have them, Master. Are you unable to procure those cultivation resources?" "I have them." Observing Luo Qianxue falter at such a critical juncture, Yi Feng became anxious and promptly interjected with her unspoken thoughts. "Master, you are well aware of the efficacy of the enlightenment pills. I do not possess many, but I can offer 50. As for the 9-leaf soul returning herb, I have a few. I shall present 50 of those as well. Additionally, I can part with 3 pieces of the golden silkworm, star shining stone. And I have a substantial amount of the blood of the purple thunder-frenzied lion. I can provide 100 drops." As Luo Qianxue beheld the array of treasures Yi Feng was offering, envy coursed through her veins, causing her to tremble with indignation. How could her extravagant disciple possibly consider utilizing such a plethora of treasures as cultivation resources for the secret realm? Is there truly such a thing as being this wasteful? It would not be an exaggeration to assert that even if every sect participating in the upcoming grand competition pooled all their cultivation resources, it would scarcely amount to a single drop of the blood of the purple, thunder-frenzied lion. "Master, will this be sufficient?" At this moment, Yi Feng turned to Luo Qianxue and inquired, seizing the opportunity to indulge in extravagant folly. He envisioned the chaotic scene where dozens of disciples from various sects would go utterly mad over the treasures he had to offer, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. As a connoisseur of extravagance, it was only fitting that he showcased his lavish antics to as many as possible. Taking a deep breath, Luo Qianxue suppressed the urge to strike Yi Feng with her delicate hand and spoke directly. "You should submit these items to the sect. For the upcoming sect competition, I will ensure that the necessary cultivation resources are prepared." "Ah, you enjoy being wasteful, do you? Then I shall confiscate all your prized possessions and see how you engage in extravagance." With this thought, the previously cold expression on Luo Qianxue's face suddenly transformed into a smile, reminiscent of glaciers melting and nature awakening, utterly enchanting. However, upon hearing her words, Yi Feng waved his hand and promptly stored all the items on the ground into his system space, casting a wary glance at Luo Qianxue. "What is the meaning of this? I instructed you to submit them to the sect, yet you have chosen to keep them?" Luo Qianxue's triumphant smile instantly froze upon witnessing Yi Feng's actions. Master, I cannot submit these to the sect, Yi Feng declared resolutely, his determination evident. Why not? Luo Qianxue was bewildered. You are so extravagant that you have even provided the sect with a long-term source of income, yet you refuse to part with these items. This defies logic. Knowing that if I were to present these items to the sect, my master would undoubtedly treat them as treasures. I cannot allow such worthless trinkets to occupy the sacred treasury of our sect. They must be squandered. Not to mention, if you wish to use the 9-leaf rejuvenation herb for foot baths, I shall gladly offer it to you. Yi Feng explained earnestly at that moment. You. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Luo Qianxue pointed at him, unable to articulate her frustration. If Yi Feng were to truly submit everything, she would indeed place all those treasures on display, never anticipating that Yi Feng had already foreseen this. Very well. Luo Qianxue gritted her teeth and looked directly at Yi Feng, declaring, You cannot take these items away. Since you wish to participate in the Sect's grand competition, I will take responsibility for the necessary cultivation resources. However, all the items you have just revealed must be submitted to the sect. You tell me how you wish to squander them, and I shall comply. At last, Luo Qianxue made a decision that would alter the course of her life. Rather than allow outsiders to benefit, it was better to indulge in extravagance within the sect and permit its members to enjoy this wave of fortune. Chapter 72. The Saintly Body of Combat, Luo Qianxue's Psychological Shadow. Hearing this, Yi Feng was somewhat taken aback. This was not the master he knew. Yet soon, he found himself smiling. If Luo Qianxue were to indulge this time, a second occasion would surely follow. Extravagance is undoubtedly an addictive pursuit. Before long, Yi Feng retrieved all the items he had previously stashed away. How do we utilize these 50 enlightenment pills? Luo Qianxue inquired, pointing directly at the pills. Elder Bai, Elder Xia, Elder Luo, the 5 talents, Lung Wufeng, the bloodthirsty mantis, and master, each of you shall divide 2 pieces among yourselves, while the remaining 28 shall be bestowed upon the dog. This was originally intended for it, as I had planned to bring it back for its consumption. Upon hearing Yi Feng's extravagant manner, even though Luo Qianxue had mentally prepared herself, she was still incensed. Each of them received only 2 pieces, yet a single dog was to consume 28? Moreover, what does it mean that it was originally prepared for the dog? Are they actually competing with the dog for the elixirs? Exhaling a breath, Luo Qianxue struggled to suppress the fury within her and pointed at the 50 stalks of 9-leaf resurrection grass, inquiring, What about these 9-leaf resurrection grasses? Let us soak our feet. Regardless of whether you are brothers or elders, everyone works hard each day. Soaking our feet in 9-leaf resurrection grass before bed would undoubtedly be a delightful indulgence. As per tradition, each of you shall divide 2 stalks among yourselves, while the remaining 28 shall serve to give the dog a bath. Bang! Upon hearing that last statement, Luo Qianxue could no longer contain her wrath. The tiles beneath her feet shattered instantly, and her turbulent spiritual energy enveloped her, indicating she was on the verge of an explosive outburst. Master, perhaps we should place all of these into the secret realm. Witnessing Luo Qianxue, who appeared ready to erupt at any moment, Yi Feng hastily suggested. Inwardly reflecting, it seems I have overestimated Master's psychological endurance. No need. I find her distribution method quite satisfactory. Upon hearing Yi Feng's proposal, the volatile spiritual energy surrounding Luo Qianxue dissipated in an instant. With a smile, she turned to Yi Feng and continued to inquire. What about these 3 pieces of golden silkworm starshine stone? The golden silkworm star stone is merely a spiritual or intended for weapon forging. I plan to utilize it to craft some kitchen knives for our sect's culinary endeavors, and perhaps a few hoes as well. Surely, every sect must possess a spiritual herb garden, right? Observing that Luo Qianxue had regained some composure, Yi Feng continued to share his thoughts. Kitchen knives? Digging hoes? I must endure. Luo Qianxue suppressed the fury simmering within her. But the notion that the powerful golden silkworm star stone would be transformed into such mundane tools was elevating her blood pressure. She had initially believed she could withstand Yi Feng's extravagant tendencies, but it now appeared she had overestimated her own resilience and underestimated his reckless extravagance. And with the last 100 drops of the great demon blood, it was the final hurdle. Luo Qianxue continually encouraged herself, convinced that she could endure. These 100 drops of great demon blood could be used for just as she contemplated using the blood to nourish flowers. Yi Feng noticed Luo Qianxue glaring at him with a terrifying intensity, causing him to stifle the words he had intended to utter. This was the first time Master attempted to be extravagant. Her emotional fortitude was evidently insufficient. It's best to take it slow. With this in mind, Yi Feng smiled at the unwavering Luo Qianxue and said, "We could consider these 100 drops of great demon blood as reward for the sect. For instance, when a disciple makes a significant breakthrough in their cultivation, or when an elder contributes immensely to the sect, they could be granted a certain amount of great demon blood. What do you think, Master?" Upon hearing Yi Feng's approach to utilizing the blood of the great demon, Luo Qianxue finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her gaze towards him softened considerably. "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest." Luo Qianxue refrained from disputing with Yi Feng regarding the extravagant use of the enlightenment pill. 9-leaf rejuvenation grass, and golden silkworm, star stone. The fact that the blood of the great demon would be utilized judiciously made her feel that Yi Feng had granted her considerable respect. She was not naive. She had distinctly sensed that Yi Feng had altered his extravagant methods concerning the blood of the great demon. Olbai, inform everyone to assemble immediately at the main hall of the sect. At that moment, Luo Qianxue conveyed her thoughts to Olbai, who was not far from the main hall. She then turned her attention back to Yi Feng, inquiring earlier. Huang Xiaofei and Meng Tongyu seemed to have spent several days together. Pray tell, how did you indulge excessively? Aware that Yi Feng had a penchant for extravagance, Luo Qianxue could not suppress her fervent curiosity. It wasn't too extravagant, really. I made them consume the 9-pattern blood ginseng pill to the point of excess, and I suspect they won't be partaking of it again anytime soon. Upon hearing this, Luo Qianxue exhibited little reaction, now that she possessed the pill formula. Even if it were challenging to refine the 9-pattern version, its efficacy would merely be slightly diminished. After all, it was still a blood ginseng pill. An overindulgence was not particularly alarming. I also possess a top-tier heavenly cultivation method, which Huang Xiaofei has been using as toilet paper. Upon hearing this, Luo Qianxue could no longer suppress the twitch at the corner of her mouth, her gaze towards Yi Feng reigniting with fury. A high-grade celestial technique. It is indeed a high-grade celestial technique. Even the Star Extreme Sect, which has been passed down for tens of thousands of years, possesses only one such technique. You actually used it as toilet paper? Huh. Taking a deep breath, Luo Qianxue swiftly calmed her tumultuous emotions. After all, while a high-grade celestial technique is a valuable asset in the Xuantian Continent, it is akin to worthless refuse in the higher realms. By the way, I possess a battle sage body. That Huang Xiaofei was once a cowardly, debauched young master, and I foolishly bestowed it upon him. Though it felt reckless at the time, for reasons unknown, that young man eventually awakened to his potential, so it cannot be said that the battle sage body was squandered. What? Upon hearing the phrase battle sage body, Luo Qianxue's expression shifted dramatically, her eyes fixated on the seemingly indifferent Yi Feng as she exclaimed in disbelief. Impossible. It cannot be the battle sage body that I know of. She recalled the madman of battle from the higher realms, a figure that caused countless great powers immense headaches, particularly since she had witnessed that very madman challenge her master. What left the deepest impression on her was the indomitable fighting spirit of that individual. Even with both legs and his right arm shattered, he steadfastly wielded a bloody battle blade in his remaining left hand, refusing to fall. His eyes ablaze with an insatiable fighting spirit, resembling an invincible god of war. As a brilliant golden radiance enveloped her, her shattered legs and right arm astonishingly restored themselves in a remarkably brief period, unleashing an even more terrifying power. Even though her master held a significant realm advantage over her opponent, as the battle wore on, she ultimately found herself at a disadvantage. culminating in a devastating defeat at the hands of her adversary. An indomitable spirit of combat, growing ever bolder with each clash, engaging in battles beyond her level. Merely witnessing that confrontation, even if she were to live another life, the shadow of that battle maniac continues to haunt Luo Qianxue. Chapter 73. Building Connections? That rascal Xiaofei is quite peculiar. What is impossible? Upon hearing Luo Qianxue's words, Feng also noticed her unusual demeanor. Nothing much. By the way, what makes this battle saint physique so formidable? After calming her emotions, Luo Qianxue turned to Feng and inquired further. There isn't anything particularly powerful about it. One simply needs to engage in continuous battles to grow stronger without the need for any specific cultivation methods or martial skills. During these fights, one can also comprehend the martial techniques that best suit oneself. Furthermore, this physique thrives on combat. The longer the battle endures and the more grievous the injury sustained, the greater the extraordinary power one can unleash. After a moment of contemplation, Feng succinctly explained the nature of the battle saint physique. Stunned, upon finishing Feng's explanation, Luo Qianxue stood there, utterly bewildered. Identical. The circumstances Feng described were strikingly similar to those of the battle maniac she had witnessed in the upper realm. Two battle maniacs. As long as Huang Xiaofei does not falter along the way, he will undoubtedly ascend to the higher realms, where there will then be two combat lunatics. Should that mad warrior become aware of Huang Xiaofei's existence, he may even take him as a disciple. Feng, the battle saint body is far from being as simple as you imagine. You have no idea just how formidable the battle saint body truly is. Although it is you who has given it away, if possible, do make an effort to cultivate a good relationship with Huang Xiaofei. His future accomplishments will be extraordinarily terrifying, even in the higher realms. At this moment, Luo Qianxue had lost the inclination to reprimand Feng for squandering such a physique. She could only hope that Feng would forge a strong connection with him, thus securing the favor of a future powerhouse. What kind of connection? I would rather keep my distance from that lad. The notion of striving to cultivate and transforming the merchant association into the premier guild, which would then serve as a sharp weapon in my hands, is all I desire. At my command, he would rally the full strength of the guild to my side at the earliest opportunity. Master, do you not think he has a few screws loose? Feng, however, was lamenting with a perplexed expression. How utterly absurd. How absurd indeed, reflecting on how he had been urged to build rapport with others. He never anticipated that this reckless disciple had already taken the other party as a subordinate. While I was still pondering the first tier, he had already reached the stratosphere. At that moment, Luo Qianxue felt an overwhelming weariness. The burdens of being a master weighed heavily upon her. Master, everyone has arrived. At that moment, Bai Tianhong's voice resonated from outside, and soon a multitude of individuals entered the main hall of the sect. The master suddenly summoned us all. Is something amiss? During the day, Hong glanced at Luo Qianxue, who appeared somewhat out of sorts, and inquired, Master, I suddenly feel the urge to relieve myself. I shall leave the rest to you. Upon noticing Luo Qianxue's gaze shift towards him, Feng hastily concocted an excuse and swiftly exited the main hall of the sect. If he lingered, the burden of those extravagant matters would inevitably fall upon him once more. He needed Luo Qianxue to truly experience the allure of extravagance herself. Observing Feng's hasty departure, Luo Qianxue felt no anger. Scolding would be futile, and she could not bear to strike him. For he was her cherished disciple and always concerned for her well-being. What did she do? The sole purpose of gathering everyone today was to discuss extravagance. Hearing Luo Qianxue's words, everyone was momentarily taken aback, save for the small yellow dog sprawled on the ground, who suddenly opened its eyes and stood up, its gaze reflecting an extraordinary excitement akin to that of a sentient being. Truly, it was a fitting companion for that prodigal, a quintessential embodiment of extravagance. Witnessing the dog's peculiar behavior, Luo Qianxue could only manage a wry smile, realizing that their collective indulgence in extravagance paled in comparison to that of a mere dog. With this thought, A surge of motivation surged within her. If even a dog could embrace such extravagance, why should they not partake in it? After all, it was Yi Feng footing the bill. In that moment, Luo Qianxue's mindset shifted once more, so subtly that even she remained unaware of it. Have you seen those 50 insight pills? The effects of these elixirs need not be elaborated upon, I trust. Each person may retrieve 2 for themselves. Upon finishing her words, Luo Qianxue was the first to stride forward and claim 2 insight pills. The others, upon witnessing this, exchanged glances and followed suit, each taking their own 2 pills. Master, is this a generous offering from our sect? Bai Tianhong inquired, observing the remaining 28 pills and pondering whether he might procure an additional pair, for he was well aware of the value of the insight pills. As for distribution, the remaining insight pills belong to the little yellow dog. Luo Qianxue explained with a smile directed at Bai Tianhong. Woof, woof, woof. The little yellow dog, seemingly understanding human speech, barked excitedly upon hearing Luo Qianxue's words. It then dashed to the pile of pills, devouring them voraciously. In less than 10 seconds, the little yellow dog consumed all 28 insight pills and promptly closed its eyes. Lying on the ground, immersed in the realm of enlightenment, a yellow sword embryo gradually materialized above its head as the profound essence of the Huangquan sword heart erupted, instantly enveloping the entire grand hall of the sect. Stunned, the onlookers were left in awe. Witnessing a mere dog comprehending the Huangquan sword heart, could one truly believe such a spectacle? Enough of this. Each of you shall receive 2 9-leaf resurrection herbs, and the remainder also belongs to the little yellow dog. However, heed my words well. The 2 herbs you receive are strictly for soaking your feet, 1 for tonight and 1 for tomorrow night. Should anyone dare to defy this, do not expect to receive any treasures from the sect in the future. Upon concluding her words, Luo Qianxue once again took the lead in claiming 2 sprigs of 9-leafed rebirth grass. The 100 drops of blood from the great demon would serve as a reward for the sect. Anyone who contributed to the sect could claim this precious demon blood. Over the next few days, I shall devise a series of reward mechanisms, she declared, as she directly stored away the 100 drops of blood from the purple Thunder Savage Lion. As for the 3 pieces of golden silkworm stellar stone. At this juncture, Luo Qianxue abruptly halted, wishing not to further dishearten the others. She resolved to take the 3 pieces of golden silkworm stellar stone to seek someone who could forge tools such as knives and hoes. After Luo Qianxue departed the grand hall of the sect with the golden silkworm stellar stones in hand, the rest of the assembly buzzed with excitement. Although there were only 2 enlightenment pills, they were immensely valuable to them. Soaking their feet in the 9-leafed rebirth grass was an indulgence they could readily embrace. Such luxurious foot-soaking water was a rare opportunity that they might never encounter again in their lifetimes. The reactions of the crowd far exceeded Luo Qianxue's expectations. It seemed that within the entire sect, only she struggled to accept Yi Feng's extravagant behavior. Among the crowd, the most exhilarated was Luo Kai, whose objective for this visit had been the great demon blood. Now, with a glimmer of hope in sight, how could he not be thrilled? I hope she understands my intentions and does not lose her sanity. With the 3 pieces of golden silkworm stellar stone in her possession, Luo Qianxue set off to find her close friend for assistance in the forging process. Although her friend was merely a 7th-grade blacksmith, crafting ordinary tools such as knives and hoes would undoubtedly pose no significant challenge. Chapter 74. Master, could you spare your disciple some concern? After a brief period, Luo Qianxue arrived at Zifeng City, recalling her previous visit with Lung Wufeng to procure various herbs for alchemy, where she ultimately became the laughingstock as described by Yi Feng. Her mood soured instantly. Were it not for her close friend residing here, she would have resolutely refrained from returning. Ah, what wind has brought our sect leader Luo here? Upon seeing Luo Qianxue enter the blacksmith shop, a woman clad in a black forging outfit set down her heavy hammer and addressed Luo with playful banter. Xiao Xiao, I have come to ask for your assistance in crafting some items needed for the sect, Luo Qianxue stated plainly, disregarding the teasing. You really should work on that frosty demeanor of yours. I dare say, Aside from myself and your father, no one else in this world could bear your temperament. Chu Xiaoxiao remarked, exasperated by her friend's cold nature. Yet, with her fiery disposition, she was determined to thaw this icy personality. Not true. My most cherished disciple can endure it as well. Upon hearing this, the image of Yi Feng unexpectedly surfaced in Luo Qianxue's mind. Reflecting on his promises and the contributions he made for the sect, a smile involuntarily graced her lips. Your cherished disciple? And wait, did she actually smile when mentioning him? Observing the transformation in her friend, Chu Xiaoxiao was utterly astonished. She has known Luo Qianxue for nearly a decade, and she is well aware of the latter's character. If anyone were to claim that Luo Qianxue had an illicit relationship with that esteemed disciple, she would vehemently refuse to believe it. Qianxue, the last time you brought along that cold and aloof figure, Leng Wufeng, he was merely an ordinary disciple of the sect, wasn't he? When did a distinguished disciple suddenly appear? How could you not inform me of such significant news at the earliest opportunity? Chu Xiaoxiao feigned anger as she confronted Luo Qianxue. You never inquired about it. Enough of discussing my esteemed disciple. He is nothing but a complete wastrel. Do you have time now? Quickly assist me in crafting some tools needed for the sect's kitchen, such as knives and hoes for tending to the spirit herb garden, for reasons unknown to her. Upon sensing Chu Xiaoxiao's keen interest in Yi Feng, Luo Qianxue felt an urge to refrain from further conversation. Observing Luo Qianxue's peculiar demeanor, Chu Xiaoxiao shook her head and remarked, my grandfather has arrived. He requires my assistance in forging an extraordinary weapon. I fear I shall be occupied for the next 3 days. There is time. Is it not merely a matter of crafting some ordinary knives and hoes? At that moment, a burly, white-haired elder emerged from the forge, his gaze towards Luo Qianxue imbued with warmth. Viding, Ganbaju. Upon seeing Chu Hongshan, Luo Qianxue respectfully greeted him. Good. Qianxue, how have those 5 old geezers been faring in terms of health these past few years? Chu Hongshan looked at Luo Qianxue and laughed heartily as he inquired. Upon hearing this, Luo Qianxue could only manage a bitter smile and replied, Grandpa Chu, the health of the 5 elder ancestors is quite good. Xiao, why don't you assist Qianxue in crafting some tools such as knives and hoes? After all, we have an abundance of ordinary iron ore in our shop, and it won't take much time to forge those items. Upon hearing Chu Hongshan's words, Luo Qianxue quickly interjected, Grandpa Chu, although these are merely ordinary iron tools, I have a small request. I possess a bit of spiritual, or that I would like to blend into the mixture. What is the issue? Just bring it out. I will have Xiao help you forge it right away. Chu Hongshan regarded Luo Qianxue with deep affection, having watched her grow over nearly a decade alongside his granddaughter, considering her no different from his own kin. Suddenly, 3 glimmers of golden light flashed from Luo Qianxue's hands, as Chu Hongshan and Chu Xiao both widened their eyes. Fixated on the 3 pieces of golden silkworm starstone in her grasp, Luo Qianxue felt a sense of helplessness. She did not wish to squander resources, yet the items belonged to her disciple, who insisted on this extravagance. What could she, as a mentor, do? Luo Qianxue, are you suggesting that you intend to mix these 3 pieces of golden silkworm starstone into the iron tools, using the blades infused with the stones to slaughter chickens and ducks in the sect's kitchen, and employing the hoes to cultivate the spiritual herb garden? Zhu Xiao, finally coming to her senses, looked at Luo Qianxue in disbelief and inquired. Indeed, as she gazed at her friend, whose pupils had widened in astonishment, Luo Qianxue suddenly experienced a peculiar sensation. It was an odd feeling. Despite having done nothing, she felt an inexplicable thrill. Could this be the joy that comes from extravagance? Luo Qianxue pondered, her mind filled with confusion. Grandfather, what are you planning to do? Just as she was engulfed in her thoughts, the anxious voice of Chu Xiaoxiao snapped her back to reality. Upon seeing Chu Hongshan, firmly held back by Chu Xiaoxiao and the gleaming kitchen knife in his hand, Luo Qianxue was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Was he intending to harm her? The very thought, especially when she caught sight of the fury blazing in Chu Hongshan's eyes, sent her retreating 2 steps in fear. It was the first time in her life she had witnessed such a terrifying side of him. Don't stop me. Do you think I won't go to the Star Extreme Sect and eliminate those 5 old bastards? This is the so-called Sect Saintess they ve meticulously trained. Those are golden silkworm star shining stones. Even the battlefield of Heavenly Dao, acquiring such rare spiritual minerals is an arduous task. Just these 3 golden silkworm star shining stones could incite a bloody conflict among numerous tribulation crossing cultivators. Yet she intends to mix such precious stones into tools and hoes. In all my years, I have never encountered such profligacy. Upon hearing Chu Hongshan's words, Luo Qianxue finally understood, revealing a bitter smile as she explained, "Grandfather Chu, even if you were to confront the 5 ancestral elders about this, it would be futile. For these 3 golden silkworm star shining stones were bestowed upon me by the honorary elder of the Star Extreme Sect, and this action was dictated by them." Boom! At that moment, an overwhelming and terrifying aura of malevolence descended with a resounding force. Immediately, the furious Yi Feng burst into the blacksmith shop, shouting, "Who dares to harm my master? Fear not, master, your disciple has come to rescue you." Upon seeing that Luo Qianxue was unharmed, Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief. However, upon noticing the elderly man wielding a kitchen knife, Yi Feng stepped forward resolutely, positioning himself protectively in front of Luo Qianxue, and said, "Master, could you perhaps allow your disciple to spare some effort? Thankfully, I was bored at the sect and allowed Xiao Shui to bring me to this Zifeng city for a stroll. Otherwise, what would I have done if something had happened to you?" Stunned. At that moment, Luo Qianxue, Chu Xiaoxiao, and Chu Hongshan were all frozen in place. Chapter 75. The madman who even made Yi Feng tremble. With his master in peril, his eldest disciple truly stepped up. As she looked at Yi Feng standing before her, a warm current flowed through Luo Qianxue's heart. To have such a disciple was indeed a blessing for her. "Yi Feng, the situation is not what you think." Yet, the current circumstances necessitated clarification. Before Luo Qianxue could finish her sentence, Yi Feng interrupted, addressing the bloodthirsty manta beside him. "Take my master out of the blacksmith shop. I do not wish for her to witness bloodshed." Boom! Before Luo Qianxue could react, an irresistible force propelled her out of the blacksmith shop. She attempted to re-enter, only to find herself obstructed by an immense demonic power, which sent her heart racing with anxiety. It was not her concern for Chu Xiaoxiao and Chu Hongshan that troubled her, but rather the well-being of her precious disciple. Although the bloodthirsty mantis had endured 2 heavenly tribulations, Chu Hongshan was a formidable figure who had withstood 5 tribulations. Standing at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the tribulation realm, blood had been shed, and who could say that everyone would escape unscathed? Inside the blacksmith shop, Yi Feng pulled up a chair and sat down, adopting a haughty demeanor as he coldly remarked to Chu Hongshan, "You, old relic, dare to seize my master's belongings and even contemplate harming him? What audacity possesses you? Whom do you dare to call an old relic?" Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoxiao's fiery temper surged, and she pointed at Yi Feng, ready to unleash a torrent of insults. However, she was promptly stopped by Chu Hongshan beside her. Indeed, quite impressive. Chu Hongshan displayed no trace of anger. Instead, he regarded the brash Yi Feng with admiration. "Grandfather, he has insulted you so, and yet you commend him." Chu Xiaoxiao was left speechless by her grandfather's response, her ire boiling within her. If you too could have such a commendable disciple, one who would risk his own safety to protect you in times of peril, I would be pleased even if he insults me. Chu Hongshan explained to the fuming Chu Xiaoxiao. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoxiao finally grasped the situation. Although the arrogant individual before her irked her greatly, she remembered that he was the beloved disciple of her close friend, and this realization brought her a sense of joy for her companion. With that thought, her anger dissipated, and she no longer regarded Yi Feng with such disdain. "The little fellow, I can see that the transformed beast beside you is formidable. Yet it must also be acutely aware that should a confrontation arise, it would not stand a chance against me." At this moment, Chu Hongshan cast a curious glance at Yi Feng, intrigued by the source of his confidence. Upon hearing this, the bloodthirsty mantis chuckled. Its gaze towards Chu Hongshan tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. It yearned to inform him that should he comply and allow it to administer a proper beating, perhaps in a fit of good humor, his master might even release him. However, should he provoke the terror-clad in golden armor, he would indeed meet his demise. Dare we wager that you could unleash your full strength upon me, yet inflict not a scratch? Yi Feng challenged, his tone dripping with provocation. Ah! Chu Hongshan's interest was piqued even further by this remark. He stepped forward, his right fist, imbued with terrifying brute force and accompanied by the sound of air being torn asunder, hurtled directly towards Yi Feng. As a renowned blacksmith and a body cultivator, he had attained a dreadful mastery over physical strength, confident that he could halt his punch a mere centimeter from Yi Feng's forehead. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. When Chu Hongshan's fist was less than a meter away from Yi Feng, a suffocating aura of overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire forge, rendering Chu Hongshan momentarily paralyzed in place. Ha ha ha! At last, it is my turn to emerge. As a rift in space materialized before the eyes of the onlookers, a one-armed man with a frenzied demeanor and cold, piercing eyes stepped forth. Frenzied, bloodthirsty, insane. As the crowd beheld the one-armed man emerging from the rift in space, an inexplicable sense of unease enveloped each heart. One arm, gaunt frame, a pallid complexion, his right hand, clutching a blood-stained slender sword, trembled incessantly. His deranged gaze swept wildly across the gathered onlookers in the blacksmith shop, evoking a singular word to describe him. Lunatic. My lord, shall I immediately exterminate the entire populace of this city? After a prolonged scrutiny, the one-armed man knelt before Yi Feng, his voice laced with boundless excitement. Boom! Upon hearing this, not only the others, but even Yi Feng himself shuddered violently. Are you here to protect me, or to annihilate the city? Neither Yi Feng nor anyone else harbored doubts about the man's recent utterance. An inexplicable instinct told them that with a mere nod from Yi Feng, the city would undoubtedly face obliteration. Do you wish to harm my lord? Fear not, for I shall not slay you outright. Rather, I will meticulously peel away your flesh, piece by piece, crafting you into the most exquisite skeleton, leaving only your head intact, allowing you to consume your own flesh slowly. Noticing that Yi Feng had not issued a command, the one-armed man turned to face Chu Hongshan, a gleeful expression manifesting as he spoke words that sent shivers down everyone's spine. By heavens! Such a madman is part of the wasteful guard? Yi Feng was taken aback. He never anticipated that such a lunatic could exist within the ranks of the reckless guard. No, we are not adversaries. I'm a close friend of your master, and he is my grandfather. We harbor no intention of harming your master. This is all a misunderstanding. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with your master. At this moment, even the hot-tempered and carefree Chu Xiaoxiao was reduced to tears, fearing that if she delayed her explanation by even a second, the lunatic before her might unleash his wrath upon her grandfather. Upon hearing these words, Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback, observing the tearful Chu Xiaoxiao. He contemplated for a moment before addressing the bloodthirsty mantis beside him. Go outside and verify with the master whether this is true, but remember to prevent the master from entering. Yes, master. The bloodthirsty mantis turned and strode towards the blacksmith shop's entrance, yet its legs trembled incessantly, and its eyes were filled with boundless terror. If it had encountered this madman instead of the righteous golden-armored man from before, it dared not contemplate the consequences. It could only feel grateful that it had not crossed paths with this terrifying lunatic. Master, the woman inside claims to be your close friend, and they bore no ill will towards you previously. Is this true? Upon hearing this, and seeing the bloodthirsty mantis emerge from the blacksmith shop clad in white, Luo Qianxue displayed a look of confusion. She noticed the mantis's legs quaking uncontrollably, and its complexion appeared exceedingly abnormal, as though it had encountered something profoundly horrifying. Chapter 76. The Reckless Man with Severed Arms, Yi Feng's Fury. What transpired within? Surely, you cannot be a match for Grandfather Chu, can you? Gazing upon the exceedingly abnormal bloodthirsty mantis, Luo Qianxue posed a direct retort, though the mere mention of Grandpa Chu seemed to provide an answer. Master, it would be better for you not to know. Otherwise, I fear you may suffer nightmares tonight. The bloodthirsty mantis, possessing considerable intelligence, deduced the answer it sought from the 3 words spoken by Grandpa Chu. After uttering a perplexing remark that left Luo Qianxue bewildered, it turned once more to re-enter the blacksmith shop. Master, the sect leader refers to this elder as Grandpa Chu. We may indeed have misunderstood. Buzz. Just as the bloodthirsty mantis finished speaking, it felt the one-armed man fix his gaze upon it with an exceedingly cold glare. In that instant, it felt as though it had plunged into an icy abyss, causing its entire body to tremble involuntarily. My lord, whether it is a misunderstanding or not, he dares to lay a hand upon you, and he deserves death. After finally venturing out, the one-armed man, filled with resentment, turned to Yi Feng, expressing his discontent. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's expression gradually darkened. He sensed a threatening undertone from the wasteful guard team before him. System, what should be done about the disobedient members of the wasteful guard team? Additionally, what exactly is the nature of the wasteful guard team? Yi Feng directly inquired of the system. Ding. No mercy in killing. Ding. The system is unable to provide an explanation regarding the circumstances of the wasteful guard team to the host. As the sound of the system resonated, an inexplicable force surged forth from within him. In that moment, he felt as though everything about the adversary was under his control, and he could effortlessly obliterate the dissipated member of the guard before him. Are you instructing me on how to act? With those words spoken by Yi Feng, the one-armed man immediately knelt upon both knees, the ground beneath him cracking like a spider's web, extending several meters in every direction. My lord, I dare not. The one-armed man, sensing the power that governed his very life and death, spoke with palpable trepidation as he hastened to explain himself to Yi Feng. I grant you a chance at survival. Follow me. With that, Yi Feng strode towards the doorway of the blacksmith shop. Upon entering the inner chamber, Yi Feng turned to the one-armed man who had followed him and inquired, Speak of the circumstances regarding the dissipated guard. My lord, there are currently only 10 members of the dissipated guard. To become a member, one must undergo a rigorous selection process, with assessments that are diverse and challenging. Moreover, even after becoming a member, one must continually face evaluations at intervals. Failure to succeed in these assessments results in immediate expulsion from the guard. The sole mission of every member of the dissipated guard is to protect my lord, even at the cost of their own lives. The one-armed man was uncertain as to why Yi Feng posed such a question, yet he divulged all the information he possessed. Today, I offer you a singular opportunity. Should you dare to defy my commands again, I shall erase you without hesitation. Return. With a resounding thud, the command echoed forth. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, the one-armed man once again knelt on the ground, expressing his profound gratitude for Yi Feng's mercy in sparing his life, before directly tearing open a rift in space and stepping through it. How intriguing. I had assumed that all members of the profligate guard were akin to that golden-armored giant. Yet it appears that each member possesses a distinctly unique character, which add an intriguing layer to the situation. With this thought in mind, Yi Feng stepped out of the inner room, for there remained a misunderstanding that required resolution. Seeing only Yi Feng emerge from the inner chamber, Chu Hongshan and Chu Xiaoxiao both breathed a sigh of relief, as the presence of the deranged one-armed man had placed an immense psychological burden upon them. However, their relief was short-lived, when Chu Hongshan and Chu Xiaoxiao witnessed Yi Feng placing 5 pieces of golden silkworm starshine stone upon the nearby forging table. They were left utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the significance of his actions. Dear sirs, it was merely a misunderstanding. If you could forget everything that transpired moments ago, these 5 pieces of golden silkworm starshine stone shall belong to you, regardless of the nature of their relationship with Luo Qianxue. As long as it did not involve blood ties, such as that of Little Master Luo Yaoyao, Yi Feng would not extend undue leniency. To resolve the prior misunderstanding, the profligate gesture sufficed. Who are you really? Why do you seek to approach Qianxue? What are your intentions? If you do not clarify your motives, I shall certainly inform her of the earlier events. Before Chu Hongshan could speak, Chu Xiaoxiao interjected, her suspicions regarding Yi Feng's intentions towards her dear friend compelling her to voice her concerns. Meanwhile, Chu Hongshan shook his head at this, realizing that his granddaughter was still too young and naive. Grandfather, what are you doing? However, when Chu Xiaoxiao observed her grandfather silently approaching to collect the 5 pieces of golden silkworm star stones, she could not help but shout in urgency. Regardless of his identity, even if he intended harm towards Qianxue, he would never inflict any damage upon her. How could I have such a foolish granddaughter? He admonished sternly. Remember, during this period, we have been discussing how to forge those tools and hoes. Do you understand? Upon hearing Chu Xiaoxiao's outcry, Chu Hongshan's face revealed a stern authority as he reprimanded her. Yet, as Chu Xiaoxiao attempted to further argue, a single glance from Chu Hongshan stifled her words. Grandfather, I understand what I need to do, Chu Xiaoxiao replied, her voice laced with reluctance. You little rascal, do not presume that this will secure your victory over me, she resolutely declared. I will also go to Qianxue's sect and keep a watchful eye on you daily. I refuse to believe that I cannot uncover your secrets, and I will ensure that you do not harm Qianxue. With a fierce glare directed at Yi Feng, Chu Xiaoxiao had made her decision. Bang! Outside, Luo Qianxue, who had been persistently attempting to confront the bloodthirsty mantis, finally sensed the creature's malevolent energy dissipate. She abruptly pushed open the blacksmith's door and rushed inside, relieved to find everyone inside safe and sound. What on earth were you all doing just now? Luo Qianxue scanned the room before finally fixing her gaze on her restless and reckless disciple, inquiring, Master, it was a misunderstanding. Everything was a misunderstanding. It is entirely the fault of Xiaoxue. She claimed to sense danger, which led to the recent events. Well, if there is nothing more to discuss, I shall take my leave. Noticing Luo Qianxue's gaze upon him, Yi Feng awkwardly offered an explanation before swiftly exiting the blacksmith shop, accompanied by the bloodthirsty mantis. Qianxue, your disciple is quite remarkable. Observing the departure of Yi Feng and the bloodthirsty mantis, Chu Hongshan felt a twinge of envy. Regardless of Yi Feng's true identity or the secrets he harbored, the mere thought of having someone like him guarding his granddaughter filled him with joyous dreams. Chapter 77. The increasing number of sect elders leaves Luo Qianxue perplexed. By the way, you mentioned that these 3 golden silkworm Star's Heartstones were bestowed upon you by an honorary elder of the Star Extreme Sect. How come I had no knowledge of such an elder within the sect? Realizing the need to change the subject to avoid further inquiries about the recent incident, Chu Hongshan deftly redirected the conversation. He was also eager to gain more insight, curious as to why Yi Feng possessed so many golden silkworm Star's Heartstones. Well, the truth is, my direct disciple is indeed an honorary elder of the Star Extreme Sect, recognized by the 5 ancestral elders. And the 3 golden silkworm Star's Heartstones I hold were given to me by him. Upon hearing this, Chu Hongshan and Chu Xiaoxiao exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mixture of confusion and astonishment. Yi Feng is your direct disciple. You are the daughter of Luo Wuming, the sect leader of the Star Extreme Sect, and the holy maiden of the sect. How is it that you all play this game so well? Qianxue, does that mean you must address him as Elder Yi? Chu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she looked at Luo Qianxue. With a wry smile, Luo Qianxue responded, not only Elder Yi, but calling him Ancestor Master would surely drive you all to madness. Surely that cannot be the case. However, at that moment, Chu Hongshan furrowed his brow and remarked, I am quite familiar with those 5 old fellows. They would never engage in such absurdity. Is there something particularly special about you, the favored disciple? Prodigal, utterly prodigal, extremely prodigal. Hearing Luo Qianxue's emphatic repetition, both Chu Hongshan and Chu Xiaoxiao were left with large question marks hovering above their heads. Could one truly squander to the extent of producing an esteemed elder of honor? He had contributed 100 million top-tier spirit crystals to the Xingji sect, even boldly proclaiming that the sect's protective formation should remain permanently activated, promising to continue his generosity as long as the sect did not squander its resources. If the sect were to avoid wastefulness, he would indeed be deprived of such opportunities. As for Yi Feng, he had granted the Xingji sect an enhanced version of the 9-star sword formation, a matter that belonged to the sect's closely guarded secrets, which he would certainly refrain from disclosing, regardless of their relationship. I see. 100 million top-tier spirit stones may not seem like much to your Xingji sect, yet constitutes a substantial sum. Just as Chu Hongshan was lost in his own thoughts, Chu Xiaoxiao suddenly tugged at his sleeve, saying, "Grandfather, it's not 100 million top-tier spirit stones. It's 100 million top-tier spirit crystals. Spirit crystals." Stunned, Chu Hongshan stood there, momentarily at a loss for words. 100 million exceptional spirit crystals. 100 million exceptional spirit crystals, squandered without hesitation. Even the golden silkworm, star, shining stone, was recklessly used in such a prodigal manner. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a glint of brilliance flickered in Chu Hongshan's eyes. He turned to Luo Qianxue and stated directly, "Qianxue, I have treated you like a beloved granddaughter since your youth. Now that I am aging, I wish to join your sect as an elder. You wouldn't refuse me, would you?" Chu Hongshan's intentions were quite straightforward. His journey in the art of refining had stagnated for a decade. To transcend his current limitations, a substantial amount of spirit stones and precious spirit ores were imperative. After all, whether one is an alchemist, a refiner, or a talisman master, the costs are exceedingly high. Now, having learned some details about Yi Feng, he perceived this as an opportunity. Upon hearing Chu Hongshan's words, a wry smile emerged on Luo Qianxue's face. Here we go again. The sect was about to receive yet another addition. Although not a disciple, the continuous influx of elders was becoming quite burdensome. "Qianxue, your sect has only recently been established. Aside from that fellow by Tianhong, there seems to be no formidable figure to maintain order. Although I intend to retire, if your sect encounters any troubles, the connections I have forged over the years could still prove beneficial." Noticing Luo Qianxue's lack of response, Chu Hongshan gritted his teeth and decided to wager his most significant asset, his status as a top-tier 9th-grade refiner, along with a century's worth of connections, which were indeed formidable. "Grandpa Chu, since you wish to come, then by all means join us. However, should the sect require refining services in the future, I must trouble you then. Come on, whether it's one or two, it makes no difference." Luo Qianxue was acutely aware that Chu Hongshan's arrival at the sect was undoubtedly related to Yi Feng. In her current state of resignation, she decided to observe how her reckless disciple would ultimately affect the sect. Meanwhile, Chu Xiaoxiao, after a moment of astonishment, began to smile. Initially contemplating the best excuse to join Luo Qianxue's sect, the fact that her grandfather had now aligned himself with it prompted her to follow suit. Who were these individuals, so audacious as to unleash their spiritual power without fear of provoking formidable foes? You, a mere trifling cultivator at the 3rd level of Qi movement, know nothing. Did you not see the insignia emblazoned on their robes bearing the name Jingyue? These are the elite members of Jingyue Mountain Villa, and it is utterly bewildering who has dared to incite their wrath, compelling all their formidable cultivators to mobilize. It is said that Zhang Shufeng, the master of Jingyue Mountain Villa, recently withstood the first Heavenly Tribulation, surpassing the power of an ordinary 9th-level tribulation cultivator. One wonders who has provoked him. Within the walls of Tufeng City, countless citizens gazed upwards at the dozens of Jingyue Mountain Villas, powerful cultivators traversing the town with such dominance, murmuring among themselves. Full speed ahead. Without a doubt, by dawn tomorrow, they would catch up with the one who murdered my son. Whoever dared to take the life of Zhao Shufeng's son shall face my wrath. I will ensure their demise. Zhao Shufeng declared fiercely to all the cultivators of the villa. Little blood, how boring this all is. This desolate town holds little interest. After leaving the blacksmith shop, Yi Feng meandered through Zifeng City, feeling it lacked the allure of Tiandao City, where numerous familiar and entertaining technological marvels resided. Upon hearing this, the bloodthirsty mantis could only chuckle wryly. Unsure of how to respond, whether human or beast, neither had the luxury of a restful slumber. Cultivators and beasts alike often sacrifice sleep for the sake of training. Even then, a single day felt insufficient. Who would dare to claim boredom? If one finds themselves unengaged, they should devote their time to cultivation, rather than indulge in thoughts of wastefulness. How could I possibly respond to such a sentiment? My master, there exists a free trading zone to the north of the city. Perhaps we should explore it. We might encounter something worthwhile. Struggling for a suitable reply, the bloodthirsty mantis pressed on, recalling the madman they had previously encountered. It genuinely worried that should it falter, Yifeng would unleash that lunatic upon it. Chapter 78. Young master, did I underprice my wares? How could you possibly know? At this, Yifeng regarded the bloodthirsty mantis with a puzzled expression. After all, they had wandered through the southern and western districts for quite some time. My master, during your absence, I once accompanied Lung Wufeng to procure a batch of spiritual herbs. The bloodthirsty mantis hastily clarified. Ah, I see. Then let us proceed and take a look. Whether we find a bargain is of little consequence. What truly matters is the potential for extravagance. As he spoke, Yifeng proceeded directly towards the northern part of the city. Having arrived, he learned that a new shipment had just come in, all procured from the ruins of the Heavenly Dao battlefield, undoubtedly containing treasures that would pique their interest. There remained merely 13 stalks of spirit herbs from the third level of the Heavenly Dao battlefield. Missing out would indeed mean a genuine loss. There were unnamed techniques and martial arts secrets, all originating from the Heavenly Dao battlefield. Those with confidence in themselves were welcome to take a look. Upon reaching the vicinity near the northern city gate, Yifeng was greeted by a cacophony of hawkers. Palm-sized, dilapidated cauldrons. Only half of a green battle blade remaining. Unknown spirit herbs contained within special boxes that prevent the release of spiritual energy. Stained tattered Dao robes. Approaching a stall that had just received a shipment from the ruins of the Heavenly Dao battlefield, Yifeng surveyed the shabby items and felt that, even with his extravagant tendencies, he would never purchase such wares. The second stall, the third stall. When he arrived at the 18th stall, however, he came to a halt. Ding. Discovery of the Heavenly Dao token. Ding. A random quest has been issued. Successfully purchased the antiquated token containing the Heavenly Dao token. Quest successful. Reward of 100 wasteful points. Quest failed. Deduction of 100 wasteful points. Refusal is permitted. Upon hearing the system prompt resonate in his mind, Yifeng's gaze fell directly upon a palm-sized, muddy, antiquated token displayed at the stall. At first glance, it appears to be a worn token crafted from ordinary spirit, or yet it conceals within it an exceedingly precious Heavenly Dao token. Had it not been for the system's notification, even Yifeng would have been oblivious to its true value. The proprietor of the stall, a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, noticed that Yifeng's gaze was fixated on the unsold token, which had languished on display for 10 days. This realization brought him a glimmer of joy, as he felt he had encountered a naive patron that day. After all, no matter how much one might admire something, it is unwise to display such eagerness too overtly. The items at the stall were not clearly priced, and the value in spirit stones was entirely at his discretion. However, Yifeng was unconcerned by these considerations. His singular objective was to acquire the dilapidated token that harbored the Heavenly Dao token, regardless of the cost in spirit stones. How much for this token? He inquired directly, cutting to the chase. Ah, young sir, you possess discerning taste. This token is indeed the finest item at my stall. I nearly lost my life in the pursuit of acquiring it during the Heavenly Dao battle. Before the man could finish his sentence, Yifeng impatiently interrupted, reiterating, how much? Generously speaking, I can offer it for a flat price of 3 million low-grade spirit stones, the middle-aged man declared, raising 3 fingers to signify the price. However, upon observing Yifeng's reaction to the quoted price, his brow furrowing tightly, the man's unease began to swell, leading him to inwardly ponder whether he had set the price too high. After all, this tattered token had remained unsold for 10 days, and even a price of 500,000 low-grade spirit stones had failed to attract any buyers. Young master, although the price is somewhat steep, it is undeniably a valuable item. At this moment, the middle-aged man once again boasted aimlessly, preparing himself for the forthcoming negotiation with Yifeng. Too cheap, exceedingly cheap. Yifeng casually tossed a spatial ring containing 3 million low-grade spirit stones, while the bloodthirsty mantis, being a sensible creature, promptly retrieved the token for him. Did he just purchase it? Shouldn't there be some haggling? The middle-aged man stared at the spatial ring in his hand, utterly dumbfounded. He had anticipated that the price would be slashed down to 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. Yet to his astonishment, the buyer did not negotiate at all and simply completed the purchase. It was disheartening, for reasons unknown, even after selling at a high price. The middle-aged man felt an inexplicable sense of distress, as if he had sold it too cheaply. Young master, the transaction is complete, and the item is now yours. I do not wish to know the valuable aspects of this token, but could you enlighten me on how much I have lost? Reluctantly, the middle-aged man turned to Feng and inquired directly, though he was uncertain if the other would respond. Upon hearing the vendor's question, Feng was momentarily taken aback. After some contemplation, he replied, "How should I put it? This item holds significant utility for me. I wouldn't hesitate to pay 3 million high-grade spirit stones for it." With that, Feng departed alongside the bloodthirsty mantis, walking into the distance. Once Feng had moved away, the middle-aged man's distress grew unbearable, culminating in a violent spurt of blood. Although it appeared that he had earned 2.5 million low-grade spirit stones, in reality, he had incurred a loss of 3 million high-grade spirit stones. The middle-aged man felt overwhelmed by this injustice. With a pale expression, he hastily closed his stall, casting a glance in the direction where Feng had departed, his eyes betraying a glimmer of murderous intent. "Master, it seems we have caught the attention of that individual," the bloodthirsty mantis remarked. Despite being several hundred meters away, the unmasked malevolence emanating from the man was still perceptible to it. Is it truly so? Upon witnessing the excitement radiating from Feng, the bloodthirsty mantis was taken aback. Though the individual was merely a lowly cultivator at the 8th level of the Purple Mansion realm, shouldn't he be enraged at being targeted? Why was he so exhilarated instead? This is precisely the fantastical world I have envisioned. In this merciless realm where the weak are devoured by the strong, how can human nature be benevolent? At last, I have encountered someone who harbors murderous intent over wealth. Otherwise, my identity as a prodigal tycoon would be utterly futile. Feng thought to himself, brimming with excitement. Let us hasten to find a tavern and secure a luxurious room. We shall await his arrival to seize the opportunity. Regarding the first individual daring enough to harbor murderous thoughts towards him in pursuit of riches, Feng was poised to present a grand gesture of respect before ultimately eliminating him. After all, what worth is the title of a prodigal tycoon without anyone daring to rob him? Thus, he resolved to offer a lavish tribute first, to show his esteem before dispatching the adversary. Regarding the encounters that unfolded in the second layer of the celestial battlefield after Li Fei's departure, the individuals intent on taking his life were not merely driven by greed. Their sole desire was his demise. "Li Xiaoming, are you certain that our adversary possesses 3 million top-grade spirit stones?" A burly man, marked by a scar across his face, followed the middle-aged vendor to the tavern where Feng resided. Before entering, he sought confirmation once more. Chapter 79, The Extravagant Spendthrift, Reduced to Being Robbed? "Boss who? I assure you, he undoubtedly possesses 3 million top-grade spirit stones, perhaps even more. Moreover, that broken token must conceal some secret. Recovering it would indeed be a lucrative endeavor." At this moment, Li Xiaoming found himself swayed by the prospect, yet the thought of relinquishing 60% of the profits to his companion left him feeling somewhat resentful. Had it not been for his inability to discern the strength of the young man in white accompanying Feng, he would never have sought assistance from another. "You had best not deceive me. Should I return empty-handed from this venture, do not expect me to treat you kindly." The scarred man cast a cold glance at Li Xiaoming before striding into the tavern. "Master, this is rather excessive." In a room on the second floor, the bloodthirsty mantis surveyed the neatly arranged 2,000 low-grade spirit crystals, his expression marred by lines of discontent. To be reckless is one thing, but when others seek to rob you, even harboring murderous intent, you prepare such a vast quantity of low-grade spirit crystals to offer them. I would gladly deem you the pinnacle of extravagance. Excessive? Were it not for the circumstances. You simply do not understand. Yi Feng was eager to express that this was a reward earned through his spirited debate with the system. Yet, he felt it insufficient, for after all, it was his first experience of being robbed. A truly momentous occasion. That fellow was indeed quite fortunate. He had come with the intent to commit robbery. Yet he left joyfully with 2,000 low-grade spirit crystals, equivalent to 200,000 high-grade spirit stones. At this moment, the bloodthirsty mantis expressed a hint of envy. What are you thinking? He came to rob me, even contemplated taking my life, and now he believes he can walk away alive with my low-grade spirit crystals? Keep a close watch on him. When he prepares to leave with those crystals, we shall strike. Upon hearing the bloodthirsty mantis's words, Yi Feng regarded him as if he were a fool, exclaiming, "What? Is it even possible to play it this way?" After hearing Yi Feng's words, the bloodthirsty mantis could scarcely believe his ears, feeling as though his entire worldview had been upended. At that moment, the way the bloodthirsty mantis looked at Yi Feng transformed dramatically. Anyone who dared to label his master as merely a naive spendthrift would face his wrath. A mere spendthrift could orchestrate such a cunning plan. Remember, we must wait until he has taken all those low-grade spirit crystals before we act. This is indeed a moment worth commemorating. Yi Feng, concerned that the bloodthirsty mantis might falter, reiterated his warning. Listen, is this even human speech? To manipulate someone so effortlessly, and yet consider it a moment to remember. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. The bloodthirsty mantis had previously thought that the one-armed madman he had encountered was sufficiently deranged. Yet now he felt that Yi Feng was even more bizarre. This must be the guest room. At that moment, a deep voice inquired from outside, "Master, 2 individuals have arrived." The newcomer possesses the strength of a 7th-tier primordial spirit realm practitioner, likely the assistance sought by the vendor. The bloodthirsty mantis quickly relayed the situation outside. "Come in. The door is open." Upon hearing the mantis's words, Yi Feng, wearing an expression of excitement, called out to the 2 individuals outside. Creak! The door was effortlessly pushed open, and as Li Xiaoming and Boss, who beheld the neatly arranged 2,000 low-grade spirit crystals in the guest room, especially the gleeful Yi Feng seated behind them. Their expressions shifted dramatically. "I understand your intentions," Yi Feng remarked with a smile. "If you are here to rob me, it signifies that you hold me in regard. Here are 2,000 low-grade spirit crystals. I hope you will not disdain them." Enraged, upon hearing this, both Li Xiaoming and Boss, who felt a surge of fury. "Enough. We are here to rob you, not to be dismissed with your pitiful offerings." Li Xiaoming belouet at Yi Feng. "You think a mere 2,000 low-grade spirit crystals can satisfy us? We seek 3 million top-grade spirit stones." Li Xiaoming, having made a promise to Boss, who was acutely aware that the meager 2,000 low-grade spirit crystals were scarcely worth 200,000 top-grade spirit stones, leaving a staggering deficit of 280,000. If Boss were angered, his own safety would also be at stake. The system responded, "What have I said? This meager spiritual essence is utterly insufficient. Now, it appears that I, the illustrious spendthrift, have been subjected to ridicule for being robbed. What shall we do about this?" Upon hearing Li Xiaoming's furious tirade, Yi Feng, filled with indignation, unleashed his wrath upon the system. What should have been a momentous occasion had devolved into a regrettable memory. To be a grandiose, spendthrift mocked for being robbed was nothing short of a disgrace. Boom! Just as Yi Feng's admonition to the system echoed in the air, a terrifying aura descended. The space beside him was torn asunder, and from the rift emerged a burly figure clad in golden armor, wielding a golden saber. Upon recognizing the familiar figure of the armored giant, the bloodthirsty mantis beside him exhaled in relief, genuinely wishing to avoid the oppressive and fearsome presence of the one-armed madman. "What is happening? I have yet to encounter any danger. Why have you appeared?" Yi Feng gazed incredulously at the spendthrift guardian army, his expression a mix of bewilderment and disbelief. Swish! In an instant, a streak of golden blade energy flashed past, obliterating Li Xiaoming and the formidable tiger boss before they could react. What was this? Yi Feng stood dumbfounded as he witnessed the armored giant's swift execution of two individuals, followed by his immediate departure. Ding! The system's voice suddenly resonated in Yi Feng's mind. As a spendthrift, your first experience of being robbed is of profound significance. Such individuals are unworthy of being included in your journey of extravagant growth. Upon hearing the system's proclamation, Yi Feng's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. He had just questioned the system, his mind racing with countless possibilities, yet he truly did not anticipate the system's audacity. Beside him, the bloodthirsty mantis wore a perplexed expression. Although it yearned to inquire about the situation, it wisely remained silent upon witnessing Yi Feng's darkened countenance as he collected the 2,000 low-grade spirit crystals arranged on the ground. "Let us depart for the sect," Yi Feng declared, having entirely lost his desire for leisure. Suddenly, a notification resonated in his mind. Ding! Due to a miscalculation by the system, a compensation of 100,000 frivolous points has been awarded to the host, along with 100 9th grade, 9th tier 1,000 feather sword array flags, and 19 dragons, burning heaven cauldron. As Yi Feng exited the tavern in a huff, the system's voice echoed once more in his consciousness. Well, at least the system has shown a semblance of conscience. Hearing the system acknowledge its error and provide such generous rewards, Yi Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Anger aside, who would begrudge rewards? Chapter 80. You may squander your wealth, but do not squander ours. Seated atop the bloodthirsty mantis, now in its true form, Yi Feng began to examine the rewards granted by the system. The 1,000 feather sword array. Once activated, it could gather the spiritual energy from the surroundings within its domain, forming 1,000 feather swords that would autonomously attack any living beings within the array. The 9 dragons burning heaven cauldron. This cauldron harbored the souls of 9 demonic dragons, capable of refining countless spiritual herbs and incinerating the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to create supreme divine pills. The 9th grade, 9th tier 1,000 feather sword array flags appeared to be a formidable killing formation, and having received 100 of them, Yi Feng contemplated how best to utilize these array flags. As for the 9 dragons burning sky cauldron, the information provided by the system is exceedingly sparse, and my understanding of the cauldrons required by alchemists is rather limited. Nevertheless, this item should be quite remarkable. I shall inquire with my junior brother Wu Feng upon my return. As dusk gradually enveloped the sky, Yi Feng and the bloodthirsty mantis finally returned to the sect. Why is there such commotion at the training ground? While making his way to his residence, Yi Feng passed by the inner sect's training arena, where he was greeted by a cacophony of shouts. Curiosity piqued, he decided to investigate further. Martial skills are best honed through practical combat. Even if one possesses extraordinary talent, failing to fully harness one's abilities in battle is of no use. Give it your all in the fight. The moment Yi Feng arrived at the training ground, the furious reprimands of Bai Tianhong echoed in his ears. What on earth is going on? Observing the 5 prodigies and Lung Wufeng, who were utterly exhausted, along with the imposing figures of Bai Tianhong, Xia Tianyu, and Luo Kai supervising them, Yi Feng was utterly bewildered by the situation. Senior brother, you have finally returned. Please come to my aid. The 3 elders have lost their minds. The sharp-eyed Lung Wufeng, spotting Yi Feng approaching, dashed towards him like a drowning man grasping for a lifeline. Junior brother, you have finally returned. Upon hearing Lung Wufeng's cries, the 5 prodigies, embroiled in the chaotic skirmish, also rushed towards Yi Feng in a frenzy. What is happening here? As he watched the 5 prodigies and Lung Wufeng charging towards him, Yi Feng turned to the 3 elders with a look of confusion. With a surge of innate spiritual energy, Xia Tianyu forcefully stomped down, causing a square block of earth, 1/2 meter in height, to erupt from the ground. Yi Feng, what did you return? You must be exhausted from your outing. Please have a seat and rest for a moment. As he spoke, Xia Tianyu approached, cradling the square block, and placed it behind Yi Feng. It's so cold. This block has just been unearthed. What if it chills my stomach? Bai Tianhong remarked, placing his right hand upon the block, unleashing a torrent of fire energy to rapidly warm the frigid earth. Yi Feng, however, was quite accustomed to their antics. Having witnessed a similar scene when Xia Tianyu first joined the sect, which had left Luo Qianxue, Luo Wuming, and Lung Wufeng utterly astonished. Is this really how competitive things have become? Meanwhile, Luo Kai stared in bewilderment at the spectacle, never anticipating that by Tianhong and Xia Tianyu could achieve such a feat to curry favor with Yifeng. All right, you've pushed me to this point. Allow me to demonstrate the might of a body cultivator with my great strength diamond palm. Huh? Yifeng was taken aback as Luo Kai forcefully shoved him aside from the block. What are you doing? I was sitting just fine. Was Luo Kai out of his mind? Instead of finding a way to please Yifeng, the fortune bringer, he seemed intent on self-sabotage. Bai Tianhong and Xia Tianyu exchanged puzzled glances, pondering why their junior disciple received such preferential treatment when all were disciples of the sect. If fairness and justice were to be upheld, it should ultimately be in the hands of Elder Luo Kai. At this moment, the 5 outstanding individuals harbored their own thoughts, feeling a stark contrast in treatment compared to Yifeng, which fostered a sense of being merely picked up by the sect. However, only Lung Wufeng sensed that matters were unlikely to be so simple. After all, he was among the first to enter the sect, and he was acutely aware that both Xia Tianyu and Luo Kai, who arrived later, were undeniably drawn to Yifeng. Suddenly, a series of sharp sounds echoed through the air as Luo Kai transformed his hand into a blade, unleashing a flurry of strikes against the ground, sending a cascade of soil and stones flying in an extraordinarily bizarre spectacle. 15 seconds later, when a finely crafted earthen chair emerged into view, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Yifeng, come, sit. Luo Kai chuckled, pressing the bewildered Yifeng onto the earthen chair, then casting a triumphant glance at Bai Tianhong and Xia Tianyu. What are you all standing there for? Our 3 esteemed elders have taken precious time out of their busy schedules to personally guide your training, and you still appear ungrateful. Hurry back and continue your practice. With that, Luo Kai began to sternly reprimand Wu Tianjiao and Lung Wufeng. The speaker was oblivious, yet the listener was perceptive. Yifeng pondered whether the power of the 100,000 feather sword array flags could be manipulated. If so, it would be a perfect aid for his 5 senior brothers and sister, as well as for Wufeng's training. After all, flags capable of obliterating a peak 9th layer tribulation expert would serve as an excellent practical training tool, an extravagant indulgence indeed. Wu Tianjiao, Lung Wufeng, you are remarkable. You are selfless. You are extravagant. But please, do not squander our resources. Ding. The control is possible. However, if the host does not wield it, others must shed blood to establish dominion over the flag's power. Regardless of the might unleashed by each flag, its duration remains steadfast at 10 hours. Success. Upon hearing the system's response, Yifeng could not contain his excitement, vigorously slapping his thigh, feeling increasingly as though he was born to squander wealth. Observing Yifeng's exuberance. The others were left in a state of bewilderment, utterly perplexed by his sudden enthusiasm. The 3 elders remarked, just now I witnessed the sparring sessions of our senior brothers, and I perceived little significant effect. As he spoke, a flag of formation materialized in Yifeng's hand, and he continued, this is a 9th grade, 9th tier killing formation flag, and it possesses the capability to regulate the formation's lethal force. Utilizing this formation to hone our senior brother's practical combat experience and mastery of martial skills is indeed most fitting. Madness. We have tolerated your extravagance, but must you not act as a proper individual? To employ a formation capable of annihilating a peak 9th layer tribulation realm expert for our training. Do you wish to see us perish? There must be limits to your profligacy. You are utterly deranged. The 5 prodigies and Lung Wufeng were now completely unhinged, having hoped that Yifeng would rescue them from their dire predicament. Instead, he not only failed to assist, but exacerbated their plight, leaving them to wonder how they could possibly endure such a trial. Yifeng, is this not a tad too extravagant? At this moment, Luo Kai inquired, his face contorting with disbelief. After all, he had only reached the 4th layer of tribulation, while Bai Tianhong and Xia Tianyu had merely attained the 3rd layer. It was no exaggeration to say that once the flag was activated, the killing formation could obliterate the 3 of them countless times over. Chapter 81. Luo Qianxue, the Old Cunning Dog, and Elder Luo Kai. Your perspective is rather narrow. These individuals represent the future of our sect. As long as we can empower them, any sacrifice is worthwhile. Upon hearing Luo Kai's inquiry, Yifeng earnestly began to elucidate. Luo Kai, after hearing this, forced a few dry laughs, momentarily at a loss for words. Well, it's merely a single flag. If it leads to ruin, so be it. Ultimately, Luo Kai chose not to say more. What could be debated with a spendthrift? Such is our fate. At least there is just one flag. The junior disciple has done enough to care for us. We shall endure. Meanwhile, Chun Haoyu offered a wry smile to the remaining four prodigies and Lung Wufeng, comforting them. For what else could they do but withstand it? By the way, this flag, regardless of the might it unleashes, can only sustain its power for 10 hours. With that, Yifeng produced the remaining 99 flags of the 1,000 Feather Sword formation and declared, Elder Luo Kai, I entrust these flags to you. Even if we utilize just 2 each day, they will suffice for 50 days. Gasp! Upon witnessing Yifeng unveil the 99 flags, everyone collectively inhaled sharply. These are flags of the 9th rank and 9th tier. Even the most skilled formation masters would find it no simple task to craft a flag of such caliber. Yet here you are presenting 100 as if in wholesale. Such extravagance. Truly, this is an outrageous display of wastefulness. Even though it was already known that Yifeng was extravagant, the sight of these 100 top-tier formation flags gave everyone a new understanding of his wastefulness. Master, please come quickly. We truly cannot stay in this sect any longer. Please take us back. While the crowd was still in shock at the sight of the 100 formation flags, Chun Haoyu had quietly stepped aside to contact Luo Wuming with a communication jade pendant. Who could possibly withstand 109th grade killing formation flags? He was no longer hoping to acquire anything valuable from his junior disciple Yifeng. Instead, he just wanted to escape this place as quickly as possible. With such a lethal array displayed, who could predict what torment would follow in the future? Far away at Xingji Sect, Luo Wuming's expression turned perplexed upon hearing this. Unable to comprehend what Chun Haoyu had experienced to feel such an urgent desire to return to the sect. Senior brother, the heavy responsibility of overseeing the others will be entrusted to you from now on. At that moment, Yifeng suddenly approached Chun Haoyu and directly placed 20 insight pills into his hands. Chun Haoyu struggled with his expression as he gazed at the 20 insight pills, ultimately gritting his teeth and severing the connection of the communication jade pendant. He then looked at Yifeng, patting his chest in assurance. Junior brother, leave this trivial matter to your senior brother. Thinking of fleeing again? With so few people in the sect, if you all run away, when will I ever be able to help Master expand our sect? Observing Chun Haoyu, who no longer appeared inclined to flee, Yifeng could not help but smile with a sense of triumph. Had it not been for the timely reminder from the bloodthirsty mantis, he might have inadvertently allowed several senior disciples to escape. Meanwhile, far away at the Star Extreme Sect, Luo Wuming stared perplexly at the suddenly severed communication jade pendant, muttering to himself, what on earth is happening? Should I go and retrieve you all or not? No, this cannot be. As the eldest disciple, Chun Haoyu is known for his composure. He would never send a distress signal unless something truly dire occurred. Furthermore, within his daughter's sect, there should be no threat to life. With this thought, Luo Wuming promptly took flight towards the back mountain, feeling it necessary to inform the Grand Ancestor about the situation, thereby justifying his visit to the Star Soul Sect. Reflecting on the previous occasions when the 5 Grand Ancestors had resorted to extreme measures even in their begging, he contemplated whether he should adopt a similar approach this time. Draped in tattered garments, holding a broken bowl, and squatting outside Yifeng's dwelling to solicit alms. What? Such a significant event, and you did not inform me sooner. However, upon arriving at the back mountain to explain his intentions, Luo Wuming was taken aback to find the 5 Grand Ancestors had hastily returned to their secluded chambers, only to emerge fully equipped in tattered clothing and with broken bowls, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Not only was Luo Wuming astonished, but Bai Gang, who had been waiting idly, was equally taken aback. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are aware, Bai Gang has been with our sect for some time now. He merely wishes to meet Yifeng, given the circumstances concerning the 5 core disciples. I could conveniently bring him along to meet Yi Feng. Surely, you wouldn't attempt to thwart me in this endeavor. Observing the other 4 venerable ancestors vying for this opportunity, Luo Qianxue was the first to articulate his reasons for participation. Despicable, shameless, unrepentant, cunning old wretch. Upon hearing these words, the 4 ancestors inwardly cursed vehemently. Just days ago, Bai Gang had expressed his intent to depart, yet you obstinately obstructed his exit. It appears you were merely biding your time to ensnare us. Alas! Meanwhile, Luo Wuming, witnessing this scene, let out a resigned sigh and turned away from the back mountain, amusingly contemplating a visit to the Star Soul Sect. Yet he truly had not anticipated that the 5 venerable ancestors were also awaiting such a fortuitous moment. Moments later, as Luo Qianxue soared into the sky with a triumphant smile alongside Bai Gang, rapidly heading towards the sect's exit, the 4 venerable ancestors gazed with envious eyes, tinged with jealousy. Were it not for the necessity of someone remaining behind to safeguard the sect against potential assaults from rival factions, they would have eagerly pursued them. Why don't we consult with Luo Wuming about reactivating the protective array? That way, we would not be obliged to stay here, suggested the 5th venerable ancestor, Xuantian, somewhat unwillingly. Let it be. This time, let it benefit the elder brother. Were it not for Bai Gang's arrival, we would have remained oblivious to the existence of Tiandao City and the profound significance of the supreme spirit crystals therein. There will be future opportunities, remarked the 2nd venerable ancestor, Jiang Haoyu, before making his way to his secluded retreat. The remaining 3 venerable ancestors, upon hearing this, sighed and retreated into their respective meditation chambers. Old Luo, had this unforeseen circumstance not arisen, how long did you intend to keep me here? On the journey to the Star Soul Sect, Bai Gang turned to Luo Qianxue and inquired directly. For the past few days, he had been puzzled as to why Luo Qianxue insisted on keeping him from leaving. Who would have thought the reason was so absurd? Of course I want you to stay. After all, if you return, you would merely be languishing in that dilapidated courtyard in the mountains, far less comfortable than being here with me. Upon hearing this, Bai Gang found himself unable to refute the statement. Indeed, it was far more enjoyable to share drinks with the 5 esteemed elders and boast about the affairs of Tiandao City than to be alone at home. But can you explain to me the significance of your beggar's attire? Bai Gang asked, regarding Luo Wuming, who was holding a tattered bowl and dressed in ragged clothes. He simply could not fathom why a powerful figure like the 5 esteemed elders would choose to disguise themselves as a beggar. Chapter 82. Such an impressive dingling. And you wish to use it for barbecuing? A beggar's disguise? What do you even know? Let me ask you, how has the calming incense I provided fared for you these past few days? Luo Qianxue inquired directly of Bai Gang. How is it? Since the very first stick of calming incense you gave me, have I not asked you repeatedly for more? Its effects have been utterly terrifying for me. Upon mentioning the calming incense, Bai Gang's spirits lifted immediately. Let me tell you, that calming incense was something I procured from that brat Yi Feng, thanks to this very disguise. What? Do you feel embarrassed? Luo Qianxue looked at Bai Gang with a knowing smile and asked again, is there more? In response to Bai Gang's question, Luo Qianxue, perplexed, retorted, what do you mean is there more? Alas, do not rush, do not seize it. This is all I possess. The Star Soul Sect. Master brother, your kindness toward me is truly touching. Observing the 5 heavenly prodigies struggling valiantly amidst the deadly formation, Lung Wufeng was nearly moved to tears. Junior brother Wufeng, you are overthinking it. I summoned you to inquire about certain matters. Soon, you too shall enter the fray. Noting Lung Wufeng's profound emotion, Yi Feng felt that enduring prolonged discomfort was less desirable than addressing the situation promptly, and thus he resolved to inform his companions sooner rather than later. Upon hearing this, Lung Wufeng stood there, utterly bewildered. Master brother, your inquiry cannot possibly pertain to alchemy, can it? After regaining his composure, Lung Wufeng directly posed the question to Yi Feng. Indeed, my question is indeed related to alchemy. As Yi Feng's words fell, Xia Tianyu materialized before them, addressing Lung Wufeng. They're all honing their skills within the formation. You should hasten to join them. I worry that you may not adequately respond to Yi Feng's inquiries. so I shall take charge here, for I am a ninth-rank alchemist. Master brother, Lung Wufeng had not anticipated such an interruption. Though he would inevitably return to the formation, he wished to delay it for as long as possible. Go, Yi Feng encouraged, patting Lung Wufeng's shoulder before departing with Xia Tianyu towards the training grounds. With a resounding thud, Yi Feng retrieved the 9 dragons burning heaven cauldron from the system space. The weighty furnace striking the ground with a thunderous noise. A cauldron? Upon witnessing Yi Feng produce a cauldron, Xia Tianyu was taken aback, for he was well aware that Yi Feng was not an alchemist. The cauldron, entirely black, was adorned with 9 vividly lifelike crimson dragon motifs on its outer wall. Given that it was Yi Feng who had unveiled the cauldron, Xia Tianyu meticulously examined it, fearful of missing any significant detail, as he could not fathom that this cauldron was merely an ordinary one. However, after an extensive inspection, Xia Tianyu still failed to discern any extraordinary features about the cauldron. If one were to identify something remarkable, it would be the 9 vividly crafted dragon patterns on its exterior. Yi Feng, what is this cauldron? Unable to find any answers, Xia Tianyu turned to Yi Feng with inquiries. Refine myriad spiritual herbs, incinerate the celestial essence, and forge the supreme divine elixir. Yi Feng, equally unfamiliar with the cauldron, could only relay the system's description. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Xia Tianyu was momentarily stunned, but then erupted into laughter, explaining, Yi Feng, you truly do not understand cauldrons, do you? Cauldrons are categorized into 4 levels: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Unlike martial arts techniques, the categorization of cauldrons does not include the distinctions of lower, middle, and upper grades. To concoct high-grade elixirs, one must possess a corresponding high-level cauldron. For instance, if I were to possess a yellow-grade cauldron, I could easily refine 1st to 3rd-grade elixirs. However, if I attempted to concoct a 4th-grade elixir, the intensity of the flames I release would need to be increased, or I would be utterly incapable of melting the 4th-grade spiritual herbs. The consequence would be that the cauldron simply could not endure such a strain, ultimately resulting in an explosion. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng chose not to interrupt, but instead continued to listen attentively to Xia Tianyu's explanation. To refine myriad spiritual herbs, it is certain that there must be high-grade spiritual herbs involved, which necessitates the use of a heavenly grade cauldron. However, across the entire Xuantian Continent, there exist no more than 5 such heavenly grade cauldrons. Even the earthly grade cauldron I currently possess was acquired at an exorbitant cost. The notion of refining celestial spiritual energy is nothing short of absurd. I once stumbled upon a secret tome of alchemy on the battlefield of heaven and earth, which contained information regarding various cauldrons. Not to mention the refinement of celestial spiritual energy. Merely integrating the essence of celestial spiritual energy into a cauldron to forcibly enhance the efficacy of the elixir requires the presence of a cauldron spirit, of which I have never heard, not even in relation to heavenly grade cauldrons. What constitutes a divine elixir? A 10-patterned elixir qualifies as a divine elixir, even if it is of the 1st grade. Furthermore, the manifestation of a divine elixir and the subsequent tribulation is merely a legend within the realm of fantasy. After hearing Xia Tianyu's detailed elaboration, Yi Feng finally grasped why the latter had laughed, for what he had proposed was utterly impossible. Elder Xia, would you believe me if I were to suggest that this seemingly ordinary Julong burning heaven cauldron might surpass the heavenly grade? Yi Feng inquired, gently tapping the cauldron. Wait a moment. 9 dragon patterns. Could it be that these 9 dragon patterns are indeed the cauldron spirit? Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Xia Tianyu was momentarily taken aback, but soon turned his gaze towards the vividly depicted 9 dragon patterns etched upon the cauldron's exterior. Roar, roar, roar. As a trace of Yi Feng's spiritual energy melded with the Jiolong burning heaven cauldron, a series of resounding dragon roars echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. A suffocating, supreme dragon might instantaneously envelop the entirety of Star Soul Peak. 9 colossal demonic dragons, each ablaze with crimson flames, soared into the sky, unleashing an endless torrent of fiery brilliance that painted the heavens of vivid scarlet. A sea of flames engulfed the sky. Whether it was Xia Tianyu or the onlookers in the martial arts arena, upon witnessing the terrifying inferno consuming the space above, their minds involuntarily conjured the words, "This is impossible." Outside the grand hall of the sect, Luo Qianxue gazed at the 9 towering demonic dragons roaring wildly within the sea of fire, her eyes brimming with boundless terror. Dragon soul, cauldron spirit, these were entities that should not exist in the lower realms, let alone the fact that Luo Qianxue sensed the dragon might emanating from the 9 dragons, which felt far more formidable than the cauldron spirits of the ancestors from the upper realms. Come back. At that moment, Yi Feng abruptly withdrew his right hand from the cauldron, his complexion paling dramatically. He was astonished, exclaiming, "This cauldron is indeed impressive, but it devours spiritual power at an alarming rate. Despite the vast reservoir of spiritual energy within me, it has been completely consumed." As Yi Feng ceased to supply spiritual energy, the 9 demonic dragon souls, which had been rampaging amidst the fiery expanse, swiftly retracted the boundless flames back into their forms, ultimately transforming into beams of red light that returned to the walls of the 9 dragons' blazing heaven cauldron. This artifact was voracious in its demand for spiritual power. However, one must admit that the cauldron spirit of these 9 dragon souls was rather formidable. Cooking would become a much simpler task henceforth. As a prodigal extravagance, Yi Feng would never consider using it for alchemy. The principle of making the most of resources was contrary to the essence of being extravagant. Beside them, Xia Tianyu was utterly astonished, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. How could you possibly contemplate using such an extraordinary ding-ling for barbecuing? You are truly extravagant, even disregarding the ding-ling. Chapter 83. When did you become a sword cultivator, Yi Feng? I knew it was you. At that moment, the furious voice of Luo Qianxue echoed from afar. Is this the furnace that just unleashed the ding-ling? Clad in a flowing white gown, Luo Qianxue gracefully descended from the sky, her gaze fixed upon the 9 dragons burning heaven furnace beside Yi Feng. As Luo Qianxue attempted to channel her spiritual energy to activate the ding-ling within the furnace, she was met with an utter lack of response. Blood oath recognition. You have already become the master of this furnace? Realizing a possible truth, Luo Qianxue's eyes were filled with disbelief as she regarded Yi Feng. A furnace possessing a ding-ling is vastly different from an ordinary one. Even a celestial-grade furnace in the Xuantian Continent could be recognized by an ordinary person through blood. Yet for a furnace with a ding-ling, one must first obtain the ding-ling's acknowledgement to perform the blood oath. But what is Yi Feng's cultivation level? Merely at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment realm. Even if the spirit lotus within him is extraordinarily formidable, it is no exaggeration to say that this furnace, if taken to the upper realm, may not even be recognized by the ancestors of our own Wuji sacred land, let alone alchemy. Simply being able to command the 9 dragon ding-ling within this furnace would make one a formidable force in the Xuantian Continent. Indeed, it has been recognized as mine. Master, you have no idea. This wretched thing constantly devours spiritual energy. Just a moment ago, my internal spiritual energy was completely consumed. What an absurdity. Are you truly consuming spiritual energy incessantly? Do you not realize that within the fleeting moments you can control, those 9 terrifying dragon cauldrons could obliterate the Star Soul Sect multiple times over? A walking weapon of mass destruction. At this moment, Luo Qianxue gazed at Yi Feng, her mind consumed by this singular thought. Even a formidable being who has withstood the 9 heavenly lightning tribulations would be effortlessly annihilated by Yi Feng's formidable cauldron. Luo Qianxue noticed that Xia Tianyu suddenly tugged at her sleeve, a look of confusion upon his face. Elder Xia, is there something amiss? Master, you must intervene. Your prodigal disciple intends to utilize that powerful demon soul cauldron for barbecuing. The demonic flames from the dragon cauldron could incinerate space itself, and he dares to use it for roasting meat. We cannot allow such extravagant waste to continue. Xia Tianyu exclaimed vehemently. Upon hearing this, Luo Qianxue's face twitched in disbelief. Such a cauldron, even in the upper realms, would incite a storm of chaos and bloodshed, and her reckless disciple wishes to use it for mere barbecue? Should their ancestors in the upper realms discover this, they would surely faint from sheer indignation. She knew of Yi Feng's extravagance, even to the point of madness. Yet she now realized she had severely underestimated his propensity for wastefulness. Yi Feng, do you not comprehend that with this cauldron, you could traverse the Xuantian Continent with impunity from this moment forth? Taking a deep breath, Luo Qianxue endeavored to muster a semblance of a smile as she attempted to persuade him. Man is iron, and food is steel. One feels famished after a missed meal. I have no interest in traversing unimpeded. I only desire to savor roasted meat. Yi Feng, undeterred by the council, spoke directly. This furnace is an unparalleled treasure, capable of refining any grade of elixir and annihilating any foe. If you utilize it wisely, your future will be boundless. Upon hearing this, Luo Qianxue, suppressing her fury, urged once more, I shall only use it to slay monstrous beasts, for their flesh is delectable, while that of humans is not. I yearn for sizzling, oil-dripping roasted meat. With a swift flash of white sword light, a slender, sharp, snow-white longsword appeared in Luo Qianxue's hand. Master, this cannot be. He is, after all, your most cherished disciple, cried Xia Tianyu, desperately restraining the enraged Luo Qianxue. Elder Xia, release me at once. Do you not see that I intend to behead this ungrateful disciple? Luo Qianxue, her countenance aflame with rage, struggled against Xia Tianyu's grip, her eyes filled with boundless fury directed at Yi Feng. She felt that, if this continued, she would perish from anger before she could ascend to the higher realms for vengeance, all due to this reckless disciple. Master, Elder Xia, if there is nothing more, I shall take my leave. Yi Feng observed the escalating tug-of-war between the two, a hint of helplessness in his demeanor as he stowed away the 9 dragons' burning heaven furnace and departed from Xia Tianyu's courtyard. He could not believe that Luo Qianxue would genuinely harm him. It was merely the outburst of a woman in the throes of emotional turmoil, venting her unwarranted grievances. Had Luo Qianxue been privy to Yi Feng's current thoughts, she would have undoubtedly broken free from Xia Tianyu's grasp, wielded her sword with determination, and vehemently cursed, "What nonsense! Do you think I am merely venting my frustrations? Have you no sense of the turmoil you provoke within me?" Returning to his abode, as the sky gradually darkened, Yi Feng casually retrieved the 9 dragons' burning heaven cauldron from the system space and tossed it into the courtyard before retreating indoors to rest. Unbeknownst to him, a formidable troop was en route to the Star Soul Sect, destined to arrive by dawn the following day. He pondered on the whereabouts of Li Fei, wondering if that fellow had returned to his own sect in recent days. Lying on his bed, Yi Feng inexplicably recalled the rotund Li Fei he had encountered in the Heavenly Dao battlefield, and he abruptly shook his head, mentally chiding himself for thinking of that portly figure just as he was about to drift into slumber. He ought to be contemplating the 7 fairies instead. In the fire heaven realm, within the grand hall of the Xuantian sect, Li Fei's corpulent form knelt on the ground, not daring to lift his gaze toward the middle-aged man standing above him. Master, your disciple acknowledges his wrongdoing. After a prolonged silence, Li Fei, unable to withstand the mounting psychological pressure, was the first to voice his confession. Sun Tianyu responded with a cold snort, his gaze fixed upon the kneeling Li Fei as he forcefully suppressed his ire, admonishing, "Did you not consider my position as your master when you ventured to the Heavenly Dao battlefield without permission? This is not the first instance. Had I not discovered it this time, how long would you have continued to deceive me?" Contemplating this, Sun Tianyu gazed at his treasured disciple, almost wishing to deliver a sharp slap across his face. Little did Yi Feng anticipate that Li Fei, a frequent visitor to the Heavenly Dao battlefield, had been secretly defying his sect's master all along. Master, your disciple acknowledges his wrongdoing. Li Fei, hearing Sun Tianyu's reprimand, dared not offer any defense, submitting himself in hopes of quelling his master's wrath. From this day forth, until you achieve the foundational realm, you are forbidden from stepping beyond the bounds of our sect. Ha ha! At that moment, an elder, emanating an invisible aura of sword intent, entered the grand hall of the sect, laughing heartily. Which swordsmanship friend has come to visit my Xinyan? Before he could finish, the elder was struck dumb upon realizing that the one inadvertently exuding the death sword intent was none other than the sect leader's cherished disciple, Li Fei. The overwhelming death sword intent, which indicated that he could break into the realm of death sword heart at any moment, belonged to Li Fei. He was utterly bewildered. The elder longed to seize Li Fei and exclaim, "I have watched you grow since childhood. When did you become a sword cultivator?" Chapter 84. The Prodigal Artifact. Can Elder Xia endure it? Old ancestor, what brings you here? What swordsmanship friend? No one has come to visit our sect. Enraged by Sun Tianyu's question, erupted in anger, his gaze towards Li Fei brimming with fury. Throughout Li Fei's upbringing, he had tirelessly urged him to become a formidable sword cultivator. Yet, Li Fei had always retorted with unwavering resolve that he would never become a sword cultivator, even if it meant his demise. Who would have imagined that he had secretly embarked upon the path of sword cultivation, grasping the exceedingly rare and potent death sword intent? Was this not a blatant display of disdain, suggesting that he deemed Wang Qianxue unworthy of guidance? It was utterly heartbreaking. At this moment, Li Fei was overwhelmed with despair. He never anticipated that despite his utmost efforts to suppress the essence of death's sword intent, it would still be discerned by the Grand Ancestor. Li Fei, what on earth is happening? Sun Tianyu shouted in exasperation after receiving a scathing reprimand from the Grand Ancestor. Boom! Given the gravity of the situation, Li Fei ceased to conceal his true state. The profound essence of death's sword intent erupted violently from within him, instantly engulfing the entire sect's great hall. Stunned upon sensing this overwhelming essence, Sun Tianyu stood frozen in disbelief. Aren't you the one who detests sword cultivators the most? As realization dawned, Sun Tianyu looked at Li Fei, bewildered, and urgently inquired. Master, Grand Ancestor, please allow me to explain. In the second layer of the Heavenly Dao battlefield, I encountered a prodigal youth, a deranged spendthrift. He possessed 10,000 shards of death's sword intent, yet instead of utilizing them properly, he chose to squander them. Upon learning of my disdain for sword cultivators, he recklessly unleashed all the shards upon me. In a mere moment, I inadvertently inherited this overwhelming essence of death's sword intent. This is not my fault. I truly did not desire it. Upon hearing Li Fei's account, both Sun Tianyu and Wang Qianxue were left speechless, their faces adorned with incredulous expressions. In just a brief moment, you acquired the profound essence of death's sword intent? Reflecting on the time he comprehended the essence of the heavenly flame sword, Wang Qianxue realized that despite the indispensable elements of diligence, talent, and opportunity, it took him a staggering 60 years to master it to perfection. Yet, he was overtaken by someone who achieved the same in a fraction of that time, leaving him with a profound sense of anguish. The sight of Li Fei's expression, filled with an extreme sense of grievance, made Wang Qianxue's right hand, which gripped his sword, tremble uncontrollably. He felt an overwhelming urge to strike Li Fei twice and shout, "How can you possibly feel wronged?" After taking a deep breath to calm his turbulent emotions, Wang Qianxue looked sternly at Li Fei and inquired, "What are your thoughts now?" "Master, I have made a decision. Henceforth, I shall endeavor to shield myself from all matters related to swords. In time, I shall completely forget the deathly sword intent within me." Li Fei replied earnestly upon hearing Wang Qianxue's question. "Master, please save me. I cannot bear to cultivate the sword path alongside the esteemed ancestor. It would drive me to madness." Li Fei exclaimed in desperation, unmoved by Li Fei's cries. Sun Tianyu observed as Wang Qianxue dragged Li Fei out of the grand hall of the sect, a hint of amusement gracing his features as he murmured to himself, "My unworthy disciple is finally on the verge of rising. Brother Yi, you have led me to my doom." Li Fei lamented as he was pulled along, his mental state truly unraveling. Star Stream Sect. Achoo! In the midst of slumber, Yi Feng suddenly sneezed, groggily muttering, "Who is thinking of me? My 7 fairy maidens." The following morning, upon rising, Yi Feng habitually examined today as extravagant spoils. Today's extravagant acquisition, 10 heavenly grade cauldrons. What? Upon witnessing this astonishing bounty, Yi Feng found himself questioning the clarity of his vision. How could such a trinket be deemed extravagant? I recall Elder Xia mentioning that there are fewer than 5 heavenly grade cauldrons throughout the entire Xuantian Continent. Thus, I must delve into this further. Reflecting on the words of Xuantian, Yi Feng fell into deep contemplation. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the door was forcefully kicked open. The furious Luo Qianxue stormed into the room, glaring at Yi Feng, and demanded, "Did you just carelessly discard that cauldron in the courtyard? Master, it is merely a broken alchemical furnace. Should I really enshrine it?" Yi Feng, confronted by Luo Qianxue's ire, felt utterly helpless. He had hoped that her previous expenditure on various insightful pills, 9-leaf rejuvenation grass, and golden silkworm starstones might elevate her understanding. But it appeared that the journey remained arduous. Is there something amiss with properly honoring a cauldron of this caliber? Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Luo Qianxue was on the verge of madness. Regardless of past extravagances, they had always pertained to precious items within the Xuantian Continent, which would hardly hold significance in the upper realm. However, the 9 dragons burning heaven cauldron would indeed be a treasure even in the upper realm. Master, let's not dwell on that broken alchemical furnace. If, and I stress if, I were to possess 10 heavenly grade cauldrons, how would you suggest I indulge in extravagance? As a prodigal deity, one naturally seeks various means to squander wealth, for that is the essence of being truly qualified. Simply shattering 10 celestial cauldrons felt rather uninspired to Yi Feng. Contemplating the matter, he decided to consult Luo Qianxue, hoping that perhaps a spark of inspiration might arise from her words. What do you mean by that? Do you really think this is our first encounter? Every time you inquired about something, how often did it not end in your extravagance? Master, where are you going? Please share with your disciple. I am but a dullard and would appreciate your enlightenment. Observing Luo Qianxue's icy demeanor as she turned away, Yi Feng felt utterly bewildered and hurriedly pursued her. To his surprise, Luo Qianxue quickened her pace, and by the time he exited the dwelling, her figure had vanished from sight. Regardless, let this reckless disciple squander as he pleases. I have had enough. Out of sight, out of mind. Meanwhile, Luo Qianxue resolved that since she could not intervene, she would allow him to waste as he wished, thereby sparing herself from daily frustration. Wait, Elder Xia. No, I cannot let Elder Xia remain in the sect today, no matter what excuse I conjure. If he were to witness Yi Feng squandering 10 celestial cauldrons, he might truly be unable to bear the shock. Recalling the earthly cauldron that had accompanied Xia Tianyu for decades, the thought of Yi Feng's impending extravagance was utterly devastating. With this in mind, Luo Qianxue promptly turned toward Xia Tianyu's residence. Moments later, she inquired, "Out to purchase spiritual herbs? Master, did we not acquire a batch just the day before yesterday?" Currently, within the sect, only I and Lung Wufeng serve as alchemists, and the available spiritual herbs are sufficient for him for half a month. Upon hearing the purpose of Luo Qianxue's visit, Xia Tianyu expressed his confusion with a counter-question, sensing that something was amiss with her demeanor today. Chapter 6 Yi Feng. Today I shall contest you. We should go out and procure some spiritual, or, however, as an alchemist, I'm not well versed in spiritual or. You ought to consult Elder Chu. Then let us venture out to acquire some commonly used medicinal pills. Sect Master, why do I feel as though you wish for me to depart the sect? Upon hearing this, Xia Tianyu finally grasped some critical information and directly inquired about his suspicion towards Luo Qianxue. In response to Xia Tianyu's inquiry, Luo Qianxue fell silent for a moment, unsure of how to provide a reasonable explanation for the matter. Daylight has broken. If memory serves me right, that rascal Yi Feng is about to squander his fortune again. Sect Master, is the item that rascal intends to waste today related to me? Rest assured, I can handle it. With that, Xia Tianyu left the courtyard, curiosity etched upon his face, making his way towards Yi Feng's residence. He was eager to discover what Yi Feng intended to squander today that warranted the Sect Master's persistent urging for him to leave the sect. The irony is that he truly cannot withstand it. Watching Xuantian depart, Luo Qianxue wore a wry smile filled with concern. The celestial grade furnace possesses an irresistible allure for any alchemist on the Xuantian Continent. Meanwhile, Feng was in the courtyard, wielding a hoe embedded with the shimmering essence of golden silkworm stardust, diligently excavating a pit. Halt! With a thunderous shout from Xuantian, Feng halted his actions. Feng, such laborious tasks are not suited for a young man like you. Allow me to take over. Xuantian exclaimed as he dashed into the courtyard, seizing the hoe from Feng's hands and promptly entering work mode. Observing Xuantian's vigorous digging, Feng's expression turned somewhat awkward. Any elder from the sect would suffice. Yet he least desired to see Xuantian, fearing that the latter might eventually lose his composure under the strain. Feng, what are you digging for? After some time, with sweat pouring down his back, Xuantian glanced at the pit, now nearly 2 meters deep, and posed his question. Why aren't you utilizing your spiritual energy? Feng countered with an inquiry, sidestepping Xuantian's question. Using spiritual energy to dig would hardly be considered physical labor, and besides, it's an excellent opportunity for me to strengthen my body. Xuantian chuckled as he elaborated, then inquired once more, by the way, what are you digging for? Elder, you may come out now. Sensing that the depth was sufficient, Feng called out. As Xuantian leaped out of the pit, Feng casually retrieved a celestial-grade furnace from his system space and tossed it into the hole. This is a celestial-grade furnace? There are scarcely 5 such items in the entire Xuantian Continent. In this moment, Xuantian finally comprehended why Luo Qianxue had urged him to leave the sect today. If this matter escalated, he truly might not withstand it. Feng, what do you intend to do with this furnace? Panic enveloped him. At this juncture, Xuantian was genuinely alarmed. For Feng's notorious penchant for reckless extravagance was well known throughout the sect. This pit is, in fact, a latrine. I intend to use this furnace as a container. Feng, with an air of self-satisfaction, began to explain in the entirety of Xuantian Continent who would be audacious enough to utilize a heavenly-grade furnace as a latrine. Feng, I shall contend with you today. Just as Xuantian was on the verge of erupting, Luo Qianxue, clad in white like snow, descended from the heavens, firmly restraining the agitated Xuantian while urgently exclaiming, Elder Xia, you mustn't. No matter what, he is still my most beloved disciple. Sect Master, please release me at once. I swear I shall obliterate this prodigal. Observing this familiar scene, Feng, utterly bewildered, muttered to himself, Are you two reenacting a script for me? Master, Elder Xia, if all is well, I shall take my leave now. With only the thatched cottage remaining, I will have junior brother Woofing handle it shortly. Please, do not disturb my latrine. It shall henceforth be my private sanctuary. With that, Feng ignored their reactions and turned away, departing the courtyard, pondering how to utilize the remaining 9 heavenly-grade furnaces. Utter madness, absolute madness. To think even junior brother Woofing is not spared. Can you not act with some decorum? When Xuantian and Luo Qianxue learned that Feng intended to summon Lung Woofing to construct a hut, they were instantly driven to madness. Wasn't the 5 pride sufficient? Wasn't Chu Xiao adequate? What about the other elders? Was the bloodthirsty mantis not an option? Yet, it was precisely Lung Woofeng, a mere alchemist, who was to be summoned. Was this an attempt to eradicate the only 2 alchemists within the sect? Sect leader, look at what he has become under your indulgence. You should not have stopped me just now. Xuantian, his face flushed with anger, began to vent his grievances towards Luo Qianxue. Elder Xia, I had intended to discipline him yesterday, but it was your insistence to intervene that thwarted me. At this moment, Luo Qianxue gazed at Xuantian with a bemused smile, attempting to clarify. Upon hearing this, Xuantian was momentarily taken aback, recalling how Luo Qianxue had descended from the heavens, his pupils widening as he queried, Were you watching over me this entire time? I sensed that Elder Xia might not withstand it. Was it not to prevent any unforeseen mishaps on your part? After speaking, Luo Qianxue laughed and soared into the sky, leaving Xuantian bewildered and disheveled in the wind. The cycle of heaven is just, and the heavens spare no one. The retribution arrived with alarming swiftness, leaving me utterly unprepared. Casting a glance at the heavenly grade furnace buried in the pit, Xuantian felt as though his heart was bleeding. Had it been his, he would have revered it like an ancestor. It was now being used by Feng as a mere receptacle. Such a waste, such a lamentable waste. With a resigned sigh, Xuantian acknowledged that although he felt an immense sense of loss, the object belonged to Feng, and he truly had no recourse. At that moment, Feng had already arrived at Xuantian's courtyard residence. Bang! After placing a heavenly grade furnace in the courtyard, Feng murmured to himself, "Master, are you aware of the sacrifices I have made to strengthen our sect? I have given this heavenly grade furnace to Elder Xia, and I will inevitably incur some loss of points. However, with this furnace, Elder Xia's alchemical skills will undoubtedly advance, contributing to the overall power of our sect." Subsequently, Feng turned and departed. Whether it was 1 point or 2, he resolved to present another furnace to Luo Qianxue. After all, with 10 in total, he could afford to lose a couple of points without much concern. 10 minutes later, when Xuantian spotted Luo Qianxue striding toward them with an air of arrogance, he could only shake his head and smile wryly. This foolish lad probably has no idea what he is about to do. Chapter 86. This is a heavenly grade furnace. Are you engaging in wholesale here? Elder Xia, have you come to assist senior brother Feng in constructing a hut? Upon arriving at the courtyard and noticing Xuantian, Luo Qianxue inquired curiously. "No, I'm here to dig a latrine." "Go ahead, but prepare yourself. Your senior brother's hut is no ordinary affair." Xuantian sighed, while observing the oblivious Luo Qianxue, still offering a word of caution. Indeed, using a heavenly grade furnace as a latrine container is simply extravagant. Senior brother is truly the pinnacle of wastefulness. As he spoke, Luo Qianxue began to approach the site to build the hut around the latrine. "Wait, do you know about that heavenly grade furnace?" Xuantian suddenly stopped Luo Qianxue. "This feels off. Something is not right." Cold Qianxue was aware that using a heavenly grade furnace as a latrine was rather peculiar, yet he exhibited no reaction, which was quite unsettling. "Indeed, just recently, my senior brother gifted me one of these worthless items, which I promptly discarded in the courtyard to serve as a water tank." Although he noticed a certain disquiet in Xuantian's demeanor, Cold Qianxue continued to elaborate, even displaying an air of pride when he mentioned using the heavenly grade furnace as a water tank. Enlightened, he had come to terms with his circumstances, having endured numerous setbacks. He now embraced a carefree attitude, indifferent to the nature of the items, reveling in the shared extravagance with his senior brother. Elder Xia, what troubles you?" Upon witnessing Xuantian collapse to the ground, gasping for breath in response to his words, Cold Qianxue rushed forward with genuine concern. "Dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes. A mouse's offspring digs holes. Being by your senior brother's side has led you astray, squandering resources recklessly." Xuantian shouted vehemently, pointing an accusatory finger at Cold Qianxue. After Cold Qianxue departed to erect a makeshift hut, Xuantian took a moment to regain his composure, having nearly succumbed to fainting from frustration. With only 2 alchemists in the sect, and Cold Qianxue receiving a gift while he was overlooked, was this not a blatant display of wealth disparity? Away with you. Out of sight, out of mind. I should heed the Sect Master's advice. Today was not a day to linger within the sect. Rising from the ground, Xuantian left the courtyard with a dejected expression, yearning for solitude in his dwelling. Moments later, when Xuantian discovered that Chu Hongshan was unexpectedly within his courtyard, he found himself quite perplexed. "Elder Xia, this is a celestial grade furnace. How could you so carelessly leave it here?" Upon seeing Xuantian return, Chu Hongshan, who had been intently observing the celestial grade furnace, inquired with astonishment. "What celestial grade furnace?" Xuantian was utterly bewildered by Chu Hongshan's words. However, upon noticing the celestial grade furnace lying in the courtyard, a wave of emotion surged within him, and he excitedly thought, "This mischievous brat truly knows how to have fun." "Elder Xia, may we discuss a matter?" He continued, "I have always aspired to personally forge a celestial grade furnace, but alas, the few that exist on the continent are sourced from the battlefield of the Heavenly Dao and are already claimed. even if I wish to study them. I have no means to do so. But now that I have your furnace, given some time, I am certain I can uncover its mysteries." As he spoke, a hint of earnestness crept into Chu Hongshan's voice. After all, he was a formidable figure who had withstood 5 heavenly Dao lightning tribulations, standing at the pinnacle of the transcendence realm. Were it not for the celestial grade furnace, he would never have humbled himself to seek the assistance of Xia Tianyu, who was merely at the 3rd level of the transcendence realm. Both being elders of their sect, Xia Tianyu naturally could not refuse. Yet, he was acutely aware of the stature of Chu Hongshan. To put it frankly, had it not been for their gathering at the Star Soul Sect, he would have regarded him as a figure he could only look up to. The fact that such a person was now lowering himself to adopt such a posture left him, to be honest, somewhat elated. At that moment, Xia Tianyu suddenly recalled a remark made by Lung Wufeng. "Elder Chu, if you wish to study this worthless object, feel free to take it. Otherwise, I intend to use it as a water tank in the courtyard." As he beheld Elder Chu Hongshan's eyes wide open like copper bells, Xia Tianyu felt an exhilarating thrill within. After all, what was a mere heavenly grade furnace to him? In that instant, Xia Tianyu attained an epiphany. He savored the delightful indulgence that came with squandering, having previously foolishly thought of revering such an object as if it were an ancestor. Elder Chu Hongshan stood frozen in disbelief. He had anticipated that Xia Tianyu would decline, fully aware of the significance of a heavenly grade furnace to an alchemist. Yet, what had the other just uttered? Worthless object, intending to use it as a water tank? Truly, one cannot join a sect unless they are of the same kin. Elder Xia, thank you. With that, Chu Hongshan hoisted the heavenly grade furnace and departed from Xia Tianyu's residence. I must hurry back. Constructing a thatched hut is a task far too strenuous for a young lad like Lung Wufeng. Suddenly, Xia Tianyu had an idea and turned to dash towards Yi Feng's residence. He intended to summon Xiao Xiao for a joint investigation. It seemed that coming to this sect was indeed a fortuitous decision. Observing the heavenly grade furnace resting on his shoulder, Chu Hongshan was overwhelmed with excitement, feeling that if he could thoroughly study this furnace, his path in artifact forging would undoubtedly reach new heights. However, upon passing by Lung Wufeng's dwelling, Chu Hongshan paused and retraced his steps. Indeed, to what extent have the individuals within this sect attained wealth? A 3rd-tier alchemist casually employs a celestial grade furnace as if it were merely a water vessel. Upon entering the courtyard, witnessing the celestial grade furnace brimming with water, and glancing at the one he carried upon his shoulder, Chu Hongshan suddenly felt that his own celestial grade furnace had lost its allure. What significance did it hold? Even if he were to master it and successfully forge one, would it simply be repurposed as a mere water container by others? Chu Hongshan ceased to ponder why there existed 2 celestial grade furnaces within the sect. He could only feel that the aspirations of his life had suddenly become utterly trivial. Without seeking out Chu Xiao any further, he shouldered the celestial grade furnace and departed from the inner sect's residential area. Contemplating that he might as well conduct some research on his own, the study of celestial grade furnaces seemed rather commonplace. Yet, on his way, he encountered Yi Feng, who sat deep in thought upon the ground. However, upon noticing the 7 celestial grade furnaces arranged in a row before Yi Feng, he felt his sanity teetering on the brink. These were celestial grade furnaces, not mere cabbages found in abundance. Was Yi Feng engaging in wholesale trade? Simultaneously, Chu Hongshan came to a realization. Whether it be the celestial grade furnaces belonging to Xia Tianyu or those in the courtyard of Cold Wufeng, they were likely all obtained from Yi Feng. With a thud, Chu Hongshan approached, placing the celestial grade furnace he had been carrying onto the ground. Before turning to the troubled Yi Feng and inquiring, "Yi Feng, what brings you here?" Chapter 87. Elder Chu, when it comes to extravagance, you truly take the lead. Upon encountering Chu Hongshan, Yi Feng's eyes suddenly brightened. The heavenly grade furnace could indeed be regarded as a product of weapon crafting, and as a top-tier craftsman, Chu Hongshan might offer him invaluable insights. Elder Chu, how would one consider the usage of these heavenly grade furnaces as wasteful? Yi Feng inquired directly, gazing at Chu Hongshan. What constitutes wasteful usage? Were you not just pondering over that individual with a furrowed brow? Chu Hongshan replied, a hint of exasperation in his tone. If it is truly wasteful, I fear I am powerless to assist, for I am merely a craftsman, skilled solely in the creation of weapons and armor. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Yi Feng's eyes, and he laughed heartily at Chu Hongshan. Elder Chu, you are far too modest. If we are to speak of wastefulness, it is you who embodies it. How could I have overlooked such a notion? What did I say? What on earth are you thinking? Are we even on the same wavelength? Yi Feng pointed toward a row of heavenly-grade furnaces and insisted, choose one. Choose what? Do you expect me to accept one as a gift? I'm a craftsman. What use would I have for an alchemical furnace? Am I to wield this furnace in battle? Suddenly, as Chu Hongshan reflected on his previous statements, he regarded the fervently excited Yi Feng as if he were a curiosity. Is this truly the thought process of a normal individual? Yi Feng, my earlier comments did not imply that. I was merely articulating my professional capabilities. At this moment, Chu Hongshan looked at Yi Feng, eager to clarify. Is the heavenly grade furnace heavy? Indeed, is the defensive capability of this heavenly grade furnace formidable? Impressive. The capability to advance in offense and retreat in defense. Is this not the hallmark of a superior weapon? Upon hearing this, Chu Hongshan nearly lost his composure. Is this truly comparable? Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to stabilize his mindset and turned to Yi Feng, attempting once more to elucidate. Even if your assertion holds merit, such a formidable heavenly-grade furnace can only be wielded by someone of my physical cultivation, akin to a massive hammer. Should anyone else attempt to manipulate it with spiritual energy, the consequences would be dire. Elder Chu, if you were to exert your utmost strength, how long would it take to shatter this heavenly-grade furnace? Instead of addressing Chu Hongshan's inquiry, Yi Feng posed yet another question. It could never be shattered. The nature of the spiritual ore and the crafting techniques employed to create the heavenly-grade furnace remain an enigma to all. I cannot ascertain whether anyone possesses the capability to destroy it, but with my current strength, it is utterly impossible. Upon this revelation, Chu Hongshan seemed to grasp the situation, his expression betraying a wry smile as he regarded Yi Feng. To utilize a heavenly-grade furnace as personal armor, only a prodigal like you could conceive of such an idea. Observing Chu Hongshan, who bore 2 heavenly-grade furnaces on his shoulders, Yi Feng promptly secured the remaining 6 and turned towards the residence